Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Three Long Spears. Meng Hao had been to Yunkai County a few times before. Usually it was when he needed to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Perhaps because the excess of wealth in the village prompted a demand for scholarly embellishments, the price of writing supplies was cheaper than average. Even though 3 years had passed, the place looked just like before. As Meng Hao walked down the streets, he couldn't help but notice that outside of many of the shops hung lanterns, upon which the character Li was written in sweeping calligraphy. From what Fatty had said, his father was the richest person in Yunkai, and actually owned about half of the county. And it wasn't just land they owned, but business, all of which were marked with the character Li. After asking around, he determined the location of Fatty's house and headed in that direction. The sun was beginning to sink over the horizon, turning the sky dark and covering the land with a soft glow. It didn't take long for him to reach the east end of Yunkai County, where he saw a massive estate, filled with a veritable forest of grand buildings. Above the main door, which was guarded by retainers, was a board inscribed with the words Li Mansion. The lively sound of singing and dancing could be heard from within. Meng Hao's body flashed, and he was inside. The mansion was a large, surrounding an inner courtyard where singers and dancers were currently putting on a show. Meng Hao caught sight of an extremely fat, middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe. He closely resembled Fatty. This was obviously his father. Sitting next to him was a young man whose face was covered with a prudent expression. He seemed wildly arrogant, and wore expensive garments, yet his body looked a bit frail, as if he had worn himself out with too much wine and women. He held a wine cup in his hand, and a somewhat indecent expression shone in his eyes as he looked over the singers and dancers. "Still not here yet?" said the young man, frowning. His tone of voice was both cold and bored. Any moment," said Fatty's father, looking extremely embarrassed, but forcing an obsequious smile onto his face. "Young Lord Zhao, please just wait a bit longer. My daughter-in-law tends to take things slowly." Even as the words came out of his mouth, several maidservants appeared in the distance. Walking behind them was a young woman. She wore a long, gauzy garment, and her hair was put up with phoenix hairpins. Her appearance was pure and beautiful, and yet there was a look of fear on her face. As she approached, she seemed to shiver as if she were cold. "Father," she said as she approached. She bowed in greeting. "Xianger, this is the young lord from the house of Zhao in Yunhai County," said Fatty's father softly. "Why don't you toast him?" He looked at his daughter-in-law apologetically. Even though his son had been missing for years, she continued to wait for him to return, never complaining. She treated her father-in-law with utmost filial piety. "Greetings, young Lord Zhao," said the girl softly, lowering her head. She was afraid, but she knew that the family was not in a good position at the moment. She lifted up the wine pot and poured some wine into a cup, which she extended to him with both hands. He looked at her, his eyes shining brightly. He swallowed hard. The girl was shockingly beautiful, and in his heart, he was already prepared to make some trouble. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. He accepted the wine up and then tried to grab her hand. The girl stepped back, frightened, causing the cup to tumble to the floor. "How dare you!" shouted young Lord Zhao, his eyes blazing. He kicked over the table, sending wine and food scattering about. He pointed at Fatty's father. "You listen to me, Li Dafu. My younger brother is back, and he's an immortal now. He wants your property, not your lives. I felt pity for you and spoke kindly of you to him, but then you humiliate me like this." Young Lord Zhao, Fatty's father hastily tried to speak. "Shut the hell up. Let me tell you, this matter isn't finished. If you know what's good for you, you'll have your daughter-in-law spend the night with me. If she pleases me, then I'll say some more nice things about you to my younger brother." He laughed coldly, his eyes fixed on the girl, whose face had grown pale white. A dirty look once again appeared on his face. Fatty's father's face grew ashen. At first, the young man had only mentioned toasting, which he had agreed to. But this was excessive. He gritted his teeth. His son was missing, and he couldn't even protect his own daughter-in-law. What was the point of living? "Beat it!" he roared. "Get the hell out of here. Men, kick this man out. Even if the Li family goes bankrupt, I won't tolerate insults from the house of Zhao." "How impressive," laughed young Lord Zhao. He spun and left, his eyes filled with murder. Watching the feast being cleared away, the young girl bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She lowered her head and looked as if she were about to say something. "Don't worry about this matter," said Fatty's father calmly. "Law still exists in this world. Please, take the young miss back." Servants appeared to escort the young woman away. Everything was quiet. Fatty's father began to tremble. He staggered, suddenly seeming to grow older. Then he shook his head and began to walk. Before long, he reached a building. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was a luxurious room, but seemed as if it would look better if everything weren't covered with bite marks. "Fugue, where are you?" murmured Fatty's father as he sat down into a chair. "Why haven't you returned?" He looked even older than before. He gently rubbed at a bite mark on the table. "He's doing well," said a voice, breaking the silence. Fatty's father lifted his head, and his eyes filled with fear as he realized that somehow another person was standing in the room, next to the window. He had no idea when or how he had come to be standing there. He wore a long blue robe, and looked like a scholar. It was none other than Meng Hao. Li Dafu stood up, looking alarmed. He took a few steps back. "I'm Li Fugue's friend from the sect, Meng Hao, from Yunjia County." Meng Hao turned. His eyes moved from some bite marks on the windowsill to rest on Li Dafu. "Meng Hao," said Li Dafu, shocked. He recognized the name. When he had checked into the disappearance of his son all those years ago, he'd learned that 3 other boys had gone missing at the same time. One of them was named Meng Hao. Fugue, Li Dafu's body began to tremble. Inside, he felt hesitation. "He's not in the state of Zhao at the moment, but I think he'll be able to return before too long." Meng Hao walked forward and sat down in a chair. "I saw what happened in the courtyard just now," he said coolly. "I'll stay here for a few days to take care of the matter." He took a piece of paper out and placed it down onto the table. "Please forge me 3 spears according to these specifications. 1 iron, 1 silver, and 1 gold spear." With that, he closed his eyes. Li Dafu hesitated, but then nodded his head. Regardless of how unbelievable the situation might seem, he would rather believe what Meng Hao had just said. Without a word, he picked up the paper and hurried off. As for young Lord Zhao, he left the Li household and Yunkai County, his face grim. Accompanied by his retainers, he made his way back to Yunhai County in the darkness of night, gnashing his teeth. As he walked, he slapped himself hard in the face, leaving behind a clear palm print. Soon, he arrived at a large courtyard, and the expression on his face suddenly turned to one of respect, even awe. His voice low, he spoke. "Little brother, are you awake?" "What's the matter?" said a cold voice. The voice was a bit shrill, as if its owner was a boy just beginning to go through puberty. "Not only does the House of Li refuse to listen to your suggestions, they also humiliated me. They even slapped me." Young Lord Zhao tried to put on his most humiliated expression. The door slowly opened, and a young man walked out. He appeared to be about 12 or 13, and wore a richly embroidered gown. He had finely chiseled features and looked almost beautiful. Were Meng Hao here, this young man would instantly begin to act like a toady. He was one of the disciples saved by Grand Elder Ouyang the day the Reliance sect was disbanded. He was Meng Hao's servant, Zhao Hai. He had the same idea as Fatty, to become a great landowner. With Fatty gone, he had returned to this area and began plundering the properties of the local rich families. He had actually begun to plan how to deal with Li Dafu back when he was still in the Reliance sect. Unfortunately, after returning, he'd learned that the Li family forbade its members from revealing information about family assets. "You good-for-nothing fool," said Zhao Hai with a cold snort. "Do you really think I'm as stupid as you? The angle of that palm print is all wrong. You obviously hit yourself." An expression of disgust appeared on his face. But, this person was his older brother. He frowned. "Never mind. I'm about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation base. In 7 days, I'll go with you to the House of Li." He turned and went back into the room, slamming the door behind him. Young Lord Zhao looked pleased. His heart burned as he imagined the young girl's plaintive cries coming from underneath him, 7 days from now. 7 days passed. Zhao Hai walked out of the House of Li in Yunhai County, his hands clasped behind his back, followed by young Lord Zhao. They brought a group of family retainers with them. Their eyes filled with killing intent as they headed straight for Yunkai County. In Yunkai County, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in Fatty's room, meditating in silence. Around noontime, a light knock could be heard on the door. Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes to see Li Dafu entering the room. Behind him were 10 family retainers. 3 groups of 3 men each carried a spear, 1 iron, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Networks of fine lines were carved onto their surfaces, making them appear both primitive and luxurious at the same time. Meng Hao raised his hand, and the iron spear flew through the air toward him. Li Dafu and his servants gaped in astonishment and shock. The iron spear was extremely heavy. To see Meng Hao snatch it from such a distance frightened them. Li Dafu's body shook, and his eyes shone. Before, he had surmised that Meng Hao was not an ordinary person. Despite only half trusting him, he had still complied with the request to craft the 3 spears. But now, he thoroughly believed his previous words. This person was clearly not ordinary. Meng Hao nodded, retrieving the silver and gold spears. He tested them out, then deposited them into his bag of holding with the flick of a sleeve. When this happened, flopping sounds sounded out as the servants dropped to their knees and bowed to him, their expressions filled with shock. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John L. Jinping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Pakalapat, Marco Pacheco Dara, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandre Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Manette. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Another Encounter with Shangguan Xiao. An Immortal. Li Dafu seemed to be frozen in place, trembling violently. He looked as if he, too, might drop to his knees. Before, he had assumed this person was extraordinary in some way, but had never imagined that he could be an immortal. Then he suddenly became even more excited as he remembered the man had said that his son was a friend from his sect. Don't tell me that useless kid is now an immortal. He was about to ask when Meng Hao lifted his head and looked out the window. The sound of a commotion drifted in from outside, then a series of cracks as the main gate was broken open. Li Dafu, get the hell out here. My younger brother is an immortal, and he's here to visit you. Come out here and bow to him. Li Dafu looked up. Meng Hao stood and walked toward the door. Li Dafu followed hurriedly, and they soon arrived in the outer courtyard of the mansion. Pieces of the door lay scattered about everywhere, along with a multitude of moaning family retainers. The cocky young lord stood there, and behind him, a young man, one hand held behind his back, the other held up in front of him. Encircling his hand was a finger-sized flame serpent. The young man looked proud and unyielding, and his flame serpent caused the surrounding onlookers to slowly move away from him, gasping with fear and astonishment. Kid brother, this is Li Dafu, said the young Lord Zhao, ignoring Meng Hao, who stood behind him. So you are, huh? Zhao Hai lifted his chin as he started to speak, then suddenly caught sight of Meng Hao. His body immediately began to shake, and his eyes filled with disbelief. The flame serpent instantly disappeared, and the blood drained from his horrified face. Unconsciously, as by instinct, an ingratiating look appeared on his face. Li Dafu, shouted the swaggering young Lord Zhao, clearly unaware of Zhao Hai's change in expression, you dare to not kneel before my brother? Let me tell you, he's an immortal. Do you understand what that means? He could exterminate your whole family with a wave of his hand. You still haven't brought the girl out? Prepare a good room immediately. If she takes care of me well, and I'm happy, then maybe if you beg, I can provide you with an heir. Otherwise, your name will die out. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Behind him, however, Zhao Hai's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he looked at Meng Hao, his head spinning. And then his brother's words hit his ears, and his heart filled with dread. If you don't, continued the young lord, then, you're dead, along with that scholar standing next to you. Hey, who's he? Your adopted son? You dare to stare at me? Are you looking to die? My brother is an immortal. Before he even finished speaking, his words reached Zhao Hai's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to leap into the air. Fury filling his eyes, he slapped his older brother across the face. Shut the hell up! He screamed, sounding as if he was about to weep. He knew Meng Hao too well. He remembered his status when he was in the inner sect, his victory over Wang Tingfei. Nobody in the outer sect was ignorant of Meng Hao, nor his 6th-level cultivation base. Meng Hao was like a lofty mountain that could crush Zhao Hai to death with little effort. Even as his brother cried out in pain, Zhao Hai dropped to his knees, body quivering. Servant Zhao Hai extends greetings to elder brother Meng. His brother stood next to him, gaping in surprise. Covering his face with a hand, he blurted, Brother, what did you call him? Elder brother Meng? Ha ha ha. So he's family. Ah, the girl must have caught his fancy too. Well, just give Meng. Shut up! Screamed Zhao Hai. He looked as if he were so scared he would drop dead. His body shook violently as his mind replayed all the things he'd heard about Meng Hao from the outer sect disciples. Utterly discomfited, he leaped to his feet and slapped his brother in the face again. Li Dafu watched on in amazement. He sucked in a breath, then looked numbly at Meng Hao. He had guessed that Meng Hao was an immortal, but he'd never imagined that upon seeing him, the powerful immortal from the house of Zhao would be so terrified that he would break out trembling. It wasn't just him. The surrounding servants all watched on in a daze, their eyes filling with veneration as they looked at Meng Hao. "Elder brother Meng," said Zhao Hai, kneeling again, his eyes filled with intense fear. His face somber, Meng Hao looked at Zhao Hai coldly, wordlessly. Zhao Hai's heart thumped, and he clenched his jaw. He caught sight of his older brother standing next to him, and his eyes filled with rage. He didn't dare to complain to Meng Hao, so he decided to vent his anger on his brother. He waved his right hand, and once again the finger-sized flame serpent appeared. It slammed into the young Lord Zhao, who immediately began to scream shrilly. He fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. Within moments, he had turned into a twitching, charred corpse. "I beg elder brother Meng to spare my life," said Zhao Hai, ignoring his brother, kneeling before Meng Hao and kowtowing over and over again. "It seems you are reluctant to leave the mortal world behind," said Meng Hao coolly. "Therefore, from today on, you can set your mind at rest, and live as a mortal." He lifted a finger, and instantly, Zhao Hai's face went pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His dantian shattered, and his second-level cultivation base was destroyed. He was no longer a cultivator, but a mortal. He staggered up, saluting Meng Hao with clasped hands. Then he turned and left in anguish, supported by his men. He gradually disappeared into the distance. "I didn't discipline him well enough," said Meng Hao, not watching as Zhao Hai left. "He was my servant who ran away from the sect. He caused trouble for you, Uncle Li." He bowed to Li Dafu with cupped fists. "No harm was done, all is well," said Li Dafu, shaking his head. "My thanks to you, immortal." He bent at the waist in a bow. His head was still spinning as he thought about the immortal of the house of Zhao being Meng Hao's servant. "No need for that, Uncle Li," smiled Meng Hao. "Fatty. Li Fugue is my closest friend in the sect. I came here in his place to visit, so of course I would not turn a blind eye to a situation such as this." He took a step back, cupping his fists again in salute. "I shall take my leave." He departed in a flash. Within a few steps, he was gone, leaving Li Dafu looking a bit melancholy. He was thinking of his son. Then, he broke out in another smile, his eyes filling with pride and anticipation. "My son has done well. He's an immortal. I will go burn some incense in the ancestral hall. This matter has brought glory to our family and ancestors." Meng Hao left Yunkai County. It was afternoon now, and his robe rippled in the autumn wind. The mountain wind grew stronger and stronger as he approached Mount Daqing. He stood on the same place on the mountaintop where he had stood in a daze 3 years before. Emotion filled his face. 3 years had passed so quickly. His face was no longer young and naive. He had matured, but Mount Daqing was the same as always. It would never change, nor would the great river which flowed ceaselessly beneath it. Looking down at the river, Meng Hao thought of the gourd bottle he had thrown into it that year. He thought about how he had encountered elder sister Su, Fatty, Wang Yukai, and Little Tiger. Silently, he leaped into the air and onto a flying sword. He flew down the mountain to the fissure in the cliff. He entered. It was exactly the same as it had been before. Meng Hao stood inside, looking around. That year, elder sister Su had been at the 7th level of Qi condensation. And now, he was a cultivator of the 7th level. It was as if the 3 years had been a giant circle, with this as the starting point and the ending point. But if the 3 years really were a circle, then perhaps returning here means that I've reached a new starting point. It's like the sages said, if you don't take a first step, you will never know which direction the road leads. He closed his eyes for a while, then opened them. I've already taken my first new steps. That year, I lacked money, and now I lack spirit stones. It doesn't seem much has changed. Meng Hao shook his head, thinking about the scant amount of spirit stones in his bag of holding. He couldn't help but feel a bit of pain as he turned and left the cave. Atop his flying sword, he shot down in the direction of the river. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he lifted up his head. Up on Mount Daqing, in the same position he had just been standing in, was a man wearing a golden-colored robe. He gazed down coldly at Meng Hao. "So, you did come back here," he said in a sinister voice which seemed to make the setting sun grow even darker, leaving behind only his eyes, filled with murder and greed. It was Shangguan Xiu. The day the sect had been dissolved, he was the first person to flee. After a few days had passed, he reappeared. After some asking around, he learned about the dissolution of the sect, as well as how Patriarch Reliance had cast terror into the hearts of the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. So, covering his tracks, he left, deciding that it was time to go harvest some medicinal plants that he had planted in secret some time ago. On the way, however, he had passed Mount Daqing, which caused him to think about the time he had investigated Meng Hao. He knew that this was where Su Qing had found him, so he decided to stick around for a few days in the hopes of encountering him. killing intent shown in Meng Hao's eyes. He was currently at the 7th level of qi condensation, so he was able to detect the levels of other cultivators. Shang Wanxiu was at the 9th level. Although his cultivation base was not complete, it was close. With luck, he would soon be able to successfully reach foundation establishment, which would make him one of the most powerful experts in the state of Zhao. Meng Hao knew that he was no match for him, even if he had a lot of magical items on hand. Right now, though, his bag of holding had not been replenished, and he had almost no spirit stones. It was not a good time to fight. Without a word, he shot off into the distance, his body turning into a blur. As he sped off, Shang Wanxiu gave off a cold laugh. Within the sect, he had feared Grand Elder Ouyang, and hadn't dared to make a move against an inner sect disciple. But that was in the past. His desire to kill Meng Hao and take his treasures burned brightly. His body flashed, and a talisman appeared in front of him. It picked him up, and he shot in pursuit of Meng Hao. This time, there's no special promotion training. How can you escape my hands? A sinister smile covered Shang Wanxiu's face. He was determined to succeed. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John L. Jingping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Pakalapat, Marco Pacheco Dera, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandre Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Manette. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Eccentric Song in Wu Dingqiu 1. Thunder rolled out in the evening sky. Rosy clouds drifted about, and the autumn wind rustled, picking up the fallen leaves and sending them floating. It should have been a beautiful, rainy autumn evening, but the peacefulness was interrupted by 2 figures who occasionally dropped to the ground, but then immediately shot back up into the air. They soared along, engaged in a life-and-death pursuit. Meng Hao was in front, his eyes glistening. After reaching the 7th level of qi condensation, he could maintain top speed on his flying sword for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. At that rate, he could not shake off Shang Wanxiu. After some time passed, he was forced to drop to the ground, run as fast as possible for a while, and then resume gliding. Shang Wanxiu pursued him doggedly. He knew that he couldn't let him escape. If he did, Meng Hao could easily hide somewhere in the massive state of Zhao, and that would be very troublesome. At the moment, he was extremely confident. A critical juncture had arrived. He knew that Meng Hao possessed some treasured item. He wasn't exactly sure what it did, but he was determined to acquire it. Meng Hao, you can't escape me. My aim has always been the southern domain. The only reason I haven't ascended to the foundation establishment stage yet is because I didn't want to. You're like an ant to me. You will be my stepping stone into foundation establishment. Shang Wanxiu was of the 9th level of qi condensation. Even though he was very close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his level of power was still far from that level. That having been said, even though Meng Hao was in the same stage as him, their cultivation bases were still 2 levels apart. This meant that not only was Shang Wanxiu faster, but because of his status as an elder in the Reliance sect, he'd had access to higher-level magical items. The talisman whistled through the air, propelling him forward with extraordinary power. He flicked his wide sleeve, snapping a jade slip. A green mist shot out, which coagulated into a green bottle, about half the height of an average person. It shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered and he slapped his bag of holding. 10 flying swords appeared, shooting toward the magical bottle. As soon as they collided, the 10 flying swords exploded into pieces, which mushroomed out in all directions. The bottle shattered, but Shang Wanxiu simply increased his speed and leaped over the cloud, intent on decreasing the distance between him and Meng Hao. At that moment, Meng Hao suddenly turned, his hands flickering in incantation patterns. Wind blades appeared, 3 of them. However, they didn't shoot toward Shang Wanxiu, but instead flew in circular patterns, faster and faster, creating a gravitational force which pulled in the shattered remnants of his flying swords. Soon, they had formed a spinning vortex. A booming sound rang out, but Meng Hao didn't look back. The vortex behind Shang Wanxiu suddenly exploded, sending shrapnel shooting out. Shang Wanxiu was knocked forward, shredding much of his clothing. His eyes burned with fury. So you've reached the 7th level of qi condensation. Shang Wanxiu blared as Meng Hao sped off into the distance. He continued his pursuit, albeit more cautiously. He knew that Meng Hao was incredibly crafty, and could not be underestimated. He must use all his power. When he thought about the technique Meng Hao had just used, gathering the fragmented pieces of the swords together, Shang Wanxiu was a bit taken aback. If Meng Hao's cultivation base were higher, then the attack just now, while it might not have killed him, would have seriously injured him. He's so young, yet so sinister. Exploding the swords was just a diversion. Damn it! He increased his speed, turning into a ray of light as he pursued Meng Hao. Two people shot through the evening as the sky grew dark. The bright moon looked down, its gaze illuminating them. Meng Hao's face was grim. He consumed some demonic cores. Even though the North Sea had shown him the Tao, and he had broken through to the next level, his current situation did not bode well. He was at the 7th level of chi condensation, but had no way to lose his pursuer. He was in somewhat of a crisis. There will come a day when I will slay this man, thought Meng Hao. As he considered the inexplicable enmity between them, he came to the realization that it was all because of his opponent's greed. Over and over again. It was extremely annoying. Looking back at Shang Guanxiu, Meng Hao gritted his teeth. As his flying sword sputtered out of power, he leaped to the ground, racing toward the wild mountains. He was heading, not toward the Reliance sect, but rather the east of Mount Daqing, where a chain of mountains rose and fell off toward the flatlands and the capital city of the state of Zhao. The mountains here were numerous, even more so than the regions around the Reliance sect. This mountain chain was the largest in the state of Zhao, and had come to be known as the State Shield Mountain Range. From a distance, you couldn't see past them, and in the night, they rose up like the undulating spine of a slumbering dragon, emanating a lofty air. Meng Hao lowered his head, speeding deep into the State Shield Mountains. This was not the first time he had fled for his life in the past 3 years. From his experience that year on the Black Mountain, Meng Hao knew how to seize opportunities. He flew as fast as he could, heading deeper and deeper into the mountains. Shang Guanxiu did not slow in his pursuit. No matter where Meng Hao went, he would follow. His mind was set, he would kill Meng Hao and take his treasures. And yet he knew he didn't have much time. The medicinal plant that he had been growing was ripe and ready to be harvested. If he was too slow, it would wither, which would wreck his future plans. In his estimation, it should take more than 1 or 2 days to take care of Meng Hao. That much of a delay was acceptable. So without hesitation, he continued into the barren mountains in pursuit. About 500 kilometers away from the point where Meng Hao and Shang Guanxiu entered the state of Zhao's State Shield Mountains, there arose a lofty mountain. The mountain's peak pierced the clouds, and was visible from a vast distance away. Everything from halfway up the mountain all the way to its peak was covered with white snow. It was huge, much bigger than any of the surrounding mountains, and its very top seemed to emanate rays of light that covered the mountain like flowing water. Next to this mountain was another mountain, whose top appeared to have been sliced off, forming a round, plateau-like platform. Assembled on the platform were nearly 100 cultivators wearing long, white robes. They were young, the youngest of the group being 11 or 12 years old, the oldest, 17 or 18. There were boys and girls, and all of them wore expressions of keen anticipation. Some of them seemed to be keeping their cultivation base concealed, and their faces looked proud and unyielding. Some of the group were at the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation, and a few were even at the 9th. The weakest were at the 5th or 6th levels. There was no sect in the state of Zhao who had disciples like this. Clearly, whoever had gathered this group of youths was a major sect from the southern domain. Their clothing was all uniform, and they radiated an imposing air, as if they had the power to affect everything around them. Some of them had outstanding latent talent, and all of them were filled with vigor. Clearly, they belonged in the cultivation world. "These are some of my outer sect disciples," said a voice with a complacent laugh. "What do you think, eccentric Song?" At the front of the group, near the edge of the platform, 2 old men sat cross-legged, a go-board spread out between them. The person who had laughed was one of these old men. He had white hair, wore a white robe, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His eyes flashed like lightning and were filled with pride. He continued to laugh. Sitting across from him was eccentric Song, wearing a long black robe that seemed to shimmer with iridescence. His long gray hair hung in disarray, and he wore an enigmatic smile on his face. "Excellent, excellent. Your Violet Faith sect is definitely worthy to be called one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain. There are clearly some promising subjects among your outer sect disciples, Wu Dingqiu." Eccentric Song smiled, and a cold wind seemed to spring up. The onlooking disciples' minds seemed to shiver. "Very well, let us carry out our wager," said the white-robed man with a smile, his eyes flashing. His hand made a snatching motion, and suddenly a large stone appeared, about the size of a human head. It slammed down onto the ground next to him. It was dark and opaque, and yet a black glow could be seen flickering inside it. A multitude of flickering twinkles could be seen within, as if it were composed of a vast number of gems. "This is what I'm putting up, a heaven crystal." The white-robed man's eyes sparkled as he looked at eccentric Song. "No problem," said eccentric Song, flicking his sleeve. "This is the star fragment you've had your eye on. a large lump of iron appeared, about the size of a fist. It emanated a black glow, as if it could swallow up everything in sight. It was clearly anything but ordinary. See the flag on the peak of the mountain? If your disciples can topple that flag, then you win. But, if your Violet Fate sect disciples aren't skilled enough to ascend the mountain, then your heaven crystal is mine. He laughed contentedly. Fear not, said the white-robed man with a confident sneer. My disciples can definitely snap your paltry flagpole. They will also clear the mountain of all its treasures and slay all the demonic beasts you've raised. Don't go back on your word when that happens. I have roamed heaven and earth for 400 years and have never gone back on my word. Yes, I have filled this mountain with many treasures and spirit stones, as well as numerous unique spirit beasts that I have carefully raised. But mark my words, once the mountain is opened, anyone under the foundation establishment stage can enter, for 7 days. This includes your Violet Fate sect disciples, as well as disciples of any other sect. Anyone with skill can acquire the treasures. Even if someone comes along who can clear them all out, I won't even so much as frown, let alone go back on my word. If I do, then I'm not surnamed Song. Eccentric Song spoke all these words with head held high, looking unyielding, his voice decisive. However, anyone without skill who does not acquire treasures, and cannot ascend to the top of the mountain, will become food for my spirit beasts. This is simply their destiny. Having said this, his smile grew even colder, and his eyes filled with a sneer. All of my Violet Fate sect disciples are outstanding among their peers, said Wu Dingxiu with a glare, his voice booming out. Clearing out your mountain will be as easy for them as turning over a hand. For 100 kilometers surrounding my treasure mountain, spirit beasts roam freely. I've fertilized the land with soil from the bottom of the Eastern Sea, which hasn't seen the light of day for 10,000 years. I even transported the top of Mount Tian Shan from the southern domain to be this mountain's highest peak, spending an entire 60-year cycle refining it and assimilating it into mountain. There is nothing like it in the world. Each spirit beast here is an exquisite specimen personally acquired by myself. They are fiendish and unusual, mutated beasts that I painstakingly collected from everywhere under heaven. I think the 100 or so disciples you have brought are not enough food for my spirit beasts. Eccentric Song glared, slowly rubbing his beard. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John L. Jingping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Pakalapat, Marco Pacheco Dera, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandre Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Manette. 1. Eccentric Song's surname in Chinese is Song. It has no real meaning. It is the same Song as the Song dynasty. Wu Dingxiu's name in Chinese is Wu Dingxiu. Wu is a common family name. Ding is the 4th heavenly stem. Xiu means autumn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Mountain of Trial by Fire. My Violet Fate sect is one of the great sects of the southern domain. These may be just outer sect disciples, but even to enter the sect, each and every one of them passed 9 difficult tests. Every month, they immerse their bodies in a spirit spring. They possess inexhaustible amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All of them have extraordinary latent talent, rarely seen in any sect. These disciples could flatten your crappy mountain with the wave of a hand. As for your demonic creatures, they aren't even fit to be eaten by my disciples. They're not mutated beasts, they're mutt beasts. Wu Dingxiu glared with wide eyes. The disciples behind him lowered their heads in embarrassment, glancing at Eccentric Song. Eccentric Song stared for a moment, surprised. He flicked his sleeve and was about to say something when Wu Dingxiu suddenly leaped up and turned to face his disciples. Violet Fate sect disciples. He roared. This might be your first time to venture outside of the sect, but this mountain, where life and death is predestined, is a promotion training ground for the inner sect. Anyone who steps onto the mountain and reaches the halfway point shall be remembered. Anyone who reaches the mountain top, even more so. And whoever manages to snap that crappy flagpole will be my personal apprentice, and receive immediate promotion into the Violet Fate inner sect. What are you gaping for? Get moving! Upon hearing this, the faces of the white-robed disciples filled with inspiration and their eyes shined. This was their first time outside of the sect. Some thirsted to become a member of the inner sect, others desired to acquire treasures. According to the rumors they had heard in the sect, vast amounts of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items were hidden in this state of Zhao Treasure Mountain. Nearly 100 bodies flashed toward the mountain, a shocking sight. The peak of the mountain was extremely high, and the mountain itself was surrounded by forest. Almost immediately, thunderous noises arose from within the trees. The roars of the wild beasts shattered the quietness of the still night. 2 hours passed in which miserable shrieks continuously rang out from demon beast forest, especially the border regions. Suddenly, 7 or 8 Violet Fate sect disciples fled out from the forest, their faces filled with fear. They were being pursued by 3 mighty beasts who had the heads of dragons and the bodies of tigers. The ground shook beneath their feet as they charged forth. The life force of these 3 beasts seemed boundless, their might extraordinary. Their fur was long and thick, causing them to look completely different from the average demonic beast, savage and fierce to the extreme. When they breathed, their auras transformed into mist serpents which coiled around their bodies, leaving the inexperienced, novice disciples frightened to death. Their faces paled, and they ran away at top speed. Once they stepped foot outside the trees, the demonic beasts ceased their pursuit. They glared viciously at the 7 or 8 disciples, then turned and disappeared back into the forest. On the flat plateau, eccentric Son laughed heartily. "Look, Wu Dingxiu, these are the spirit beasts I have raised. What do you think? Even if your disciples grew up inside a spirit spring, it wouldn't do any good. Forget about the even more powerful spirit beasts on the treasure mountain, your Violet Fate sect disciples can't even get past the spirit beast forest." Wu Dingxiu sat there in his white robe, an unpleasant look on his face. He stared angrily at the 7 or 8 cultivators. And yet, his tone of voice was as arrogant as always as he calmly said, "Those disciples are merely at the 5th or 6th level of chi condensation. The truly chosen in my sect are all still in the forest. It won't be long before they step foot onto your crappy mountain, then they will clear out all the junk you have hidden there." Time passed by, another 2 hours. So far, no one had been able to get past the demonic beast forest to step foot onto the mountain itself. Currently, miserable shrieks and wails drifted out from the trees, and before long, a commotion broke out at the edge of the forest as 10 or more Violet Fate sect disciples fled out in terror. Dread filled their faces, and some of them were injured. This was their first time outside of the sect, and they were like flowers grown indoors who had never faced wind and rain. They were being pursued by a group of 5 howling demonic beasts. One was a fierce, pitch-black tiger. Another was a giant peacock, nearly 6 meters tall. The rest were hard to identify, but were clearly out of the ordinary. On the plateau, eccentric Song once again let out a complacent laugh. He appeared to be in very high spirits. He grew even happier when he saw Wu Dingxiu's increasingly somber face. "Wu Dingxiu, are these really the most outstanding disciples in your Violet Fate sect? It seems that being raised inside a spirit spring really doesn't cut it. I'm afraid that even if they ate meals made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it still wouldn't do them any good. My treasure mountain is filled with unusual items rarely seen in the southern domain. I've spent all my energy in the past years on this project. After years of allowing my creatures to grow in strength, my mountain is ready. I've been waiting for quite some time for your Violet Fate sect to come for this trial by fire." Wu Dingxiu's face grew so grim that it seemed it might explode at any moment, like a volcano. In a stiff voice, he said, "It's just a crappy mountain, nothing worth bragging about. I could level the whole thing with the wave of a hand. All the disciples that have come back out are useless. The true chosen ones are." Even as the words came out of his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. A handful of disciples had just come running out of the edge of the demonic forest. He leaped to his feet. With a roar, he said, "Get back in there. If anyone dares to run away, I shall expel you from the sect." His roar reverberated across the land, but not very far. He limited it to a radius of about 50 kilometers. When they heard it, the disciples who had just fled out of the forest grew pale and began to tremble. They didn't dare to flee. Gritting their teeth, they turned and headed back. The demonic beasts that had been pursuing them were also frightened, and dared not attack. As for the 20 or more disciples who had already fled the demonic forest, their faces grew even paler, and they hesitated. They weren't sure if they should go back in or not. Be it the Violet Fate sect's disciples, or another sect's disciple, during these 7 days, anyone can enter my spirit beast forest, said eccentric Song with a hearty laugh. Anyone with the skill to step foot on my treasure mountain can have the chance to take away the treasures. I will neither stop them, nor even frown. Even the flag on the mountain peak is fair game. There I have placed a bag of the cosmos, which can hold mountains and rivers inside." Upon hearing his laughter, Wu Dingxiu's face grew more unsightly. He was beginning to feel that this eccentric Song was too spiteful. He had filled the mountain with treasures, and seemed to have complete confidence that they wouldn't be touched. Wu Dingxiu flicked his sleeve and made to leave. He had already suffered too much humiliation, and would not stand for any more. But before he could go, eccentric Song stood and blocked his way. "Fellow Daoist Wu, we had an arrangement. Before we finish our game of Go, neither of us may leave. You're an elder from one of the great sects of the southern domain. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? As he laughed, his beard floated up a bit. His face was filled with utter pride, and it seemed he had no intention of letting Wu Dingqiu leave. At that moment, Meng Hao was several thousand kilometers away, flying quickly through the mountain forest. Around him, autumn leaves floated in the air, and behind him, Shang Guanxiu was in hot pursuit, killing intent radiating out from him. This State Shield mountain range goes on forever, Meng Hao, said Shang Guanxiu, his voice sinister. Its depths are filled with miasma. Going in this direction is the same as picking the road to death. Pipe down, said Meng Hao coldly. He frowned. It was the first thing he had said this entire time. He was really getting annoyed with Shang Guanxiu. As far as he was concerned, it was fine if he wanted to chase him, but the ceaseless chatter was unnecessary. Shang Guanxiu's eyes glittered and he lifted up his hands in front of him, then slapped them together. Meng Hao suddenly felt a stab of pain in his chest that coincided with the slapping sound. It felt as if a sharp sword were slicing through into his heart. His face filled with pain and he coughed up a spray of blood. You finally speak, whelp. You fell for my trick. That was a special magic from my family that is designed to damage the heart and blood vessels. With a sinister smile, he increased his speed. He lifted his right hand, and a five-colored pearl appeared. He flung it forward, and it shot toward Meng Hao. Before it reached him, it suddenly exploded, transforming into several five-colored streams of mist which then merged into the shape of a hideous evil spirit. It howled as it pounced toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked back with a grim expression. Having no time even to spit the blood from his mouth, his hands flickered in incantation gestures, and his body sped forward with increased speed. As the five-colored mist spirit approached, a head-sized water globe formed in his left hand. From his right had emerged a roaring flame python 30 meters in length. The water globe shot forth first, exploding to form a rain of water arrows. The flame python flew forward, then exploded in midair, sending scorching heat roiling out into the night air. This caused the water droplets to transform into a mist. Guided by the aura from Meng Hao's cultivation base, it surrounded the area, sending the five-colored mist spirit into confusion. It no longer could identify Meng Hao's position. Even Shang Guanxiu's vision was obscured, leaving him shocked. As soon as the mist appeared, before he had a chance to recover from his surprise, two cold, noiseless beams shot toward him. A booming sound rang out, and Meng Hao let out a light sigh. Without hesitation, he changed his direction and kept moving forward, swallowing a demonic core to replenish himself. Behind him, a furious roar could be heard, and the fog was instantly dispersed by a sweeping whirlwind. Shang Guanxiu moved forward, an angry look on his face, blood dripping from a wound on his right hand. The mist spirit was nowhere in sight. As he thought back to what had just happened, his eyes narrowed. Were it not for his quick reaction in detonating the mist spirit to block the two wooden swords, he would have lost his right hand. Even still, his hand had been cut open. Even more alarming, he felt the spiritual energy within his body slowly leaking out through the wound. Furthermore, the wound was not healing as fast as normal. He could stop the flow of blood, but not the leakage of spiritual energy. This swine is just too crafty. He has some low-level techniques, but he uses them in a multitude of tricky ways. It's really difficult to deal with. Shang Guanxiu frowned, but he continued on with his dogged pursuit. The two of them moved on, and time passed. Before long, dawn had arrived. After a night of chasing and fleeing, both of them were exhausted. As for Meng Hao, he had it a bit better off. Even though he did not have any chance to rest, he had experienced this sort of pursuit in the Black Mountain. The only difference was that sadly, these wild mountains didn't seem to contain any demonic beasts. If they did, then it would have been a bit easier to deal with Shang Guanxiu. As for Shang Guanxiu, this was his first time dealing with a cultivator like Meng Hao, who released an endless stream of tricky methods. The two wooden swords were especially astonishing. He had originally planned to chase Meng Hao until his spiritual energy ran out. Instead, he seemed to be as lively and full of energy as a dragon or tiger. Did he have an infinite supply of medicinal pills? If he's this difficult to deal with at the 7th level of qi condensation, how terrible would he be at a higher level? Shang Guanxiu clenched his jaw, swallowed a medicinal pill, then continued in his pursuit. He was of the 9th level of the qi condensation stage, the same stage as Meng Hao. Despite his slightly superior speed, he could still do little more than chase. Of course, he didn't know that even though Meng Hao was at the 7th level, his cultivation method was not the ordinary method used in the Reliance sect, but rather that of the qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Even though Meng Hao had not studied any special texts related to attack techniques, in matters related to spiritual energy, he could persist for much longer periods of time than the average cultivator. With the added help of some demonic cores, then there was no way that Shang Guanxiu could catch him in any short period of time. By the time dawn broke, the two of them had traveled a very long distance. In front of Meng Hao appeared an incredibly high mountain, its peak stretching up into the skies, its top half wreathed in snow. At a single glance, one could tell that this was not an ordinary place. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John Ella, Jingping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Pakalapat, Marco Pacheco Dera, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandra Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Manette. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Iron Spear. As soon as he caught sight of the mountain ahead of him, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. It was clearly beyond the ordinary, and perhaps even contained some demonic beasts. In any case, he didn't have much time to think about it. His body flashed as he shot directly toward the mountainous forest which lay at its foot. Behind him, Shang Wanshou's expression changed. His cultivation base was higher than Meng Hao's. He had tread the cultivation world for many years, and had seen many things. He could tell that something was fishy about this mountain. But as he saw Meng Hao charge forward, he put aside his doubts, gritted his teeth, and followed. Meanwhile on the plateau, white-robed Wu Dingqiu and eccentric Song sat, seemingly playing Go, but in reality focused on the fighting going on below them. From their vantage point, it was clear that the Violet Fate sect disciples were stuck in the mountain forest, and after an entire night, could not step foot onto the mountain. One by one, they were rebuffed by the demonic beasts. The Violet Fate sect disciples truly are beyond ordinary, said eccentric Song, laughing. To be able to stay in the spirit beast forest for an entire night is excellent. Wu Dingqiu, you really should be proud. He looked extremely complacent, and even happier when he saw the dark look on Wu Dingqiu's face. Wu Dingqiu's face sank even deeper as he saw the sorry state of his disciples within the forest. He let out a cold harumph. Wu Dingqiu, you should really proud. Last time the Golden Frost sect came to me to engage in trial by fire, they were all defeated by my spirit beasts. Not a single one could make it to my treasure mountain to see the truly powerful spirit beasts. I felt really sad about that. I really hope that your Violet Fate sect disciples can make a good showing. This spirit forest is filled with spirit beasts that I meticulously selected. For example, that one. He proudly pointed a finger toward a white-colored ape. Its entire body, even its eyes, were as white as snow, and its appearance was incredibly fierce. With a single swipe of its claws, it slashed the arm of one of the Violet Fate sect disciples, sending blood spraying everywhere. It moved with incredible speed, like a white wind. It had already injured about 7 or 8 surrounding Violet Fate sect disciples. That is a snow peak mutated beast, rarely seen in the world. I got my hands on it about 10 years ago. It's extremely rare. Look at its fur, as pure white as snow and as smooth as silk. I should be able to sell it for a hefty price one day. Eccentric Song laughed, pleased with himself. White-robed Wu Dingqiu looked even more grim. He'd never imagined that after all these years, Eccentric Song's treasure mountain would have so many powerful demonic beasts. Even as Eccentric Song spoke, a figure appeared near the edge of the forest near the white ape. It was Meng Hao, with Shang Wanshou hot on his tail. Eccentric Song laughed. So, some outsiders have decided to intrude. Wu Dingqiu, please observe what it means to keep one's promise. I will not prevent any cultivator of the qi condensation stage from entering this area. Anyone can enter. Although they will surely die, I will not block them. Wu Dingqiu let out a cold snort, not paying the least bit of attention to Meng Hao and Shang Wanshou. Instead, he stared at the white ape, which had just encountered another Violet Fate sect disciple. He appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old. His hands flickered in incantation patterns, and suddenly the image of an ancient scroll unfurled behind him. An aura billowed out, pushing down onto the white ape. It shrieked. A fine mutated ape, said Wu Dingqiu eccentric Song, no matter how incredible that beast is, it's going to become my disciple's pet. His name is Shi Yen. Upon entering the sect, he acquired that ancient scroll, which at the 7th level of qi condensation, can capture demonic beasts. Inside, Wu Dingqiu's heart pounded, but his expression was cool and indifferent, somewhat proud. Considering his status and cultivation base, he shouldn't allow such an expression onto his face. But eccentric Song made it impossible for him to hold back, especially after the humiliation of the previous night. However, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, a piteous wail could be heard. Blood showered from Shi Yan's chest, and his ancient scroll collapsed into pieces. He retreated backwards, fear in his eyes. The white ape's body began to expand, until it was nearly 18 meters tall. It beat its chest, seeming to brim with power. Eccentric Song laughed loudly. Wu Dingqiu stared at the white ape, his face twisted, fighting the impulse to charge forward and crush the thing to death. It was at that moment that Meng Hao shot out of the forest. As soon as he caught sight of the roaring ape, his eyes glittered brightly. He also saw the frightened young man off in the distance, but didn't have time to consider the situation. With people present, Meng Hao wouldn't reveal the copper mirror. His eyes flashed as the white ape took notice of him. The beast charged him, howling ferociously. Meng Hao lifted his right hand, and suddenly an iron spear appeared, the one Fatty's father had created according to his specifications. The young cultivator named Shi Yin watched as the spear appeared. Of course, in addition to the long spear, the copper mirror also emerged, concealed within Meng Hao's sleeve. The sleeve was so wide that any observers would not be able to see it, especially considering how their eyes would be drawn to the long spear. The spear was made of common iron, but its surface was covered with various complicated designs, all of which Meng Hao had designed. At a glance, it appeared to be extraordinary in nature. Brandishing the spear, he moved forward, pointing it toward the charging ape. Suddenly, the white ape's large mouth exploded violently, blood and flesh flying around. Wretched screams immediately sounded out. The ape fell down onto the ground, looking at Meng Hao in astonishment. Perhaps when the mirror shines onto a beast with lots of fur, it causes some kind of disorder in the qi within its body, making it swell. Demonic beasts are even bigger and stronger, so it will attempt to escape from any weak point in the body, not just the rear end, thus leading to these explosive injuries. Of course, all of this was just speculation, but Meng Hao seemed to understand the mirror a bit better after seeing what happened to the white ape. After having the copper mirror for 3 years, he felt this was pretty close to the truth. Now was not the time for contemplation, however. Not giving the miserable white ape another glance, he shot off with the iron spear in hand. He was gone in an instant. Just then, Shang Wanxiu arrived. He looked at the white ape in shock. The white ape was also surprised. And then it noticed that Shang Wanxiu also happened to be carrying a spear, and its fury exploded. It pounced toward Shang Wanxiu. Back on the plateau, eccentric Son's laughter had ceased. Next to him, Wu Dingqiu also watched on in surprise. They stared at Meng Hao and his iron spear, their eyes filled with amazement. Meng Hao sped through the demonic beast forest, listening to the howls of the white ape and the roars of Shang Wanxiu. His eyes flickered, and he harumphed coldly. Not too much time passed before he heard another commotion coming from up ahead. Soon, he saw 4 or 5 cultivators wearing white robes, engaged in vicious combat with 3 demonic beasts, each of them 6 meters tall. One was a large black tiger, the other was a peacock whose body emanated a glowing, violet light. The last was an enormous giant rat, fierce and cruel in appearance, seemingly unable to be killed. As soon as Meng Hao appeared in the midst of the fight, a vicious light appeared in the peacock's eyes, and it charged like an insane gale, straight toward Meng Hao. Looking as calm as ever, Meng Hao kept moving forward, pointing the iron spear forward. Suddenly, the giant peacock's body trembled, and it shrieked miserably. Then, its head exploded, and it fell to the ground, dead, surrounded by blood and gore. The black tiger and the giant rat were shocked. As they stared dumbly, Meng Hao's body turned into a streak of light, and he shot off into the distance. As for the Violet Fate sect disciples, they watched, dumbfounded, as Meng Hao disappeared. His iron spear had left them awestruck. Not pausing for even a moment, Meng Hao continued on. At this moment, Shang Wanxiu had resumed his furious pursuit. A grim smile appeared on Meng Hao's face. He increased his speed, charging forward. Every time he encountered a demonic beast, he would wave his spear at it, and it would retreat, crying out miserably. Not a single beast could block his path. In contrast, Shang Wanxiu was blocked at every turn. His enraged roars sounded further and further away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao also encountered more and more young, white-robed cultivators along his way, all of them locked in deadly battles with demonic beasts. As he passed, he would cause these seemingly unmatchable, fierce creatures to flinch back with blood-curdling screams. The cultivators would look at Meng Hao's retreating figure with awe. Who was that? That long spear is some kind of magical item. It's so powerful. How vicious. Damn it, if I had a spear like that, I could run amok through this demonic beast forest. Conversation buzzed among the Violet Fate sect disciples, caused by Meng Hao's shocking passage. On top of the plateau, Wu Dingqiu's eyes glittered, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His laughter rang out, filled with joy as well as a pleased anger. So these are mutated beasts, he said. Excellent, excellent. They are all amazing beasts. Let me have a look. Some are missing eyes, others have had their heads ripped off. There are some whose entire bodies are covered with blood. One even had its butt exploded. Eccentric Song, didn't you say that this demonic beast forest was fertilized with soil from the East Sea? And didn't you say that these mutated beasts were all amazing? It seems they are having a bit of a rough time today. An unsightly expression filled eccentric Song's face as he watched Meng Hao make his way through the demonic creature forest. He watched all his precious demonic beasts retreating with blood-curdling cries, covered with blood. When he saw the death of the peacock, his heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a knife. This type of peacock was called a snow phoenix and was extremely rare. He had paid quite an exorbitant price for it several years ago, and had cared for it like a treasured jewel. And yet the iron spear had exploded its head in an instant. Even though it was dead, its powerful life force caused the corpse to twitch and writhe. Eccentric Song felt extreme regret, but his eyes shone forth with an air of indifference. "Who cares?" he said. "There are a multitude of spirit beasts in my spirit beast forest. There's no harm in it. In any case, this kid isn't one of your Violet Fate sect disciples, so what are you looking so happy for?" He spoke in a light tone, but inside, his heart was beginning to pound. This is a series of 5 special chapters sponsored by John L. Jinping Lai, Eric Gordon, Christian Dela Cruz, Sai Pakalapat, Marco Pacheco Dera, Chris Sherman, Sheila Mugan, Tandre Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, Alan Porter, Daniel Delaney, Stephen Melendez, Abdul Azim Nasira Diana, and Austin Manette. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, My Treasure Mountain. Even though this kid isn't a disciple of my Violet Fate sect, you said anyone could enter this area. Seeing him run wild in your crappy mountain forest makes me feel good. I'm happy, so what? Wu Dingqiu laughed, obviously feeling quite pleased. He had been reining himself in all night, and now he knew that even though eccentric Song spoke casually, he was hiding his discomfiture. Feeling quite pleasant, Wu Dingqiu looked down below at Meng Hao. "That magic item of his can really dominate the spirit beasts," said eccentric Song. "His cultivation base is low, though. He won't be able to make it out of the spirit beast forest. This forest is planted with trees I harvested from all the lands of South Heaven. It is watered with spirit water from the Milky Way Sea. Not only do the trees grow tall and strong, but they emit spiritual energy which the spirit beasts can assimilate through breathing exercises. In my spirit beast forest, there is also," his voice came to a sudden, screeching stop. Meng Hao shot forward, attracting the attention of the surrounding demonic beasts. He was nearing the foot of the spirit mountain. It was several hundred meters away. He was about to enter the region that none of the Violet Fate disciples had made it to. Even though Meng Hao didn't know why this area had so many white-robed disciples, he could sense that there was something odd going on. But with Shangguan Xiu on his tail, there wasn't much time to think about it. He continued to move forward through the forest. Suddenly, an enormous demonic beast, nearly 12 meters tall, burst out in front of him. It was a gigantic woolly mammoth, with red eyes and sharp, gleaming tusks. Its body was like a small mountain, and the earth shook as it charged with shocking power. "The kid is dead this time," eccentric Song said casually. "This is my mutated mammoth, which I captured in the life-wasting cave, one of the most dangerous places in the southern domain. I raised it with medicinal pills, and it is one of the 3 most powerful spirit beasts protecting this area. It has limitless power and incredibly thick skin. Ordinary flying swords can't even scratch it. It is also proficient in a variety of magic techniques. Even someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation would have trouble dealing with it. It can stop anyone under the foundation establishment stage." Eccentric Song's eyes had almost popped out of his head when he saw Meng Hao about to make it out of the beast forest. But now, he let out a sigh of relief. Wu Dingqiu stopped smiling for the moment. He could see that this mammoth was no ordinary creature. The Violet Fate sect didn't possess many mutated beasts, but after hearing eccentric Song blather on about it, he couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself that the man really was strange. He didn't care much at all for cultivation, but loved seeking out demonic beasts to raise, especially ones as strange as this. Then, Wu Dingqiu's eyes began to shine. Eccentric Song's expression suddenly changed, and he shot to his feet, a horrified expression on his face. Within the demonic forest, the demonic mammoth charged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao took in a deep breath and retreated a bit, groaning inwardly about how many demonic beasts were in this place. He raised the iron spear and pointed it. The charging demonic mammoth stopped and began to quiver, then suddenly, its trunk exploded with a bang. Half of it flew through the air to land onto a nearby tree, which collapsed under its weight. Enraged with pain, the mammoth continued to charge. Meng Hao waved his spear, and a boom sounded out. The mammoth's back exploded, then its mouth. Finally, its right front leg completely shattered, and it fell to the ground, skidding to a halt some distance away. Horrific shrieks filled the beast forest. Meng Hao looked a bit pale-faced. He glanced around, then charged forward, leaving the demonic forest behind and entering the treasure mountain. Some distance behind, Shang Wanxiu was in a tight spot, unable to free himself from the surrounding, red-eyed demonic beasts. He could only watch as Meng Hao disappeared, his fury billowing up to the heavens. Meng Hao left the forest, leaving behind a long trail of blood, as well as the miserable cries of the various demonic beasts. It looked like some kind of judgment day had just passed. The white-robed disciples stared in shock, panting and murmuring about the viciousness. Meng Hao continued on up the treasure mountain, hoping that if he could pass over it, maybe he could finally shake off Shang Wanxiu. He moved forward at rapid speed, and soon reached the foot of the mountain. As soon as he stepped foot onto it, he suddenly stopped and stared in astonishment. Up ahead, lying beneath a boulder, was a pill bottle. Multicolored strands of light wafted about it. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Meng Hao picked it up and opened it. Immediately, a fragrant medicinal smell wafted out. Inside was a medicinal pill the size of a thumb. Looking shaken, Meng Hao placed the bottle into his bag of holding. Now he knew what all the white-robed disciples were doing in the area. They were trying to reach this mountain. That's a universe spirit pill, extremely useful to anyone in the qi condensation stage. Wu Dingxiu laughed as he looked at the trail Meng Hao had left through the demonic forest. Next to him, eccentric Song had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. And yet, he let out a cold laugh. My treasure mountain has many medicinal pills and spirit stones in it. This kid can grab a medicinal pill, but if he thinks he can reach the top, he's dreaming. The spirit beasts on my treasure mountain are 1 in a million. Only the best of the best have the requisite latent talent to be placed on the mountain itself. He spoke as lightly as ever, and yet the pain in his heart grew more and more intense. Look there, said eccentric Song, pointing at a demonic beast that rose up ahead of Meng Hao. That is a fierce beast which I raised myself. It has the body of a deer and the head of a python. It is extremely fast, and if it's injured, becomes even fiercer. It will never stop fighting until it dies, and once it catches the scent of blood, it goes crazy. A qi condensation cultivator who faces it will surely perish. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, miserable shrieks drifted down the side of the mountain. Upon seeing all the blood, eccentric Song appeared as if he might begin to go crazy. The demonic beast which would never give up until dying gaped in astonishment, then fled at top speed. Its tail was destroyed and an eye was badly mangled. Worst of all, it only had 2 legs left. And yet, it still moved quickly, just as eccentric Song had said. It fled at top speed. Meng Hao continued forward. Having passed through another demonic beast's territory, he now encountered a pile of several hundred spirit stones. Looking excited, he continued on up the mountain. Contented laughter rang out from Wu Dingxiu's mouth. In fact, you could say that from Meng Hao's appearance until now, he hadn't stopped laughing. Wow, it really could move fast. Wouldn't give up until it died. No matter. There are many treasures on the mountain, this kid can grab some, but he won't be able to leave with them. After all, he has to come back down the mountain to do that. The words "no matter" left his lips, and he looked calm, but he pulled out a concentration pill from his bag and put it into his mouth. A crazed look had appeared in his eyes, and he felt a dark premonition in his heart. An hour later, Meng Hao had already reached the halfway point up the mountain. The entire time, no matter what demonic beast came his way, he would send it away screaming. There were a few dangerous situations, but with a wave and point of his iron spear, the danger would melt away. Then, heart beating, he would collect up spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items. To Meng Hao, this entire mountain was a treasure trove. Right now, he was retrieving a scroll painting from behind a big boulder. It emanated a gentle glow along with abundant spiritual energy. It was clearly extraordinary. Excited, he put it into his bag of holding. Below him in the demonic forest, more than a few Violet Fate sect disciples lifted their heads up and caught sight of him, leaving them shocked. As eccentric Song watched all of this happening, his face grew darker and darker, and his body began to tremble. He stared at Meng Hao's bag of holding, inside of which were his spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical treasures, especially the scroll painting. His heart hurt. The scroll painting was a treasure he had acquired many years ago. Sealed within were the spirits of quite a few beasts. When his most beloved demonic beast of all had died some years ago, he had sealed it within. And now, Meng Hao had taken it. Eccentric Song's body shook even more violently, so he produced 2 more concentration pills and swallowed them down. He still struggled to maintain an unconcerned expression, but the ringing sound of Wu Dingxiu's laughter continued to pierce his eardrums. My treasure mountain has many treasures, he forced himself to say. So what if a few of them get taken? He will not be able to escape the mountain. I've carefully collected these spirit beasts from everywhere in the world. There are too many, he won't be able to escape them easily. 2 hours later. Meng Hao had almost reached the snowy area past the mountain's halfway point. He wore an excited expression as he sped forward with even greater speed. Down in the demonic forest, more than half of the Violet Fate sect disciples engaged in this trial of fire could see him up there on the mountain. Expressions of surprise and envy covered their faces, especially when he stooped over to pick up things from the ground. Each and every one of them wished they could be in his place. Shang Guanshou stood, fists clenched, jaw clenched, completely helpless. He did not dare to go up the mountain. He was already in enough danger in the demonic forest. Furthermore, he had overheard some of the white-robed disciples' conversations, and knew that this was a trial by fire for the disciples of the Violet Fate sect from the southern domain. He felt conflict at heart, and seemed to have no other option than to give up. Only his intense hatred of Meng Hao caused him to reconsider. As eccentric Song watched Meng Hao injure the head of yet another of his precious demonic beasts, he took out 3 concentration pills and swallowed them, continuing to pretend that he didn't care. I carefully collected that snow from the tops of auspicious clouds, he said slowly through his teeth. It is the most suitable environment for my most treasured spirit beasts. One of them, the sky-rending condor, is well known. Its talons can shatter metal and stone, its wings can kick up a violent wind. It is incredibly fierce, perhaps the most dangerous spirit beast on the mountain. Even with that crappy spear, this kid is dead for sure when he enters its territory. 3 hours later. One talon was shattered, half a wing was gone, and the giant condor coughed up blood. Wailing mournfully, it hid itself in the snow, crying out endlessly. Meng Hao was almost at the peak of the mountain. All of the Violet Fate set disciples were staring at him. They didn't care anymore about fighting with the demonic beasts. They stared in awe at his glittering, shining iron spear, and their eyes burned. Who is this person? He intruded into our trial by fire and took away our rewards, it's too cruel. That iron spear is definitely a treasure from the heavens. It's so ferocious. Eccentric Song trembled in distress. He watched as Meng Hao, approaching the mountain's peak, snatched up a black net. He could no longer feign calm. He stood up and took a step forward, ready to go teach Meng Hao a lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Bumper Crop. Once, he could endure. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, even 5 times he could continue to endure. By the 6th time, however, he was shamed into a rage and could endure no longer. The heaven-entangling net was even more precious to him than the scroll painting. It could instantly entangle an opponent, and had been among his treasured items for years. The higher your cultivation base, the more effective it became. He had placed it on the treasure mountain to show off its splendor, so that people would see it and covet it. He had assumed it would be safe, and had never imagined that anyone would actually be able to take it. As of now, he had already begun to go crazy, and wished nothing more than to beat Meng Hao to death and take back the oil painting and heaven-entangling net. But then, Wu Dingxiu, laughing smugly, flicked his wide sleeve and stood in front of eccentric Song, blocking his way. Fellow Daoist Song is an illustrious cultivator from the southern domain. What are you doing, exactly? Earlier, you said that for 7 days, anyone could come here, and that all of the treasures of the treasure mountain were available for the taking. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your word? You carried the peak over here yourself from Mount Tianshan. The land was fertilized with soil from the bottom of the East Sea which hadn't seen the light of day for 10,000 years. I remember someone saying that any cultivator of the Qi condensation stage could prevail, as long as they were skilled enough. Eccentric Song, acting like this really shows a lack of demeanor. If word gets out, you'll definitely lose face. Wu Dingxiu continued to laugh, clearly having no intention of allowing eccentric Song to go anywhere. Eccentric Song's expression looked worse than ever, filled with bitter suffering. Before, he had spoken with utmost complacency, but now, everything he had said was being thrown back in his face. After a long moment, he slapped his bag of holding, pulled out 2 large concentration pills and swallowed them. Then he let out a long breath. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he cast his consciousness out toward Meng Hao, intending to get some information about his iron spear. At first, he hadn't paid the slightest attention to Meng Hao, focused as he was on what the iron spear was doing. As soon as his consciousness emerged, Wu Dingxiu laughed and flicked his sleeve. A glowing shield immediately covered the entire plateau, blocking eccentric Song's consciousness. Using your consciousness to inspect a lower-generation Qi condensation cultivator? Eccentric Song, are you purposely trying to lose face? Wu Dingxiu obviously was not willing to let eccentric Song have his way in anything. He laughed. Eccentric Song, looking more put off than ever, could do nothing except flick his own sleeve. Another shield appeared just beyond the first shield. "That kid's iron spear is extraordinary," he said. "If you won't allow me to inspect it with my consciousness, then I won't let you do so either." 4 hours later, Mang Hao had reached the mountain's peak, iron spear in hand. He walked up, looked around, finally noticing the large flag stuck into the ground. Underneath the flag was a bag. Its surface was a mass of rioting colors. Looking at it made you feel as if it could suck your mind out. Everything around it seemed to ripple and grow blurry. When Mang Hao laid eyes on it, he palpitated with eagerness and started panting. He grabbed the multicolored bag, and when he did, the flag fell to the ground. Conversations had buzzed among the onlookers in the demonic forest as they watched Mang Hao calmly walk up the mountain, collecting huge amounts of spirit stones and medicinal pills. When the flag toppled, more conversations broke out. They gazed at Mang Hao with shock and envy, and then watched as he disappeared over the other side of the mountain. Shang Wan Shou blared at Mang Hao murderously as he vanished. He didn't dare to pursue him. There were too many things about him he didn't know. Even though Shang Wan Shou's desire to kill him was stronger than ever, he also knew that it was almost too late to reach his medicinal plant. Gnashing his teeth, he stamped his foot onto the ground, looking very pitiful indeed. But anger pushed away his depression. He would have killed Mang Hao already, if he could only have thought of a way. As he watched Mang Hao disappear onto the other side of the mountain, Wu Dingxiu's laughter rang out over the plateau. Eccentric Song stared with wide eyes as Mang Hao took his bag of the cosmos. The blood drained from his face, and he seemed heartbroken. Now more than ever he regretted putting his bag of the cosmos onto the mountain. He just couldn't believe what had happened. This time, he really couldn't endure any longer. He flicked his sleeve, and prepared to pursue the damnable Mang Hao. But, before he could leave, Wu Dingxiu once again blocked his way. "Wu Dingxiu, you still dare to block me?" shouted heartbroken Eccentric Song. "The flag is fallen. You didn't win our bet, and I didn't lose. The trial by fire is over. If you continue to obstruct my way, you can't blame me for attacking you. Fellow Daoist Song, we agreed ahead of time that neither of us would leave before we finished this game of Go. You are a grand, illustrious cultivator of the southern domain. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your word? When I made to leave earlier, you wouldn't let me. Yet you wish to leave before finishing our game?" Wu Dingxiu laughed as he used Eccentric Song's own words against him. Not a trace of a frown remained on his face, which was now filled with a wide smile. He clearly would not allow the other man to leave. Seeing the bag of the cosmos taken away had filled his heart with joy. Eccentric Song had waved that bag in front of him mockingly for hundreds of years. To see him hoisted on his own petard was wondrous to the extreme. "You," Eccentric Song glared murderously at Wu Dingxiu, and didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and stamped his foot down, shaking the mountain so hard it seemed it would collapse. But considering his status and prestige, he could do nothing more than sit back down and begin playing Go again. Of course, Wu Dingxiu wouldn't let him have his way so simply. He stroked his beard as he looked at Eccentric Song's unsightly expression. Laughing, he very slowly picked up a Go piece and then purposefully put a very thoughtful expression onto his face. After a very, very long time, he slowly put the piece onto the board, his face solemn, as if he intended to make this game last for months. "Leave the mountain," said Wu Dingxiu, transmitting his voice to all of his white-robed disciples. "After I finish this game of Go, I will accompany you back to the sect. In the meantime, the next stage of your trial by fire is to find the man you just saw on the mountain peak. I've taken a fancy to that treasured spear he has. Bring that spear back to me, and you will be promoted to the inner sect." Each and every one of the disciples perked up at hearing this. "Is the dignified Violet Fate sect of the southern domain really going to kill people to take treasures?" said Eccentric Song. He was incredibly depressed, stuck in place because of his own words. But even though he hated Mang Hao, he couldn't pass up an opportunity to cause trouble for Wu Dingxiu. Glaring at Eccentric Song, Wu Dingxiu said, "Listen well. You must not cause problems for that person. You must trade with him, not rob him. Anyone who violates this command will be expelled from the sect." His next move in the Go game was even slower than the previous. The Violet Fate sect disciples scattered in all directions. Some of them circled around the treasure mountain in pursuit of Mang Hao, others went as fast as possible in different directions, hoping to intercept him. Their trial by fire had been an utter defeat, something they were not reconciled to. However, they didn't hold any ill will against Mang Hao, but rather admired him. After all, they had all witnessed the blood-soaked events of moments ago. All of them were determined to get the iron spear from Mang Hao. They would trade anything to get it, and if he was unwilling to trade, would have to think of some tricks to get it. In any case, they all had clearly heard Elder Wu's words. They were to trade for the item, not rob it. Although, he had never said they couldn't use force. As the white-robed disciples scattered, Meng Hao raced down the treasure mountain, collecting more spirit stones and medicinal pills as he went. Even though he never saw eccentric Song and Wudingqiu, he had guessed that this place was most likely a trial by fire region set up by some sect. Even though Shangguan Xiu was no longer chasing him, he knew that whoever's trial by fire he had charged into might not be too happy about his interference. So, he maintained top speed, his heart pounding and his face filled with eagerness. His bags of holding were all full. He had acquired more this time than on any other occasion since entering the cultivation world, with the exception of the cave of the flying rain dragon. He casually packed away the spirit stones and medicinal pills. Of course, the more things he picked up, the faster he tried to move. Gritting his teeth and continuously consuming demonic cores, he moved as fast as possible for 3 days, until he finally emerged from the mountain range. He looked both exhausted and energetic. In the past several days, he hadn't had a chance to organize his treasures, and now all he wanted to do was find a place where he could safely examine everything. As he moved forward, he noticed that far in the distance was what appeared to be a walled city. He was in the east of the state of Zhao, and this city appeared to be magnificent and beyond ordinary. It was surrounded by a gentle glowing light, a shield which mortals wouldn't be able to see, and only cultivators could sense. This place, it doesn't seem like a city of mortals. Could it be a city of cultivators? He stared in surprise, recalling a map of the state of Zhao he had seen. The map had not shown any city in this place. And yet there at the gate of the city, people were coming in and out, almost all of them cultivators of the qi condensation stage. His assumption had been correct. He decided not to enter the city. Instead, he found a cave in the nearby mountains. Concealing himself inside, he took a deep breath and then began to take everything out of his bags of holding and sort them. What medicinal pill is this? It's incredibly fragrant, even stronger than a dry spirit pill. And this bottle, it has 3 pills inside, each one is transparent as crystal. They are definitely treasured pills. Licking his lips, he emptied the contents of 2 bags of holding, and after counting everything, he found that he had 78 pills. There were many different types, each one seemingly stronger than a dry spirit pill. Meng Hao's hands shook. It took a long time for him to collect himself. Stifling his excitement, he pulled out 10 more bags of holding. There were so many spirit stones on that treasure mountain. I just picked up the ones I noticed, and I wasn't really even paying attention. Yet I acquired so many. He began breathing hard again as he looked at all the spirit stones. When he put them together and counted, he found that he had 8,764. I'm rich. Rich. He murmured. He pulled out another bag of holding, inside of which were flying swords, pearls, 2 flags, a scroll painting, a black net. All of them were magical items. His smile nearly split his face as he took the items out. This was especially true when he took out the scroll painting and the black net. They emitted powerful spiritual power, causing his heart to beat rapidly. He slowly unrolled the scroll painting, and a bright light shined out, filling the cave with its brightness and illuminating Meng Hao's face. Inside, he could see a depiction of mountains and waters, within which existed a multitude of fantastic creatures. They had been painted, and yet somehow also seemed alive. When he opened the scroll, he seemed to hear the roars of tens of thousands of beasts echoing faintly in his ears. His heart shook, and he dropped the painting to the ground. After some time passed, he recovered from his shock. His eyes shining, he calmed his aura and picked up the painting again to examine it. It was clearly an incredibly valuable treasure. Meng Hao's heart beat even faster. A treasure. What a true treasure, he said, breathing deeply. Then he pulled out the black net. Walking out of the cave, he poured some spiritual energy into it, then tossed it into the air. The black net instantly expanded, growing larger and larger, and flying up higher into the sky. It seemed big enough to be able to envelop the whole mountain, like some powerful black cloud. The mountain began to shake, and cracks appeared on its surface as if it were about to collapse. The suppressive power increased, causing Meng Hao's heart to tremble. Astonished, he lifted his hand, sending out his spiritual energy, causing the black cloud to slowly shrink. It transformed into a black beam which shot back toward him and then became a small, black net. He grabbed the net, his mouth dry. He breathed for a while, composing himself. His eyes glowed. This is better than even the best treasures from the Reliance sect, he thought, his heart pounding. Then, he pulled out the last item, the multicolored bag. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, How will you thank me? This looks kind of like a bag of holding, but a bit better. Meng Hao moved it back and forth in his hands, then used his spiritual power to feel it out a bit. Suddenly, his body began to tremble, as if it had been struck by invisible lightning. His eyes widened, revealing complete astonishment. After a long time passed, he lowered his head and looked into the bag. "It's so big," he murmured. It was a bag of holding, but was so large inside that it seemed as if it could contain heaven and earth. The insides were misty, and so boundless that Meng Hao's heart immediately shook. It appeared as if entire mountains and rivers could be stored inside. Even though it was empty, its massive capacity was enough to call the bag itself a precious treasure. Meng Hao's mouth and tongue were dry. The spirit stones had made him happy. The medicinal pills had made him quiver with eagerness. And then there were the magical items. The scroll painting had shocked him, and the spiritual might of the black-colored net had left him shaken. But this bag left his head buzzing. It took a long time to pull himself together. "I'm rich. This is true wealth," Meng Hao muttered to himself, gripping the multicolored bag tightly. But then the expression on his face suddenly changed. "If that was truly some great sex trial by fire, it wouldn't be a big deal if I interfered, but they surely won't let me get away with so many treasures, medicinal pills and spirit stones." His heart began to thump, and a conflicted look appeared on his head. However, he was determined not to give up the treasures he had acquired. He organized everything carefully, then breathed in deeply and looked out at the evening. He emerged from the cave and left the mountains, looking thoughtfully at the walled city off in the distance. "I have a lot of medicinal pills," he muttered to himself as he gazed at the city with glittering eyes, "but I don't recognize any of them. Therefore, I can't safely consume any of them." He began to walk toward the city. He moved quickly, and soon approached the city gate, above which were written 3 characters. Eastern Refinement City. The characters had an ancient feel to them, and had clearly been there for more than just a few years. Their faded surfaces made one feel as if they had seen ages come and go. Refinement is similar to cultivation. And this is the East. The meaning of this city's name is relatively straightforward. TL note, the character for refinement is pronounced similar to the character for cultivation. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot into the city gate, he saw 2 disciples standing there chatting. Their gaze settled onto Meng Hao. They wore light blue robes and were both at the 3rd level of qi condensation. "Fellow Taoist, please pay your tax before entering the city." His smile disappeared as he felt the pressure of Meng Hao's cultivation base. "Fellow Taoists, I can tell from a glance that you are from a great sect. I myself am from a small sect, and I just came off the mountain. This being my first time here, could I trouble you 2 fellow Taoists to give me some information about this place?" Meng Hao was innately scholarly, and spoke in a very polite manner. The 2 low-level cultivators were instantly impressed, and the young man who had just spoken laughed. Well spoken, well spoken. Fellow Taoist, your cultivation base is quite refined. If this is your first time out of the sect, then I suspect your name will become quite well known in the future." The young man smiled as he spoke. For someone with such a profound cultivation base to treat him so politely left him feeling quite pleased. This is Eastern Refinement City, founded by the 3 great sect alliance of the state of Zhao, and one of the great cultivation cities in the state of Zhao. In order to enter, you have to pay a tax of 1 spirit stone. The cost is actually 3 spirit stones, but for you, just 1 will do. Please note, fighting is forbidden within the city limits. Violators will be punished severely by the 3 sects. You must not forget this point. He held out a wooden tablet to Meng Hao. Meng Hao thanked him hurriedly and paid his 1 spirit stone. Then, he saluted with clasped hands and passed through the city gate. He felt a bit of regret about the spirit stone. It was only 1, but it was still money as far as Meng Hao was concerned. He might have over 8,000 more in his bag, but he was very familiar with the copper mirror's appetite for spirit stones, and knew that it wasn't actually very much at all. What an expensive tax. If I didn't absolutely have to come here, I wouldn't pay it. He walked quickly through the city, looking around. Dusk was falling, but the city still bustled, with people walking to and fro everywhere. The streets were filled with shops, most of which emitted brightly glowing lights. A single look confirmed that this was no ordinary place. Everyone was a cultivator. As he walked through the city, he didn't see a single mortal. However, all of these cultivators were of the qi condensation stage. Scanning the crowds, Meng Hao only saw about 3 people who, like him, were at the 7th level. Most were at the 6th, or lower. Meng Hao walked down the broad streets, looking for shops that sold medicinal pills. He didn't buy any, but rather asked questions. 3 days passed, during which time Meng Hao traversed the entire city, visiting over 30 medicinal pill shops. Even still, he only could find out information about 7 or 8 of the dozens of types of medicinal pills in his bag of holding. And yet, Meng Hao was excited. Of the pills he had learned about, each and every one was considerably expensive. One of them was a spirit establishment pill, worth 50 spirit stones, only useful at the 7th level of qi condensation. In his bag of holding, he had 8 of them altogether. Too bad there are so many pills that I still don't know anything about. On the 3rd day, Meng Hao hesitated, then finally walked into an extremely luxurious building in the western district of the city. It was 3 stories tall and emitted a glowing light. Even from a long distance, one could see its shine. Before, Meng Hao noticed that almost everyone who entered was of the 6th level of qi condensation. There were even some of the 8th or 9th levels, and it seemed this was the only building they were willing to enter. When he saw the name on the building, he was even more resolved to enter. 100 Treasures Pavilion. The inside was filled with carved balustrades and marble steps. Everything seemed to be made of jade, and as soon as he stepped inside, Meng Hao instantly felt a dense spiritual force brush against his face. A dazzling assortment of displayed items met his eyes. Medicinal pill bottles, flying swords, pearls, banners and other items could be seen everywhere. There weren't a lot of cultivators present, so it was relatively quiet. They walked around separately in groups of 4 or 5, each one accompanied by a young woman wearing a long, pink dress. The girls' voices were light and airy, and they humbly answered all queries about the various items. None of that was of very much interest to Meng Hao, though. What really captured his attention was some distance away on the 2nd floor. Next to the staircase was an enormous pill furnace. Wisps of smoke curled around it, and sitting next to it was a middle-aged man in a long black robe. He sat there cross-legged, back straight, expressionless, doing breathing exercises with his eyes closed. He emanated a trace amount of power, but it was difficult to sense, as if he were keeping most of it hidden. If he didn't, the entire pavilion would probably begin to collapse. A foundation establishment cultivator, Meng Hao's pupils constricted. This middle-aged man emitted the same type of aura as Grand Elder Ouyang, making it immediately obvious to Meng Hao that his cultivation base was at the foundation establishment stage, far above everyone else's. I wonder if the day will ever come in which I have a chance to be a foundation establishment cultivator. After all the things he had experienced in the Reliance sect, his heart was filled with the desire to become powerful. Right now, his head was lowered, but his eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. His resolve was even stronger than ever. By using the cultivation method of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, when reach foundation establishment, it will be a flawless foundation, much more powerful than cracked or fragmented. I will be strong even among foundation establishment stage cultivators. He took in a deep breath and raised his head. A young woman in a pink dress approached him. She was beautiful, and wore a relaxed smile on her face. She greeted Meng Hao with a slight bow. As she did, the front of her dress dropped, revealing an abundance of milky tenderness. "Taoist brother, do you need any assistance?" she asked. Meng Hao's face immediately turned scarlet, and he murmured to himself that he shouldn't look at inappropriate things. Despite his determination, he couldn't help but glance down, and his heart began to race. Even though he had been in the Reliance sect for 3 years, he hadn't spent time with any female disciples other than Elder Sister Su. As for what he was looking at now, he hadn't seen anything like it in his entire life. His face was a bit dark, but at the moment you couldn't tell at all. "Do you have any jade slips which describe medicinal pills?" he asked with a dry cough, trying to cover up his embarrassment. The girl was young, but her demeanor suggested she was quite experienced. She could instantly sense Meng Hao's awkwardness, and was quite amused. Throughout her years, she had seen many customers, but few like Meng Hao. Holding back a laugh, she smiled and leaned closer toward him so that he would catch a scent of her perfume. When the fragrant scent reached his face, Meng Hao's face grew even redder. His eyes, however, contained no lasciviousness. Instead, they were wide and clear. He was fundamentally not given to lust. He was just inexperienced with women, thus his flushed face. "Of course we have jade slips regarding medicinal pills," she said with a wink. "Please follow me, Taoist brother." She found his increasing awkwardness to be very cute. She turned, her waist swaying, her curves entrancing. Meng Hao couldn't help but look, and again his heart began to race. With a bitter smile, he gave a light cough and hurried to follow her. She led him to a lattice shelf off to the side which was filled with various pieces of jade. Amongst them, on a white tray, were 3 slips of jade, inscribed with the characters 3 jade slip. These jade slips introduce most of the medicinal pills that can be found in the state of Zhao. However, this is a copy, so the contents are somewhat unclear. When she saw Meng Hao raising his hand to take them, she smiled. "You can't look unless you buy. The 3 jade slip costs 100 spirit stones." When she smiled, 2 beautiful dimples appeared. As she looked at Meng Hao, she thought that even though his face was a bit dark, it contained a scholarly and youthful charm. As her perfume wafted around Meng Hao, he pulled his hand back and focused himself. He looked thoughtfully at the 3 jade piece. It seemed just a bit too expensive, and he was hesitant to part with that many spirit stones. Is there anything that provides even more information than this? He asked after a while, clenching his jaw. His whole purpose in coming here had been to buy a jade slip such as this. Of course, replied the girl with another wink. Follow me. She led Meng Hao to another corner, then pointed to a jade slip on a shelf. It was covered with small cracks. This is not a copy. It's an ancient jade slip which contains records of the various medicinal pills of the southern domain. It even details information about poison pills and their antidotes. Furthermore, it contains very realistic artistic depictions of the pills. Unfortunately, it is cracked, and will eventually shatter. You will only be able to read it 4 or 5 times. Upon hearing her words, Meng Hao's heart quivered. He needed it, not for long-term use, but to solve the problem of his current situation. Taoist brother, I hope you don't mind, she said with a smile, leaning close and lowering her voice. The cost of this item is 200 spirit stones. You should understand that if it wasn't cracked, it would be worth over 1,000. If you really want it, I can help you apply for a cost reduction. But, how will you thank me? This chapter was sponsored by John Liu, Juan Reyes, and Mitchell Kuchik. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, An Old Friend from the Sect. I'm just a scholar, Meng Hao gaped, his mouth wide, unsure of how to respond. When he had bought things back in Yunjie County, he had never encountered a situation like this. To have a beautiful girl smiling sweetly at him, looking so charming, caused the red flush to suddenly fill his face once again. Seeing Meng Hao's embarrassed expression, the young woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. She turned, her waist swaying enchantingly as she walked over to the pill oven. She lowered her head to speak to the middle-aged man who sat there in meditation. When she returned, she winked at Meng Hao. How about 170 spirit stones? Many thanks, fellow Taoist, said Meng Hao, sucking in a breath. Looking pleased at having saved a few spirit stones, he quickly saluted with clasped fists. You can call me Big Sis, she said, holding the jade slips out to Meng Hao. He accepted them, then cast some spiritual power into them. Immediately a vast tableau appeared in his mind. Glancing over it eagerly, he already noticed 3 of the pills that were contained in his bag of holding. He pulled out the 170 spirit stones and gave them to the girl, then cupped his hands together as he made to leave. The girl sighed and escorted him all the way to the door. My name is Chao Ling, she said, her eyes filled with an interesting look. Remember to ask for me next time you come. She looked him up and down as she spoke, her eyes charming and filled with poise. Meng Hao, face scarlet, saluted her and retreated as quickly as possible. His heart pounded as he left, and didn't calm down for quite some time. He looked back at the 100 Treasures Pavilion and caught sight of Xiao Ling standing there smiling softly at him. He felt even more embarrassed. She had taken liberties with him. He had never experienced a feeling such as this before. It wasn't a bad feeling, and he actually enjoyed it a bit. Coughing again, he lowered his head and continued walking. About this time, a group of people emerged from the second floor of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. There were about 7 or 8 of them, including men and women. As they walked, they chatted with each other. Among them was a young man wearing a light blue robe, walking in the back. He didn't look like he belonged, as if he were an attendant. As the group left the pavilion, the young man happened to lift his head and catch sight of Meng Hao. Meng Hao! He cried, staring. This caught the attention of the other men and women, as well as Meng Hao, who stopped walking and looked back to see all of them looking at him. His expression did not change, but in his heart he felt conflicting emotions. The young man was none other than Zhou Kai, former disciple of the Reliance Outer Sect. His cultivation base was at the 5th level of Qi condensation. On the day of the sect's dissolution, he had been rolled out by the red fog, and here he was today. He seemed to be somewhat down and out, following a group of people dressed in expensive, brocaded garments. Most of them had threatening demeanors, and one of them was at the 7th level of Qi condensation. The rest appeared to be at the 6th. They were clearly members of the great sects of the state of Zhao. Obviously, Zhou Kai had joined them after the dissolution of the Reliance sect. For him to be with groups such as this, he obviously could only claim the status of an attendant. Meng Hao nodded to him but didn't say anything. He turned and made to leave. Who is this? Said a young man who stood next to Zhou Kai. He spoke lightly, but his tone was one of pride and arrogance. He wore a resplendent robe and held a fan in his hand. He was at the 7th level of chi condensation, and the others standing around them began to whisper among themselves and watch. "Elder brother son, this is a fellow member of my former sect," said Zhou Kai hesitatingly, not mentioning Meng Hao's name or his status in the sect. "Meng Hao, that name sounds familiar." "I remember," said one of the women in the group with a laugh. "He's the only remaining member of the Reliance inner sect. He looks a lot like the drawing." The eyes of all the onlookers suddenly began to shine. Two people dashed ahead to block Meng Hao's path. In recent days in the cultivation world of the state of Zhao, rumors of a shocking matter had been circulating. The Reliance sect had disbanded, but Patriarch Reliance wasn't dead. He had put on a display of power all for the sake of a single inner sect disciple. He had frightened the most powerful experts of the state of Zhao, causing a huge sensation. After the experts had returned from the scene, these rumors had spread across the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. Even more hotly discussed was how Founder Reliance had given his inner sect disciple a precious treasure, something powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth and kill any and all cultivators. These rumors spread fast and wide, and as inquiries were made of the former Reliance sect disciples, this person's name was soon revealed: Meng Hao. If things had just ended in this fashion, then the matter would soon have come to rest. However, after returning from the Reliance sect, the state of Zhao experts gradually realized something. Toward the end, it had seemed as if Patriarch Reliance's power had begun to wane slightly. Furthermore, considering Patriarch Reliance's famous temper, how could it be that they all were able to escape, without a single one of them being killed? Speculation naturally blossomed, and many people began to pay more and more attention to the inner sect disciple Meng Hao. The three great sects had issued orders that all disciples sent out of the sect pay close attention and attempt to find Meng Hao. His picture had been distributed along with the order. Now, people weren't certain. Even if Patriarch Reliance was alive, was his cultivation base as powerful as before? Filled with misgivings about the matter, the three great sects had proclaimed rewards would be given to any disciple who, upon encountering Meng Hao, could get information about the power of the treasure he carried. Meng Hao stood there, looking coldly at the two people blocking his way. He heard footsteps behind him as 4 others blocked his path of retreat. His left and right paths also contained people. It seemed he was completely surrounded. Within the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling looked down with a frown. "May I help you, sirs and ladies?" said Meng Hao coolly, his gaze sweeping around. His expression seemed indifferent, as calm as still water. He seemed completely confident, yet also cautious. "No," said the extravagantly dressed young man with a smile, fanning himself. "We've just heard that Meng Hao has a gift bestowed upon him by Patriarch Reliance. Having happened to run into you, we were hoping to take a look." Within his smile glinted an icy coldness. And yet, his heart was circumspect. Any treasured gift given by Patriarch Reliance should be treated with utmost caution. But, these were disciples of the three great sects, which granted them extremely high status. Therefore, despite Meng Hao being at the 7th level of chi condensation, they still felt themselves above him. "That's right," said another of the people surrounding him. He laughed. "Fellow Taoist Meng does have the treasure. Why not take it out for us to have a look?" He clearly viewed Meng Hao as being completely boxed in, with no way out. Meng Hao looked as calm as ever, his eyes shining with a cold light. His mouth twisted mockingly, and he suddenly slapped his bag of holding, causing the people surrounding him to dodge to the side. Some of them even pulled out magical items. A beam of light flashed, and suddenly, Meng Hao's iron spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed it down into the ground, imbuing it with some spiritual energy so that it appeared to be a mighty weapon. It hummed, the sound reverberating about, causing the surrounding people to unconsciously take a step back, their gazes fixed on the spear. "Whoever wishes to die can come up for a closer look," said Meng Hao coolly, taking 2 steps back and flicking his wide sleeve. He appeared supremely confident, especially his mocking eyes and smile, as if he knew beyond doubt that anyone who attempted to look closely at the spear would be killed by it. Actually, Meng Hao had taken 2 steps back because it brought him closer to the city gate. As soon as the surrounding people walked forward to look at the spear, he would attack, then take advantage of the chaos to flee. After all, this city was controlled by the three great sects, and he knew that he could not get involved in any trouble here. Everything was quiet as the onlookers gazed at the iron spear. At first glance, it did appear to be a bit beyond ordinary. It was covered with sweeping, decorative patterns, incredibly complex, dazzling even. The more people looked at it, the more amazing it seemed. It glowed, its tip emitting beams of light which pierced the eyes like lightning. Even Xiao Ling, up in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, couldn't help but gaze at it. More girls appeared around her, all of them staring down. After looking at it for a while, the several disciples from the great sects frowned. It doesn't look like anything special, there are just some fancy markings on it. It doesn't seem to have any incantations on it at all. The fancy young man with the fan also frowned. That's the treasure given to him by Patriarch Reliance? After examining it, he laughed, then beckoned for Zhou Kai to step forward. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the east gate, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and then he frowned. Clustered outside the east gate was a group of 10 or more cultivators wearing white robes. Some of them looked familiar, and when he saw the color of their robes, he knew that these were the disciples from whatever great sect had been holding the trial by fire. As he saw them entering through the east gate, he realized that his path of escape was now blocked. His frown deepened, and his hand slowly lowered to his bag of holding. The fancy young man with the fan looked at the white-robed cultivators, and his eyes gleamed. His face filled with reverence, he cupped his hands in salute and said, "Elder brothers from the Violet Fate sect, I am humble Sun Hua One from the Winding Stream sect. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Hearing this, looks of awe appeared on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. They followed along with the first man as he saluted the white-robed cultivators. They were famous figures from various sects, and normally held a high position within the state of Zhao. But to meet disciples from a truly great sect from the southern domain, they were instantly lowered down. Their expressions were suddenly that of longing and courtesy. Recently, they had all received jade slips from their respective sects reminding them that if they ran into any white-robed disciples from the Violet Fate sect of the southern domain, they were not to provoke them. As the white-robed cultivators entered the city, they saw the state of Zhao disciples, but completely ignored them. Hearing their identities called out caused a couple of them to frown. Their eyes swept the surroundings, then came to rest on the iron spear stuck into the ground. They stopped in their tracks. Other disciples who were watching the scene looked astonished. Their excited eyes flickered to stare at the state of Zhao cultivators. 1. Sun Hua's name in Chinese is Suan Hua. Sun is a common surname. Hua can mean many things but in names, most likely magnificent or splendid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Overbearing. A dark look flashed through Meng Hao's eyes. He was surrounded by disciples of various sects from the state of Zhao, and the white-robed cultivators were approaching from the east gate. If he aroused the attention of the various eccentrics from the 3 sects within the city, then his chances of getting away would be very slim. When the disciples of the state of Zhao sect saw the Violet Fate sect disciples walking up, excited expressions lit their faces. To be able to make friends with them would increase their standing in their own respective sects, and would provide great advantages in further development. Most of them had assumed the Violet Fate sect disciples would ignore all of them, but it turned out they really were approaching them. Elder brother Sun is very well known, that must be why they're coming over. Yeah. He's a blood relative of one of the elders of the Winding Stream sect. His cultivation base is extraordinary. The Violet Fate sect disciples must be coming over to give him some face. One by one, ingratiating smiles appeared on the faces of the surrounding state of Zhao disciples, especially the young man in the expensive clothes. He was growing more and more excited. Hearing the whispers of the bystanders, his heart filled with pride. It seemed he was fairly well known after all, enough so to cause the Violet Fate sect disciples to walk over. This matter would surely be talked about near and far, and his standing in the sect would change immediately. His name would be known throughout the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao. It seemed that to Meng Hao, what was happening was no big deal. He smiled, looking like he didn't care at all. As the young man in expensive clothes moved forward to greet the white-robed cultivators, the state of Zhao disciples followed. The female disciples among them looked especially excited. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He pulled the iron spear out of the ground, and then turned to leave. Taoist brothers from the Violet Fate sect, I, Sun, shall treat you to a feast in the Phoenix Heaven restaurant, said Sun Hua, his expression one of extreme excitement and pride. Fellow state of Zhao disciples, please join me in receiving the brothers from the Violet Fate sect. The collection of cultivators behind him made the image even more distinct. Coupled with his excited expression, it was clear that he was taking the lead among the state of Zhao disciples. Even as the words left his mouth, and he bowed with cupped hands, the Violet Fate sect disciples walked past him, not even looking at him. En masse, they passed the entire group without a glance, hurrying quickly forward. Sun Hua's mouth dropped open as he watched this happen, as did the other state of Zhao disciples who were following him. At the same time, the person in the lead position of the Violet Fate sect disciples let out a hearty laugh. Fellow Taoist, please stay, he said. Brother, did you just return from the treasure mountain? You have an outstanding demeanor. All of us who witnessed your actions on the mountain hold you in the highest regard. I am Chuan Shuihan, one of the Violet Fate sect.
Greetings, fellow Daoist, may I respectfully ask your esteemed name?
Fellow Daoist, we've been looking for you, said another.
We never imagined that we would run into you here.
Ha ha ha. If the fellow Daoist has time, I will send someone to arrange a banquet. I am Lu Song Tu of the Violet Fate sect. Please, allow me to treat you to a feast. Among the 10 or more Violet Fate sect disciples, these two had the highest cultivation bases. They were at the 8th level of chi condensation. Faces filled with smiles, they hurried in front of Meng Hao, blocking his way. They spoke with utmost politeness, and when they approached, they saluted with clasped hands. When the state of Zhao disciples saw this happening, their faces filled with awe and veneration. An almost imperceptible frown appeared on Meng Hao's face, but quickly disappeared. He smiled, and returned a polite salute. He mumbled his name unclearly, although he knew that even though he didn't say it clearly, these people could search him easily if they wanted to. The state of Zhao cultivators watched on in disbelief. Their heads spun as they watched the Violet Fate sect disciples chatting in this way to Meng Hao. This was especially true of Sun Hua, whose face went through a series of different expressions. He was insulted, of course, and watched Meng Hao with a look of disbelief. He knew that the white-robed cultivators were from the Violet Fate sect in the southern domain. They were proud and arrogant, considering themselves to be unmatched in the world. And yet, they were incredibly polite to Meng Hao, and their eyes were filled with veneration. Although he wasn't quite sure what had just happened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he saw them being so polite. He realized that if he had made a move just now to test out the spear, he would most likely have lost a lot of face.
He wasn't the only one who was shocked.
Zhou Kai looked on, dumbfounded. Originally, he had regretted calling out Meng Hao's name, but watching this scene unfold, his eyes filled with admiration. Elder brother Meng really did deserve to be an inner sect disciple. It's a good thing I gave him those spirit stones back then. The sect was dissolved, and we were kicked away like stray dogs, but he's still out stirring up trouble. And somehow he's got the disciples from one of the great sects of the southern domain to treat him so well.
Zhou Kai sighed inwardly.
Up in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiaoling blinked a few times, watching in disbelief as the Violet Fate sect disciples surrounded Meng Hao. When she saw him speaking calmly with them, she couldn't forget what had happened moments ago between her and Meng Hao. Her interest in him was piqued even more. Elder brother Meng, said Qian Shuihan, shifting the conversation topic to the spear in Meng Hao's hand.
Is this the treasured holy spear you used to rebuke the demonic beasts on the treasure mountain?
He had looked the spear over just now, but it didn't seem to have any extraordinary qualities.
And yet he clearly remembered how Meng Hao had wielded it to bloody so many demonic beasts.
Of course it is, said Lu Song, laughing.
Your actions on the mountain that day left me in complete veneration of you. Elder brother Meng, there's no reason to deny it.
A strange look appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, but only for a moment. He smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the spear I used that day on the mountain, he said candidly. This spear can only be called a great treasure, said Lu Song.
I saw you use it to injure many demonic beasts. Countless, in fact.
Elder brother Meng's mighty actions have replayed themselves constantly in my mind.
He glanced at the spear, his eyes burning.
Then he looked over coldly at Qian Shuihan, and the two of them locked gazes. They clearly didn't like each other, and both of them knew that the other was determined to come out on top. When the state of Zhao cultivators heard all of this, their gazes were drawn to the iron spear. Their original intention had been to examine this treasure of Meng Hao's.
As of now, they didn't need to.
If the Violet Fate sect disciples were convinced of its power, then it must be true. Sun Hua's eyes gleamed, and he walked forward a few steps, staring at the iron spear.
Although, I do have to say, laughed Lu Song with a shake of his head, Elder brother Meng, you really threw our trial by fire into chaos. You took so many medicinal pills, spirit stones, and magical items from the treasure mountain.
From his expression, it seemed he didn't mind.
Oh, that.
Meng Hao laughed, taking a few steps back. It's no matter, said Qian Shuihan, taking a few steps forward, eyes on the spear. That treasure mountain belongs to eccentric Song, and he shot his mouth off, saying that anyone with the skills could take whatever they want. Actually, Elder brother Meng's actions left me feeling immensely satisfied.
But, Elder brother Meng, regarding this spear, would you be willing to offer it up for sale?
The Violet Fate sect would be willing to offer a fair price for it. Because Meng Hao held it in his hand, Qian Shuihan had no way to thoroughly inspect it. Because he was not at the foundation establishment stage, he didn't have spiritual sense, and therefore no way to sense the minute details.
Well, Meng Hao looked hesitant.
Elder brother Meng, said Lu Song, his eyes glittering.
This spear is really very important to us. Please, allow yourself to part with it.
He knew that the first objective was to force Meng Hao into agreeing. Then he and Qian Shuihan would have to battle it out. He took a step forward as he spoke, an overbearing air filling his eyes.
Eccentric Song treats people wickedly and mercilessly.
You took away many of his most prized treasures. If our Violet Fate Sect's Elder Wu hadn't held him back, Elder Brother Meng would be in quite a bit of danger right now. Qian Shuihan advanced further, his bearing extremely overbearing. At this point, he made no effort to conceal his power and might as he spoke. The other Violet Fate Sect disciples slowly moved forward, forming a circle around them. Their eyes gleamed with the desire to lay hands on the spear.
This spear is just an ordinary item, said Meng Hao, looking around at the circle of people, then turning back to Lu Song and Qian Shuihan with a frown.
Elder Brother Meng, there's no need for jokes, said Lu Song with a laugh, his eyes moving over the haft of the spear.
I know I'm not mistaken. This is the spear that you used.
That notch in the side, I saw it clearly that day.
Meng Hao stared blankly.
It seemed this person had looked at the spear even more closely than he had. He hadn't noticed any notch before, but now that he looked, sure enough, there it was. When Lu Song saw his expression, it only served to further his certainty. Though he wore a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. He wasn't allowed to kill Meng Hao to earn a spot in the inner sect, but could use other means, and he wouldn't hold back. Even if it's only an ordinary object, we still wish to buy it, said Qian Shuihan threateningly, his voice even colder than before.
We are determined to have this spear.
Please, Elder Brother Meng, don't make things difficult for us, otherwise, we will be very displeased, and you will be too. You might have the spear in hand, but the Violet Fate Sect is one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain. Even this far away, our power is greater than you can imagine, fellow Daoist. Furthermore, it's not we who want the spear, but rather Sect Elder Wu. Upon hearing this, the state of Zhao cultivators all exchanged glances. Their faces lit up with sneers for Meng Hao, but they maintained their silence. Sun Hua's smile was especially wide. Gaining the help of these people to get information about the spear was a good thing. Regardless of what happened in the end, he should be able to take advantage of the situation to make a move. Furthermore, despite Meng Hao having a treasured spear, he wouldn't dare to offend a great sect from the southern domain.
If I don't agree, will you force me? Asked Meng Hao, his gaze growing grim.
Our sect doesn't steal treasures from people, said Lu Song with a laugh. But Elder Brother Meng should think things through carefully.
What good will it do you to offend us?
Furthermore, if we really wanted to steal the spear, we could get other people to do it for us.
We wouldn't have to do anything.
He glanced over at the state of Zhao disciples standing a short distance away and nodded. Sun Hua and the others suddenly looked very excited. Elder Brother Meng, I, Qian, very much admire your performance on the treasure mountain.
But let's not beat around the bush. Whether or not you want to sell the spear, you will.
His eyes were grim, and his words cold.
Meng Hao's heart groaned.
If these people wanted to bring trouble upon themselves, he wouldn't stop them. A variety of expressions crossed his face, and he retreated a few more steps back, muttering to himself. Then, gritting his teeth, he lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Esteemed Violet Fate Sect disciples. If you truly wish to purchase my spear, please, name your price.
Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, stabbing the spear into the ground.
His face seemed to be grim and filled with pain. 1. Qian Shuihan's name in Chinese is Qian Shuihan. Qian is a surname which also means 1000.
Shuihan literally means watermark. 2. Lu Song's name in Chinese is Lu Song. Lu is a common surname. Song has no real meaning. It's the same Song as the Song dynasty.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Elder Brother Meng, whether or not you want to trade, you will.
When Meng Hao spoke, everything went quiet. Everyone's eyes focused on the iron spear sticking out of the ground.
Qian Shuihan laughed loudly, cupping hands in salute to Meng Hao.
So, Elder Brother Meng is willing to part with his treasure. I, Chen, will not allow you to suffer a loss.
He pulled out a bag of holding and tossed it to the ground. Here are 500 spirit stones.
Clinking sounds rang out as 500 spirit stones appeared, forming a small mountain. Off to the side, the state of Zhao disciples watched, gloating over Meng Hao's misfortune. 500 spirit stones was not a small amount, but also not a very large amount. If he sold a treasured item for that amount, he would become a laughingstock.
They weren't the only ones to think about the price. Meng Hao frowned.
The difference was, his thinking was different from that of the state of Zhao disciples. In his estimation, the iron spear was probably worth 2 pieces of silver. To trade it for 500 spirit stones meant that he was actually making a tidy profit.
Are you kidding me? Said Lu Song. Don't try to bully elder brother Meng. You think you can buy a treasure like that with just 500 spirit stones?
I will buy it for 1,500 spirit stones. With a cold harumph and the flick of a sleeve, he produced a bag of holding. More clinking sounds rang out as 1,500 shining spirit stones emerged, producing a pile much higher than Qian Shuihan's. It was a grand sight which left everyone nervous with anticipation. The state of Zhao disciples' hearts pounded. To them, 1,500 spirit stones was a lot. Even though they were disciples of the three great sects, it would still be difficult to accumulate so many. They panted as they watched. Even Sun Hua seemed to quiver with eagerness. Zhou Kai stood behind him, dumbfounded. His admiration for Meng Hao grew even stronger, and he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have called out Meng Hao's name just now. He sighed, realizing that it was his fault that Meng Hao was being forced to sell his treasure. Junior brother Song really does have gall, said Qian Shuihan, giving Lu Song a cold look. He was determined to win the treasure. As far as he was concerned, it was his ticket into the inner sect, and he would not give up, no matter what price he had to pay. As of now, his true opponent was Lu Song. The two of them could clearly not discuss acquiring the spear together. All of you. Give me your spirit stones, said Qian Shuihan, turning to looking at the 5 or 6 disciples behind him. When we return to the sect, I will find a way to repay you. Without hesitation, they opened their bags of holding and produced all of their spirit stones. 2,100 spirit stones, Qian Shuihan said coolly, looking as if he didn't care in the slightest. Elder brother Meng, these are all the items that I possess. He gave a cold look to Lu Song. Lu Song's face twisted. The 1,500 spirit stones he'd offered had been borrowed from the handful of fellow disciples behind him. Seeing how many Qian Shuihan had produced, as well as Meng Hao's apparent hesitation, he suddenly slapped his bag of holding. Elder brother Meng, I have no more spirit stones. But, I have medicinal pills. A bottle appeared in his hand. Here are 3 heavenly water pills, suitable for any cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation or lower. It is one of the best pills produced by the pill cultivation workshop of our Violet Fate sect. Each pill is worth 500 spirit stones. The burning look in the eyes of the state of Zhao disciples grew more intense. They knew how valuable heavenly water pills were. Sun Hua's breathing grew heavier. He had heard the elders of his sect speak of heavenly water pills, and knew that they were one of the 3 most effective types of pills within the southern domain for 8th level qi condensation cultivators. Even within the Violet Fate sect, prominent members of the outer sect would have a hard time getting their hands on one. Qian Shuihan frowned, his eyes fixed on Lu Song. Clenching his jaw, he slapped his bag of holding and produced his own pill bottle. I have no heavenly water pills, said Qian Shuihan dramatically, but, seeing that elder brother Meng is of the 7th level of qi condensation, please accept these 7 earthly spirit pills. They were awarded to me for meritorious service within the sect. They are perfectly suited for the 7th level of qi condensation. I have some piddling earthly spirit pills too, said Lu Song with a cold laugh. He looked back at the disciples behind him. They gritted their teeth and produced their bags of holding, handing over 10 earthly spirit pills. They looked with reddened eyes at Qian Shuihan and his group. Elder brother Qian, look, said Meng Hao shyly. His heart beat rapidly. Qian Shuihan's face changed as he realized that his offerings didn't match up to Lu Song's. But this was his opportunity to enter the inner sect. He would not let it pass. Junior brother Lu, you are determined to have it out with me today, aren't you? Fine. His eyes flashing fiercely. He slapped his bag of holding, and immediately, a black beam shot out, transforming into a black spike. It glittered like lightning, producing multiple afterimages. The afterimages all came to rest on Qian Shuihan's hand, and everything grew quiet. It was pitch black and carried an air of indescribable sharpness. Elder brother Meng, this is a magical item bestowed upon me by the sect. It is called the Hellfighting Spike. Cold and dark, if it wounds an opponent, the wound will freeze over and an intense coldness will enter their body. Qian Shuihan forced himself to ignore his heartache as he spoke. When the spike appeared, the faces of the disciples behind Qian Shuihan filled with envy. Lu Song's expression changed, and he looked distressed. He had never imagined that Qian Shuihan would take out the black spike. Meng Hao's eyes widened and his heart raced even faster. It wasn't just him. A buzz of conversation arose among the nearby state of Zhao disciples. That's a hellfighting spike from the Violet Fate sect. I've heard the elders speak of it. Only the Violet Fate sect possesses them. It said there are only 108 in existence.
Each one is shockingly powerful. Sun Hua's mouth grew dry, and he stared fixated at the spike. He wished beyond anything that he could be Meng Hao, then he could have this treasure. Lu Song's face continued to twist. Grinding his teeth angrily, he thought about the chance to join the inner sect, and how there was only one spot available. He would not retreat from this opportunity. Enduring the disappointment, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a treasure. It was a feather fan, composed of a total of 16 multicolored feathers. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a shocking spiritual power which struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Elder Brother Meng, this is my most valuable treasure. It is a Milky Way fan. You don't need to practice with it at all, you can use it immediately. It allows the user to soar and can change size. The 16 feathers can also fly out in an attack or circle around you to form a shield. It can be used in both attack and defense. It is not a treasure of our sect, but rather something I acquired by luck. Allow me to present it to you in trade, fellow Taoist. An unsightly expression filled his face, and his heart fairly dripped with blood, but in contending with Qian Shuihen for a spot in the inner sect, he charged forth without regard to rhyme or reason. When the fan appeared, Qian Shuihen's facial expression changed. He took 2 steps back, his eyes filling with lines of blood. He knew that this was an extremely valuable treasure. To offer this up was almost like risking one's life. As for the state of Zhao disciples, they looked shocked, and their heads hummed. They might not be familiar with the fan, but it was obviously a spectacularly extraordinary item. It emitted fierce spiritual power which left their hearts pounding in shock. Sun Hua's eyes grew wide, and his body trembled as it filled with a fierce envy. Meng Hao took in a deep breath. At the moment, he actually wasn't very happy, but instead apprehensive. He had already offended eccentric Song, and the thought of deeply offending the Violet Faith sect caused a cold sweat to break out over his entire body. But it seemed that whether or not he wanted to trade, he would have to. His current appearance, his frown, and the dark look in his eyes, all made the onlookers think that he didn't view the treasures in front of him as valuable enough to trade. Elder Brother Meng, I also have a plateau charging pill, useful at the 9th level of qi condensation. Ignoring the pain in his heart, Qian Shuihen slapped his bag of holding and produced a pill bottle. It is very precious. Any cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation would go crazy upon seeing just one. Even though it can't compare to a foundation establishment pill, it's still very valuable. As he spoke, he didn't even look at Meng Hao, but rather Lu Song. This spear, Meng Hao felt even more conflicted at heart, and he was about to speak further when suddenly Lu Song raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. He lifted up his hand and pulled a brocaded pouch out of his robe. He turned it over, and a thick, round pill fell out. It was black, and did not emit even a shred of spiritual power. But, seeing how Lu Song treated it with utmost care, it was obviously some sort of treasure. Elder Brother Meng, this pill is not reusable. In fact, it is a rare magical pill. When you crush it, it will turn into a hyper-toxic black scorpion that can injure a cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation, perhaps even kill him. This magical pill was bestowed upon me by my clan. Here, take it. Lu Song's eyes were red, but they weren't looking at Meng Hao, but rather Qian Shuihen. He held the magical pill up in trade, but he was actually using it to threaten Qian Shuihen, as if this were the tiebreaker. Qian Shuihen's expression changed, and his eyes flashed, filling with killing intent. But he quickly got himself under control, and then casually said, perhaps we should both trade for the treasure, then take it back to Elder Wu and let him decide what to do. Lu Song didn't respond. He didn't actually want to attack. If it were in a remote place where no one could see, perhaps he would. But things were complicated with so many people watching. He had only wanted to threaten Qian Shuihen. Upon hearing the suggestion, he nodded. Even though it hurt a bit, when he looked at the plateau charging pill in Qian Shuihen's hand, he could only clench his jaw and put his magical pill down in front of him. Seeing this, Qian Shuihen relaxed a bit. Without asking Meng Hao, he grabbed the iron spear and sped off. Lu Song went with him, also holding the spear. They shot toward the city gate, each of them eyeing the other suspiciously. The other Violet Faith sect disciples immediately charged after them, instantly disappearing through the city gate and off into the distance. They appeared to be heading in the direction of the State Shield mountain chain. Meng Hao's heart raced. Without hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, collecting all of the various objects. Then he turned and sped off as fast as possible. The eyes of the disciples of the state of Zhao glittered brightly, especially Sun Hua's. His eyes filled with fervor, and he moved to pursue and attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao waved his right hand and the fan flew out to land beneath his feet. His speed increased rapidly, and he shot off into the distance. At the same time, the middle-aged man sitting next to the pill furnace in the 100 Treasures Pavilion cracked open his eyes.
They flashed like lightning as he watched Meng Hao disappearing. These Violet Fate sect disciples get worse and worse with each generation, he said coolly. They are idiots. Even though they don't have the spiritual sense of the Foundation establishment stage, they should still be able to tell that thing is useless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling and the other girls, who had just watched everything happen, looked incredulous. It's just an iron spear, the man said quietly. That young member of the junior generation, surnamed Meng, he said it himself. He closed his eyes again. This chapter was sponsored by Tandre Johannes, Deep Bhattacharya, and Nan Nguyen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, was it worth it? Meng Hao felt quite conflicted. He stood on the treasured fan he had just acquired, using as much spiritual power as he could muster to flee at top speed. He feared that if he was even the least bit slow, he would be attacked and robbed. First I offended eccentric Song, sighed Meng Hao, and then the Violet Fate sect. But it's not my fault, they forced me to trade. In his mind, he was innocent. At the time, he had no choice but to trade the spear. Sighing repeatedly, he pushed himself to go faster, getting closer and closer to the State Shield mountain range. I need to find a place to hide for a while. If someone catches up with me, I'll be in great danger, Meng Hao frowned. The power of the treasured fan faded, and he dropped to the ground, tucking the fan away and starting to run. When will I be able to reach Foundation establishment? Then I'll be able to really fly. 2 days passed, during which time Meng Hao didn't rest at all. He just kept running, thinking about how he hadn't rested at all since Shangguan Xiu began to chase him on Mount Daqing. But he had no choice. The thought of what would happen if he didn't was too ghastly to contemplate. Meanwhile, deep in the State Shield mountain chain, atop the plateau next to the treasure mountain, Wu Dingqiu held up a go piece, smiling broadly. After thinking for no less than 1 hour, he slowly put the piece onto the board. Eccentric Song's face was like iron. With a cold snort, he slammed a piece down onto the board. Eccentric Song, your cultivation base is so refined. You shouldn't allow yourself to be in such a mood. Wu Dingqiu stroked his beard and laughed. He looked as calm as a cool wind. Cultivators of our generation should be able to settle our chi and calm our minds. Even with mountains crumbling around us, our expressions shouldn't change. But look at you. Are you really so ill at ease because of some nobody from the junior generation? If our positions were switched, you would be the same, said Eccentric Song sourly. Absolutely not. If I, Wu, were in this position, I would only offer praise, and would certainly not feel anger. In the Violet Fate sect, we cultivate our disposition, and would not allow something like this to arouse our anger. No offense, Eccentric Song, but as far as this type of cultivation goes, you really have something to learn from the Violet Fate sect. Wu Dingqiu laughed, obviously quite pleased with himself. How about this, he continued. After we finish this game of Go, you can come with me to the Violet Fate sect. I will allow you to peruse our moral cultivation manual, and then you will understand what it means to settle the chi and calm the mind. Wu Dingqiu's smile was so wide that wrinkles appeared on his face. Eccentric Song harumphed, refusing to respond and simply looking off into the distance. Wu Dingqiu's smile grew stronger, and he too looked off into the distance. Shortly, 2 figures could be seen racing toward them through the forest. It was Qian Shuihan and Lu Song. They gripped an iron spear between the 2 of them as they made a beeline for the plateau. They were followed by a small group of other Violet Fate sect disciples. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song stepped foot onto the plateau and both began to speak at the same time. Greetings, Elder Wu. Disciple has accomplished the task. I have acquired the treasured item through trade. Greetings, Elder Wu, fortunately, I have not failed in my mission. I was able to trade for the spear. Eccentric Song's face was grim as Wu Dingqiu's laughter rang out. Excellent. Good job, you two. He laughed. I will take it upon myself to promote both of you to the inner sect. You didn't cause any problems for that kid, did you? I am pleased to report that we made a fair trade, said Qian Shuihan hastily. Next to him, Lu Song nodded fervently, looking excited. We didn't cause any problems for him. Eccentric Song, come, let's take a look at this treasured, divine spear. Wu Dingqiu laughed. He flicked his sleeve, and the iron spear flew toward him. The instant it touched his hand, Wu Dingqiu's expression changed. His eyes flashed as he examined the spear closer. Grim-faced Eccentric Song also took a close look, whereupon, his eyes began to shine. He stared open-mouthed, then suddenly smiled. Wu Dingqiu's expression grew more and more unsightly. No matter from which aspect he looked at the spear, it was ordinary in nature. Refusing to believe that it was true, he pointed the spear at a random demonic beast further down the mountain. The creature didn't even notice. The expression on his face was unsightly to the extreme. He slowly raised his head, looking coldly at Qian Shuihan and Lu Song. When they saw the look in Wu Dingxiu's eyes, their excitement faded, and they began to tremble. Blank expressions filled their eyes. "What did you trade for this spear?" asked Wu Dingxiu, one word at a time. Looking nervous, Qian Shuihan said, "Disciple gave 2,000 spirit stones, 7 earthly spirit pills, 1 of the sect's hell-fighting spikes, and a plateau charging pill." Wu Dingxiu's face grew dark. Next, Lu Song spoke. "Disciple gave 1,500 spirit stones, 3 heavenly spirit pills, a treasured fan, and a magical pill." Eccentric Song burst out laughing. It was the laughter of release, as if all of his pent-up depression from the past few days had suddenly disappeared. Wu Dingxiu was mad enough, but when he heard the price the two disciples had paid, along with Eccentric Song's peals of laughter, his rage exploded. He suddenly let out a furious roar. "Good-for-nothing fools! This iron spear is a fake!" It echoed out like thunder, shattering the go-board. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain beneath his feet. Qian Shuihan and Lu Song tumbled to the ground, blood spraying out of their mouths. Their heads spun as Wu Dingxiu's single word echoed in their hearts. Fake. They were stunned. This word thundered out in all directions along with his roar, filling nearly half of the entire State Shield mountain range and reaching even eastern Refinement City. It eventually reached the ears of Sun Hua, filling him with confusion. After a moment, his expression changed, and a look of shock filled his face. The spear was a fake? He looked at his companions, and looks of realization appeared on their faces as well. It couldn't be that the iron spear that was a fake, could it? Inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Xiao Ling was in the midst of introducing a magical item to a cultivator when she heard the noise outside. Amazed, she thought back to Meng Hao's iron spear, and a strange look appeared on her face. Next to the pill furnace, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, and they flickered with a mocking expression. Without a word, he closed them again. Far away from the plateau and the State Shield Mountains, Meng Hao lowered his head and ran even faster. Eccentric Song's splitting laughter undulated throughout the mountains. Wu Dingxiu's face couldn't look more horrible. He, an elder of the Violet Fate sect, had been hoodwinked by a cultivator of the Qi condensation stage. Even though it didn't directly involve him, he would definitely lose face when word spread. He wanted to track Meng Hao down immediately. He turned to look at Qian Shuihan and Lu Song, who stood there terrified. He was disgusted, but in his heart he sighed. These disciples had spent all their days within the sect, and didn't have any experience dealing with outsiders. They were flowers raised indoors, inexperienced and incapable of dealing with schemes. With a cold harumph, he tossed the iron spear to the ground and took a few steps forward, casting his senses about in search of Meng Hao. But then, Eccentric Song stepped forward to block his way, laughing complacently. "Fellow Taoist Wu, please don't lose your temper," he said. "Your Violet Fate sect stresses the need to settle the qi and calm the mind, to cultivating one's disposition. Don't allow a small matter like this to arouse your ire. When it comes to this type of cultivation, you should really do a bit more research into your sect's moral cultivation manual." Eccentric Song laughed heartily. Earlier, he had been prevented from leaving no matter what he said, so of course now he would do the same thing to Wu Dingxiu. Wu Dingxiu's face grew dark, and he stared fixedly at Eccentric Song. But he didn't say anything. "You broke the go-board, so now we can't finish," said Eccentric Song with a smile. "How about this? You were going to take me to your Violet Fate sect, right? Well, let's go. We can chat and play Go for a few months." The depression had faded completely from his heart. Seeing Wu Dingxiu like this made him incredibly happy. As far as the treasures Meng Hao had taken, he didn't care anymore. What was most important to him was the look of outrage and insult on Wu Dingxiu's face. He pulled at Wu Dingxiu, clearly having no intention of allowing him to resist. Wu Dingxiu's heart was filled with gloom. He glared at Eccentric Song, then let out a long sigh. He knew that the man wouldn't let him pursue Meng Hao. He stamped his foot angrily, then allowed Eccentric Song to pull him up into the air. "You useless imbeciles won't be able to keep up," said Wu Dingxiu, looking down at trembling Qian Shuihan and Lu Song. "The inner sect promotion is a failure. Return to the sect and immediately go into secluded meditation." The other disciples watched on, pale-faced. "Damn you, Meng Hao," said Lu Song, lowering his head, his face twisted with rage. "I will never forget this, you shameless bastard." He ground his teeth when he recalled Meng Hao's bashful expression, and it looked as if his eyes might erupt with flames. He had never met anyone so impudent in his entire life. The spear was obviously a fake. His face filled with pain when he thought of how much he had paid for it. When he thought about the lost chance to enter the inner sect, he was so angry that he almost spat up blood.
Shameless.
Despicable, said Xian Shuihen, thinking about his precious items. He picked up the iron spear.
Meng Hao, you are a complete scoundrel.
As he thought about the failure of the inner sect promotion, he really seemed about to go crazy. And then he thought about all the medicinal pills and magical items, and his hatred for Meng Hao ascended to skies. The two of them looked at each other, sharing a look of pain.
We will place this spear up inside the sect to remind us that we must kill Meng Hao, but...
Fierce killing intent filled their eyes, and yet, the trial by fire was over, and they were required to return to the sect. Their rancor and murderous thoughts could only be concealed in their hearts, never to be erased. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was both scared witless and also felt that he was being accused wrongly. Sighing, he increased his speed, running as fast as he could for 7 days straight. Eventually he found an immortal's cave in the deep mountains. Exhausted, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate and do breathing exercises.
Was it worth it?
He sighed to himself. He was tired from the days of running, but had simply been too frightened of being caught. Now, he was on his last legs. 2 days later at dawn, he opened his eyes and began running again. For half a month, he didn't dare to let anyone see him. Finally, deep in the remote mountains, when he felt it was safe, he used a flying sword to carve out a cave, then sealed himself inside to meditate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 58.
Chapter 58, This is not its world.
2 months passed.
Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the immortal's cave in the deep mountains. Suddenly, a thunderous noise rang out, sending the nearby animals scattering. The large stone slab he had sliced out to seal the cave suddenly shattered into pieces.
Stone fragments showered out in all directions as Meng Hao emerged from the immortal's cave.
His hair hung down like a cloak around his scholar's robe.
His eyes glittered like lightning, and a shocking aura emanated from him, as well as a pleasant, fragrant aroma.
A look of joy filled his face. After having been in secluded meditation for such a long time, he let out a laugh which echoed out and sent the wild beasts running.
The 8th level of Qi condensation,
he said, his fists clenched. His eyes shone, which would have been even more obvious were it nighttime. The 2 months of meditation had begun with a sense of nervousness and imminent danger.
Those feelings disappeared slowly as he practiced cultivation.
He used over 10,000 spirit stones to duplicate medicinal pills, which he used in his meditation. He did not want to be in a position of danger ever again. He needed to become strong, so that he could surpass the people who threatened him.
I need to become powerful. There is no other reason. I must become powerful.
He stood outside of the immortal's cave, breathing the fresh mountain air, his eyes filled with resolve. He was a simple scholar, a student of Confucianism. But the past 3 years had caused him to become a bit more inwardly focused. After everything that he had experienced, his personality was very different than it had been. His stubbornness was now much more obvious. He had been stubborn in his refusal to give up even after failing in the imperial examinations. He had been stubborn in his struggles in the Reliance sect. He had been stubborn when he stood up to Wang Tingfei. And now he was stubborn in his hopes for the future.
Becoming powerful is much the same as becoming rich.
It is a dream that does not require a reason. If a reason is required, perhaps it is fear of being poor or weak. That is what Meng Hao believed.
Life is an ever-burning flame, filled with exuberance.
In life, one must be strong, and never lower one's head.
He looked up into the sky, thinking about the Reliance sect.
He thought about the arrogant conceit of the experts from the state of Zhao. He thought of the coldness of the people who had tried to kill him. He thought of the gaze of that middle-aged Dao protector who had stood next to Wang Tingfei that night.
My mother and father disappeared when I was young.
If I hadn't struggled to improve myself, I wouldn't have lived down to this day. Instead, I would have resigned myself to the hopelessness. If I hadn't struggled to grow stronger during my time in the Reliance sect, I would never have become a member of the inner sect.
Stubborn insistence on self-improvement. That is my path into the future. He let out a very long breath.
Then, he lifted his hand and flicked his sleeve. A black beam appeared which solidified into a black spike. Emanating a black glow, it shot toward a nearby boulder. A boom rang out, and the boulder, which was over 18 meters tall, collapsed into chunks, interspersed with pieces of black ice. They fell to the ground, emanating an intense coldness. With a look of satisfaction, Meng Hao waved his hand, and the black spike flew back to him. He moved his hand again, and this time a multicolored beam swirled around him. The 16-feathered fan appeared, flying back and forth as it followed the movements of his fingers.
Suddenly, there was bang as the feathers separated. 16 beams of light circled around.
The 16 feathers had become like flying swords, swift and fierce. They followed the movements of his hand, moving to spin rapidly around him, making an impenetrable shield, empowered by his spiritual power. Then the feathers reformed into a fan and settled onto his hand. It's too bad I didn't have enough spirit stones.
The copper mirror really eats them up.
Duplicating one earthly spirit pill required 100 spirit stones.
Not a bad price. The heavenly spirit pill, useful upon reaching the 8th level of chi condensation, required 500.
Just a bit too expensive. Thinking about spirit stones, he frowned. Of the 10,000 spirit stones he'd had, not many were left. During the 2 months he had spent breaking through from the 7th level to the 8th level, he had consumed over 80 earthly spirit pills. That was nearly 2 per day before he had broken through to the 8th level of chi condensation. In the future, he muttered to himself,
I will require even more spiritual power to practice cultivation.
A glance inside his bag of holding confirmed that he only had 5 heavenly spirit pills. He had already consumed 1, and had calculated that to reach the 9th level of chi condensation he would need roughly 150.
I know I need a lot of spiritual power. But could it be that my excessive consumption of demonic cores has caused my body to begin to reject medicinal pills? He hesitated, unsure of how to confirm his theory.
If he was right, then he might need even more heavenly spirit pills, or perhaps other types of medicinal pills. 150 heavenly spirit pills, that's equal to 70,000 spirit stones. Without them, it will take me a long time to accumulate that much spiritual energy.
Plus, my latent talent is only ordinary, so that means it will take even longer. He sighed as he thought about the emptiness of his bag of holding.
He had 3 more of the extraordinarily large spirit stones, but he didn't dare to use them. The more advanced he became in his cultivation, the more he realized how rash he had been to duplicate the wooden sword all those years ago. The large spirit stones were clearly extraordinarily special, otherwise he would not have been able to duplicate the Vorpal jade blood crystals.
I won't use these large spirit stones unless it's absolutely necessary, he said resolutely. Maybe they will have some other use in the future.
The fan beneath his feet began to shine brightly, and his body transformed into a ray of light which shot off into the distance. He was quiet as he traveled, circulating his spiritual energy. Eventually, the treasured fan began to fade and take on a more ordinary appearance. As he moved farther and farther away, he began to grow more at ease. After all these months, the Violet Fate sect disciples will surely have moved on. He was careful as he traveled, eventually emerging from the mountains.
He looked off into the distance. If he was right, this area was close to the capital city of the state of Zhao. Once upon a time, he had yearned day and night to go to the capital city. This desire was second only to his dream of visiting the Great Tang in the eastern lands. He sighed emotionally as he thought of his 3 years of examinations, and 3 years of failures. He had never even made it to the final examinations in the capital city. Another 3 years had passed, and now he finally arrived, not as a scholar, but as a cultivator. As he approached the capital city, he stopped gliding and began to walk along the public road. He tied up his hair, and this, coupled with his scholar's robe, made him look just like the old scholar that he used to be. Although, while he had then been somewhat short, after years of cultivation, he was now tall and slender. His skin was still a bit dark, yet vigorous, emanating a strong air. He walked along absent-mindedly. It was March now, which was often a time for snowfall in the state of Zhao. As Meng Hao walked, the darkness of evening began to settle around him, and snowflakes began to slowly fall. Soon, the ground was covered with whiteness, like a feathered quilt. The wind blew snow onto Meng Hao's hair. It didn't melt, but rather began to collect together. Everything was still and quiet. As he grew closer and closer to the capital city, a horse-drawn carriage approached from behind him, speeding forward at top speed. It seemed whoever was inside was afraid the city gates would be closing soon. It passed Meng Hao, kicking up billows of snowflakes in its wake. As it passed, the wind blew open the carriage's curtain just a crack, revealing a young scholar reading some texts. Meng Hao looked at him calmly, recalling his own similar appearance years ago. As of now, Meng Hao was clearly about 20 years old. However, inside, he felt much older. He let out a light sigh. Up ahead, the carriage came to a stop, and the curtain lifted up. The young scholar looked back at him, then stepped down out of the carriage and saluted Meng Hao with clasped hands. "Brother, are you going to Capital City for the imperial examinations?" Meng Hao quickly returned the salute. "Years ago I dreamed of doing so, but those dreams have long since faded. I just want to go take a look at the Tower of Tang." "That's a pity, my brother," he said, looking regretful. "Your bearing seems very refined. I thought perhaps we were fellow candidates." Are you sure you wish to give up on your aspirations to become an official? The young man appeared to be about the same age as Meng Hao. Meng Hao shook his head silently. Well, never mind, said the young scholar. He looked at Meng Hao's scholarly appearance and smiled warmly. It's starting to snow harder, and it will be harder and harder to travel along the road. If it gets too late, you won't be able to enter the city. Brother, why don't you join me in the carriage? We should still have enough time to make it to the city. Meng Hao looked up at the sky, then back at the scholar. He bowed respectfully, then stepped up into the carriage. A fire crackled in a small oven inside, dispelling the bitter cold. This, coupled with the fact that an old family retainer drove the carriage, made it clear that the scholar came from a rich family. The old driver wore a wide bamboo hat and the knuckles of his hands were large. It seemed he could do some kung fu. I am Zhang Yong, the scholar said with a smile, warming his hands. Brother, there's no need to be shy. We're both scholars, and scholars should help each other whenever possible. I am Meng Hao, he said with a humble smile. Many thanks to you, Brother Zhang. His gaze fell upon the book resting next to Zhang Yong. It was the Book of Rites. It looked very old, and was obviously not a copy, but rather an ancient original text. You're surnamed Meng? Said Zhang Yong, his expression brightening. It was somewhat cramped inside the carriage, but he still managed to stand and give Meng Hao a respectful salute. Such an honorable family name. So you're a descendant of Qingfu. I have been disrespectful, please forgive me, Brother Meng. Meng Hao stood and returned the salute. There's no need to act like this, Brother Zhang. It's just a surname. My ancestors were resplendent, but as for me, I failed repeatedly in the imperial examinations, which has left me extremely ashamed. The two of them sat back down. Brother Meng, you spoke incorrectly just now, said Zhang Yong solemnly. Your surname will bring you good fortune. It has been passed down to you from ancient times. As a descendant of Qingfu, even if you didn't pass the imperial examinations, as long as you have kindness and virtue in your heart, you can still live by the values of Confucius. Meng Hao thought silently for a moment, then lifted his head and looked at the scholar sitting in front of him. Brother Zhang, he said quietly, what is the true meaning of Confucianism? Courtesy, benevolence, loyalty, and the golden mean, he responded unhesitatingly. This is Confucianism. Meng Hao didn't respond. He looked out through the curtain at the snowflakes filling the air. After a while, he spoke again in a cool voice, what is the meaning of life, Life? Said Zhang Yong, looking surprised. He hesitated for a while, not saying anything. The inside the carriage grew quiet, filled only with the sound of falling snow, which drifted in through the window. Meng Hao lifted up his hand and reached outside. Snowflakes gradually accumulated on his hand. Snow will only appear during winter, he said quietly, and can only exist in the cold wind. Therefore, its life exists only during the depths of winter. He pulled his hand back into the carriage and held it next to the copper oven. The snow began to melt, turning into water, which flowed through the creases of his palm. Snow can only live in the winter. When it nears a fire, it dies. That is its life. It may yearn for summer, but it can only desire it. In my hand, the snow becomes water, because this is not its world. He raised his hand back up and brushed the water off outside the window. There, beyond the vision of the young scholar, it once again became snow. Zhang Yong stared mutely, a deep look appearing in his eyes. Eventually, the carriage entered the city. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you, Brother Zhang, said Meng Hao coolly. I shall take my leave. He saluted politely, and stepped out of the carriage, then treaded across the snow-filled street. Yearning for summer, Zhang Yong murmured to himself, but only able to exist in the cold of winter. Only able to look off into the distance, that is snow. He watched Meng Hao disappearing into the distance. After a while, he got out of the cart and gave a deep bow in Meng Hao's direction. Snow began to cover him, but he knew that as soon as he re-entered the carriage, it would die. He would never forget what had just happened, and what he had just seen and heard. Years later, after he became a famous Confucian in the state of Zhao, he would think back to that windy, winter night when the snow slowly melted into water. And he would think of a scholar named Meng Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Unable to see Chang'an. The state of Zhao was in the southern part of the southern domain, which was connected to the western subcontinent. These two areas were separated from the rest of the Nanshan continent by the Milky Way Sea, although it is possible that long ago, the Nanshan continent had not been split in this way. To state things more clearly, the state of Zhao exists on the edge of the southern domain, far from the sea. Only by passing over numerous mountains would the boundless Milky Way Sea become visible. The state of Zhao was not very large, nor was it heavily populated. However, the capital city was a bustling place. Even though the evening air was filled with falling snow, the houses glowed with lantern light, keeping everyone warm inside. Anyone who didn't own a house, who walked about in the snowy night, would feel an indescribable loneliness. Meng Hao walked down the street beneath the darkening sky. The crowds of people who would normally be visible during the day were nowhere to be seen. Anyone who moved about wore white bamboo hats, and kept their heads lowered as they hurried along. Looking off into the distance, Meng Hao could just barely make out the shape of a large, prominent building. It was a pagoda, a tower. The Tower of Tang. It was nearly 300 meters tall, almost like a mountain, capable of capturing the attention of anyone within the city. Snow surrounded it, but could not hide the evidence of the devoted care spent by the king of Zhao, the scholars, and the many other people who had constructed it. It faced the eastern lands, the great Tang and Chang'an. Meng Hao had never been to the capital city before, nor the Tower of Tang. He had never even seen it before. But as he walked down the street toward it, he knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that this was definitely the Tower of Tang. He had always imagined that one day he would become a government official, and then he would be able to climb to its top and stare out across the land. He looked at the Tower of Tang sitting there amidst the swirling snow. A long time passed. Before mother and father disappeared, he murmured to himself, a violet wind blew outside. People said it was an auspicious sign, and that a celestial being had appeared in the sky. He walked forward, staring at the Tower of Tang. He thought about everything that had happened that night. He would never be able to forget. That night, he lost his youth. From that night on, he would never again have a father and mother to rely on. That was when he began to grow strong. It was then that he started to dream of going to the eastern lands, to the great Tang, but rumors spread that his parents were dead, but Meng Hao knew that they were simply missing. They were out there, somewhere. He would never forget the violet robe his father had been wearing that night as he stood next to the window, looking out at the violet wind. Nor would he forget how his father had looked back at him, a disturbed look in his eyes. He would never forget that night, nor the quiet sound of his mother weeping. He had never spoken of these things to anyone, but had kept them buried deep in his heart. As the Tower of Tang grew closer and closer, he wondered why he was suddenly thinking about such things from the past. He sighed. The sigh broke to pieces in the snowy wind. It would never leave the capital city, nor the state of Zhao, nor the southern domain. It would not cross the Milky Way Sea, nor would it reach Chang'an. Maybe it's because mother would always talk about the great Tang, he murmured. She told me that in the capital city of every nation, there is a Tower of Tang, and people say those towers are the closest you can get to Chang'an without actually being there. As he approached the district surrounding the Tower of Tang, he looked up. The snow fell in heavy sheets, and the winter wind whimpered around him. More and more snow was building up on the tower. From where he stood, he could see clearly that it had been constructed with great care. Its foundation was 8-sided, and it rose up like a massive pagoda. It was constructed from green material, and looked just like he had imagined it would. Despite the snow, soldiers patrolled around its perimeter. This area was a place only highly ranked officials and powerful people could enter, in order to offer sacrifices and perform rites. But the mortal soldiers didn't notice as Meng Hao's body passed by and entered the tower. An ancient flight of stairs wound up inside, reaching slowly up toward the top. The walls were carved with brightly colored frescoes, depicting the eastern lands, the great Tang and Chang'an. I remember mother describing the great Tang to me. I was so small then, that I didn't really understand what she was talking about. But now that I think about it, the way she described the eastern lands, the great Tang and Chang'an, it was as if she had seen them with her own eyes. If she hadn't, how could she have described everything in such detail? It was just like these carvings. He examined them as he ascended the stairs. Eventually he reached the top of the tower, and the end of the carvings. They had depicted life and culture, beautiful scenery, and countless amazing, legendary stories. It was all very moving and inspiring. Outside, the snow whistled about in the air, buffeted by strong winds. It lay thick on the top of the tower. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked off into the distance. The only thing he could see was snow. He could not see the eastern lands, nor the great Tang, nor Chang'an. So you can't see Chang'an from here after all, he murmured quietly. He stood there quietly, wrapped up in countless thoughts. He was not a government official, here to offer sacrifices to the heavens. He was a cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation. I walk a different path than before, but the direction is the same. The wind blew his hair about, and the snow stuck to him unmelting, as if it approved of his life, as if he too were snow.
After a while, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate quietly. During the night, the snow fell even harder. The lights shone within the houses of the capital city. From atop the Tower of Tang, everything grew pitch black and quiet. Within the quiet darkness, Meng Hao could see himself years ago, back in Yunjia County, amidst the snow. The snowy night slowly passed. At dawn, Meng Hao opened his eyes. It was hard to say whether he glanced at the rising sun, or if the rising sun glanced at him first. The city came to life with the dawn. Soon, the streets filled with throngs of people. Meng Hao watched the mortal world spread out before him. He observed silently, all the way until night fell. Another dawn broke. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 7 days, Meng Hao gazed down on everything. At first, his eyes had seemed faint and weak, but then they grew bright, and finally, calm. Something had changed in his mind. He had achieved a state of enlightenment regarding life itself. At dawn on the 8th day, he looked down to see officials and soldiers arrive at the Tower of Tang to perform a rite. A middle-aged man stood there wearing a golden robe. Behind him were crowds of people, standing neatly in formation. He offered sacrifices to heaven and earth, as did many of the commoners throughout the city. Meng Hao stood as they began to bow to the heavens. He left the tower, avoiding their obeisance. Stepping onto the treasured fan, he soared forward, knowing that the time had come for him to leave. As he prepared to depart, he looked back toward the tower one more time. When he did, his eyes grew wide. He watched as the people kowtowed outside of the Tower of Tang, which then began to glow softly. It was a sparkling glow that the mortals could not see, but someone filled with spiritual energy could. The light shot upwards, sending the clouds roiling, whereupon a huge vortex appeared. This, also, was invisible to the eyes of the mortals, but not to Meng Hao. He could see the vortex clearly, and it caused him to suck in a breath. He looked shaken. Inside the vortex, he could see an endless field of bones and ruins, filled with a ghastly aura and a curling, black fog. He couldn't see very many clear details, but could sense a mysterious and gruesome air roiling out. His mind was shaken, especially when he noticed that within the black mist of the vortex was an enormous coffin. There, amidst the ruins, sitting cross-legged next to the coffin, was a shriveled corpse. It suddenly opened its eyes. They were as gray as ash, and within them 7 faint spots of light rotated about like stars. The corpse's vision shot out from within the vortex, straight onto Meng Hao. His heart trembled, and he involuntarily closed his eyes as he felt a stab of pain within them. It felt as if 7 stars were about to appear within his own pupils, the same as those within the ash-gray eyes. Suddenly, withered wrinkles began to appear across his body, and a terrible black mist began to seep out of his pores. Shocked, Meng Hao retreated at top speed. At the same time, the vortex was suddenly sucked up into the clouds. The crushing feeling he had experienced vanished, and everything went back to normal. It was as if what he had just seen had been a hallucination. And yet, his body was still withered, and faint wisps of death aura continued to seep out of him. His facial expression changed several times. He looked down at the Tower of Tang. The glow was no longer present, but the people continued to pay obeisance. His face grew dark, and without hesitation he pushed the treasured fan to its limits. His body turned into a stream of light and he disappeared into the distance. He soared out of the capital city, looking back toward the Tower of Tang several times. His eyes scanned the sky, and doubt began to rise up in his heart. It couldn't have been a hallucination. The Tower of Tang, what kind of place is it exactly? Originally I thought it was a mortal place, but that's obviously not true. What was that place within the vortex? The ruins, the death aura, all those bones, his scalp grew numb as he thought about the corpse he had seen amidst the ruins. Its eyes had been filled with callousness, grim and ghastly, especially the 7 stars within the pupils of its gray eyes. As he thought of this, his body grew cold and began to drip with sweat. And that coffin. Meng Hao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. Who was inside that coffin, and why did it suddenly appear within the vortex? Why? Does it have something to do with the Tower of Tang? Does it have something to do with the Great Tang in the Eastern Lands? Meng Hao grew thoughtful, looking back yet again at the Tower of Tang. The sense of awe within him grew stronger. He breathed in deeply again, gliding forward a bit before dropping to the ground and running. He was starting to think that being stared at by the corpse within the vortex had been a catastrophe. This chapter was sponsored by Mitchell Kuchik, Tu Ha, and Hein Hogberg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Undispellable Death Aura. The capital city drew further and further away. A long time passed, during which time Meng Hao pushed down the feeling of fear that quivered in his heart. He frowned, scanning his body. It had withered, while before he had been somewhat slim, he was now somewhat emaciated. That problem was secondary to what really alarmed Meng Hao. His body continuously emanated strands of black mist, as if it were burning. It continued to come out of him, no matter how much he tried to wave it away. It floated high up into the air, making it possible for anyone around to determine his location. My body stopped withering, but this weird black aura just won't stop. It's really making me stand out too much. He flew forward as fast as possible, trying to find a place to hide within the mountains. After the black mist finished dissipating, he would come out again. 2 hours later, he sat angrily in the remote mountains. After sealing himself up in an immortal's cave, he'd found out that the black mist could pass through some material objects. Damn it, how long will this mist last? He gnashed his teeth, not daring to stop anywhere. If he did, the mist would gather together above him and become easily visible. Anyone who saw it would definitely think there was some sort of treasured item nearby. Meng Hao frowned, pushing deeper into the mountains. He kept moving forward as fast as possible. When his spiritual energy ran out, he would consume a medicinal pill. It was only in this fashion that he could prevent the black aura from gathering together. It wasn't as easy to see when it was spread thin, although it still floated up visibly into the sky. 7 days passed. Meng Hao was frightened as well as exhausted, having had no chance to rest. The damnable mist was black during the day, then glowed white during the night. After the 7th day, he could tell that the amount of mist dissipating from his body had grown weaker. In his best estimation, it would take approximately 1 month for it to disperse completely. He didn't dare to stay in the mountains for too long, as he might attract attention. He wasn't sure whether or not the Violet Fate sect disciples had actually left. So, he had no choice but to just keep moving forward. On one particular day, he sat cross-legged on the treasured fan, soaring through a forest. Suddenly, he lifted his head up, his eyes flickering. He could see 4 shapes speeding in his direction from a distance away. With a frown, he stopped flying and dropped to the ground. He slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. It shot toward an old tree, chopping a hole in it into which Meng Hao entered. He had attempted this method before and found that the mist would not pass outside of the tree. However, after the space of about 10 breaths, the tree would wither up. He had done this several times in the past week in order to avoid the detection of other cultivators. Sitting inside the hole in the tree, he waited for the 4 people to go away. Unfortunately, instead of passing by, they stopped nearby and began to look around carefully. One of them was a young man in a violet robe. His face was expressionless as he leaped to the top of a tree, the power of his cultivation base radiating out. In his hand he held a white pearl. The black aura which had been emanating out from Meng Hao was instantly sucked into the white pearl, whereupon it began to turn black. Meng Hao's heart began to thump when he saw this. The group of people was made up of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a long skirt and was rather beautiful. A mysterious look gleamed in her eyes, a look that others might describe as demonic. "Come to speak of it, it really is strange," she said. "This thick death aura has appeared a lot recently in the mountains." The 2 men standing next to her frowned as they gazed around the forest. "Regardless of what's causing it, we should leave once we finish absorbing the aura," said one of the men, sounding a bit nervous. "Whatever is causing it is something very strange. It's probably better if we don't find out what it is." "What are you afraid of?" said the woman with a smile. She gave a charming look to the violet-robed young man, her eyes shining with charm. "With elder brother Yen here, we're safe from any danger. He's an inner sect disciple of the 8th level of chi condensation. He can prevent any disasters from occurring. And who knows, maybe we might even have a bit of good fortune." The young man with the pearl was of the 8th level of chi condensation, and was obviously the leader. The others were all at the 6th level. It didn't take very long for the pearl to absorb all of the black aura. The pearl itself was now pitch black, and didn't seem as if it could even absorb any more. Meng Hao sat there watching, lost in thought. "Let's go," said the man named Yen. He flicked his wide sleeve, and the 4 of them began to make their way off. As this happened, Meng Hao frowned. They were taking too long, and he had run out of time. The black aura was just now beginning to seep out from the top of the tree. As soon as it appeared, the man named Yen turned and looked at it, his eyes flashing. Meng Hao sighed, and then burst out from within the tree. He flicked his sleeve and sped off as fast as possible. His appearance surprised the 4 people, as did the black aura emanating from him. The man named Yen stared at him. "Fellow Taoist, please stay behind a moment," he called out. His hands flashed in incantation signs, and instantly, a black wind sprang up which formed into the shape of a hideous, grinning skull. It opened its jaw and shot toward Meng Hao. He had asked for Meng Hao to stop. But this skull carried the full power of his 8th level of chi condensation. It moved as swift as lightning, with incredible power. At the same time, the two other men and the woman, their eyes glittering, attacked. 2 flying swords and a jade bracelet transformed into beams of light which shot straight toward Meng Hao. The woman's jade bracelet let out a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, expanding in size as it prepared to smash him.
Meng Hao frowned. He hadn't been in a good mood before, having been frustrated to the extreme by the black aura.
At the moment, these people had arisen a strong killing spirit within him. He let out a cold snort. His right hand lifted up, and a roaring flame python appeared, 20 or 30 meters long. It shot toward the 4 incoming magical items, radiating blistering heat. A boom shook the air. The jade bracelet shattered and the 2 flying swords melted away. The skull dissipated because of the collision. The flame python let out a wail and then vanished.
8th level of chi condensation, said the woman.
The 2 men next to her gasped, their expressions intent.
The cultivator surnamed Yen took a step forward, staring at Meng Hao.
I am Yen Zigua, disciple of the Cold Wind sect, he said coolly, his eyes flashing like lightning.
Fellow Taoist, you don't need to be in such a hurry to leave. Could you please explain the thick death aura emanating from your body?
Meng Hao was at the 8th level of chi condensation, but so was Yen Zigua, so he spoke in a voice as cold as ever.
Meng Hao returned his cold stare, and didn't say anything. He slapped his bag of holding, and in a flash, the treasured fan appeared. He shot away at high speed. Yen Zigua looked at the fan in astonishment. A magic item which grants flight.
He's not of the foundation establishment stage, so he can only glide. He'll be back on the ground shortly.
Yen Zigua's heart began to beat faster.
The fan was a magical item that only disciples of the 9th level of chi condensation might get within his sect. With a cold harumph, he charged off in pursuit. The other 3 hesitated for a moment, then followed him.
Damn it,
said Meng Hao, his eyes growing even colder. His opponent had seen the power of his cultivation base, as well as his use of magic, both of which were clearly warnings. And yet he still pursued.
Meng Hao felt extremely annoyed.
His hand moved in incantation patterns, and then he pointed back at the 4 pursuers. Instantly, 4 beams of light shot out, 4 of the feathers from the fan. They cut through the air like flying swords, heading straight for the 4 people behind him.
Yen Zigua narrowed his eyes and smacked his bag of holding.
A small wooden shield appeared, about the size of his palm. It quickly expanded to the size of a head as it flew forward to meet the feather. A violent boom sounded out as they slammed into each other. As for the other 3, looks of shock appeared on their faces and they scrambled to produce magical items.
Amidst the ensuing explosions, they spat blood out from their mouths and retreated, looking terrified. Those 3 feathers weren't damaged at all. Meng Hao waved his finger, and they shot back toward Yen Zigua. Yen Zigua's face twisted and he opened his mouth with a howl.
A green mist suddenly emitted from his pores, forming a dense fog which circulated around him, turning into a giant green skull. It flew directly toward the 3 incoming feathers. Banging sounds rang out, and the skull collapsed. The 3 feathers no longer glowed, and were now twisted and warped. They flew back to Meng Hao. I'm warning you, said Meng Hao coldly, his eyes flashing, if you keep pestering me. Without finishing his sentence, he turned and disappeared into the distance, his body transforming into a prismatic beam.
Yen Zigua didn't pursue.
He glared at Meng Hao's retreating form, his hands trembling slightly within his sleeves.
Meng Hao was a stranger to him.
And yet this stranger had just casually forced him to use a life-saving art.
That fan is not just a flight-bestowing treasure, but a powerful weapon,
he said to himself, his heart pounding. He turned to look at his 3 bedraggled companions.
Have any of you heard of someone from the state of Zhao who is at the 8th level of chi condensation and has a treasured fan?
Someone so young who was at the 8th level of chi condensation would surely have made a name for himself here, said one of the other Cold Wind sect disciples. But I can't think of anyone among the 3 great sects who matches his description.
Who is he? He can't be a cultivator from the state of Zhao, can he?
Yen Zigua frowned, even more interested in Meng Hao's treasured fan. Elder brother Yen, said the female disciple, sounding hesitant. I remember someone mentioned a treasured fan about a month ago. It was elder brother Sun Hua from the Winding Stream sect. He said that some disciples from the Southern Domain's Violet Fate sect made a trade with a Reliance sect disciple named Meng Hao.
One of the items was a feather fan. Yen Zigua looked shocked.
He slapped his bag of holding, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. This was an item distributed to inner sect disciples. Inside was a depiction of Meng Hao, sealed with orders that anyone encountering him were to feel him out to get an idea of how strong he was. The orders were several months old, so Yan Zigua had mostly forgotten about them. Scanning the jade slip, he looked closely at the picture of Meng Hao's face and, sure enough, it was the same as the person he had just encountered.
"So it's him," said Yan Zigua, his eyes gleaming.
His mouth twisted into a cold smile. He was just about to say something when suddenly, the ground trembled and the sky above turned crimson. Something shocking was happening not too far away in the southern domain, and the side effects were spreading out to cover the entire area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 61. Chapter 61, a shocking event in the southern domain. An earth-shaking boom rumbled out from the heavens.
The source of the sound wasn't close, but seemed to billow forth from quite some distance. It wasn't directed toward the location of Meng Hao and the others, but rather seemed to cover the entire state of Zhao. At this moment, every cultivator within the nation could hear the massive roar. A red glow appeared, so large that it was impossible to tell how much area it covered. It seemed as if the entire sky was crimson.
No one knew what was happening.
Far away from the state of Zhao and the eyes of its cultivators, in the middle of the southern domain, an enormous rift had appeared in the sky.
It was a heavenly rift.
The booming grew more intense, rolling across not just the state of Zhao but the entire southern domain. Every place, every sect, every clan in the massive southern domain eventually heard it. Meng Hao's face changed.
He was shocked to see the black aura roiling out from his body at an increased rate of speed.
He moved forward even faster, his body turning into an iridescent streak of light.
Yan Zigua and the others were awestruck.
Their hearts began to race, and their cultivation bases suddenly seemed unstable, as if they were about to fly out of their bodies. At this moment within the mountains of the state of Zhao, a thick mist swirled around the Cold Wind sect, one of the three great sects. When the roaring boom sounded out, the mist began to seethe and the mountain peaks trembled.
Within the sect, hundreds of pale-faced disciples stared up into the heavens in shock.
On a mountain behind the sect, its two strongest members, both elders at the core formation stage, awoke and emerged from a secret chamber. They flew out and hovered in the air, looking up into the sky and gasping. Their cultivation bases rotated rapidly. Even though they couldn't see exactly what was happening so far away, they could feel an enormous, shattering pressure from the heavens. And then, because of their extraordinary cultivation bases, they were able to sense the heavens splitting.
What happened?
The noise is coming from the center of the southern domain.
Impossible. That's such an incredible distance away, how can a sound travel so far? 5 of the Cold Wind Sect's Foundation establishment elders flew up behind them in succession.
Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled. Within another of the state of Zhao's 3 great sects, the Upright Evening sect, 2 eccentrics of the core formation stage and 4 elders of the Foundation establishment stage floated in midair, gazing numbly toward the distant heavens. The entire sky was crimson, as if it were on fire.
Seeing this left them in shock. What is this? It wasn't just the members of the Cold Wind sect and the Upright Evening sect.
The disciples of the Winding Stream sect also heard the sound and stared dumbly up into the heavens, looking awestruck.
The sect's core formation eccentric was trembling.
His cultivation base was profound, and yet he stared off into the distance, wondering what was happening. Even more shocking, amidst the burning screen which covered the entire sky, there suddenly appeared what looked like countless fissures. This is not a normal sound, otherwise it wouldn't transmit so quickly across the state of Zhao.
Its speed, this sound could exterminate everything.
The situation in sects and other surrounding countries was the same as that of the state of Zhao. Far away in the southern domain, the patriarchs of the 5 great sects and 3 great clans, with their profound cultivation bases, also felt the enormous pressure bearing down from the heavens. Being in the center of the southern domain, they could see what all those others could not. They saw the enormous rift in the sky.
Disbelief covered their faces.
On this day, at this moment, the entire southern domain was in an uproar.
Countless cultivators flew into the air, and an innumerable amount of experts looked up in amazement.
This strange sign which had appeared in the air shocked them all to the core. Meng Hao flew along as quickly as he could, more black aura than usual was pouring out of him, as if it were answering a summons. This, combined with the strange sign in the sky, had him scared nearly witless. He shot forward at full speed until he arrived at the top of a tall mountain.
He stood there, looking off into the heavens. Far away, it seemed as if the heavens were slowly being split open.
Then, a dark glow spread out, filling heaven and earth both with pitch-black darkness. A moment passed, and then the entire southern domain began to quake, as if a powerful force were shaking its very center, sending tremors rippling outward.
Mountains crumbled and the land was rocked.
The southern domain was very large, so it took time for the effects to spread. It started in the center and then spread out in every direction, all the way to the borders.
Mountains continued to collapse, but because the state of Zhao was so far away, the reaction there was not as strong.
It only experienced minor earthquakes about 7 days later. Even that left the eccentrics of the state of Zhao shocked. Some of them had been to the central district in the southern domain and knew how incredibly far away it was. Even a massive earthquake there would not have been able to travel 7 days away to the state of Zhao. Within those 7 days, a rumor spread like wildfire through the southern domain. Soon, everyone had heard the shocking tale. A corpse had fallen from the sky. And it had fallen roughly 500 kilometers from one of the 3 danger zones of the southern domain, the Rebirth Cave.
The news caused a huge sensation in the southern domain and sent everyone into a commotion.
It was even said that experts from the western desert were gathering in the southern domain because of it.
Which expert did that corpse belong to?
It fell down from the heavens.
It said, you can only step foot into the heavens after achieving immortal ascension.
Could it be that the roar which echoed out was emitted by that corpse before it died?
Achieve immortal ascension?
It's easy to use those words, but according to the ancient records, only 7 or 8 people in the southern domain have ever done it. But that corpse, it was just too astonishing. When it hit the ground, it caused 7 days of earthquakes. Qi condensation and foundation establishment, core formation and nascent soul, spirit severing and Tao seeking, finally immortal ascension. A total of 7 stages to ascend to immortality. To achieve immortal ascension and conquer emptiness is difficult. Oh, so difficult. This news spread through the southern domain. However, the state of Zhao was a somewhat remote place, so the rumors didn't reach there.
Only a few elders from the great sects learned of the information.
As for Meng Hao, he continued to move through the deep mountains, a frown on his face. During the 7-day period, the death aura in his body had been reduced significantly. But then it had started to seep out again like before. He estimated that it would take about 20 more days for it to dissipate.
This death aura is very annoying. If it weren't for it, I could be out accomplishing things.
Meng Hao's mood was one of vexation. Because of the inexplicable events 7 days ago, all the cultivators in the state of Zhao had been aroused, forcing Meng Hao to hide himself constantly. He had even been found out a few times and put into dangerous situations. Each time he had to think of some way to extricate himself. He didn't like killing, but lately he had felt killing intent more and more often.
This won't do. If I'm forced to kill someone, it will cause even more problems. It's much better to just hide.
He thought for a bit, then suddenly looked up. There ahead of him in the multitudinous mountains, everything was quiet. Meng Hao stopped and looked around, but didn't see any clues as to why everything was so peaceful.
He had a bad feeling, though.
He frowned, slapping his bag of holding to produce the treasured fan. He shot forward through the forest. There was a banging sound, along with a wind that sent leaves rustling throughout the area. Then, everything was still again, without the slightest trace of anything strange. Meng Hao's facial expression, however, changed. The event from 7 days ago had been shocking, but things had calmed down since then, and none of the wildlife in the area had died. The boom that had sounded out just now should have sent the animals fleeing, and yet, everything was calm. Without hesitating, Meng Hao sent the treasured fan shooting forward, this time, in a different direction. Just then, a cold snort sounded out, and from the peaks of several surrounding mountains, black beams shot forth. The beams of blackness connected, enveloping the entire area, like a seal. Meng Hao was within the ceiling area, although he wasn't at the center, but rather toward the edge. If he had not been cautious just now, and had instead continued on forward, he would have been smack dab in its middle.
8 figures appeared, their bodies blurs. Soon, the group became visible.
Meng Hao saw a strange, water-like shield which he had been unable to sense before, that had been hiding them just now.
8 people, 6 men and 2 women.
One of the women wore a long white dress, and her face was pale.
In her hands she held an aqua-blue pearl.
The pearl emitted waves of water like ripples which had served to conceal her presence. Except, the pearl was covered with cracks, it appeared to be a single-use treasure. She didn't approach him, but rather stayed off in the distance. The others approached him at top speed, surrounding him.
One of them was Yan Zigua.
Meng Hao's face grew dark as he looked around coldly at the group of cultivators. A killing air swirled around Yan Zigua, but his cultivation base was not the highest among the group.
The highest belonged to someone who wasn't even standing on the ground.
Floating in the air on a flying sword above Meng Hao, was a middle-aged man wearing a sky-blue Taoist robe. His eyes were calm, but he emitted an air of supreme condescension. His cultivation base was at the 9th level of qi condensation. Among the sects of the state of Zhao, people at the 9th level of qi condensation were in a unique position. If within a 60-year cycle they could successfully establish their foundation, then they would become sect elders. If they could not establish a foundation within a 60-year cycle, then they would no longer be members of the inner sect, but rather an honor guard. If Shangguan Xiu had been a member of the Reliance sect when it was powerful, then he would have been an honor guard and not an elder. The middle-aged man had only been at the 9th level of qi condensation for about 2 years. You could say that his future was limitless. If he succeeded in establishing his foundation, he would have a completely different identity. "You're clever," said Yan Zigua coldly. "If you weren't, you wouldn't have been able to swindle the Violet Fate sect. But even though you're not in the center, once you're in the perimeter of this spell, you're dead. After all, Elder Brother Lu is here, and we're going to take the real treasure from you. When we do, maybe we'll leave your corpse intact." He looked greedily at Meng Hao's treasured fan. In the past days, he found out a lot about Meng Hao, including the details of his trade with the Violet sect disciples, which he had learned from Sun Hua. Now he coveted Meng Hao's items even more. Meng Hao, his face grim, didn't even look at Yan Zigua. Instead, he stared at the 9th level qi condensation cultivator. This was the elder brother Lu that Yan Zigua had mentioned. He looked ordinary, and didn't speak. Instead, he just stood there on his flying sword, emanating a powerful aura. When Meng Hao sensed his strength, his pupils constricted. "If you want Meng Hao's treasures," he said coldly, "then you will have to pay the price." He slapped his bag of holding and a silver light shot out. A glittering silver spear appeared in Meng Hao's hand. He planted it in the middle of the treasured fan next to him, its point straight up. As soon as the silver spear appeared, it caught the attention of the onlookers. Even elder brother Lu's eyes flickered, coming to rest on the spear. In the same moment as their eyes focused on the spear, Meng Hao, eyes glittering, flung open his scroll painting. Howling sounds poured out from within the painting, and 3 mist beasts appeared. They charged forth toward the group of people. Taking advantage of the sudden chaos, Meng Hao quickly flashed an incantation pattern, and a black beam shot out at indescribable speed. Yan Zigua's heart leapt, and he ripped himself out of the shimmering glow caused by the magical item behind him, shooting backwards at the same time. Before he could barely even move, the black light sunk into his head, right between his eyebrows. This was the hell-fighting spike. And this was Meng Hao's temperament. Not attacking was fine. But when attacking, one must be the first to strike. Yan Zigua was looking to die, so Meng Hao would send him to the yellow springs of the underworld. This chapter was sponsored by Hein Hogberg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, One Wave Settles Down. As soon as the hell-fighting spike touched the space between Yan Zigua's eyebrows, a black frost began to spread out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had covered his entire body. A cracking sound could be heard, and Yan Zigua's eyes widened. His pupils shrank, and an astonished expression filled his face. Then, his entire body shattered into chunks of black, frozen flesh, which then fell to the ground. Originally, Meng Hao had wanted to flee. But Yan Zigua had arranged for his escape routes to be blocked. Therefore, Meng Hao made the decision to strike him down. He had been a part of the cultivation world for a while now, and was well aware of the law of the jungle. Not attacking was fine, but when the time came to attack, it should be without a shred of compassion, otherwise, it meant your own death. This sudden turn of events instantly caused expressions of shock and horror to appear on the faces of the surrounding Cold Wind sect disciples. The 3 mist beasts that had emerged from Meng Hao's scroll painting were almost upon them, howling savagely. Their appearance was fierce, and their roars enveloped the area with a powerful pressure. They looked like 3 conglomerations of black mist as they charged directly toward the cultivators, then smashed into them. A boom resounded out, and an expression of shock appeared on the face of Elder Brother Lu, the cultivator of the 9th level qi condensation. He slapped his hands together and then waved them forward. A red banner flew out. It rippled in the air, causing a massive flame conflagration to shoot out, over 30 meters in every direction. The flames shot toward the mist beasts. Meng Hao ignored the other cultivation monks, who were in complete disorder. He moved downward, charging straight toward the woman with the aqua blue pearl. He could tell that the pearl was the magical item maintaining the special spell. Her face suddenly filled with anxiety, and she retreated backwards rapidly. But Meng Hao was faster than her. He was upon her in an instant. He waved his hand, sending her spinning, blood spraying from her mouth. Terrified, she released the pearl, which went flying away. The woman might be beautiful, but her presence here made her Meng Hao's enemy. He looked at her coldly, then raised up his hand with a claw-like gesture. The pearl shot toward him and landed in his hand. Almost as soon as it touched him, a thunderous roar could be heard. The three mist beasts were completely destroyed as Elder Brother Lu's flame conflagration encompassed them. It then spread out toward Meng Hao. "You might have a lot of treasures," said Elder Brother Lu with an unsightly expression, "but you killed members of my Cold Wind sect. You're dead." His fellow disciples behind him looked to be in very poor condition. But that was of secondary importance. He would have a hard time explaining the death of Yin Zigua when he returned to the sect. He made no attempt to conceal his intention to murder Meng Hao. Meng Hao said nothing. As the flame conflagration descended towards him, his left hand slapped his bag of holding and a large, black net appeared. He flicked it out, and it shot up into the sky. It passed through the flame conflagration, extinguishing it instantly. The net expanded, growing larger and larger, making a beeline for Elder Brother Lu. Elder Brother Lu's face twisted. He lifted his right hand, which contained a jade slip that he snapped. Suddenly, his body blurred as he just barely ducked out of the path of the net. Behind, two of the other disciples were caught up by the net. The net radiated an intense heat, which instantly set their clothing aflame. Within a moment, their charred bodies began to be sliced into pieces. Horrifying shrieks rang out, causing the remaining Cold Wind sect disciples' faces to grow pale. They trembled with fear. Even Elder Brother Lu looked on with wide eyes. He would never have been able to guess that Meng Hao would have magical items such as this. Even while all of this was happening, Meng Hao continued to move, his right hand grabbing the pearl and smashing it. The giant sealing spell that covered the area flickered and then began to disperse. Meng Hao's left hand flickered in an incantation pattern which he aimed at the treasured fan. He grabbed the silver spear as the fan's 16 feathers circulated around him to form a shield, which then carried him forward, shooting toward a hole in the unraveling spell. "You want to run? Stop dreaming." Elder Brother Lu jabbed his forehead, whereupon a sword aura emerged from his mouth. A small, translucent flying sword appeared, the size of a pinky finger. A glittering sword aura billowed out as it shot in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao was moving fast and seemed just about to make his escape. He waved his hand behind him, and the black net made loud, reverberating noise. The two cultivators who had been caught up in it were now cut completely into pieces. The net began to roll up, dragging their bags of holding along with it as it flew back into Meng Hao's sleeve. By this time, Elder Brother Lu's glowing, crystalline sword had almost reached Meng Hao. It was just about to stab into him when he sensed the imminent danger. He was not in the position to stand up to the power of the 9th level of chi condensation. Seeing the fierceness of the sword aura, Meng Hao's eyes flashed. The 16 feathers rolled together and then became 16 swords which shot toward Elder Brother Lu's crystalline sword. A thunderous boom rolled out. 8 of the 16 feathers were destroyed, and the crystalline sword was sent spinning. The remaining 8 feathers returned to form a fan beneath Meng Hao's feet. However, the fan was clearly slower than before. "With fewer feathers, your fan just won't be fast enough," said Elder Brother Lu with a savage laugh. And yet, even as the words were coming out of his mouth, his eyes widened. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, whereupon 8 more identical feathers appeared. The treasured fan was once again whole, and Meng Hao transformed into a blur of light as he shot into the distance. Damn it! Elder Brother Lu's killing intent grew even stronger. He raced off in pursuit. Seeing this, the remaining disciples had little choice but to follow. Gnashing their teeth, they produced their magical items and ran after him. Only the female disciple, whose cultivation base was not strong enough, hesitated and did not follow. Meng Hao stood on his fan, his face grim, the death aura still emanating from his body. He took out the 2 bags of holding he had just acquired and looked them over. The magical items and medicinal pills inside were of little value to him. But, he did find 3 white pearls, items that he definitely needed. He took one out, and it instantly began to suck in the death aura. In the space of about 10 breaths, it had become completely black and unable to absorb anymore. Meng Hao frowned, looking at the pearl for a moment before dropping it. "I can't do any duplication at the moment. Once I shake off these people, then I can make some copies of the pearl. That will take care of the problem of the death aura attracting people's attention." He looked behind him to see figurative thunder brewing. A glittering glow surrounded the Cold Wind sect's Elder Brother Lu as he soared after Meng Hao in pursuit. Behind him, on the ground, 3 figures could be seen, racing along at breakneck speed. "Those 3 people are nothing," muttered Meng Hao to himself. "Killing them won't be a problem. But that guy surnamed Lu is at the 9th level of chi condensation. He also has a lot of magical items. In our short battle just now, he didn't even use any magic.
Getting wrapped up in a fight with him wouldn't be good.
A sneer appeared on his face. Even if Elder Brother Lu was of the 9th level, he couldn't possibly have as many medicinal pills as Meng Hao. He would just keep running until the other party was exhausted. His plan settled in his mind. He slapped his bag of holding and retrieved 3 earthly spirit pills, which he popped into his mouth. He felt a bit of regret. I wasted 8 duplicated feathers, and now I have to waste medicinal pills. If I keep fighting like this, I'm going to become poorer and poorer. I also forgot to grab Yen Zigua's bag of holding. I need to be more careful in the future. He felt a little depressed. The earthly spirit pills infused into his body, filling him with boundless spiritual energy. His speed increased. Time passed, and soon it was dusk. Meng Hao sped along at top speed the entire time. Sometimes he would soar on the treasure fan, other times he would race along on foot. Elder Brother Lu was behind him the entire time, laughing grimly.
Meng Hao was much more experienced now.
Even though gliding via flying sword was not as fast as the treasured fan, he was still completely at ease. Far behind him, the 3 Cold Winds sect disciples who had been pulled into the chase were currently moaning and groaning. They didn't dare give up, though, for fear of arousing Elder Brother Lu's displeasure. Meng Hao sped along as dusk fell. Suddenly, his expression grew intent. The death aura which continuously emitted from his body was now floating off into the distance. His heart began to thump. He looked off in that direction and suddenly saw a beam of prismatic light screaming through the air. Behind it were 10 or more figures racing along on foot. The beam of light turned out to be 2 people. Both were about 25 or 26 years old, and were at the 8th level of chi condensation. Each one stood on a green jade flute, nearly 2 meters long. Their eyes flashed like lightning, especially one of them, who wore a red robe. From the power emanating from his cultivation base, he was clearly just a hair away from entering the 9th level of chi condensation. Among the people following them on foot was Sun Hua. He carried a pearl in his hand, which was currently absorbing the death aura. "So, you're still in the state of Zhao, Meng Hao?" said Sun Hua with a loud laugh. He stared greedily at Meng Hao.
"Elder Brother Zhou, Elder Brother Su, this is Meng Hao.
He has the treasure of Patriarch Reliance. Even the Violet Fate sect is interested in it. He tricked them and aroused their ire. He definitely still has the treasured item with him." He palpitated with eagerness as he thought about the treasured item that Meng Hao possessed. He had been dreaming of getting his hands on it ever since he'd witnessed what happened that day. Fortunately, he had run into Elder Sister Han of the Cold Wind sect a few days before. During an intimate moment, he'd been able to coax some information out of her regarding Meng Hao. Then, he'd immediately found some elder brothers from the sect and begun to use the Death Aura absorbing pearl to track down Meng Hao. When they appeared and caught sight of the Elder Brother Lu chasing Meng Hao like thunder, murder on his face, their expressions changed in rapid succession. Sun Hua's eyes flickered, and the 2 soaring in the air, Zhou and Su, let out cold snorts. They moved to block Meng Hao's way, fingers flashing in incantation patterns. The flutes beneath their feet began to emit ghastly, shrieking sounds, accompanied by thin wisps of mist. The mist transformed into a gigantic hand which shot toward Meng Hao. "Beat it!" said Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. He raised his right hand, and instantly, an 20 or 30 meter long flame python appeared. Radiating intense, scorching heat, it shot to meet the flying hand.
Meng Hao flicked his right sleeve, whereupon 2 wooden swords appeared.
Glowing brightly, they became the fangs of the flame python as it surged forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Another Wave Rises Up. A boom rolled out. The giant mist hand had been created by the combined effort of 2 8th level chi condensation disciples from the Winding Stream sect. Meng Hao by himself couldn't possibly stand up to it directly. This was why he had used the second most mysterious items in his bags of holding, the wooden swords. The first most mysterious item was, of course, the copper mirror. The wooden swords, which had been the object of Wang Tengfei's desire, now flew out from Meng Hao's hand. They slashed through the giant mist hand and proceeded toward the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples. The swords didn't emit a powerful sword aura, but as they flew through the air, they sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy in a roiling current. Shocked, the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples evaded immediately. Without so much as a cold snort, Meng Hao shot off into the distance. The wooden swords circled back to him. He didn't even look back, just increased his speed forward. Behind him, Elder Brother Lu's eyes narrowed, and the avarice in his eyes grew even stronger. This main character has way too many magical items. Those wooden swords are incredibly mysterious. It just goes to prove that the spear the Violet Fate sect was after is incredibly extraordinary. But why hasn't he used its power yet? Elder Brother Lu's eyes flickered as he continued in pursuit. Similar to Meng Hao, he did not have the ability to sustain long-term flight, but needed magical assistance to soar. Sun Hua and the other Winding Stream sect disciples had dark looks on their faces. This was especially true of Zhou and Su. With cold harumphs, they shot off in pursuit. Sun Hua clenched his jaw and followed them. Zhou and Su transformed into multicolored streaks of light as they shot off in midair. They kept their distance from the Cold Wind sect's elder brother Lu, but continued in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao had a grim expression on his face. He knew that elder brother Lu from the Cold Wind sect had not even really made a move yet. With the appearance of Sun Hua and the others, he now had 2 waves of cultivators to deal with. He frowned. I just don't have enough spirit stones, thought Meng Hao somberly. If I had enough, I could have duplicated a heavenly spirit pill and broken through to the 9th level of chi condensation. If I were at the 9th level, these people wouldn't dare to pursue me. It seems I might have to go sell some of my treasures after all. Meng Hao had thought of using the copper mirror to duplicate some of the magical items, then selling them. But the state of Zhao was small, and only had a few sects. If he started selling magical items, then later used an identical magical item, it would arouse suspicion. As he muttered to himself, conflicted, his eyes suddenly filled with determination. He dropped to the ground and began running, swallowing some earthly spirit pills until his body was filled with plentiful spiritual power. Then, he jumped back onto the treasured fan and shot onward. Unfortunately, there were many mountains in this area, but few demonic beasts. The ones that he did see were weak, making it impossible for him to use his usual tactic to evade pursuit. As he was trying to figure out what to do, the 2 Winding Stream sect disciples, Zhou and Su, suddenly made incantation patterns. Another whistling sound rang out from the flutes beneath their feet. It sounded out like a wailing spirit, circling around the 2 of them as their fingers flickered. Heavenly Thunder Spirit! As the words rang out, a fierce wind sprung up around Meng Hao, and black clouds appeared in the air. Lightning began to crackle within the clouds, then shot toward Meng Hao. A look of shock appeared on his face, as this was the first time he had dealt with a lightning bolt attack such as this. He stamped his foot down onto the treasured fan, and immediately, 10 feathers flew up, overlapping across each other. The lightning bolt slammed into them. A thunderous sound rolled out, sending the feathers spinning. The lightning bolt had been created by the combined effort of 2 chi condensation cultivators. Although it didn't contain the power of heaven and earth, it was not weak, and as far as Meng Hao was concerned, was actually quite powerful. His face drained of blood, he looked back, killing intent flickering in his eyes. The attack had not been strong enough to cause him to spit up blood, but at the moment, his spiritual energy was unstable. An excellent heavenly thunder spirit, said elder brother Lu coolly, his eyes flashing. The Winding Stream sect's lightning bolt magic is very refined. Sadly, your cultivation base isn't high enough. Even with your combined efforts, the result is this. Were you stronger, he would be injured if not dead. Despite his talk, he didn't make any move on Meng Hao. Having fought with him already, he knew that he had a multitude of magical items. He decided that the best thing to do would be to rely on his own profound cultivation base to exhaust his opponent, then attack. He was happy to see the others attack him, forcing Meng Hao to use up his spiritual power. We haven't finished with the magical technique, said the Winding Stream sect disciple surnamed Su. Don't shoot your mouth off so much, Lu Daoyun. Exchanging a glance, the partners each swallowed a medicinal pill and then began making incantation patterns, their fingers moving in unison. Immediately, the black cloud roiling in pursuit of Meng Hao began to churn. Again, lightning began to form. A massive roar rumbled out across the land, and again the feathers from the treasured fan moved to defend. This time, the lightning didn't end. Bolt after bolt struck, booming ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, 3 bolts had struck, causing Meng Hao to spit up a mouthful of blood, and the killing intent in his eyes to solidify. He flicked his right sleeve, and the scroll painting appeared. He poured his spiritual power into it and 2 roars could be heard. Mist seethed, and 2 mist beasts sprung from the scroll painting, shooting toward Zhou and Su. The 2 men grew pale. They had already consumed medicinal pills to perform their magical art, which was the only technique they had. Even with their combined effort, they could only keep it going for so long. They were discussing this as the 4th lightning bolt struck, which was when the mist beasts emerged from Meng Hao's scroll painting. These mist beasts had the appearance of wolves. Heads twisting with fierce howls, they charged the 2 men, black ripples spreading out from underneath their paws as they ran. Lu Daoyun stared at Meng Hao with flashing eyes. He lifted his right hand, and at the exact moment that Meng Hao unfurled the scroll painting, and the lightning bolt was about to fall, he bit his tongue and spit out some blood. His fingers flickered, causing the blood to circle around his hand. His face began to glow red. He waved the finger at Meng Hao. Qi condensation, cold wind finger. The finger attack came without warning. The red blood suddenly became black and began to emit an intense coldness. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a finger made of ice crystal. This in turn transformed into a prismatic beam which shot directly toward Meng Hao. In an instant, it was within about 9 meters of him. The finger attack was cunning and powerful. As it approached, the mist beasts from the scroll painting collided with Zhou and Su. Above Meng Hao, the fourth lightning bolt began to descend. Meng Hao felt a sense of critical danger in his heart. A grim smile appeared on Lu Daoyan's face, and he advanced a pace. Beneath him, a glittering light could be seen as his crystalline sword shot toward Meng Hao. "Let's see you dodge this time," he said, watching with flashing eyes. "You can't. You must produce your silver spear and show us its might." "I'm really looking forward to seeing it." Meng Hao's pupils constricted. There was no time to pull out another magical item, so he released the scroll painting to float at his side. It was a critical juncture, with no time even to think. He stamped his right foot down onto the treasured fan. It instantly disassembled, the 16 feathers transforming into a rain. 10 of them shot toward the crystal and sword, with 6 remaining behind to defend against the lightning bolt. To deal with the incoming cold wind finger, Meng Hao dropped toward the ground and then extended his right hand upward. A flame python 20 or 30 meters in length shot out from the center of his palm, rushing to intercept the cold wind finger. At the same time, his left hand flashed an incantation, then waved forward. A wind blade emerged, lending its power to the flame python, which grew even larger as it shot toward the cold wind finger. All of this takes some time to describe, but in actuality it happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly up from a piece of flint. A massive boom rang out as the lightning slammed into the 6 feathers. It was weakened, but it still hit Meng Hao, causing him to vomit up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crystalline sword collided with the 10 feathers. A series of explosions could be heard as the feathers were shattered. The sword aura continued on, stabbing through Meng Hao. He coughed up more blood, his body trembling. Next was the most powerful attack of all, the cold wind finger. Once a lost art, it had been improved to allow cultivators of the Qi condensation level to use it. Currently, it could only be used by someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation. A boom resounded out. The disparity between the cultivation base levels was immediately apparent. Despite the considerable combined might of the flame python and the wind blade, they were still torn to pieces. They managed to destroy about half of the black-colored cold wind finger. The rest of it continued on through, stabbing into Meng Hao's chest. He coughed up even more blood, which instantly turned black and congealed into chunks of ice. His body spun backwards. Intense coldness filled his body, making him feel as if he were about to freeze. He knew that this was a critical moment. His right hand shot out, and the elusive hellfighting spike emerged, along with 2 banners, which coiled around his body. Currently, Meng Hao was seriously injured, but hadn't lost his will to fight back. He gritted his teeth and made to flee. But then something happened that no one had expected, neither the fleeing Meng Hao, nor Lu Daoyun, nor the currently bedraggled Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect. Suddenly, a third party arrived to join the fight. An arrow shot forth from the distance, accompanied by a shrill, piercing scream. It flew directly toward Meng Hao, filled with intense killing intent. It clearly was meant to pierce his heart and kill him. It moved with incredible speed toward him. He suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest, whereupon he let out a roar. The 2 hovering banners moved to block the arrow. An explosion rang out as the banners were shattered. As the arrow continued forward, Meng Hao waved his right hand, sending the hellfighting spike, which he had originally wanted to use to counterattack, to intercept the arrow. There was a boom, and Meng Hao spit out more blood. He watched as the black spike disintegrated. The arrow slowed some, but continued on toward him. He retreated, dropping toward the ground, but finding no place to conceal himself. Even if the few remaining unsheltered feathers caught him and carried him off, there were too few of them. He wouldn't be fast enough to evade the arrow. Borrowing some momentum from the explosion of the hellfighting spike, Meng Hao took in a ragged breath. A fierce look appeared in his eyes, and he smacked his bag of holding again. A wooden sword appeared. He didn't even have time to point the sword towards the arrow. It came in so quickly that it slammed into the side of the blade. Boom, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, A Massacre Caused by a Silver Spear. When the wooden sword connected with the arrow, it began to emit a droning sound. It was pushed back by the force of the arrow and smacked into Meng Hao's forehead. Blood sprayed from his mouth, as he was sent spinning backward. As for the arrow, its power was spent, and it transformed into ash, which drifted away in the wind. As Meng Hao flew backwards, he slapped his bag of holding, and produced a demonic core, which he swallowed. He was running low on earthly spirit pills, so he opted for the demonic core. His eyes were shot with blood, and his injuries were severe. This was perhaps the worst he had been hurt since becoming a cultivator. Thankfully, the wooden sword was truly a treasured item and hadn't been damaged at all. Actually, the reason Meng Hao had been sent flying back was because his cultivation base wasn't high enough to completely control the sword. If it were, the arrow wouldn't have even been able to make the wooden sword move back an inch. Meng Hao's body was racked in pain, and his mind a bit clouded. But his innate desire to survive still existed. He bit his tongue, and used the pain to focus. He lifted his pale, bloodless face and looked off into the distance. Currently approaching was a young man in a white robe, flying on an enormous green leaf. His face was calm, and his eyes cold, without a trace of arrogance. However, a single look at him would leave anyone without doubt that he was superior to others. His cultivation base was at the 9th level of qi condensation, and yet he appeared to be only 22 or 23 years old. Seeing him approach, Lu Daoyun, who was also at the 9th level of qi condensation, narrowed his eyes. He instantly understood. At his age, he must be a chosen from a great sect, he said to himself. White robes. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at the white-robed youth. I am Ding Xin1 from the Violet Faith sect, he said coolly. I'm here to take your life, on orders from the sect leader. He had been dispatched months ago to the state of Zhao to search for Meng Hao. Using his own special methods, he had finally caught his trail today. He had actually been watching for some time, waiting to make his move. He was completely different from Qian Shuihan and Lu Song. As an inner sect disciple, he was frequently sent out on sect business. He was one of the chosen of the Violet Faith sect, destined to reach foundation establishment. When that happened, he would be a true chosen. Handling matters outside of the sect was simply training for him. He was vastly more experienced than Qian Shuihan, and had even made a name for himself in the southern domain in the past 2 years. His personality was cold, his attacks ruthless. Back in the southern domain, he would always consider the reputation of his sect. But here in the state of Zhao, he could be a bit less restrained. He had attacked Meng Hao when he was in critical danger, and had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually be able to survive the lethal arrow. Meng Hao's face was grim. 3 waves of attackers had appeared today. 2 were of the 8th level of qi condensation, and 2 were of the 9th. Based on his cultivation base alone, he couldn't stand up to them. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. The situation was very dangerous. Watching Ding Xin approach, Lu Daoyun's eyes flickered, and he felt somewhat nervous. Yet his eyes were determined. He would not give up. Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect seemed even more hesitant. If they only had to deal with Lu Daoyun, they could do it. But now that the Violet Faith sect had made an appearance, they were less convinced. Meng Hao's eyes glittered faintly. His right hand slapped his bag of holding and 5 feathers flew out, combining with the 4 beneath his feet to make a 9-feathered fan. It took to flight, carrying him away at high speed. Ding Xin's eyes were calm. He flicked his sleeve, and the giant leaf beneath his feet flashed as he shot off in pursuit. Lu Daoyun burst into motion as well. Zhou and Sun from the Winding Stream sect gritted their teeth, then joined in the pursuit. Sun Hua wasn't fast enough and had already been forced to drop to the ground. But he wasn't willing to give up, so he followed as fast as possible on foot. The 3 waves of people were incredibly fast, so Meng Hao swallowed another demonic core. The coldness within him was still very strong, and his body was covered with sword wounds which oozed blood. He clenched his jaw and circulated his spiritual power, then slapped his bag of holding. A silver light flashed in his hand. It was none other than the silver spear. Lu Daoyun's vision immediately became focused on it, and he slowed down a bit. Ding Xin, with his flashing eyes, as well as Zhou and Su from the Winding Stream sect, had never before laid eyes on the long silver spear. But Sun Hua, who was still running along on the ground, had. He immediately shouted out, "That's the silver spear. That's the treasured gift from Patriarch Reliance." Hearing this, Zhou and Su slowed down a bit, their eyes shining fiercely. "You are all after the silver spear?" said Meng Hao. "Very well then. It requires a lot of spiritual power to use. Its true might can't even be utilized unless you are at foundation establishment stage. If you are powerful enough to use it, then be my guest." His face twisted with an expression of incomparable pain, as if he were throwing everything away in an attempt to save himself. He tossed the spear away as hard as he could. He put all the spiritual power he could muster into his arm as he flung it. The silver spear hummed, transforming into a silver-colored rainbow as it shot off into the distance, shining so brightly that it virtually forced everyone's eyes to follow it. The instant it flew off, Meng Hao's treasured fan transformed into a beam of light that shot off in the opposite direction. Interestingly, whether or not it was on purpose was hard to tell. The spear just happened to fly in the direction of the 3 pursuing disciples from the Cold Wind sect. When they saw the silver spear flying toward them, they gaped in shock. Sun Hua's eyes were red, and with a hoarse shout, he changed directions, running directly toward the silver spear. Killing intent billowed from his face. He slapped his bag of holding, and a sword aura emerged. He clearly intended to kill anyone who dared to take the spear from him. Further behind him, the 10 or more Winding Stream sect disciples raced forward even harder. Lu Daoyun's facial expression changed as he debated to himself about whether or not the spear was real. Because he was not at the Foundation establishment stage, he didn't have spiritual sense, so it was difficult to make a judgment about this matter. There was a 50-50 chance about it, but in his mind, it didn't matter. He couldn't just let the Winding Stream sect disciples gang up on his fellow disciples. If they did, and word got out, he would be severely punished when he returned to the sect. And if the spear was real, well, if he gave up under those circumstances, his punishment would be even more severe when he returned to the sect. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. He clenched his jaw. Damn it! Lu Daoyun abandoned his pursuit of Meng Hao and made a beeline for the spear. Zhou and Su hesitated, watching as the long spear flew off, pursued by both Sun Hua and their fellow Winding Stream sect disciples. At first, they weren't sure if they should chase after the spear, but when they saw Lu Daoyun speeding off after it, they made their decision, shooting off in the same direction. Only Ding Xian from the Violet Fate sect stopped, his eyes flashing. His task was to slay Meng Hao, so he didn't care whether the treasure was real or fake. With a cold laugh, his eyes shining, he pushed his giant leaf into a beam of prismatic light, speeding after Meng Hao. 2 people, one up ahead, one behind. One fleeing as fast as he could, the other pursuing with a magical item backed by the power of the 9th level of Qi condensation. They disappeared over the horizon. As for Lu Daoyun, he flew quickly in the direction of the silver spear, and seemed to be on the verge of reaching it, when someone howled out from behind him. Heavenly Thunder Spirit, ... As soon as the sound rang out, a black cloud formed in the sky above Lu Daoyun, and the crackling of thunder could be heard as a lightning bolt struck down toward him. His face grew dark. He slapped his bag of holding, and a coldness spread out and shot toward the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt dissipated with a booming sound, and the intense coldness continued onward to enter the black thundercloud. It began to rumble, as if it were about to break apart. Heavenly Thunder Spirit, detonate! Under normal circumstances, Zhou and Su would never do something like this. But with the silver spear in play, and the Winding Stream sect disciples on the ground having the upper hand, they couldn't allow Lu Daoyun to enter the fray. Now that they had abandoned their pursuit of Meng Hao, they could pour all their combined power into play. A massive explosion reverberated out as the thundercloud exploded. The force of it shot out in all directions. Zhou and Su coughed up blood. Lu Daoyun, also injured, was not in a good position. A crystalline glow appeared in front of him as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. It was at this moment that the silver spear slammed into the ground. As it did, the Cold Wind disciples were about to grab. But then Sun Hua arrived, a savage look on his face. Behind him swarmed the Winding Stream sect disciples, their faces radiating ferocity. This treasured item belongs to the Winding Stream sect, shouted Sun Hua excitedly. If he was the first person to lay hands on the spear, it might not end up belonging to him, but the sect would definitely reward him. Perhaps he would end up having a breakthrough in this cultivation base, and reach the 8th level. The 3 Cold Wind sect disciples were just reaching their hands up to take the spear, when they were surrounded by the 10 or so others. They howled as the Winding Stream sect disciples attacked them. They could do little more than watch as the prize which had just moments ago been theirs, was taken away. So brazen! Shouted Lu Daoyun, turning his head to see what was happening. His roar rumbled out, and he completely ignored Zhou and Su. He waved his hand toward Sun Hua, and the cold wind finger appeared, shooting forward as fast as lightning. Considering the level of Sun Hua's cultivation base, he simply couldn't avoid the attack. His facial expression changed into one of savagery, and he gritted his teeth. His only hope lay in the treasured item. As the cold wind finger approached, he snatched up the long silver spear, brandishing it in an imposing manner. "You're defeated!" he shouted. Lu Daoyun's eyes focused on the spear as it flew into the air. Zhou and Sen held their breath. The silver spear flashed as it flew forward, making a beautiful, silver arc.
The instant it met the cold wind finger, a bang sounded out. It wasn't a very loud bang. The spear broke apart, most of it shattering into dust, with only a few fragments remaining intact. Sun Hua gaped in astonishment. It was the last astonished look he would ever give, as the cold wind finger pierced into his chest. His body shuddered, and a boom rang out, louder than that emitted by the silver spear, as he exploded. Lu Daoyun stared in shock, as did Zhou and Su. The Cold Wind sect and Winding Stream sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Everything was suddenly quiet, except for the sound reverberating out from the attack that had killed Sun Hua. Lu Daoyun was the first one to move again. He went forward and began to collect up the remaining fragments of silver. Zhou and Su also approached and picked up some of the pieces. Silver, it's really silver. It's just a damn silver spear. Lu Daoyun's eyes were crimson, and it seemed as if he was about to go berserk. He raised his head to the sky and let out a ferocious roar. He was humiliated and furious. He had killed Sun Hua. Had the spear actually been a treasured item, it would not have been a huge problem. But he had killed a Winding Stream inner sect disciple over a simple silver spear. This could cause a huge conflagration between two great sects. Meng Hao. He wanted to chase after him, but Meng Hao had long since disappeared. Zhou and Su were also furious. And while they felt indignation toward Meng Hao, Sun Hua had been killed by Lu Daoyun. They couldn't just let him go. This chapter was sponsored by Hein Hogberg, Tommy Iskandar, and Morten Stakemeier. 1. Ding Xian's name in Chinese is Ding Xin. Ding is a common family name. Xian means believe or faith. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Battle at the North Sea. An iron spear had cheated the Violet Fate sect disciples. A silver spear had cheated Sun Hua and Lu Daoyun, and had caused friction between two great sects. If Fatty's father knew about this, his eyes would definitely grow wide. The iron, silver, and gold spears were crafted by his artisans. If Fatty had a chance to hear about it, he would definitely find it incredibly amusing. Meng Hao hadn't even known how useful the silver spear would be. The people from the Winding Stream sect and the Cold Wind sect had already stopped chasing him. And now, even if they wanted to pursue him, they wouldn't be able to track him down. And yet, his face was as grim as before. He stood on the treasured fan, popping down demonic cores. Ding Xian pursued him on his giant leaf, his face cold. In order to kill Meng Hao, he would follow him to the ends of the earth if necessary. If it was a simple pursuit, Meng Hao would be able to lead him around in circles, considering his vast amount of demonic cores. But he was seriously injured, which made things difficult. The demonic cores were just barely enough to keep him going. He could suppress the injury for a while, but eventually he would reach the point where he couldn't. When that happened, the injury would become even more dangerous. Even more frustrating, an occasional arrow would scream toward him from behind, forcing him to use the treasured fan to defend himself. The most dangerous position was when he reached the end of a glide and had to drop to the ground and run, decreasing his speed and agility. Thankfully, the land was mostly covered by forests, and by the time he reached the top of next mountain in his path, he would be able to jump onto the treasured fan again. Of course, Ding Xian was also incapable of sustained flight. Just like Lu Daoyun, he also had to drop to the ground occasionally, waiting to find some favorable terrain to once again begin gliding. "You can't get away," said Ding Xian with a smile, his eyes glittering. "If you give up without a fight, I can take you back to the sect and let them deal with you. There are some special circumstances regarding the matter between myself and the Violet Fate sect," said Meng Hao as he continued to speed forward. "Fellow Taoist Ding, do you understand what I mean?" "I don't need to understand," he responded coolly, his eyes growing colder. "If I take you back to the sect elders will surely punish you. The Violet Fate sect is one of the great sects of the southern domain. Naturally, they will be reasonable and discern what is true and false. What happened that day was beyond my control," Meng Hao explained. "Xiao Shuihan and Lu Song forced me to sell my item. I told them it was just an ordinary spear, but they insisted. They even threatened me. You can't put the blame on me for that." Having reached the top of a relatively high hill, he pulled out the treasured fan and began to glide once again. "How could the fault not be yours?" said Ding Xian, his voice as cold as ever. He continued to move forward with great speed. "You could have broken the spear on the spot, then pulled out the real treasure. Then none of this would have happened." He slapped his bag of holding, and a black wooden bow appeared in his hands. He pulled it back and released a screaming arrow toward Meng Hao. There was a boom as Meng Hao used a magical item to defend himself. Coughing up blood, he laughed.
The blood on his teeth made his smile even more ferocious.
"This is your so-called being reasonable?" he said. His eyes shone with killing intent, and he didn't say anything more. Swallowing a demonic core, he pushed the treasured fan forward even faster. Several hours passed. Afternoon came, then evening.
Meng Hao was exhausted, but he could see that this pursuit might go on for days. He could see from the cold eyes of the person chasing him that he was ruthlessly toying with him. He was prey, not to be killed forthrightly, but to be toyed with. Then, even as he began to go crazy from it all, he would be felled in a single blow. The land of the state of Zhao whizzed beneath Meng Hao and Ding Xin.
Time passed.
Meng Hao's cultivation base of the 8th level of qi condensation was at the point that it seemed about to wither up. He continually consumed demonic cores, but that in itself was harming his body. Even his blood seemed to reek with a demonic air. To a cultivator, this was essentially intentionally harming one's own cultivation base. Meng Hao had never heard of this before, but based on what he was seeing, he now had a clue.
And yet, he had no choice.
As for Ding Xin, he had noticed what was happening, so had intentionally slowed his pursuit. An inquisitive look had appeared in his eyes, as if he had caught sight of some interesting toy.
"I really want to see what happens when you consume so many demonic cores that your entire aura becomes demonic? When I kill you, will I find an 8th level demonic core inside?" Ding Xin laughed.
Meng Hao heard his words, and more veins of blood appeared in his eyes. His face grew somber. He was not the type of person to speak a lot during a fight. Just now he had tried to explain himself, only to find out that his opponent didn't care. After that, he didn't say a single word. This was just like the time he had faced up against Wang Tengfei. He had not roared or howled, he had faced everything with dark silence. He continued to flee for some time, pushing himself to the limits of his speed. Finally, up ahead, he caught sight of Mount Daqing. He had been hiding away for about half a year, and had finally come back to the mountain again, a big circle. As he continued on, he could see a vast, mirror-like lake off in the distance. It was the North Sea. When he saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up.
The North Sea.
Meng Hao thought of the little ship, the old man and the young girl, and about how the North Sea had revealed the Tao. His gaze grew hard, and he changed his direction, aiming for the lake. He sped along on his treasured fan.
Behind him, Ding Xin sneered.
He had quite enjoyed forcing his quarry to continuously consume demonic cores.
"I'm not sure why this guy has so many demonic cores, but it doesn't matter.
I'll force him to tell me before he dies.
In any case, I really want to see what his body looks like after he eats too many." He smiled, stamping down on his giant leaf and continuing on in pursuit.
The two of them continued on for a while, until suddenly a booming sound rang out in the air. Just as they flew out over the surface of the North Sea, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, then tossed out the black net. It immediately grew out to a diameter of approximately 9 meters and shot toward Ding Xin. Ding Xin immediately flicked his wide sleeve, and a violet-colored jade slip flew out, which transformed into a violet whirlwind. The whirlwind sent the net spinning. Its connection with Meng Hao seemed to have been severed, and it flew off into the distance. "Using a useless treasure like that shows how incompetent you are," said Ding Xin coldly. The net appeared to be extraordinary, so he had used the jade slip just now. He'd never imagined that it would be defeated in one move. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. He bit down on his tongue and then spit out some blood. His face was even paler than before. As he moved across the surface of the North Sea, the water began to ripple as if a fierce wind were blowing across it. Its calmness had been broken. The treasured fan stopped when he reached the center of the lake. It was the first time since Ding Xin had begun chasing him that he came to a full stop. He turned around, slapping his bag of holding, and the scroll painting appeared in his hands. His eyes glittered, emanating killing intent. He would flee no longer. He would fight with Ding Xin, cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao was not in the upper hand, but he would fight. He had to fight. He couldn't carry on much longer, so if he didn't fight, he would die. There was only one option: fight. "So, you're not running anymore," said Ding Xin as he approached. A sneer appeared on his face when he saw the look of murder in Meng Hao's eyes. He waved his finger, and instantly a violet light appeared in front of him which transformed in a bird. It flapped its wings as it shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. The instant the violet-colored bird appeared, the scroll painting trembled, and the sounds of roaring beasts could be heard. Meng Hao went all in with his cultivation base. Perhaps because of the vast quantities of demonic power within his spiritual energy, the roars of the beasts were particularly frightening. For streams of mist appeared, solidifying into 4 demonic beasts which charged toward the violet-colored bird. At the same time, Meng Hao took a step forward. The treasured fan beneath his feet disassembled, the feathers circulating around him and then shooting toward Ding Xian like flying swords.
Meng Hao didn't retreat.
A flying sword appeared beneath his feet to support him, and he himself shot toward Ding Xian.
"You overestimate yourself," said Ding Xian with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with ridicule.
His right hand flickered in incantation patterns and then he pressed down on his forehead. A vortex emerged, accompanied by a roaring sound.
Violet Fate Aura.
Dense violet chi poured out from within the vortex, instantly transforming into a violet-colored ring, which expanded, and then flew toward Meng Hao. Thunderous sounds continued to reverberate, causing the feathers around Meng Hao to crumble and collapse. As the massive sound roared out, it caused him to vomit up blood. And yet, stubbornness filled his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding, and roughly 100 flying swords emerged, shooting toward Ding Xian. The sword rain screamed forth, filling the sky. The light from the sword auras filled the sky.
The swords reached Ding Xian in an instant, and yet his sneer grew thicker.
"So reckless," he said, slapping his bag of holding. A red beam emerged, transforming into a red-colored whisk. He twirled the whisk, and a screaming red gust of wind appeared which cracked the nearly 100 flying swords. Many of them simply shattered. The wind gust smacked into Meng Hao, and he coughed up more blood. But then, within the fragments of the 100 flying swords, appeared 2 wooden swords. They flew out, piercing through the red wind and shooting toward Ding Xian.
Ding Xian's eyes narrowed. His fingers flashed in incantation signs as he shot backwards.
Meng Hao lifted his right hand into the air, his face radiating killing intent. His finger pointed up, and suddenly the black net which had been spinning away moments ago, expanded to a size of 30 meters, then dropped down with incredible speed. All of this takes quite a bit of time to describe, but all happened in the space of just a moment.
Ding Xian's expression changed instantaneously.
Before he could react, the huge net had caught him up. The 2 wooden swords shot toward him, and it seemed they would stab into his chest. It was a simple tactic that had just occurred to Meng Hao. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best he could come up with on the spur of the moment. He had even used the feathers of the treasured fan and sacrificed the multitude of flying swords in an attempt to catch his opponent off guard. He had done it all for one purpose, to distract his opponent. And it had worked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66. Chapter 66, A Great Kindness. Everything was all to give the wooden swords a chance at a kill. Ding Xian's eyes narrowed as a feeling of sudden, intense danger welled up in his heart.
This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in the backwater state of Zhao. Even in the southern domain, he had never provoked the wrath of Foundation establishment cultivators, he'd only ever been in tousles with people of the same stage as himself. Astonished to be in such a perilous situation, he raised his right hand and pushed down on his forehead. An exploding sound rippled out, and a massive amount of violet chi poured forth from his head. It rapidly congealed into the figure of a person, his back facing Meng Hao. The vague figure was dressed in a violet robe. An explosive pressure burst out from it, and violet chi roiled out everywhere, causing the net to stop in place.
Ding Xian's face paled as the massive net slowed to a halt.
He immediately shot backward. The 2 wooden swords gave no indication that they would stop. They continued to shoot forward without the slightest hesitation, passing through the violet cloud and speeding toward Ding Xian.
Impossible. Ding Xian's scalp went numb and his face filled with astonishment.
How could he ever have imagined that Meng Hao's 2 wooden swords could defy the power of his life-saving magic? This life-saving magic was bestowed upon disciples of the 9th level of Qi condensation, and was capable of resisting the complete power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It could only be used once, and even after all these years, he had never employed its power. Finally, in the face of imminent peril, he had used it today. And yet, it couldn't stop the 2 wooden swords. What type of sword is this?
The blood drained from Ding Xian's face. At such a critical moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He clenched his jaw and then let out a mighty roar.
He bit his tongue and spit out some blood. This was blood from his cultivation base, and was connected to his longevity. As soon as he spat it out, his cultivation base dropped a bit. It would take a significant amount of time in secluded meditation before it could recover. As soon as he spit the blood out, it transformed into a red mist that was sucked in by the violet mist form that had emerged from his head.
He let out a shout. Violet chi from the east.
Immediately, the purple-robed figure turned around. Its face was blurry, but its eyes were clearly radiating a powerful, violet glow. When the violet glow appeared, Meng Hao's body shook and pain washed over him like floodwaters. He retreated backward, blood spraying from his back. A roaring sound filled his body, and his consciousness began to waver. He floated backward like a kite with its string cut, then dropped down onto the surface of the North Sea. He slowly sank down into the water. At the same time, the two wooden swords started to shake. One of them turned violet, seemingly no longer under Meng Hao's control. It spun out of control, then fell down into the North Sea. But that was only one sword. Ding Xian had gone all out, reducing his own life expectancy and damaging his cultivation base to employ the full power of the life-saving art. But he had only been able to target one of the wooden swords. The second one, though it was shaking, continued onward. In an instant, it passed through everything to stab into Ding Xian's chest. Then, it seemed to lose the spiritual power which controlled it. It too fell down into the North Sea. The sword had stabbed Ding Xian, but not in through the heart. With the aid of the violet chi from the east, he was able to avoid being critically injured. Even still, he let out a miserable scream as blood showered out of his chest and mouth. His hair flew around wildly, and his white robe was soaked with blood. His eyes bloodshot, he covered the wound in his chest and let out a horrified howl. In all the battles he had fought from the beginning until now, he had never received a serious injury. Now here, in this backwater state of Zhao which he looked down on so much, he had been severely injured by a nobody cultivator who he had completely disregarded. Furthermore, he had been forced to use his life-saving method. His eyes were grim as he looked down at the North Sea. Your life has been taken by my violet chi from the east. But since you dared to injure me, I will drag up your corpse and hack it to pieces. Ding Xian's chest burned with pain. He had used blood from his cultivation base and had damaged his longevity. At this point, he had sunk to the 8th level of chi condensation. His face was pale and filled with fury. He produced a medicinal pill and consumed it. And then, suddenly, his facial expression changed. He looked down at the wound in his chest, and his face was seized with terror. My spiritual power is being sucked out through the sword wound. This was something Ding Xian had never experienced before. He gasped as he suddenly realized how amazing Meng Hao's two wooden swords really were. He immediately shot down into the waters of the North Sea to search for Meng Hao's corpse and the two swords. Deep down in the North Sea, Meng Hao's body slowly floated down. His eyes were shut, and he didn't move. It seemed as if he were dead. Ding Xian's violet chi from the east had wrecked his longevity and his cultivation base. Even though Ding Xian's power could not compare to that of the foundation establishment stage, he was at the peak of the 9th level of chi condensation. Meng Hao was at the 8th level. He simply had no chance of surviving. Right now, his body was cold, and the only thing that remained was the tiniest spark, flickering inside his spirit. It wouldn't take long for that spark to vanish, and then there would be no more Meng Hao. His chi passages were shattered, his flesh devoid of life force. His core chi seemed to be completely dried up. But he was not willing. He was not willing to die. Unfortunately, this was the cultivation world's law of the jungle. He couldn't fight or resist that. As his body sank deeper and deeper, the spark of life grew more and more faint. Everything was quiet. The spark was about to go out. A wisp of chi flowed out from within the North Sea. A droning sound could be heard, and deep within the waters, ripples flowed out to surround Meng Hao. His body suddenly began to glow. As the glow spread, spiritual energy from the North Sea poured into Meng Hao from all directions, filling his body, mending his chi passages. Violet-colored blood spilled out from his orifices and pores. All of the damage inflicted by the violet chi from the east was mended. In fact, every single one of his numerous injuries were healed as the spiritual energy of the North Sea poured into him. Popping sounds rang out from within him as his chi passages began to flow again. His lifeless body was reformed, and in an instant, once again hummed with life force. A thunderous roar sounded out as vast amounts of spiritual energy rushed into his core chi. Once again it rippled boundlessly. He was still at the 8th level of chi condensation, but had actually made significant advancement, and his current power level was almost as much as someone at the 9th level of chi condensation. Within his core chi, the demonic core undulated, sending out a demonic aura. It began to absorb all of the demonic chi that Meng Hao had accumulated. Its demonic aura grew stronger and brighter. Finally, Meng Hao opened his eyes. He looked calm. He was not excited or shocked or astonished. He had intentionally picked the North Sea as the spot for the showdown. It had all been a gamble, in the hopes that the North Sea demon would help him. As he opened his eyes, he straightened his body. There was only water beneath his feet, although some distance away he could see the bottom of the lake. Everything should be pitch black. But because of the silvery sand that spread out, there was a little bit of a glow, which faintly illuminated the surroundings. Within the murky waters, Meng Hao could see a boat.
The boat was dilapidated, sunken, and resting on the lake floor.
Meng Hao suddenly realized that he recognized this boat. It was the boat he had ridden in that day when he crossed the lake. He stared silently at the boat, and then cupped his hands and bowed in respect. Even as he bowed, he heard the twittering laughter of a young girl echoing out across the lake bottom. The laughter circled around, making it impossible to determine its origin. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes, looking down at the floor of the lake. As the laughter rang out, he saw arms emerging from the silver sand at the bottom of the lake. The hands were all as white as jade. Along with the arms appeared corpses. They were the corpses of young women, floating up from the silver sand. Black hair swept across the faces of the dozens of them as they floated up from the depths of the lake. Their eyes were closed, their faces pale white but beautiful. Amidst the rippling lake water, Meng Hao watched on, an expression of astonishment on his face as he realized that all of the women looked exactly the same. At that same moment, a small girl appeared, standing there in the dilapidated boat. She gave Meng Hao a bashful smile. She seemed to be filled with childlike innocence, but as Meng Hao looked at her, his mind began to spin, and he felt a roaring inside his head. He had just noticed that the faces of the corpses strongly resembled this girl's face, as if they were her after she had grown up. "Big brother, will you stay with me here forever?" said the little girl with a light laugh. Her voice was young, and when she spoke, the dozens of corpses floating around her stopped moving, and despite their eyes being closed, it seemed as if all of them were looking straight at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind spun, and the roaring sound seemed to consume his thoughts. Everything in front of started to grow dim, and then to shatter. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was still floating in the lake water, some distance away from the lake floor, further away than he had been just now. Had it all been a dream? There was no boat, no corpses, and no laughing little girl. Meng Hao gaped in shock. After a moment, he realized that his body had been healed. He gave a silent nod to the distant lake floor, even though he couldn't see anything down there. He knew that everything he had just seen had not been an illusion. It was real. He raised his hands and bowed deeply with clasped hands. "Meng Hao will always remember your two great kindnesses. I speculate that you wish to become a sea, and that this is what is most important to you. I, Meng, of the junior generation, promise that one day, when my cultivation base soars to the heavens, that I shall come to your aid. If there is any other way that I can aid you, please tell me." Meng Hao bowed again, holding the bow for the space of 10 breaths. Everything was quiet. He straightened up. He looked down one last time, then shot up towards the surface of the lake. At the exact moment that he began to move toward the surface, his two wooden swords, which had sunk into the water, began to shake. Then, they shot toward Meng Hao. One of the swords had just been tracked down by Ding Xin. His eyes gleamed as he reached out to pick up the sword. But then it began to move. Ripples spread out from it, and then, in the blink of an eye, it shot off into the distance. When Ding Xin saw this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raced in pursuit. "This treasure is sentient," thought Ding Xin. His heart began to thump wildly as he eagerly sped even faster to intercept the wooden sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, The Death of Ding Xin. Meng Hao sped along through the North Sea, moving faster and faster. The core sea within him seethed and roiled, and before long he caught sight of the surface of the lake. He burst out of the water, sending waves surging in all directions. At the same time as he shot out of the lake, his two wooden swords appeared, whistling through the air from different directions as they flew toward him. They circulated around him, one of them coming to rest beneath his feet, the other flying next to him. Just then, Ding Xin burst out from the lake, and as he flew out, his eyes came to rest on Meng Hao. His face was immediately covered with a look of disbelief. How could it possibly be that Meng Hao was alive? Impossible. He's not at the Foundation establishment stage. Nobody can withstand my sect's consummate violet chi from the east, backed with the sacrifice of my own cultivation base and longevity. He glared at Meng Hao, retreating backward a bit, still not quite believing what he was seeing. Perhaps he wasn't willing to believe because, at the moment, he was no longer at the 9th level of chi condensation. Even his 8th level of chi condensation was a bit unstable. The wound in his chest was not healed, and spiritual energy continued to leak out. He feared that he might soon slip from the 8th level of chi condensation down to the 7th. His face immediately grew pale. However, he wasn't like Qiu Shuihan and those others. Despite being shocked at seeing Meng Hao alive, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he shot away, the giant leaf appearing beneath his feet and carrying him off into the distance. He was not fighting, he was fleeing. He had no choice but to flee. He could tell that Meng Hao was completely recovered, and had in fact improved his cultivation base, whereas he himself had suffered severe internal injuries. He had no other option than retreat. Meng Hao watched coldly as Ding Xin fled. He didn't pursue at first, but instead looked down at the lake, making yet another respectful salute. "I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life," said Meng Hao in a voice that could sever nails and slice iron. Then he lifted his head and flicked his sleeve. The sword beneath his feet hummed, and he transformed into a radiant beam of light as he shot in pursuit of Ding Xin. "Starting now, the hunter becomes the hunted," he said, his eyes filled with the intent to kill. After leaving the Reliant sect, Meng Hao had never felt the desire to kill anyone as much as he did Ding Xin, except perhaps Shangguan Xiu. His desire to kill spread into his eyes until they shined. During his entire life of cultivation, he had never been so seriously injured before. In fact, it actually did not count as being injured. He had already been killed. A dazzling gleam filled his eyes as he raced in pursuit. In an instant, he left behind the North Sea. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he had caught up with Ding Xin, who was consuming medicinal pills even as his cultivation base continued to drop. Meng Hao didn't say anything. Instead, he simply lifted his finger, and the wooden sword flying next to him sped forward toward Ding Xin. Pale-faced Ding Xin looked back, well aware of the strange powers of the sword. He smacked his bag of holding, and immediately, the long black bow appeared in his hand. Ignoring his continual loss of spiritual energy, he pulled back on the bow and shot an arrow. The arrow thundered toward the wooden sword. When they met, an explosion rang out and the arrow collapsed. The wooden sword shuddered. Meng Hao was expressionless. He lifted his finger again, and the wooden sword sped forward again. Ding Xin, his face pale, had no choice but to shoot another arrow. A boom rang out. The wooden sword continued on. Veins of blood filled Ding Xin's eyes. Could he not see that Meng Hao was exacting his revenge, intending to drain his cultivation base and push him to complete exhaustion? After dropping from the 9th level of qi condensation, his injuries had worsened. He was weak, but he feared the wooden sword, so he could do nothing else but use his arrows to defend himself. Unfortunately, because of his weakened state, his arrows were also weak, and did not carry the power that they did before. When he shot out his 6th arrow, his body suddenly quivered as his cultivation base suddenly began to drop from the 8th level of qi condensation to the 7th. The wooden sword was upon him in an instant, stabbing into his chest. It wasn't a critical wound, but blood surged out nonetheless. Ding Yan let out a miserable cry and tried to flee faster. His body shook as he felt even more spiritual power flowing out of him. His tottering cultivation base fell rapidly, from the 8th level of qi condensation to the 7th. Of course, his cultivation base wasn't actually regressing. But he was losing spiritual energy at a rapid rate, and without any recovery. The spiritual energy loss was so great that his level of power was essentially at the 7th level of qi condensation. He was consuming medicinal pills, but unfortunately had 2 sword wounds, both of which were leaking spiritual energy. There was no way for him to recover at the moment. "I'm a Violet Fate inner sect disciple," cried Ding Xin with a fierce howl. "If you dare to kill me, the Violet Fate sect will track you down even if it takes 100 years. They won't stop until you're dead." His situation was desperate. He let out another blood-curdling scream as Meng Hao's wooden sword passed by. It didn't stab him, but cut him, whereupon his spiritual energy drained even faster. "I've already died once," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes were cold as he waved his finger once more. Time passed. An hour went by in the blink of an eye, during which time Ding Xin's miserable cries continued to ring out. His body was numb, and appeared to be covered with hundreds of sword wounds. He was soaked in blood. None of his wounds were critical, but he dripped with so much blood that he looked like a dead person. Ding Xin was a cultivator, and as things grew dim, what frightened him the most was not his wounds, but rather, the fact that his body had seemed to become like a sieve. Spiritual energy poured out of him at a shocking rate. The 6th level of qi condensation, the 5th, the 4th. A bang rang out, and Ding Xin fell onto the ground, spitting up blood. He scrambled forward, fleeing as fast as he could move. He was no longer capable of any sort of flight. His cultivation base had dropped so low that it was the same as if he were at the 3rd level of qi condensation. "Meng Hao, if you kill me, you will be slaughtered without a proper burial. I'm a Violet Fate inner sect disciple. If I die, it will cause problems for the entire state of Zhao. You don't dare to kill me." His body trembled. He fought back the dread in his heart and coughed up more blood.
Meng Hao snatched up Ding Xian's giant flying leaf.
Without a word, he moved his finger again, and the wooden sword shot toward Ding Xian. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. There in the middle of the woods, Ding Xian no longer resembled a disciple of a great sect. He stared at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with venom. And yet within that venom was also regret. He regretted his desire to watch his opponent consume demonic cores. Instead, he should have held nothing back and killed him immediately. "I should have butchered you," he said, gnashing his teeth, chest heaving. It seemed he was more interested in venting his anger than breathing.
"You know, you taught me something," said Meng Hao.
He was done with his revenge. His hand lifted, and the sword fell. Ding Xian's head flew into the air, showering blood everywhere. It landed off in the distance, rolling across the ground to rest underneath a large tree. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe it, because he was a disciple of the Violet Fate sect, at the 9th level of Qi condensation. He was a chosen, he was to reach Foundation establishment, whereupon he would be a true chosen, and his name would rock the southern domain. But here he was, dead in the backwater state of Zhao, killed by Meng Hao, an insect he had held in the palm of his hand. Meng Hao closed his eyes for a long time. This was not the first time he had killed someone, and this time, he was not filled with emotions. He had already died. That day when I ran into Yan Zigua, I should have killed him, as well as all the people with him. Determination filled his eyes. He had now experienced the result of his indecisiveness back then, when he had the chance to kill Yan Zigua.
"I don't want to die a second time."
He lifted his right hand and made a beckoning gesture.
Ding Xian's bag of holding flew over.
Then he flicked his sleeve and a flame python appeared.
It consumed Ding Xian's body and head, turning them into ash. Meng Hao turned and walked away.
It was evening, and as he walked off into the distance, snow began to fall from the sky. It covered him, his footprints, and the reek of blood. The snow accompanied him as he walked further and further away.
"I am the snow during winter.
If I get too close to summer, then summer will melt me. That is not the world of snow, nor is it my world."
Meng Hao disappeared into the distance.
He looked like a scholar, but deep down, he was as cold as snow. This chapter was sponsored by Jack Bullock.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 68.
Chapter 68, Milky Way City. After the battle at the North Sea, and his rebirth in the depths of the lake, the death aura had been completely dispelled. As he walked through the wind and snow, not a sliver of it emanated out. The fact that the black aura, which had encircled him for more than a month, was now gone, made Meng Hao's pace a bit more leisurely as he moved through the snowfall. Snow fell more and more heavily, making seem as if this was the year's last and heaviest snowstorm. The snowflakes appeared to be pushed along by the incoming season, falling out of the sky as fast as possible. The snow covered him, until he finally reached the cave in Mount Dacheng that he had been taken from years before. He sat cross-legged, looking out at the world of snow and listening to the cry of the wind.
Night fell.
Snowfall blocked the night sky, making it impossible to see the stars. The only things visible were the endless sheets of snow which covered the landscape. A small bonfire burned in front of Meng Hao, illuminating the surroundings with flickering firelight. The light fell onto his face as he sat there thinking. Nearly 4 years had passed. It was almost 4 years since he had joined the Reliance sect. He had started out as a youth and had grown into a young man. He was now 20 years of age. For a long time, Meng Hao sat there, looking down at his hands. They were clean, without a spot of dirt on them. But Meng Hao knew without a doubt that they were stained with blood. He had killed many times in the past 4 years. At first, it had caused him much mental tribulation. Now, though you couldn't say he was numb to it, at least he had come to accept it. He had adapted. It was as if some invisible force of heaven and earth had changed his spirit, his fate, and his future.
What will I become in the end?
Meng Hao looked out at the snow outside of the cave, but it contained no answers. Time passed by slowly, and soon dawn approached. Everything was pitch black. The only thing present was the whimpering of the wind and the frigid snow. The bonfire in front of Meng Hao slowly burned out, and the cave was consumed by darkness. Meng Hao sat there in the dark, and a sense of deep loneliness filled his heart. The feeling grew stronger and stronger until it seemed as if it would consume him. "Father, mother, where are you?" His voice was soft as he thought of his parents. He missed them so much.
"Fatty, what are you doing right now?"
Meng Hao sighed as an image appeared in his mind of Fatty filing away at his teeth.
Elder Sister Sue, Elder Brother Chen, you are in the southern domain, that's great. He looked out at the dark night outside the cave, and it was almost as if he could see the southern domain. An absent-minded expression filled his face. Reading hundreds of books is like traveling 10,000 roads. One day I will leave the state of Zhao and go to the southern domain. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. The state of Zhao was on the very edge of the southern domain. The middle of the southern domain was very, very far away. He remembered the map he had seen of the Nanshan continent. There was a vast wilderness between the state of Zhao and the core of the southern domain, as well as several countries. Given the current level of his cultivation base, if he tried to travel by soaring, it would take an incredibly long time. If only I could become a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A fire seemed to burn in his eyes, a fire that contained a fierce longing. It was a longing to be able to fly in the sky, and a thirst to reach the foundation establishment stage. Reaching foundation establishment is being a true cultivator. Then, my longevity will be extended to 150 years. The concept of extended life was a distant reality to Meng Hao. Usually, people wish for a longer life only when they get older. As of now, Meng Hao didn't really care about that. What he was most concerned with was continuing to live on and not be in danger. Unless one wants to live an average life, one must accept the limitations of one's cultivation base and latent talent, and fight on. Meng Hao breathed deeply and looked out as dawn broke over the world. He pulled out Ding Xian's bag of holding and looked over its contents. His eyes began to glitter. He really was the disciple of a great sect. Even though he hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, he was filthy rich. There were 7,000 or 8,000 spirit stones inside, as well as the black, wooden bow. When he pulled the bow out, his entire body felt cold. When he pulled back on the bowstring, it felt as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were being pulled into it. Inside the bag of holding were several hundred black arrows, each one carved with strange markings. He collected them up. In addition to the spirit stones and treasured items, there were some pill bottles, assorted message plaques, and other random items. Most of the pill bottles were empty. However, one small bottle caught Meng Hao's attention. It was sealed, but when he heard the sound of the pill rattling around inside, his heart thumped. He broke the seal, whereupon a thick, fragrant odor buffeted his face. The entire cave was instantly filled with a medicinal aroma. This aroma seemed even stronger than that of a heavenly spirit pill. It seemed to be even stronger than Meng Hao's most powerful pill, the plateau charging pill. In fact, there was really no way to even compare them. It would be like trying to compare a firefly with a full moon. As far as Meng Hao could tell, one was like a tiny sapling, the other like a mighty tree. This is... Meng Hao's eyes shone, and he began to breathe quickly. He turned the bottle over and dropped the medicinal pill onto his palm. It was about the size of his thumbnail, and the color of amber. It emanated a powerful fragrance as well as a feeling of boundless spiritual energy. With a simple glance, you could tell this was no ordinary item. He stared at the pill for a moment, then tapped his bag of holding, retrieving the ancient pill named Jade Slip he had purchased at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. There were more cracks on its surface than before, although Meng Hao didn't seem to care. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead, he poured spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the ancient jade split into pieces, collapsing into ash. Meng Hao opened his eyes. They glowed with powerful excitement. A foundation establishment pill. It's a foundation establishment pill. It's hard to even determine how much it's worth. Palpitating with eagerness, he clutched the pill against his chest. His heart raced, and it took quite some time before he could calm down. This foundation establishment pill was one of the reasons Ding Xian just couldn't believe that he would die. It had been made by his master and then gifted to him. Considering that he was at the 9th level of qi condensation, if he came across a bit of good fortune in his travels, then he might be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had kept it on his person so that he could have it handy when that critical juncture arrived. Even in a great sect in the southern domain, a foundation establishment pill was not common. It was even less common for them to be distributed to disciples. The requirements to acquire one were very high. Even if more than the usual amount of pills were available, the supply would still fall short of the demand. Most people could not establish a foundation with only one pill. Usually 2 or 3 were required. Some people with only average latent talent but the support of sect elders might be able to break through with 5 pills. Foundation establishment pills were truly treasured. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that 2 of the medicinal plants required to concoct the pill only grew in the 3 danger zones in the southern domain. Ding Xian had an exceptional master, which gave him a special position within the Violet Fate sect. When he had reached the 9th level of qi condensation, his master had bestowed him with the foundation establishment pill.
If he failed in breaking through to the next stage, when he returned to the sect, his master would not hesitate to give him another.
Meng Hao opened his hand and looked more closely at the Foundation Establishment pill.
It was then that he noticed a strange seal on its surface.
The seal bore the image of a demonic face.
It was expressionless, solemn, and imparted the feeling that the face was looking at you. Meng Hao's heart thumped. Upon further observation, he determined that the seal did not have any mystical properties. It was simply carved onto the surface of the pill, almost like a logo. Meng Hao hesitated for a while, then clenched his teeth and put the pill away. Outside, the snowfall was growing lighter, and the rising sun was just becoming visible. He stepped onto the treasured fan and flew out into the cold. If I want to break through from the 8th level of chi condensation to the 9th, I will need more spirit stones.
What I have now, it's just not enough. I'm going to need to go sell some things to get more.
Eyes glittering, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a jade slip, which he pushed up against his forehead. This was a jade slip from the Cold Wind sect, a map that depicted several of the cultivator cities within the state of Zhao. Meng Hao saw Eastern Refinement City, but he had no desire to go back there. He needed to go somewhere far away from there, to a place not controlled by the 3 great sects, a place where the cultivators would be more random. Milky Way City, Meng Hao muttered to himself. Having made his decision, he raised his head, eyes flashing, and soared ahead as fast as the wind. In the direction of the Milky Way Sea was an area protected by protective spells, a place that mortals could not even see, within which was a city. Its walls were black, and were patrolled by cold-faced, black-robed cultivators. They stared out at the people coming in and out of the city. Milky Way City hadn't existed before 300 years ago. At that time, an eccentric with a cultivation base at the core formation stage had appeared. His magical power and items were shocking. He had established this city, then gone into secluded meditation. 300 years later, no one knew if he was still alive or dead. It actually didn't really matter. Either he had extended his longevity, or had begun to form his nascent soul. Currently, the city was controlled by his descendants. As for Patriarch Milky Way, he had never had poor relationship with the 3 great sects of the state of Zhao. That, coupled with the relaxed rules of the city, had made it grow into the bustling place it was, filled with people of all sorts. One day, a person appeared outside of Milky Way City. He wore a black robe, and his face was covered by the wide bamboo hat on his head. It was impossible to distinguish his features, although his body seemed to be a bit pudgy. His getup looked strange, but didn't attract any attention at all in Milky Way City. After all, this place was a jumble of all sorts of strange people. There were more than a few who didn't want others to know who they were or what they were up to. Of course, this person was none other than Meng Hao. He had made up his mind to sell some of his magical items and medicinal pills. So, he had disguised himself and come to this place. He strolled in through the city gates, looking around. As he did, his eyes narrowed. He immediately lowered his head, and, putting on a nonchalant air, entered a shop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Young Lord Ding. Shang Guanxiu, garbed in a black robe, frowned as he walked down the street in Milky Way City. 2 cultivators of the 7th level of chi condensation, also wearing black robes, walked behind him. From the looks on their faces, they seemed to admire Shang Guanxiu quite a bit. Accompanying Shang Guanxiu in his inspection of the city, they walked past the shop Meng Hao had just ducked into. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever.
Even if it wasn't, no one would have been able to see anyway, because of the wide bamboo hat that covered his face. His gaze swept around the place he had entered. It was a pill shop, only 1 story high and not very large. Racks filled with pill bottles filled the small space. The bottles were obviously empty, although on the surface of each one was written the name of a pill along with a price. Off in the corner, a young man sat cross-legged. Other than him, Meng Hao was the only person in the shop. Meng Hao walked along, examining the names of the various medicinal pills. Eventually, he found a bottle upon which was written the characters Earthly Spirit Pill.
It instantly caught his eye.
So it's worth 300 spirit stones.
Meng Hao frowned.
The copper mirror required 200 spirit stones to duplicate an Earthly Spirit Pill. Although there was a bit of difference in the 2 prices, it wasn't very much. Seeing Meng Hao muttering to himself, the man sitting cross-legged in the corner opened his eyes and coolly said, "Earthly Spirit Pills are from the southern domain.
We don't have many in stock, only 5. Meng Hao nodded.
Looking around one final time, he made to leave, but then suddenly stopped.
Do you happen to have Foundation Establishment pills?
When the man heard this, he smiled, although it contained a barely perceptible air of doubt.
Fellow Taoist, this must be your first time in Milky Way City. Foundation establishment pills can easily run over 100,000 spirit stones. They are truly precious. Unfortunately, we don't have any in stock at all. I've only seen one in my entire life. If you are really interested in purchasing one, you'll have to go to the Milky Way workshop.
So expensive, said Meng Hao, his voice filled with awe. Hearing his tone of voice, the young man's doubt seemed to disappear. He could tell that Meng Hao was simply inquiring, and didn't have the resources to actually make such a purchase. Hearing Meng Hao mutter to himself enviously about the incredible price of Foundation establishment pills, the young man ignored him and closed his eyes again. Meng Hao left the shop and moved along down the streets of Milky Way City, his eyes shining. Moments later, though, he frowned, for two reasons. One reason was that it didn't seem it would be that simple to sell medicinal pills and magical items. The other reason was Shang Guanxiu. He was wearing a black robe, and was accompanied by more black-robed cultivators.
Those robes are the same ones worn by the city guards.
It seems that after leaving the Reliance sect, he didn't join another sect, but rather came to this place.
Meng Hao lowered his head.
Instead of leaving, he continued to stroll through the city, checking out shop after shop. As he did, his frown deepened. It seemed that pills for every level of qi condensation were available here. On the one hand, there weren't a huge amount of pills available, but on the other hand, the prices were not much higher than what he would have to pay to duplicate them.
In other words, the profit margin would not be very high. Forget about medicinal pills. I'll go check out some magical items. Meng Hao turned, heading down a different street.
There were many cultivators coming and going, their cultivation bases of various levels. Most seemed to be between the 3rd and 5th levels. Meng Hao had only seen 3 cultivators who, like him, were at the 8th level of qi condensation. Their faces were covered, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. There were many treasure pavilions here.
Meng Hao visited them one by one, carefully examining their wares. Soon, evening fell. Meng Hao sighed.
Low-level magical items fetched a high price, but nothing close to the 100,000 spirit stones he wanted. To get that much, he would have to sell nearly 1,000 flying swords, but such an astonishing event would attract unwanted attention. He simply could not do such a thing. His other magical items varied in price, but none alone would earn him that many spirit stones. And if he sold all of his magical items, it would attract too much attention. What he wanted to do was handle everything at once, then leave immediately.
Meng Hao currently sat cross-legged in a room in an inn. If I really want to sell the Foundation establishment pill,
I have to do it very carefully, he said to himself quietly.
I can't act rashly. Milky Way City wasn't very big.
By the evening of the second day, he had explored the entire city.
Finally, he ended up standing across from a luxuriously decorated building.
Muttering to himself, he walked toward it. An inscribed board above the main door read, Milky Way Workshop. It was 3 stories tall. Meng Hao wandered around the first floor, but was prevented from going up to the second.
To gain access to the second floor, one must produce evidence of a large number of spirit stones. Meng Hao didn't force the issue.
He turned and walked around for a bit looking at things, as if he were just an ordinary customer.
Finally, he left.
He sat cross-legged back in the inn, frowning to himself. There's only one door, guarded by 3 cultivators of the 8th level of qi condensation, and one of the 9th level. I can't go up to the second floor, nor see past the curve of the stairs.
Everything on the first level is ordinary items, without any spiritual energy. I need to know what's on the second level.
You can tell by looking at the windows on the outside that there is an abundance of spiritual energy there.
But the windows are sealed tight. After a long moment, he pulled out the copper mirror.
In his bag of holding, he currently had just a bit over 10,000 spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, he took out the Foundation establishment pill and placed it onto the copper mirror.
It instantly sank into the mirror, disappearing.
With a deep breath, Meng Hao began feeding spirit stones into the mirror. When he put the 10,000 spirit stone into the mirror, a bright light shone out of it, and then a second Foundation establishment pill appeared. Meng Hao was prepared. As soon as the fragrant medicinal aroma began to spread out, he put the 2 pills into his bag of holding, looking around cautiously. Because of his speed, barely any of the aroma escaped out, and therefore no one noticed. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes filled with thought.
After a moment, he slapped his bag of holding, producing a long, white robe. This was some clothing he had obtained from Ding Xian's bag of holding. He put it on, then hung Ding Xian's jade identification slip around his neck. He stood and started to pace back and forth in the room, looking even more thoughtful than before. At dawn, 2 days later, Meng Hao once again donned the bamboo hat, as well as a long outer garment which concealed the white robe underneath. Lowering his head, he left the inn. He strode directly toward the Milky Way workshop, arriving in a very short period of time. A cold-faced middle-aged man sat there cross-legged, a cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao walked past him, heading directly toward the stairs. As he approached, a cultivator of the 8th level of qi condensation glanced at him. "Show a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones to get access to the 2nd level," he said. "Beat it," said Meng Hao, lifting his bamboo hat and glaring at the man threateningly. He filled his voice with as much arrogance as possible. "We're in a small town in the insignificant state of Zhao, and you dare to block the path of Ding Xin?" All of the cultivators in the room looked at him. The 8th level cultivator stared at him in shock. In all his years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a way. But considering the arrogance and veiled threats contained within Meng Hao's words, the man hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The pleasant voice of a woman drifted down from upstairs. "Young Lord Ding, please come up." The 8th level cultivator let Meng Hao pass. With a cold snort, Meng Hao climbed the stairs. As he turned the corner, his eyes quickly scanned the entire 2nd floor. The pleasant voice from just now belonged to a woman wearing a gauzy dress. She smiled at Meng Hao. The 2nd floor was richly decorated, and looked much more magnificent than the 1st floor, filled with a dazzling aura. There were no racks of treasures, but rather an enormous incense burner in the middle of the room, so large that 3 people could place their arms around it. The thick aroma of incense wafted out from it. The surroundings were luxurious but also refined. Several tables could be seen around the room, as well as ornamental rock displays. It was the type of place that would make one's eyes shine just upon seeing it. The woman standing there in front of Meng Hao appeared to be about 30 years of age. She was elegant and poised, and didn't say anything at first. She simply smiled, making her seem very warm and considerate. "Young Lord Ding," she said, looking over him causally, "please have a seat. I am the 2nd floor attendant. Please do not hesitate to tell me how I can help you." She took a seat off to the side. When she caught sight of the white robe underneath his long outer garment, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Meng Hao looked around thoughtfully. There were 7 tables spread about in various positions. Without hesitation, Meng Hao chose to sit, not at a table next to the stairs, or a window, but right in the middle of the room. "Do you have foundation establishment pills here?" he said as he sat down, not beating around the bush. He stared at the woman, his expression somber. When the woman saw him sit down where he did, her eyes flickered again, as if he had just confirmed something to her. And yet, she still seemed to be uncertain about something. "There are not many things in the state of Zhao that we don't have here at the Milky Way workshop," she said with a smile. "Of course we have foundation establishment pills. The price is 200,000 spirit stones per pill." Meng Hao nodded slightly, then slapped his bag of holding. A pill bottle appeared in his hand. He flicked his sleeve, and the bottle shot toward the woman. Her eyes flickered as she caught the bottle. When she opened it and looked at the contents, her expression changed to one of surprise. "1 foundation establishment pill," said Meng Hao coolly. "Name your price." "Young Lord Ding, you are quite audacious," she said calmly, an unusual expression in her eyes. "You dare to casually hand me something so valuable. Don't you fear that I might take it and flee?" Meng Hao didn't say anything. Staring at her coldly, he loosened his outer garment, revealing more of the white robe, as well as the jade medallion hanging around his neck. It was violet-colored, and emitted a soft, flickering violet glow. When she caught sight of the jade medallion, the woman's expression changed. "If you dare to swallow that pill," said Meng Hao coldly, "Milky Way City will be reduced to rubble in less than a month." But the woman's expression changed several times as she looked back down at the pill bottle. She glanced back at Meng Hao sitting there. Having taken note of all the various clues regarding his identity, she finally smiled again. "Young Lord Ding, please don't take offense. I was simply making conversation." She tipped the bottle over, sending the foundation establishment pill tumbling into her palm. Then she held it up and examined it closely. When her gaze fell upon the demonic face carved into the surface of the pill, her expression changed dramatically, and she stood up. This chapter was sponsored by Crystal Rivas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Breaking Through to the 9th Level of Qi Condensation. This pill was concocted personally by Grandmaster Pill Demon of the Violet Fate sect. It's... Young Lord Ding, What is your relationship to Grandmaster Pill Demon? Name your price. He said nothing else. He frowned, his eyes filled with a look that made it seem as if whether he wanted to or not, he had no choice but to sell the pill. A pill personally concocted by Grandmaster Pill Demon could be auctioned off for an amazing price. This pill. The woman hesitated for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. I can give you 250,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, done. He stood up. The woman lifted her hand and flicked her finger toward the incense burner in the middle of the room. A clear and melodious sound rang out, and about 10 seconds later, a young girl came down from the third floor bearing a jade platter. She quickly reached Meng Hao, then offered up the platter with both hands. On the white jade platter was a bag of holding. Meng Hao took it and looked inside, then turned and walked down the stairs. Amidst the gazes of the cultivators on the first floor, he walked out of the Milky Way workshop and off into the distance. A while later, when he reached a place that wasn't very crowded, he ducked into an alley and stripped off the outer garment. He quickly changed into another robe and then made his way off as quickly as possible, his head lowered. Meanwhile, back on the second floor of the Milky Way workshop, the woman stood respectfully next to an old man. The old man, who wore a resplendent garment, was currently standing at the window, looking off into the distance. In his hand was the Foundation Establishment pill that Meng Hao had sold. A long time passed before he finally opened his mouth. Are you sure? He said coolly. I of the junior generation already did some checking, she said in a respectful tone. There was indeed a Violet Fate sect disciple surnamed Ding who arrived recently in the state of Zhao. Are you sure that was him? Said the old man slowly. At first, Junior was not certain. After all, Ding Xin is of the 9th level of Qi condensation, and this person was of the 8th. However, his arrogant behavior on the first floor certainly seemed like that of a disciple of a great sect. This was the first clue. Upon reaching the second floor, he didn't select a chair near the window or the stairs, but rather in the middle of the room. This gives evidence of his confidence, as if he didn't care that we might have made a move against him. This level of confidence is impossible for someone of the 8th level of Qi condensation to have, unless of course they are a member of a powerful sect. That was the second clue. Moments later, Junior saw his white garments, as well as a jade pendant from the Violet Fate sect. He revealed it intentionally, but this is the state of Zhao, after all. He has to take some precautions. This was the third clue. More telling, he directly gave the pill bottle to Junior, as if he didn't care whether or not I might consume the pill. When Junior inquired about this, his response was one that a member of a state of Zhao sect could never match. This was the fourth clue. Finally, the Foundation Establishment pill is marked with the seal of Grandmaster Pill Demon. No one would dare to make a counterfeit of such a pill. Furthermore, Junior has researched such things, and am certain the seal is genuine. Because of these 5 clues, Junior is certain that this person was Ding Xin of the Violet Fate sect. It is said that 2 years ago, Grandmaster Pill Demon accepted a novitiate with that name. It seems the person here today was none other than him. The woman smiled, her expression filled with confidence, shrewdness, and intelligence. Unless. She suddenly seemed to hesitate. Unless what? Asked the old man, turning to look at her, his expression both warm and encouraging. Unless the person today was incredibly intelligent, and purposefully did all of these things. Perhaps he created the perfect cover story, and the seal on the Foundation Establishment pill is actually fake. But, the probability of such a thing is remote. There is no disciple among the so-called sects of the state of Zhao who could accomplish something like that. The woman smiled, her expression once again one of confidence. Correct, said the old man. Being able to sort through all these clues in this way shows how intelligent you are, more. It seems you've really grown sharper in the past few years. This medicinal pill is real. It seems 80 to 90% likely that this person was none other than Ding Xin. He looked fondly at the woman. Many thanks for your praise, Patriarch, she said with a smile. Looking up at him, she asked, are you really going to let him go, just like that? We cannot afford to cause trouble with the Violet Fate sect. As for Grandmaster Pill Demon's Foundation Establishment pill, the old man seemed to think for a moment, before softly saying, more, considering that your latent talent is ordinary, why don't you give the pill to your father? When she heard his words, her eyes suddenly flashed. He's back? Her voice suddenly seemed grim. He came back a few months ago. He left all those years ago to join the Reliance sect, but the sect was disbanded. As usual, he has yet to reach Foundation Establishment, you should go see him. Looking at the woman, the old man frowned, then sighed. She was quiet for a moment. I have my responsibilities here to take care of, she said coldly.
Whoever patriarch gives the foundation establishment pill to, well, it doesn't have anything to do with me. He's your father, after all. Furthermore, it seems to me he has some weighty matters on his mind, and might leave again soon. You should think about it carefully. Shaking his head, the old man turned and left. Father. Shang Wanmu sat down quietly, looking out the window, her eyes filled with bitterness. As for Meng Hao, after changing clothes, he left the black-walled Milky Way city without the slightest bit of hesitation. Some distance away from the city, he hopped onto the treasured fan and sped off into the distance, his body turning into a prismatic rainbow. He kept going for several days, until it became apparent that no one was pursuing him. At that point, he felt a bit more relaxed. In the wilderness some distance away from Mount Ducheng, he used a flying sword to cut out an immortal's cave for himself and then entered into secluded meditation. This time, he was determined to break through to the 9th level of chi condensation. He had plenty of spirit stones which he could use to duplicate heavenly spirit pills. When he consumed enough heavenly spirit pills, and his cultivation base reached the appropriate level, he would begin to push toward the next level. Time passed slowly. Soon, several months had passed. Meng Hao did not leave the immortal's cave. He sat there quietly, cross-legged, consuming medicinal pills and circulating his cultivation base. As time passed, his cultivation base grew more and more refined. By the time the 5th month arrived, it seemed boundless. His cultivation base roared, and his corsi roiled. He had long since arrived at the peak of the 8th level of chi condensation. He was only a sliver away from the 9th level, and yet had been stuck at this sliver for 2 months already. Thinking about the over 100,000 spirit stones he had spent already made Meng Hao's heart hurt. But what hurt even more was that after spending all of those spirit stones, he still hadn't been able to break through. Elder Su told me that the 4th, 6th, and 8th levels of chi condensation were bottlenecks. The year I broke through the 4th level, I had lots of dry spirit pills. I broke through the 6th level when the North Sea demonstrated the Tao. Now I'm at the 8th level bottleneck. How do I break through? Meng Hao opened his bloodshot eyes. Of the well over 200,000 spirit stones he'd had, only about 50,000 now remained. The rest had been turned into heavenly spirit pills. Currently, he was running low on heavenly spirit pills as well. As he had speculated, when relying only on medicinal pills to grow his cultivation base, the effects grew weaker and weaker the more pills he consumed. He needed larger and larger amounts, a vicious cycle. I wonder what other people do in this situation, he thought, frowning. Despite pondering the situation over and over, he couldn't figure it out. It seemed that no matter how many heavenly spirit pills he consumed, and no matter how his cultivation base grew, he just couldn't make that final step. Another month passed. Meng Hao had already spent half a year in secluded meditation. Today, he sat there, hair in disarray, eyes bloodshot. In the past month, he had duplicated 10 plateau charging pills, which were supposed to be effective in the 9th level of chi condensation. He had hoped that using them would enable him to break through the bottleneck. While they had been somewhat effective, they hadn't produced the desired result. I must reach the 9th level of chi condensation. He ground his teeth as he looked at what remained of his 50,000 spirit stones. Not hesitating any longer, he took out the copper mirror. He had decided to duplicate the foundation establishment pill. A glow appeared, and there in front of him were 2 foundation establishment pills. Including the original, he now had 3 foundation establishment pills. If you showed these 3 pills to a disciple of one of the great sects of the southern domain, they would gasp with astonishment. In the state of Zhao, it would be enough to cause a bloodbath if anyone saw them. Today, Meng Hao would use these pills, not to reach foundation establishment, but to break through the bottleneck. Anyone who knew he was using the pills in this way would surely go crazy at the thought of such luxurious waste. Through history, there were likely few people who would ever go to such extravagant lengths to break through a chi condensation bottleneck. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then lifted up a pill, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. A thunderous roar filled his mind, and his body shook. A majestic spiritual energy filled him that he never before could have imagined, exploding throughout his body. During his half a year in secluded meditation, some events had occurred which he was unaware of. These events actually affected the entire state of Zhao. The first was the wildfire-like spread of the news of Meng Hao's deal with the Violet Fate sect disciples. It didn't take long before Meng Hao's name was known across the land. Everyone knew that Meng Hao had mercilessly cheated the Violet Fate sect. Soon after this, the Cold Wind sect and the Winding Stream sect nearly declared war on each other. In the end, sect priests of the core formation stage emerged and managed to calm things down. Shortly thereafter, the 2 sects issued a joint order of arrest. The evildoer Meng Hao of the Reliance sect was now wanted. Anyone who killed him would receive a reward of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical items. This was the first time in hundreds of years that two great sects had joined together to issue an order of arrest. This news caused a great sensation in the cultivation world of the state of Zhao. Of course, no one really knew how to track down the man who had caused the bloody incident regarding the silver spear. But he had been marked for punishment, and the news spread quickly. Soon, Meng Hao was yet again the subject of discussion among all the cultivators of the state of Zhao. Whenever cultivators gathered, they would end up talking about Meng Hao. I heard that when he was in the Reliance sect, he robbed someone from one of the great clans of the southern domain, a guy named Wang Tingfei who had joined the sect. When he became a member of the inner sect, Wang Tingfei left in a rage. That's nothing. I heard directly from some former Reliance sect members that Meng Hao opened a shop there. He ripped off a lot of his fellow disciples. They were all furious, of course, but didn't dare to say anything. Wow, it seems he's been developing this devious personality for quite a while. It's no surprise he cheated the Violet Faith sect disciples, as well as Lu Daoyun and Sun Hua. It looks like he just rips off whoever he runs into. He's been cheating people ever since he left the Reliance sect. Conversations and discussions like this filled the cultivation world of the state of Zhao. If that was the extent of it, it would not have been a very big deal. Eventually the buzz would have died out. Except before that could happen, the three great sects joined forces to recall the original arrest order and issue a new one. There was no discernible reason for this action. The new arrest order was still for Meng Hao. However, killing him was now prohibited. Rewards would now be given, not for his death, but for his capture, or clues regarding his whereabouts. According to the order, he could be injured or crippled, but not killed. Such a strange arrest order instantly aroused the attention of quite a few people. Eventually, some of the most well-informed people were able to put the clues together to understand what was going on. The core formation eccentrics of the three great sects went last month to visit the state of Revelation. They paid respects to Lord Revelation, and asked him to divine whether or not Patriarch Reliance is really dead or not. According to his divination, Patriarch Reliance is weak to the point of death. However, the Immortal's cave he is in can only be opened by an inner sect disciple. Lord Revelation is already here with them in the state of Zhao, searching for where Patriarch Reliance is sealed in secluded meditation. As soon as the news began to spread, the three great sects went to great lengths to stamp down the rumors. Anyone found spreading them would be punished by death penalty, and any city where the rumors appeared would be enveloped by a sealing spell casted by the three great sects, preventing anyone from going in or out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Donghu. In the remote wilderness not too far from Mount Dacheng, Meng Hao sat in the Immortal's cave, his body shaking. Sweat poured off of him, soaking him as he emanated an intense heat. This in turn produced a thick mist that circulated around the cave, filling it with the aroma of sweat. Meng Hao's entire body was bright red, and it felt as if an immense fire were raging inside of him that would soon wither up his flesh and blood and turn him into a pile of ash. At the moment, his body was completely stiff, incapable of the slightest movement. Actually, this is one of the detriments of consuming a foundation establishment pill. After swallowing it, the body becomes immovable. Until the power of the pill is disseminated, it wouldn't matter if there was a flood or a storm, or if a person stood in front of you with a sword, ready to stab you through, you wouldn't be able to move a muscle. This is why cultivators are incredibly careful when selecting the area where they will consume a foundation establishment pill. After all, if one encountered an enemy while suffering from the side effect of the astounding pill, death would be the result. Meng Hao was the first person to ever consume a foundation establishment pill while in the 8th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, this pill had been concocted by a grandmaster. But he had no other choice. It was just too difficult to break through the bottleneck of the 8th level of qi condensation without the aid of either some stroke of good fortune, or special medicinal pills. The plateau charging pills had not been effective, so now the only thing he had left were the foundation establishment pills. Of course, he didn't dare use too many at once. They were incredibly powerful, and his body was not. Consuming them was actually gambling with his own life. By now, Meng Hao felt quite certain he knew why this 8th level bottleneck was so difficult to break through. It definitely had something to do with his years of consuming so many demonic cores. Despite his rebirth in the North Sea, the demonic power within his bones could not be dispelled easily. Because of this reason, the blockage caused by the bottleneck was thicker than that experienced by the average person. Of course, there were also advantages to this situation. Once he broke through the bottleneck, he would explode into the middle of the 9th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, his body, although it seemed weak, was now much tougher than it had been during his scholar days. The change was slow, but sure. This change had not been brought about by his cultivation, but rather because of the demonic power within his body, as well as the demonic core in his core C.
Days and days passed.
Soon 2 months had gone by, during which time Meng Hao had continued to consume his scant supply of foundation establishment pills. Just now, he had fully absorbed the power of a pill. Suddenly, he opened his eyes.
He could move again.
He felt a roaring within himself, along with a severe pain, as if various parts of his body were being ripped apart. He spit out a mouthful of black blood. As he spit out the blood, his eyes grew dim, as if he were about to lose consciousness. Instead, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. He rotated his cultivation base as it shot toward the 9th level of chi condensation. A look of determination filled his eyes. Gathering together the explosive spiritual power within him, he pushed forward. In an instant, the spiritual energy charged ahead, filling his head with a roaring like thunder. He felt as if his body were about to explode. Then suddenly, it felt as if the spiritual energy had opened up a new realm inside him. Instantly, he felt a wonderful sensation, difficult to describe. It was a tingling feeling, as if someone were caressing him with countless feathers. He immersed himself in the feeling, and a long time passed before he opened his eyes.
They glowed dazzlingly. It was as if the darkness of the cave were being split by brilliant lightning bolts.
Meng Hao took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy of the cave seemed to be sucked into him strand by strand. Then it left him, and massive amounts of filth extruded from his pores. His body grew lighter, his eyes brighter. The boundless core sea inside him was twice its previous size, as if you couldn't see from one side to the other. The golden water billowed and roared. Deep within, the demonic core rested, unmoving, sending out massive amounts of spiritual energy, making the golden light even more dazzling, filling Meng Hao's body. He almost felt like lifting his head up and letting out a long, loud cry.
The 9th level of chi condensation. I, Meng Hao, have finally reached the 9th level. My next step will be foundation establishment.
His eyes filled with exuberance, he took several deep breaths. With the sublime spirit scripture, I can establish a flawless foundation, far superior to a cracked or fractured foundation. He stood up, filled with confidence and hope regarding the future. He looked forward to traveling to the southern domain and seeing the lands there. He looked forward even more so to the day when he could reach foundation establishment. He wondered what it would be like to have a flawless foundation. What would other cultivators think when they ran into him then? Of course, having not reached foundation establishment, he didn't understand how rare a flawless foundation was. Despite his ignorance, he still looked forward with eager anticipation. He flicked his sleeve, and a fist-sized water globe appeared. It stretched out, forming a sheet of water the size of his body. He walked forward, through the water. When he came out on the other side, the filth that covered him was gone, and instead, a fragrant aroma drifted off of him. The door of the Immortal's cave shattered. It was midday outside, and the season had long since changed. Meng Hao walked out to feel a hot, dry wind on his face. His entire body felt relaxed and fresh. When I reach foundation establishment, I will finally be able to achieve true flight. He looked up at the blue sky and his smile grew wider and wider. He walked forward a bit, then hopped onto his treasured fan and sped along. He was flying along some distance away from Mount Daqing when he suddenly caught sight of someone racing in his direction. This person was moving as fast as possible, and was being chased by a large, vicious-looking man. The person being chased was pale-faced, but had hard eyes. He wasn't very tall, and rather skinny, appearing to be about 13 or 14 years old. Despite this, his cultivation base was at the 5th level of chi condensation. He was being chased by a cultivator of the 6th level of chi condensation. The man wore a tattered aqua-blue robe and it seemed as if he had been wounded. Murder roiled within his furious eyes. It doesn't matter where you try to run, Dong Hu. If you give me the pearl, considering my status in the upright evening sect, I can leave you with your life. Otherwise, you're dead. The big man raised his right hand, and a frigid glow appeared which solidified into a full moon scimitar. He tossed it spinning toward the youth. The youth was none other than one of Meng Hao's group whose elder sister Su had taken to the Reliance sect, Little Tiger. TL note, the character who in the name Dong Hu means tiger. After the dissolution of the sect, he had been swept away and then disappeared. Meng Hao floated above, looking down at Little Tiger. Little Tiger's face was pale, but killing intent flickered within his hard eyes. He waved his sleeves, whereupon several beams of cold light shot out, glittering arrows. Based on their gleam they seemed to be coated with poison. The arrows shot toward the big man. He laughed, waving his sleeve, which caused a wind to spring up and brush the arrows away. His hand flickered in incantation patterns, causing his scimitar to shoot toward Little Tiger. It was upon him in the blink of an eye. Little Tiger's bloodshot eyes spun. Suddenly, an aqua-blue pearl appeared in his hand. It was partly transparent, and was filled with layers of curling clouds. A stream of clouds erupted from within the pearl, coalescing into a vague figure, which shot toward the scimitar. When they collided, a bang rang out, and the scimitar collapsed into pieces, as did the vague figure. The big man coughed up some blood, and the greed in his eyes grew stronger. He continued his pursuit. The blood drained from Little Tiger's face. It seemed the attack just now had been quite difficult to pull off. He staggered forward, running a few paces before tumbling to the ground. "You can't escape," laughed the big man viciously, quickly approaching Little Hu, whose eyes filled with desperation. Off in the distance, Meng Hao sighed, looking back at the scene. Finally, he lifted a finger on his right hand, causing a furious wind to spring up in the forest. The crushing pressure of the 9th level of qi condensation instantly enveloped the big man. Trembling, he looked up in shock to see Meng Hao floating down toward him. Simultaneously, Little Tiger, who was still on the ground, pulled a poisoned dagger out of his sleeve. He leaped up with surprising speed, and the dagger flashed. At the exact moment in which the big man was surprised by Meng Hao, the dagger slashed through his neck. He let out a miserable cry as blood showered everywhere, covering Little Tiger. Little Tiger was still weak and exhausted, but falling down just now had actually been a trick. When the man approached with his guard down, he had planned to make his move. The big man collapsed to the ground, twitching. He tried to cover the gash in his neck, but blood flowed out in vast quantities. Within moments, he was dead. His eyes stared blankly off into the distance. Little Tiger took a few steps away, looking back at Meng Hao, seeming ready to flee at any moment. Then he felt the power of Meng Hao's cultivation base, and his body began to tremble. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He walked over and stood over the corpse, examining it. Then he looked at the obviously nervous Little Tiger, staring at him silently. Little Tiger didn't say anything either. He just looked at Meng Hao, a complicated expression in his eyes. A long moment passed, after which Meng Hao opened his mouth. "It was because of this pearl that you killed Wang Yukai," he said calmly. An imperceptible look in his eye revealed that he was bluffing, but Little Tiger didn't see it. Instead, Little Tiger stood there silently, refusing to speak. He was short, with dark skin and a skinny frame. His clothes were dilapidated, and he was obviously in a difficult position. He almost looked like a beggar. But the coldness he had just exhibited when killing the man just now seemed to make everything obvious. Meng Hao looked at him for a while, before shaking his head. He let out a sigh, and turned to leave. Just as he did this, however, a look of hesitation appeared in Little Tiger's eyes. He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and filled with nervousness. Elder Brother Meng, are you going to Mount Daching to save everyone?" Meng Hao halted in his tracks and looked back at Little Tiger. "What are you talking about?" he said, his voice low. This chapter was sponsored by Morton Stakemeier, Jack Bullock, Mitchell Kuchik, and Marius Whitman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, A True Man. Little Tiger looked closely at Meng Hao. He had been naive as a child, but after joining the Reliance sect, had experienced many unimaginable misfortunes. In his heart, he had become as hard as iron. No one knew how many cultivators he had secretly slain. He stared at Meng Hao and gradually came to the realization that he really did not know about what had happened recently. Elder Brother Meng, in recent days, the entire cultivation world of the state of Zhao has been searching for you. The 3 great sects issued a joint order for your arrest. Multitudes of cultivators have spread out in all directions to hunt you down. He hesitated a moment before continuing. Meng Hao's expression did not change even in the least bit. He floated in the air, looking down wordlessly at Little Tiger. "The 3 great sects ordered that you were not to be killed," he said slowly. "You could be injured or crippled, but not slain." The entire time, he continued to look at Meng Hao, unable to tell what he was thinking. "If what you're saying is false," said Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever, "then don't blame me for forgetting our past ties." Hearing this, Little Tiger inadvertently took 2 steps backward, his face flickering. Elder Brother Meng must surely remember Master Uncle Shangguan from the inner sect. 2 months ago, he surrounded the 3 counties near Mount Daching with a horrific, enormous spell. His voice rang out as he spoke. He clenched his fists. He plans to use the blood of the mortals there to concoct blood pills to reach Foundation establishment. It's been going on for 2 months already. With my cultivation base, I'm no match for him, but I came to try to save my father and mother. Meng Hao stared at him in shock, his head spinning. Fury erupted within him, and a violent aura of killing intent began to emanate from him. He knew that Shangguan Xiu's true goal was not to concoct blood pills, but rather to lure him out. His face grew incredibly grim.
Shangguan Xiu has involved the mortals of 3 counties, and the cultivation world of the state of Zhao does nothing to stop him?
Meng Hao's voice was as cold as ice as he spoke.
Does anyone actually believe his goal is establishing a foundation?
Everyone says that Shangguan Xiu longs for foundation establishment, said Little Tiger, and that he intentionally picked the 3 counties around Mount Daqing because of the auspicious sign that appeared here years ago. With blood spirit pills, he can easily break through to foundation establishment. In the past, the 3 great sects would never allow him to do something like that, but right now they seek out Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone.
That's why they sent everyone looking for you, and have ignored what is happening here. They don't want to have to deal with extra trouble. Furthermore, Shangguan Xiu is no ordinary person. I looked into it and found out he's from Milky Way City. Apparently, the 3 great sects did attempt to interfere at first, but then backed off for some reason. Meng Hao listened quietly, then began to smile, a cold, dark smile. The killing intent which existed in his heart far outmatched the killing intent he had felt in the past toward Wang Tingfei or even Ding Xin. The intensity of this desire to kill sent this core sea churning. It was fiercer than anything he had felt in his 21 years of life. Shangguan Xiu.
Meng Hao spun and looked off toward Mount Daqing. He flicked his wide sleeve and Little Tiger flew up onto the treasured fan, a shocked look on his face.
Elder brother Meng, what's going on?
Blurted Little Tiger, his breath quickening.
We're going to Mount Daqing.
If what you've said is true, very well. But if you've lied to me, then you will never again have to worry about people chasing after you to get your treasure. The treasured fan flickered, and they shot off. Little Tiger was quiet, having nothing more to say. He stood on the treasured fan next to Meng Hao, a conflicted look in his eye. Soon the look disappeared, replaced by determination. It didn't take long before Mount Daqing loomed up in front of them. Meng Hao did not charge in directly. The treasured fan flashed, and they landed on the ground. Up ahead, everything was enveloped by a glowing red aura. It seemed that outside of the aura, every 500 kilometers, a black-robed cultivator sat cross-legged, meditating. There were a dozen or so of them, and they appeared to be supporting the base of the spell which surrounded the 3 counties.
Far away on top of the mountain, someone sat cross-legged in meditation.
In the counties below the mountain, everything was quiet. Wispy strands of blood chi rose up from them. Meng Hao's killing intent grew stronger. Taking a deep breath, he released the bonds he had placed on Little Tiger. When I call your name, you must come, said Meng Hao slowly. Then he walked forward, his body whistling in the wind and emanating an ice-cold air. Wang Yukai isn't dead, blurted Little Tiger. Meng Hao ignored him as he raced forward. Little Tiger watched him disappear, then sighed, and sat down silently to meditate.
He had looked into Meng Hao in addition to Shangguan Xiu.
He knew that Meng Hao had no immediate family in Yunjie County and that Shangguan Xiu was most likely using this blood magic specifically to draw him out.
Elder brother Meng, I just want to save my father and mother. If you live through this, then I will owe you a great debt.
He looked up, complex emotions flickering in his eyes.
Meng Hao shot forward, straight toward the blood-red aura.
Little Tiger, though young, was clever and had been correct in his suppositions. As for Meng Hao, he had always been intelligent. Despite failing as a scholar, he had undergone a baptism of sorts in the Reliance sect. After everything he had experienced there and after, how could he not see through to his opponent's true purpose?
Shangguan Xiu had set a trap for him. But how could he not go? Even though he had no immediate family in Yunjie County, it was his home.
His childhood memories were there, and they were beautiful.
Shangguan Xiu was utterly devoid of conscience, and his actions offended Meng Hao to the bone.
His desire to kill billowed to untold heights. Even though he was risking death, even though he was playing into Shangguan Xiu's hand, Meng Hao knew that in life, there are some things a man must do. Even if it was dangerous, he would go anyway. Fear and doubt were not for true men. His murderous intent had never been so strong, his desire to kill never so intense. It could not be dispelled by the death of one person, but rather every person involved in maintaining the blood spell.
In my years of cultivation, there are people who I haven't killed. It's not because I couldn't, but because I didn't want to.
His speed increased, his eyes flashing with death, but his heart calm. By now he had reached the area of the blood spell. He shot toward a cultivator of the 6th level of chi condensation who sat there meditating. He wore black robes and looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. As Meng Hao rushed toward him, he opened his eyes. Shocked, he lifted his hand, but in that instant, Meng Hao, his face expression cold and filled with death, shot past him. There was a sword in Meng Hao's hand. Behind him, a head flew up into the air, its face filled with confusion. The body fell over onto the ground. The reek of blood filled the air. The corpse twitched a few times and then was still. There was no shout of pain, no struggle. To Meng Hao, it was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. As he had said, it was not that he couldn't kill, he just didn't like to. When you try to cut off a chicken's head, said Meng Hao to himself, it will usually put up a bit of a struggle. People usually struggle even harder. But without a head, you don't even match up to a chicken. Not even glancing back at the corpse behind him, he moved on, eyes filled with killing intent. He moved quickly, and before long, another cross-legged figure appeared in front of him. This person had clearly not sensed the death of his compatriot. He sat there meditating, maintaining the spell. He didn't even have a chance to open his eyes before his head flew off his body. Shangguan Xiu, you force me into killing. Very well, today I will kill everything in front of me. He flicked the wooden sword in his hand, sending droplets of blood flying about everywhere, then vanished. Because of the death of the two cultivators, ripples had appeared in the red-colored spell. This in turn shocked the rest of people who were maintaining it. One after another, they opened their eyes and stood up, glancing around cautiously. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Shangguan Xiu's eyes flickered open. They glittered as he looked down at what was going on below. The blood chi seemed to grow thicker, but he couldn't see clearly what was happening. He frowned and harumphed. He lifted his right hand, and a globe of blood appeared, about the size of a human head. Blood chi swirled around inside. With the flick of a sleeve, he sent the blood globe shooting down Mount Daching, where it slammed through the blood-colored spell with a reverberating boom. The blood-colored spell was growing weak. Suddenly, a shrill scream could be heard, echoing out from within the spell. Difficult to describe, it seemed to be filled with pain. Moments later, another scream rang out. This scream clearly came from someone else, but it was equally blood-curdling. Shangguan Xiu frowned. Looking down at the blood-colored spell, it appeared to have shrunk by almost half and was somewhat murky. A third person screamed, then a fourth, almost at the same time. More screams echoed out, over and over, until finally the blood-colored spell was completely translucent. Shangguan Xiu looked down to see a dozen headless corpses. His eyes narrowed, and his body spun. There, on a small mountain path, wearing a blue scholar's robe, was Meng Hao. He was spattered with blood and gore, and despite looking somewhat frail and weak, walked slowly up the mountain, his face expressionless. In his hands, he carried a dozen severed heads. Shangguan Xiu looked at him as he approached. Meng Hao tossed the heads forward, and they plopped to the ground in front of Shangguan Xiu, who then flicked his sleeve, sending them scattering about. Your turn, said Meng Hao, his voice hoarse. He usually didn't want to kill, but today, he did. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Fierce Fighting. 9th level of Qi Condensation. Eyeing Meng Hao, Shangguan Xiu took a deep breath. He had been maintaining the spell here for 2 months. The cultivators from Milky Way City didn't know the true reason he was here, and he didn't want their top-level experts around anyway. He was here for Meng Hao. Based on everything he had seen and heard recently, he had been 60% certain that Meng Hao possessed some sort of unholy treasured item that could endlessly duplicate treasures. Otherwise, how could he have so many medicinal pills and flying swords? Also, how could Meng Hao have not noticed that 10 of his flying swords went missing on the day of his battle with Wang Tingfei? They appeared to have been broken, but in fact, had been secretly taken away by Shangguan Xiu and carefully studied. He had discovered that all 10 of the swords were composed of exactly the same materials. Even though all flying swords look the same in general, there will always be tiny differences left behind in the manufacturing process which can be spotted later. Except, among Meng Hao's swords, the details were exactly the same. This, of course, aroused Shangguan Xiu's suspicions. And yet, he wasn't completely convinced because of that evidence. But now, seeing that Meng Hao's cultivation base had already reached the 9th level of Qi condensation, he was even more sure. 80% or more. You may have reached the 9th level of Qi condensation, but clearly you just broke through, said Shangguan Xiu, his eyes shining coldly. Should you try to run away again today, I will detonate that blood globe I just sent down the mountain. If that happens, then the people of the 3 counties will be reduced to ash and smoke in the blink of an eye. He really was worried that Meng Hao would flee, so before attacking, had taken preparations to prevent him from doing so. I won't be running away today. As Meng Hao looked at Shangguan Xiu, nearly 5 years of memories flooded into his mind. Their issues from before the sect dissolved, the chase after the sect disbanded, all of these things flashed before Meng Hao's eyes. His killing intent flashed. He lifted his hand, and a massive flame python appeared, over 30 meters in length. Not only was its size impressive, but from its head protruded a large horn.
Flames flickered off of its body as it shot toward Shang Guanxiu, radiating intense heat.
The severed heads surrounding Shang Guanxiu crackled and burned from the heat, and some of them even began to roll in his direction. He laughed, slapping his bag of holding and producing a 5-colored banner. The massive banner unfurled and a 5-colored mist roiled out from within it.
The mist then transformed into 5 mist spirits, each of them dozens of meters tall. With hideous grins, they charged toward the flame python.
A massive explosion occurred, smashing nearby boulders into dust and reducing the surrounding trees and rattan vines of Mount Dacheng into powder. Dust and ash swirled in the air, making the scene somewhat blurry. Amidst the haze, Meng Hao dashed forward at incredible speed. The remaining severed heads which had not been incinerated continued to tumble toward Shang Guanxiu. His eyes flashed, and his fingers flickered in an incantation sign. Then he shoved his hands out in front of him.
5-colored death.
He shouted, and a shrill shrieking sound suddenly rose up around him.
Meng Hao smacked his bag of holding.
The scroll painting appeared in his hand. He unrolled it, and 6 beasts leaped out, howling. A massive thunderous rumble surrounded them. Meng Hao charged toward Shang Guanxiu, whose cold eyes flickered radiantly.
Shang Guanxiu moved forward as well. More severed heads were crushed into pulp. "Do you know what the Reliance sect was called before Patriarch Reliance?" said Shang Guanxiu coolly. "It was called the Demon Sealing Sect." He suddenly looked toward the peak of Mount Dacheng and stamped his foot down. Mount Dacheng began to rumble, and then suddenly, an impossible-to-describe aura erupted out from within the mountain. It was only a strand, yet that strand seemed to quiver with the very power of heaven and earth. It was not sentient, but rather, under the control of Shang Guanxiu. It roiled up from the ground beneath Meng Hao's feet. Shang Guanxiu suddenly seemed to grow older, as if he had aged 10 years. He looked almost like a corpse that had crawled its way out of the grave. Clearly the magical technique he had just used was extremely difficult to employ, and required a sacrifice of longevity. Originally, he would never have used it, but seeing the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, he decided that he had no other choice. He wanted to bring about a swift end to the battle. After all the cultivators in the state of Zhao were hunting Meng Hao right now. This battle would surely attract their attention. If he could end the fight quickly, then he would have plenty of time to get his hands on the treasure he sought. The demon sealing sect sought out the great demons of the world, sealed them, released their spirit, and took their power to trample on the heavens. "You just entered the 9th level of chi condensation, what could you possibly use to fight me with? If I wanted, I could have reached Foundation establishment 50 years ago." As Shang Guanxiu spoke, Meng Hao waved the scroll painting, using it to resist the aura strand that had burst out around his feet. But as soon as the scroll painting touched the aura, an explosion rang out, and cracks appeared on its surface as it was thrown violently away. The aura strand shot toward Meng Hao. There was a bang, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. The feathered fan had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye to shield him. Cracks split the feathers, as Meng Hao took advantage of the moment to evade. Evade he did, but he was still sent tumbling backward, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Only one move had been made, and Meng Hao was already injured. It was clear that Shang Guanxiu possessed unfathomable secrets. He laughed coldly. He had expended some of his longevity to make this attack. Even though it hadn't killed Meng Hao outright, Shang Guanxiu was still determined to win. He walked forward, stepping over the smashed, bloody remains of the severed heads. Meng Hao's mouth was filled with blood, but his eyes shone with viciousness. At the same moment that Shang Guanxiu began to walk forward, Meng Hao lifted his hand, and within the pulp of the severed head, a black aura arose. In an instant, the aura coalesced into a black scorpion. It moved like lightning, so quickly that Shang Guanxiu had no time to pull back his foot, nor to leap away. The scorpion's stinger sank into the flesh of Shang Guanxiu's foot. As the stinger sank in, the scorpion turned into strands of blackness which poured into Shang Guanxiu. His face twisted. This turn of events was too sudden and unpredictable. The scorpion, of course, was from the rare magical pill that he had acquired that day from Qian and Lu from the Violet Fate sect. This magical scorpion was hyper-toxic. The black aura entered Shang Guanxiu's foot, and then merged into his qi passageways, filling his entire body in an instant. His face turned black and he spit up a mouthful of black-colored blood, which stank like rotten fish. "What poison is this?" said Shang Guanxiu, his expression shocked as he retreated. A feeling of weakness spread through him like floodwaters. Knowing he had little time to think, he slapped his bag of holding and produced a medicinal pill, which he swallowed. Meng Hao had planned things well to make a move in a moment just such as this. Even his 3 mouthfuls of blood had been coughed up intentionally, all to make Shang Guanxiu think that he had the upper hand. As soon as his opponent retreated and pulled out a medicinal pill, Meng Hao charged forward. He smacked his bag of holding, and the black net shot forth, threatening to envelop Shangguan Xiu. It takes longer to describe what was happening than the actual time it took to happen. Shangguan Xiu's expression flickered as he downed the medicinal pill. His fingers began to flicker in an incantation, even as the net began to cover him. Meng Hao moved forward without pause. The black, wooden bow appeared in his hand, and he pulled back on the bowstring, then sent an arrow screaming toward Shangguan Xiu. Shangguan Xiu moved backward at high speed. A medicinal pill, a black net, an arrow, and an incantation. He didn't have time for all, he would have to pick two. A booming sound rang out. Shangguan Xiu downed the pill, but abandoned his incantation. He managed to evade the black net, but couldn't avoid the arrow. It shot into his right shoulder, emerging from the other side in a shower of blackened blood. Intense pain flashed through him, but Shangguan Xiu let out a low snort. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a moment. A second arrow whistled forth, followed by a third and a fourth. Meng Hao moved forward relentlessly. Every step he took, he shot an arrow, 7 steps, 7 arrows. The 7 arrows shot forward, screaming through the air with shocking killing intent. Shangguan Xiu continued to retreat, struggling to control the spread of the black strands throughout his body. And yet, he also had to dodge the incoming arrows. But being at the 9th level of Qi condensation, he could only do so much. He might be at the absolute peak of the 9th level of Qi condensation, a hair away from the foundation establishment stage, but he was still not at the foundation establishment stage. No, he was still far from foundation establishment stage. Just like Meng Hao, he was still in the Qi condensation stage. The difference in the level of power between the two was like the difference between the sky and the ground. He couldn't do everything perfectly at the same time. A booming sound reverberated through the air as the 7 arrows pierced his right arm, completely destroying it. This was the only thing he could do to defend against the arrows. He paid the price of a right arm in order to be able to focus on bringing the poison in his body under control temporarily. Even as he did so, an 8th arrow shot toward him from Meng Hao, then a 9th. He raised his head to the sky and howled. From the day he began to walk the path of cultivation until today, he had never been in such a dangerous, tight situation. He had lost an arm. The price he had paid, the pain he felt, drove his desire to kill Meng Hao to a new, intense height. His eyes were bloodshot, the poison was under control, but could not easily be expelled. In fact, as of now, he could tell that it would be impossible to expel the poison while he was in the Qi condensation stage. Only if he reached foundation establishment could he do so. Milky Way Sea! He shouted, his hair flying about him crazily. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a glob of blood. A violet pearl flew out from within the blood, within which could be seen what appeared to be a seething mass of wind. As soon as it appeared, a fierce gale arose, sending Meng Hao's latest 3 arrows into a spin. Then, they simply collapsed into pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Not Past 100 Years. The pearl spun back into Shangguan Xiu's mouth, whereupon he used his remaining arm to slap his bag of holding. Multiple flying swords, banners and other magical items appeared, all flying forward at the same time. Then, one by one they exploded into pieces. Shangguan Xiu lifted his hands, and the fragments of the various magical items rose up to create something like a sea. From a distance, the multiple fragments glinted blindingly, making it seem as if there really was a sea floating in the sky. The sea began to spin, and then shot directly toward Meng Hao, whistling through the air. This was the Milky Way Sea, a magical technique that had earned Patriarch Milky Way his name many years ago. Eventually, he divided the technique into multiple levels. The lowest level could be used only by someone of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Of course, any cultivator of the foundation establishment stage could flick a sleeve and create a Milky Way Sea out of fragmented items. However, during the Qi condensation stage, this was truly something powerful. As such, it was not an easy technique to pull off. Only someone at the peak of the 9th level could do it, and they would have to have the support of a vast amount of spiritual power. In all of Milky Way City, Shangguan Xiu was the only cultivator at the Qi condensation stage who could do it. At the moment, he wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, not only to acquire Meng Hao's treasures, but also to get back to Milky Way City to dispel the poison from his body. So, he attacked with his most powerful technique, sending the cloud of fragmented treasures speeding toward Meng Hao. As it approached, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then slapped his bag of holding. Flying sword after flying sword emerged. 10 swords, 50, 100, until a total of 300 flying swords were spinning around him. Meng Hao lifted his hands, then pushed them out ahead of him.
As he did, the 300 flying swords formed a massive sword rain, which then congealed into the shape of a flying rain dragon. He walked forward, and 2 golden strands of light appeared in his hands, the 2 wooden swords. His body turned into a beam of light as he flew up into the flying rain dragon sword rain.
It was as if he had become the spirit of the flying sword flying rain dragon.
It raised its head to the heavens and roared, then shot toward the Milky Way Sea. An explosion reverberated out which shook heaven and earth. The Milky Way Sea of fragmented treasures lashed against Meng Hao's flying swords. Popping sounds could be heard as sword after sword collapsed into pieces. But if the sea smashed 10 swords, then Meng Hao would produce 10 more to replace them. Right now, the most flying swords he could control simultaneously was 300. Within his bag of holding, he currently had about 700, which he had slowly duplicated over the last year. After his fierce battle with Ding Xin, and during the process of breaking through to the 9th level of qi condensation, he had prepared himself completely. Seeing this, Shang Guanxiu's face changed. His left hand flickered in an incantation pattern, then produced more magical items which he added to the conglomeration. Meng Hao's flying swords screamed as they continuously battered the Milky Way Sea. The sound of it reverberated out in all directions, and yet the power of this Milky Way Sea was formidable. At the moment, he wasn't able to move forward very easily. Suddenly, he spun his body, causing the flying swords around him to begin to rotate around him. They rotated faster and faster until they became a whirlwind, with Meng Hao at the center. He stopped moving, but the flying sword whirlwind continued to spin faster and faster. From a distance, it looked as if a rapidly spinning tornado were slicing through the middle of the Milky Way Sea. The fragmented treasure items of the Milky Way Sea continued to smash against the flying swords, but after the space of a few breaths, the swords pushed forward, slicing clean through the sea.
Shang Guanxiu's face twisted.
Meng Hao's cultivation base was shocking, as was the number of magical items he had. The most shocking thing, though, was his battle experience. His ability to quickly change his magical battle techniques was something that left Shang Guanxiu in utter disbelief. Amidst the reverberating roar, Meng Hao and his sword rain plowed through the Milky Way Sea, sending pieces of it scattering about. Meng Hao suddenly leaped forward, the 2 golden strands that were the wooden swords emitting shrill whistles as they shot through the air with him.
Shock covered Shang Guanxiu's face. Meng Hao!
He cried, shooting backward as fast as possible, his face panic-stricken. In complete contrast, when Meng Hao attacked, he didn't say even a word.
His expression was the same as ever.
He increased his speed even more, aiming the 2 wooden swords, one to stab directly toward his opponent's heart, the other, his forehead.
Shang Guanxiu was vexed to the extreme.
He had held the upper hand at first, but had then been poisoned. Things had only gone downhill from there. He couldn't dispel the poison, which meant he couldn't use the full power of his cultivation base. He constantly needed to use some of his power to suppress the effects of the poison. Now, he was forced to retreat, one step at a time. His hand flashing, Shang Guanxiu smacked his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, amidst which was the pearl that had appeared a moment ago. A curving arc of light appeared, shooting forward to block the 2 wooden swords. The shield immediately began to tremor, and then shattered, shoving Shang Guanxiu backward even faster as he retreated. Seeing the shield shattering, Shang Guanxiu quickly said, "Meng Hao, let's stop here. The 3 great sects are looking for you, and our fight today will surely have attracted their attention.
They could arrive at any moment. I won't harm the inhabitants of the 3 counties. Let's abandon our enmity, what do you say?" Meng Hao didn't respond.
His spiritual energy soared, and the wooden swords glowed, pushing through the shield.
Shang Guanxiu was now extremely alarmed.
With a howl, he waved his arm, pointing down toward the bottom of the mountain. "If you keep going, I will exterminate the people of the 3 counties."
"Little tiger!" shouted Meng Hao. This was the second time he had spoken during the battle.
As his shout echoed out, a twinkling, blood-red color could be seen at the bottom of the mountain. A head-sized blood globe appeared. It began to expand, as if it were about to explode. An emaciated figure appeared, it was none other than Little Tiger. His jaw was clenched, and he held a pearl outstretched in his hands. The pearl shot out toward the blood globe, spinning around it rapidly to form a restrictive barrier that caused the blood to stop expanding. "Meng Hao, I can only hold on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Having said this, Little Tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. Seeing this happen caused Shang Guanxiu's face to flicker with more emotions.
But he didn't have time to do anything more. With a boom, the shield collapsed and Shang Guanxiu's pearl shattered.
The wooden swords advanced again, Meng Hao behind them, his killing intent rising to the heavens. Blood sprayed from Shang Guanxiu's mouth, and he lost control of the poison in his body. It exploded out, threatening to send him into unconsciousness.
He continued to retreat, a sad smile on his face. The heavens will give me no aid, he said with a bitter laugh.
Meng Hao, I will not lose this battle.
And you?
I vow that I will smash your chi passageways.
His smile seemed to contain intense discontent along with complete helplessness.
But it did not contain despair. However, the discontent and helplessness created an air darker than any despair.
His left hand smacked his bag of holding.
Ignoring the incoming wooden swords, he held up a medicinal pill. As soon as it appeared, the nearby spiritual energy seemed to surge, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air.
With a bitter laugh, he swallowed the pill.
When he saw the pill, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. It was amber-colored, and was none other than a Foundation Establishment pill. Inscribed on its surface was a seal. This pill was the exact same Foundation Establishment pill he had sold at Milky Way City.
I, Shangguan Xiu, reached the first level of qi condensation when I was 7 years old, he muttered to himself.
At 30, I was at the 6th level.
By 39, I was the 9th level. Today, I'm 99 years old.
He didn't even look at Meng Hao, but instead stared up into the sky. In an instant, the power within his body surged. He didn't move, of course, he wouldn't be able to until the Foundation Establishment pill had been fully absorbed. However, even though this was a weakness, the power in his body was immense, already much more than that of the 9th level of qi condensation. As he soared toward Foundation Establishment, the two wooden swords slowly came to a stop about 7 inches from his body. Meng Hao's expression changed. He could sense his opponent's aura growing stronger and stronger. He was establishing his foundation right here on Mount Daqing. If Meng Hao's expression changed, then Little Tiger's changed even more. I could have established my foundation 50 years ago, said Shangguan Xiu, a dark expression on his face, his appearance wild.
But I didn't want to. I didn't want a flawless foundation.
I've been planning for 50 years to establish a world-shaking foundation that would surpass a flawless foundation.
I wanted a perfect foundation. But today. Sadly, today I've been wounded and poisoned. If I don't reach foundation establishment, then I will surely die. 50 years of preparations, and the last step, ruined by you. Meng Hao, do you know how much I hate you? Shangguan Xiu lowered his head and stared at Meng Hao.
He did not grind his teeth or howl. His face was calm, and yet his eyes were filled with an intense hatred that was clearly carved into his bones and onto his heart. Meng Hao's heart began to race, and he felt the shadow of death upon him.
But he didn't retreat.
His eyes flashing, he thought back to his own experience consuming the Foundation Establishment pill. He hadn't been able to move for 2 months.
I was at the 8th level of qi condensation, so it took me 2 months, thought Meng Hao.
Shangguan Xiu has been at the peak of the 9th level for 50 years, he will be able to absorb the energy much faster.
But, there has to be a way.
His eyes glittering, he produced a plateau charging pill and popped it into his mouth. As the spiritual energy billowed outing his body, he waved his hands toward the two wooden swords. With a rumbling sound, the two wooden swords trembled and then began to emit a powerful air.
Slowly but surely they moved closer to Shangguan Xiu.
They were about 3 inches away from him when they slowly grounded to a halt. This was Meng Hao's limit. He didn't have enough spiritual power, and just couldn't make the swords move any further.
You don't know your own limitations, said Shangguan Xiu with a cold laugh.
I could have established my foundation 50 years ago. With the profundity of my cultivation base, I will be able to absorb the Foundation Establishment pill in less than an hour.
You'd best do whatever you can now to flee.
But even if you run to the edges of the earth, I can tell you now, you're dead. He stared at Meng Hao, his hatred conjuring up hundreds of ways to kill Meng Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 75. Chapter 75, An Ancient Path Appears Again.
Meng Hao's face was grim. He looked at the two wooden swords, which hovered 3 inches away from Shangguan Xiu. Those 3 inches were like a massive ravine that Meng Hao could not cross with his current cultivation base. As for Shangguan Xiu, at the moment, he couldn't really be considered a qi condensation cultivator.
Although he was still some distance from Foundation Establishment, a Dao pillar was forming within his core lake.
As of this moment, despite the fact that Meng Hao was at the 9th level of qi condensation, he was so weak compared to Shangguan Xiu that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The gap between the Foundation Establishment stage and the qi condensation stage is like that between the sky and the ground, and is something that will never change. With the exception of some unexpected event which goes against the will of the heavens, it would be impossible for someone of the qi condensation stage to kill someone of the Foundation Establishment stage. A contest between the two would be like a fight between an infant and a strong man.
Even if the strong man were weakened somehow, he could still slay the infant with the movement of a hand. Today, Meng Hao had little more than an hour before a Foundation establishment cultivator appeared in front of him. His chances were already small, but at that time, he would have no chance at all. Time slipped by, and the shadow of death grew closer. Even if he fled, in a very short time, it wouldn't matter where he went, even if it were to the remotest corner of the Milky Way Sea, he would still be unable to evade death. What should I do? Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't the only nervous one. Down at the bottom of the mountain, little Tiger's face was growing pale. Seeing the developments just now, he gritted his teeth. Meng Hao! He shouted. His fingers flickered with an incantation, and then he pushed down on his chest. He spat up a massive amount of blood, which flew out in front of him and then formed into a handful of red-colored clouds. This pearl is my life, allow me to offer some assistance. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The pearl sucked little Tiger's blood cloud into it and then began to shine with a red glow. It circulated a few more times around the blood globe, but then suddenly shot toward Meng Hao. When it reached him, the glow intensified, enveloping Meng Hao with its light. At that moment, a strange sensation filled Meng Hao's heart. It felt as if his cultivation base were suddenly climbing higher. His golden core sea began to roar as it expanded. Within an instant, it had suddenly doubled in size. Its boundlessness increased so much so that it felt as if it would explode out of his body. Meng Hao's body suddenly shined with a golden light, making him look completely extraordinary. The demonic core within him did not undulate, but instead began to spin rapidly. As it did, intense spiritual power flooded through Meng Hao's body, filling his mind with a thunderous roar, and a thread of qi. The qi was weak, just like the thread he had felt when he reached the first level of qi condensation. What Meng Hao didn't know was that this strand of qi in his mind was actually something that only Foundation establishment cultivators should possess, spiritual sense. Even Shangguan Shou couldn't develop it, because he hadn't completely passed into the Foundation establishment stage. And yet, Meng Hao hadn't passed into Foundation establishment either. Instead, he had reached the 10th level of qi condensation. Popping sounds rang out through his body. Vast quantities of filth were pushed out through his pores as he experienced a sort of baptism into a higher level of qi condensation than anyone else in the world. The 10th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao's head spun. In the blink of an eye, his body was much tougher and stronger. Not only had he developed spiritual sense, but his body has miraculously grown much more powerful. In the cultivation world, the 10th level of qi condensation was something rarely seen. In fact, throughout the years, many of the most powerful members of a given generation had done research about the qi condensation stage, to determine whether there really even was a 10th level, an 11th level and a 12th level. Theoretically speaking, it was possible. In some ancient text fragments these levels were mentioned. Supposedly, in ancient times, there were a total of 13 levels in the qi condensation stage. According to the legends, even in ancient times, it was rare for someone to reach the 10th level, and even more rare the 11th level. Any person who reached that level inevitably went on to rock the world. In the modern cultivation world, the 10th level of qi condensation was nothing more than a legend. Over the years, generation after generation of cultivators had researched it and eventually a consensus had been reached. In ancient times, there had been 13 levels of qi condensation. But, the 9th level had been set as a limit. The 10th level and beyond had been crippled in accordance with the will of the heavens. From that time on, there were only 9 levels. There was another opinion, rejected by most as being absurd, that the ancient will of the heavens was dead, and that a new will of the heavens had arisen. The new will of the heavens only approved of 9 levels of qi condensation, and had thus broken the path of the 10th level. This was because following the path of the 10th level allowed one to fight against the heavens, which was prohibited. If a cultivator could accumulate enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then they could once again forge the path to reach the fabled 10th level of qi condensation of ancient times. The path was the focal point. Unfortunately, that path had been broken since ancient times, and though it still existed, was essentially broken beyond all repair. But today it appeared in Meng Hao's body, visible not only to him, but also to a dumbfounded Shangguan Shou. How could he possibly believe that right there in front of him, Meng Hao had actually entered into the legendary 10th level of qi condensation? Impossible, the 10th level of qi condensation is just a legend. Shangguan Shou's face was filled with disbelief. According to the stories, the 10th level of qi condensation is a body-strengthening stage. It exists in theory, and even in ancient times, it was rare for it to be achieved. Impossible. Were little Tiger not unconscious, he would also be shocked. Even though the pearl was his, and was composed of his life force, it had never had such a shocking effect on him. Whatever level he was at,
it allowed him to wield a level of power equal to half of the following level. For example, now he was at the 5th level of chi condensation, but in terms of power, he was already halfway through the 6th level. Meng Hao's hair flew about wildly and his eyes glowed brightly. He took a deep breath, feeling the immense power that surged through him. He felt the thread of chi in his mind, as well as the strength rippling through his muscles and blood. He knew that as of now, he wasn't in the least bit weak. And yet, there was a side effect. As soon as he reached the 10th level of chi condensation, it seemed as if the heavens immediately severed any connection to him. He couldn't sense any of the power of heaven and earth, as if he had been completely cut off. He felt a wild sucking feeling within him, as if he were a newborn child who needed nutrients, but was denied. At the moment, his body still appeared to be that of a weak scholar, but in reality, his flesh was filled with enough strength that he felt as if he could rip a city wall in half. Right now, there wasn't time to consider all of this, though. His eyes flashed as he looked Shang Wanxiu and the disbelief written on the man's face. Meng Hao took in a deep breath and then lifted up his right hand, pointing his finger toward the wooden swords. This finger strike contained all the power of Meng Hao's 10th level of chi condensation, all of his spiritual sight, all of the strength of his physical body. This was Meng Hao's most powerful attack. In fact, this was probably the most powerful attack that any chi condensation stage cultivator in the state of Zhao could muster. A boom rang out as he tapped the wooden sword. It erupted with sword might, piercing through the 3-inch gap and stabbing deeply into Shang Wanxiu's chest. A bang sounded out as it stabbed completely through his chest, emerging from the other side in a shower of blood. Shang Wanxiu's body shook, and yet he couldn't move. His eyes filled with dread as he sensed massive amounts of spiritual energy flooding out from the wound. In the blink of an eye, the energy seepage had caught up with this foundation establishment. Now the time it would take to reach the foundation establishment stage was much, much longer. It was at this time that Meng Hao's hand lifted up again and tapped the other wooden sword. It hummed as it proceeded forward toward Shang Wanxiu's neck. Meng Hao, you don't dare to kill me. Shang Wanxiu was completely in a panic now. His previous cold arrogance and killing intent had vanished, replaced with a desperate struggle to evade death. Meng Hao said nothing. His eyes glowing darkly as the sword he had just tapped passed through the 3-inch gap and stabbed into Shang Wanxiu's neck. In the instant that it pierced into his neck, Shang Wanxiu suddenly twisted his head to the side in an impossible fashion. The wooden sword sliced open a massive wound which erupted with blood, and yet it didn't kill him. Dread permeated Shang Wanxiu. He could feel his life force beginning to fade and his spiritual power dissipating. As the spiritual energy poured out of him, his body was beginning to grow a bit more responsive. Meng Hao, there's no hatred between us that can't be resolved. If you let me go, I will give you the sublime spirit scripture. Shang Wanxiu couldn't be any more terrified. Even before he finished speaking, the 2 wooden swords circled back, stabbing back through his chest, showering blood everywhere. Shang Wanxiu let out a blood-curdling scream filled with weakness and despair. Meng Hao didn't care in the least bit when he mentioned the sublime spirit scripture. His eyes were as hard as ever. It didn't matter what Shang Wanxiu said, he wouldn't stop until he was utterly and completely dead. This was Meng Hao. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind easily. This chapter sponsored by Sai Puklupti, Tandre Johannes and Anand Manthrapragata. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Beyond Flawlessness. The 2 wooden swords circled around, emitting a shocking sword aura. They sped toward Shang Wanxiu's head, one from the left, one from the right, carrying Meng Hao's killing intent with them. This time, it was clear that Shang Wanxiu would not be able to evade. There is something more precious than a flawless foundation, shrieked Shang Wanxiu in a piercing voice. It's something that in the southern domain, in fact in all the 4 continents, is 100,000 times more rare than your 10th level of chi condensation. I'm talking about a perfect foundation. Meng Hao, you. Then Meng Hao's 2 swords stabbed into his head, sending fountains of blood in all directions. Shang Wanxiu died instantly. He had not lived past 100 years, but rather had died feeling infinite grievance. His non-reconciliation to death was due to his great plans, and due to the fact that he was in the middle of establishing his foundation. But then his head exploded, and his body dropped down off of Mount Dacheng and splashed into the river below. His aspirations, and his body, floated away into the distance. Meng Hao snatched his dark green bag of holding as he fell. He didn't look at it, but instead tucked it into his robe. He panted. Despite having reached the 10th level of chi condensation, he had just wielded the 2 wooden swords to slay someone who was on the verge of reaching foundation establishment. He now felt extremely drained.
He watched Shangguan Shou's body disappear in the distance, and then turned and hopped onto a wooden sword. His body transformed into a beam of light, and he shot down the mountain to where little Tiger lay unconscious. The boy's face was as pale as death, and his eyes were tightly shut. His aura was like gossamer threads, and his life force flickered like a tiny flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Meng Hao looked at little Tiger thoughtfully, and then glanced at the pearl which floated in the air next to him. The power of the pearl was shocking to the extreme, and was truly a treasure. Its power could even be compared to that of the copper mirror. To duplicate it would cost an astronomical amount of spirit stones. What a pity. Meng Hao sighed and looked up into the sky. He'd known from the beginning that the pearl was linked to little Tiger's life force. If he stole it, then little Tiger would die. You entrusted me with your life. How could I, Meng Hao, act the villain? If I did, it would plague my conscience for the rest of my days. I would never be able to think clearly, and my days of cultivating would come to an end. His eyes glittering, he flicked his sleeve, and tapped little Tiger's forehead. Little Tiger's body spasmed, then his eyes snapped open. He was instantly on guard, getting to his feet and retreating backward several paces. He glanced at the pearl in Meng Hao's hands, and his body began to shiver slightly. A look of despair crept into his eyes. Meng Hao lifted the pearl with a finger, causing it to shoot straight toward little Tiger, who snatched it out of the air. A complex expression filled his face, and he stared at Meng Hao blankly. Many thanks for your assistance. This treasure is astonishing. You need to be cautious and take care of yourself. As soon as the pearl left his hand, Meng Hao's body began to grow weaker. The telltale signs of the 10th level of qi condensation began to disappear. As his cultivation base dropped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth which had just been cut off from him, slowly began to return. The unbridled gravitational force within his body slowly vanished. Meng Hao didn't regret his decision. There were some things that he just couldn't do. He refused to defy his own conscience in such a way. The blood globe that Shangguan Shou had used to threaten the lives of the people of the 3 counties was instantly smashed between Meng Hao's fingers. It transformed into a vast amount of blood qi, which floated back toward the 3 counties. As far as the common people went, all they knew was that for the past 2 months, they had felt somewhat dizzy, and now were much more clear-headed. They also felt a bit weak. This was because, unbeknownst to them, their longevity had been damaged, and close to 5 years had been taken from the lifespans. Meng Hao could see this, but there was nothing he could do except sigh to himself. He flicked his sleeve and made to leave. Elder brother Meng, said little Tiger, Shangguan Shou. There is no such person in the world anymore. He didn't look back, just continued off into the distance. The battle here would definitely attract the attention of the 3 great sects. And Meng Hao could guess why they had permitted Shangguan Shou to cast this massive spell here. It was because of Meng Hao. Shangguan Shou wanted his bag of holding, and the 3 great sects wanted him. At the moment, he had no way to deal with the situation. The only thing he could do was go somewhere remote to hide and think for a while. Little Tiger didn't say anything more. He watched Meng Hao leaving, and then a look of determination filled his eyes. Meng Hao, you didn't covet my most valuable treasure. I, Donghu, am not a good person. But you can rest easy. In this life, I will never do anything to let you down. He turned, casting his vision into the town far off in the distance. He caught sight of his father and mother, and a gentle look filled his eyes. Then the warmth vanished. Lowering his head, he quickly made his way off into the distance. At that exact moment, the sky filled with countless beams of prismatic light. In the lead was none other than Lu Daoyun from the Cold Wind sect. Meng Hao, you won't escape this time. Meng Hao frowned, turning into a flash of light as he sped off into the distance. He used the last remaining vestiges of the power of the 10th level of qi condensation to instantly put a vast distance between himself and the pursuers. Far off in the distance, he had caught sight of more disciples of the 3 great sects, and among them had been Foundation establishment cultivators and core formation eccentrics. They had obviously been unwilling to show up themselves, and had instead sent some lower-level disciples over to check things out. But now that Meng Hao's presence had been confirmed, they would surely make appearances. Shangguan Shou was backed by Milky Way City. It seems that power was not small. The 3 great sects must have stayed away because that was their agreement. When they felt the battle magic disappear, then they could approach. Shangguan Shou had his secrets, and didn't want people to see what was happening. He was even careful about the people from Milky Way City. He didn't let them know his true purposes either. He left Mount Dacheng, passing the North Sea and crossing the wide wilderness, heading in the direction of the Reliance sect. About halfway through the wilderness, in a random mountain range, Meng Hao sped along at top speed, an indistinct expression on his face.
As he raced along, he would occasionally look down at a piece of turtle shell which he held in his hand. This was an item he had taken out of Shangguan Shou's bag of holding. It was about the size of his palm, and its edges were rough. Obviously, it had been broken off from a larger turtle shell. Its surface was inscribed with rows and rows of small characters. They were difficult to make out. Only by infusing his eyes with spiritual energy was he able to read them clearly. In the cultivation world, it is possible to achieve the so-called perfect foundation. Meng Hao gasped. On the surface of the turtle shell were 2 medicinal pill recipes. One was for a perfect foundation pill, the other was for a perfect gold core pill. The turtle shell spells it out clearly. The foundation establishment stage doesn't just have 3 types, the flawless, cracked and fractured. There is a 4th type, the perfect foundation. It's extremely rare, being seen only 1/10,000 cases. Meng Hao breathed rapidly, staring down at the turtle shell and thinking back to what Shangguan Shou had said before he died. Now he understood his opponent's regret at being forced to ascend to foundation establishment after being poisoned. And now he understood the raging hatred in Shangguan Shou's eyes. Meng Hao contemplated things silently. He had read a lot about foundation establishment back in the magic pavilion of the Reliance sect. In foundation establishment, Tao pillars would come to being within the core lake. Because foundation establishment increased one's longevity, it was categorized as stealing good fortune and defying the heavens. As a result, the Tao pillars could never be perfect, but would always contain cracks. This was in accordance with the Tao of the heavens. It could be summed up in the expression, you get some, you lose some, or perhaps, when something comes in, something goes out. It was part of the cycle of heaven and earth, and was permitted to exist. Foundation establishment consisted of early, mid and late substages. In total, 9 Tao pillars would appear. If each pillar had 1 crack, it meant a total of 9 cracks would appear. This is what is referred to as a flawless foundation. A flawless foundation contained the least amount of cracks, and leaked the least amount of spiritual energy. After long periods of breathing exercises, the body would become incredibly powerful, much more so than other foundations. In the modern cultivation world, this was the most powerful foundation type. The special methods to achieve it could only be found amidst the clues in the great classic scriptures, for example the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Such secrets could lead to horrific bloodbaths. In fact, that was why the Reliance sect had been disbanded. Without such a scripture, the only way to have a chance at establishing a flawless foundation was to have incredible latent talent or outstanding good fortune. Most often, it was a chosen who could piece together the clues to do so. If an additional crack appeared on each of the Tao pillars, this was called a cracked foundation. Although this type of foundation was weaker than a flawless foundation, it could not be looked down upon. Usually, only disciples of the great sects were able to achieve it. Last, of course, was the fractured foundation. This was when, after reaching late foundation establishment, more than 18 cracks existed on the Tao pillars, which is too much. This foundation could be considered nearly shattered. In terms of both cultivation speed as well as battle prowess, both were much weaker. With this type of foundation, the chances of forming a core were much lower. Meng Hao thought about all of this and then looked down at the turtle shell. According to the description here, by concocting and consuming a perfect foundation pill, there was a high probability of establishing a perfect foundation. In this case, no cracks whatsoever would appear. This was a type of cultivation that defied the heavens, and was a path that could not be returned from. Because this foundation was not permitted by the heavens, it would provoke tribulation lightning. True success required defiance of the heavens. In this respect, it was similar to the 10th level of Qi condensation. From what Shangguan Shou said, it seems the 10th level of Qi condensation is not tolerated by the heavens. Apparently, establishing a perfect foundation is the same. If you have a fractured foundation and then consume this pill, you have a 10% chance of establishing a perfect foundation. With a cracked foundation, you have a 30% chance, and with a flawless foundation, a 60% chance. The pill repairs the cracks, enabling you to establish a perfect foundation. But, you have to be particular about when you consume the pill. The sooner you take it after foundation establishment, the better. If too much time passes, the effectiveness will be reduced. And it takes 2 months to concoct the perfect foundation pill. Meng Hao's heart raced as he sped along. No wonder Shangguan Shou wanted to join the Reliance sect. Just like Wang Tingfei, he wanted a chance to get the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. After establishing a flawless foundation, his chances would be much higher. It's also no wonder he disappeared on the day the sect was disbanded. With secrets like this on his person, he didn't dare to show his face. Meng Hao clutched the turtle shell tightly in hand, continuing to race forward.
In addition to the turtle shell, Shang Guanxiu's bag of holding also contained a small pill furnace fashioned from translucent green crystal, about the size of a hand. He also had large quantities of medicinal plants, all of them placed in jade boxes. There were hundreds of different types. Many of the medicinal plants were unfamiliar to Meng Hao, but thankfully, there was also a jade slip in the bag of holding with complete records regarding identification methods for all of the plants. Perusing this, Meng Hao grew more and more excited. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Lord Revelation. Although these medicinal plants were not heavenly material or earthly treasures, they were still rare. Many cultivators would spend decades attempting to collect them. And yet here in Shang Guanxiu's bag of holding were hundreds. There were also 2 medicinal pills placed inside of jade boxes, one orange and one blue. Obviously, they were extremely valuable. These plants are all materials needed to create a perfect foundation pill. As for these medicinal pills, after examining them thoroughly, he looked again at the turtle shell, eyes shining. Concocting the perfect foundation pill requires 7 minor pills. These are 2 of those 7 that Shang Guanxiu already concocted. Meng Hao understood things now, but was still a bit shocked. Shang Guanxiu had spent 50 years collecting all of these things together, and yet that was still not enough time for him, a cultivator of the qi condensation phase. And he was even backed by Milky Way City. Meng Hao felt that there were still things he didn't quite understand though. In order to concoct the perfect foundation pill, it seemed Shang Guanxiu had secretly taken items from Patriarch Milky Way's treasure storehouse, as well as items accumulated over hundreds of years by his clan. In addition, he had scoured the lands, all to collect these items together. And yet, he still lacked a few necessary medicinal materials. He had 1 stem of a particularly rare plant, but required 3. At long last, Meng Hao understood the insanity with which Shang Guanxiu had pursued him in his attempt to acquire the copper mirror. In the end, he had delivered all his fortunes directly into Meng Hao's hands. If Shang Guanxiu had known this would happen, he never would have caused problems for Meng Hao. But he had, and his 50 years of preparations were irrevocably lost. Meng Hao took a deep breath, placing the turtle shell and the medicinal materials into the bag of holding, which he then placed, along with his other bags of holding, into the bag of the cosmos. He stood there in the forest and looked up at the sky. His eyes slowly began to shine as he thought about the perfect foundation. His heart pounded. After consuming the pill, tribulation lightning will fall. I shouldn't even be thinking about a perfect foundation right now. I can make a decision about it after I reach foundation establishment. What I need to think about now is the matter between the 3 great sects and Patriarch Reliance. He closed his eyes and took a few breaths, pushing down all the anxious thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. A year has already passed, and the time set by Patriarch Reliance has arrived. He promised that if I could gather the experts of the state of Zhao here, he would give me a handsome reward. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. But to do such a thing would be very dangerous. He frowned, hesitating. My cultivation base is at the qi condensation stage. I would be like an egg thrown up against rocks. I probably shouldn't get involved. After all, Patriarch Reliance said a year later, but didn't give a specific date. When my cultivation base is a bit higher, maybe after I reach foundation establishment, then I can think about it. At that time I'll be in a bit of a safer position. He lifted his head. Ever since the time Patriarch Reliance had suddenly caused the 3-colored spear to disappear, he had lost a little bit of his faith in the Patriarch's trustworthiness. However, because of the arrest warrant of the 3 great sects, their disciples are looking for me everywhere. If I get in a tight spot, then I'll just have to face the danger and lead them into the Patriarch's meditation zone. Meng Hao raced on silently through the wild mountains, his decision having been made. But even as he raced forward, he suddenly felt a strange, jittery sensation. His heart lurched, as if a giant, invisible hand had just passed through his chest and squeezed his heart. He suddenly felt as if all of the vegetation around him had eyes that were staring at him coldly. The feeling passed almost immediately. Even though the feeling was no longer there, Meng Hao's face was pale. He looked around. Everything was silent, and nothing around him gave any clue as to what had happened. Had it been his imagination? What was that? He thought, hesitating. After a moment, though, his eyes glittered, and he shot forward at top speed. Meanwhile, somewhere very far away from Meng Hao but still in the state of Zhao, an old man in a purplish-blue robe sat cross-legged on a mountain. His eyes were closed, but his right hand flickered as if he were performing an incantation. His eyes opened slowly and he looked off into the distance. There you are, he said coolly. The 3 sects wanted to hide you from me. How laughable. He took a step forward, and then disappeared. At the same moment, Lu Daoyun was speeding along.
Meng Hao had lost him, but he'd seen where Meng Hao had entered the mountains. He had followed in pursuit, his face filled with incredible hatred and murder. His hatred for Meng Hao reached down his bones. The bloody incident of the silver spear had turned him into the butt of all the jokes of the state of Zhao and had nearly caused a war between two of the great sects. Even though the war had been averted, he had paid a heavy price for his actions. It nearly drove him insane to think about the day he had been brought up before the elders of the great sects. He had been bound on the ceiling pole, then lashed with a fire whip over 100 times.
Oh, the misery and pain!
The lashes had torn his skin and left the flesh gaping. The pain had stabbed down into his bones. Even to this day, he would often wake in the middle of the night, and every time he did, his desire to kill Meng Hao grew stronger and stronger. Unlike everyone else who was chasing Meng Hao, he did not plan to capture him. He would kill him. It might arouse the displeasure of his sect, but he had already decided to forsake them. At worst, he would flee the state of Zhao after killing Meng Hao. The southern domain was large, and filled with countries of cultivators, especially in the center. As a cultivator of the 9th level of qi condensation, he would surely be able to find somewhere willing to take him in. Then one day he would come back to the state of Zhao and wipe out the Cold Wind sect. He would cleanse the pain of his lashing with blood. At the moment, he moved at top speed, using all the power he could muster. He was determined to find Meng Hao and kill him before the Sects Foundation establishment experts and core formation patriarchs arrived. Meng Hao, you can try to run, but there's nowhere to run to. Lu Daoyun's killing intent soared. He was even more confident of being able to kill Meng Hao when he thought of the astonishing treasure he had borrowed. He stood on his crystalline sword as he entered the mountains. His gaze swept back and forth. Because he was of the 9th level of qi cultivation, and also an inner sect disciple, he had a voice transmission jade slip, which he used to inform all disciples in the area to notify him immediately if they saw Meng Hao. A short time passed. As he soared along in the air, Lu Daoyun suddenly slapped his bag of holding, and a glowing jade slip appeared in his hand. He pressed it against his forehead and then laughed. He changed his course, shooting off toward the disciple who had just contacted him. Time passed enough for half an incense stick to burn. It was then that Lu Daoyun caught sight of Meng Hao, moving forward on his treasured fan. Yes, this was the man who had killed a Cold Wind sect disciple in one move by piercing his head. At this same moment, Meng Hao looked back, and his cold eyes caught sight of Lu Daoyun. He frowned to himself. Ever since he had experienced the sensation of an invisible hand squeezing his heart, he had felt that he was being watched. Sure enough, after a while, he noticed that there were quite a few cultivators around from the 3 great sects. There was no way to avoid them. Even if he attacked and killed them as quickly as possible, the word would surely spread via jade slips. Meng Hao! Shouted Lu Daoyun. His right hand flickered in an incantation pattern, and immediately, the flying sword beneath his feet issued a droning sound and shot toward Meng Hao. Let's see you run away this time. I, Lu, will rip you to pieces today. That is the only way I can resolve the hatred in my heart. Lu Daoyun's eyes had grown red as soon as he caught sight of Meng Hao, and his killing intent grew even fiercer. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he was about to continue on forward when suddenly his mind trembled. A bit of spiritual sense still remained, which caused Meng Hao to suddenly move backward. Even as the flying sword approached him, a fierce wind arose, sending the crystalline sword spinning away. At the same time, an old man suddenly appeared. He wore a purplish-blue robe, and had some age spots on his face, but his eyes shined with a fear-inspiring might that could make one's spirit tremble. His eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon and stars, making it seem as if you might be lost if you looked into them. A strange design was stitched onto his blue robe. It appeared to be an altar, in the middle of which was a solitary eye. This eye seemed to be filled with even more woe than the old man's eyes. Such strong grievances, he said coolly, looking at Lu Daoyun. When the old man spoke, the spiritual energy around Meng Hao seemed to be thrown into chaos, and suddenly he felt as if he were bound in place. Once again, he experienced the sensation of an invisible hand clawing at his heart. His face flickered, and his heart pounded. When Lu Daoyun saw the old man, his face fell, and he immediately took a few steps back and raised hands in a salute. I am Lu Daoyun of the junior generation. Greetings, Lord Revelation. At the same moment that Lu Daoyun made his salute, 6 figures appeared in the sky. They were quite some distance away, but in the space of a single breath had arrived onto the scene. When he saw the 6 people, Meng Hao's heart sank. They were familiar to him. These were the core formation eccentrics of the state of Zhao who had appeared on the day of the dissolution of the Reliance sect. One of them was a woman, who had left quite a deep impression on Meng Hao. Shortly after they arrived, the sky filled with droning streaks of light as over 10 people approached. They were not soaring, but actually flying, sending out thunderous roars into the air. The nearby birds and beasts quivered. As the people arrived, their eyes all came to fall on Meng Hao. His face grew grim as he looked around. He saw the irritable Foundation establishment cultivator who had attempted to attack him that day. A powerful pressure was exerted on everything in the area. Lu Daoyun's face grew pale and he retreated backward several paces. He glared at Meng Hao, his killing intent was hidden for the moment, but the venom in his face was very clear. Meng Hao's heart sank, today there was nowhere to hide. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. He took in a deep breath and looked around at the experts of the state of Zhao. He said nothing. This chapter was sponsored by Anand Manthra Palin Tapani Awarawong, Shauna Avila, and Patrick LaPlante. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, No Choice But to Believe. Fellow Taoist Revelation truly deserves his reputation of being able to make ingenious divinations, said one of the core formation eccentrics from the three great sects. He laughed. He arrived here even faster than us. You three sects didn't notify me, so I was forced to divine things for myself, said Lord Revelation in a cool tone. Very well, said one of the Cold Winds sect core formation eccentrics. He wore a long black robe. Now that the kid has been found, it won't be long before we can get into Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone. This matter has been going on for quite a while. Even the great sects in the southern domain are aware of what's going on. His gaze had fallen onto Meng Hao, and he looked at him expressionlessly, as if he were cricket. The lot of them didn't pay him any heed whatsoever as they spoke, as if they knew that their words could decide his life or death. In fact, their conversation would determine his fate. Meng Hao said nothing. He knew that if he wanted to fight back against their bullying, he would have to think of a method. His mind spun as he analyzed the situation. Patriarch, said Lu Daoyun, bowing with clasped hands toward one of his sect's core formation eccentrics. This person has a treasured spear hidden on his person. He lifted his head and looked at Meng Hao with a sneer, the venom written clearly on his face. So, the tiny chi condensation cultivator turns out to be of the 9th level, said the black-robed cultivator coolly, his face seemingly permanently red. No wonder he was able to throw the cultivation world of the state of Zhao into such chaos. He lifted his hand toward Meng Hao as if he were about to grab him. I am here, and so is the spear, said Meng Hao suddenly, his eyes flashing. His voice could sever nails and slice iron. A wild look appeared in his eyes that seemed to say he knew he was powerless to prevent them from taking his treasures, but if they did, he would end his own life immediately. Hearing Meng Hao speak, the old man who had been about to make a move on him stopped and frowned. The onlookers also frowned. My cultivation base is low and weak, said Meng Hao. If the older generation wishes to rob my treasures, please do so. But if I lose even one treasure, then I will end my life. And if I am dead, then I can't take you to Founder Patriarch's meditation zone. I would rather die than be robbed by you. As he spoke, his face shone with determination. I can just kill you, said one of the 6 core formation cultivators, then use a heaven-defying soul search to drag the location out of you. When Meng Hao heard this, he let out a hearty laugh. Not the slightest look of fear could be seen in his eyes. His laughter echoed through the mountains, stabbing into the ears of the old eccentrics. If you plan to search me, then go ahead. Only inner sect disciples know the location of the Patriarch's meditation zone. But even if you know the location, without me alive, conscious, and unharmed, you'll never be able to get inside. When they heard this, all the old eccentrics stared at him with eyes as cold as ice. You of the elder generation have profound cultivation bases. Surely you know some spirit puppetry arts. But without my consciousness there, or if I have been injured in any way, you won't be able to enter. You must have my complete and utter support. Decisiveness filled Meng Hao's voice. He gave them the feeling that he had thrown all caution to the wind, which made them frown. Actually, when it came to Meng Hao, they didn't care so much about him. What they truly were interested in was Patriarch Reliance's sublime spirit scripture. The eccentrics frowned and then looked toward Lord Revelation. He stared at Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. Even though he was capable of divining many things, he wasn't able to divine anything at all about this particular matter. All eyes were on him as he spoke. I can't divine the details. But even if 95% of what this kid says is false, we still can't afford to gamble on it. His words echoed the thoughts of all the onlookers. These eccentrics were experienced and astute, as well as crafty. However, all their scheming couldn't assure victory under these circumstances. This was because they couldn't afford to bet. Even if most of what Meng Hao said was a lie, there could be some truth to it. If they lost the chance to get into Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave. That in turn would mean they lost any chance at the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Anyone, be they a Foundation establishment or core formation, could use Chi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture to form a second core lake within their bodies. They could also repair the Tao pillars they had formed during their Foundation establishment. If successful, it could make a cracked foundation into a flawless foundation. To a core formation cultivator, this would also have a big influence on their core level, which was something they all yearned for. There were only 3 great books in the world which contained the secrets methods of how to cultivate a new core lake, even beyond the Chi condensation stage. Very well, said one of the 6, a noble-looking old woman with a hoarse voice. When her words rang out, everyone grew silent. We are here for the Sublime Spirit Scripture. There's no need to cause further complications. Child, we won't steal any of your treasures, nor will we soul search you or turn you into a puppet. But you must assist us, otherwise you are well aware of what the consequences will be. Which is more important, your life? Or the patriarchs? As for which decision is best, I'm sure you don't need our advice on that. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, give me 1 million spirit stones. And, I demand the right to kill this person. His eyes flashed as he pointed at Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun's face grew somber and venom flickered within his eyes. He had just been contemplating various ways to kill Meng Hao. To be suddenly singled out by Meng Hao caused him to reflexively step backwards a few paces. His heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that these patriarchs would most likely give in to Meng Hao's every demand to get what they wanted. Patriarchs, said Lu Daoyun, his face pale as he looked up at the 2 core formation patriarchs from the Cold Wind sect. The red-faced old man gave a cold snort. He flicked his sleeve and looked at Meng Hao with cold eyes. That will not happen. Tiny Chi condensation cultivator, you have an exaggerated opinion of yourself. You dare to make demands of us, Meng Hao, said one of the core formation eccentrics, an old man in a red robe. Don't bring up the matter of killing again. And as for the spirit stones, we have no way to meet your demand. If I get no spirit stones, and if this man doesn't die, then I, Meng, will absolutely not agree to take you of the elder generation to the Patriarch's meditation zone. Without my heartfelt consent, you'll never get into his Immortal's Cave. Meng Hao's voice was resolute, and his face emanated an expression that said he was ready to risk everything. He would die without even a frown if he had to. Meng Hao, Lu Daoyun stared at him murderously, his eyes filling up with killing intent. Very well, said the dignified old woman in her husky voice. As for this Cold Wind sect disciple, your request is denied. Regarding the spirit stones, I will take the responsibility for that. I will give you 100,000 now, and the rest after we open the Immortal's Cave. If Meng Hao hadn't made any demands, it would have aroused suspicion. She flicked her sleeve, and a bag of holding flew toward Meng Hao. He didn't catch it, but instead moved backward and let the bag fall to the ground. Very well, said Meng Hao slowly. The killing is off the table. Lu Daoyun, pick up that bag of holding and take the spirit stones out of it. The woman's eyes flickered imperceptibly. The other core formation eccentrics also gave him flickering looks. Lu Daoyun was furious to the extreme. However, Meng Hao's request was not overly excessive. Even the red-faced old man didn't say anything, but rather indicated for Lu Daoyun to comply. Lu Daoyun took a deep breath, pushed down his fury, then walked forward to pick up the bag of holding. He shook the bag, and a massive amount of spirit stones poured out onto the ground. They glittered brightly. Lu Daoyun looked at them for a moment, and started to breathe a bit faster. Meng Hao looked over the spirit stones, his expression calm. Then he collected them into his own bag of holding. He had no choice but to exercise caution. These people were not Foundation establishment cultivators, but rather of the core formation stage. If they wanted to kill him, it would be easier than stepping on a bug. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't afford to gamble in this matter, he wouldn't be able to stand up to them at all, regardless if it were regarding cultivation base or scheming. Therefore, Meng Hao did not attempt to pull off some tricky, crafty plot. Instead, he plotted openly. He was betting that even if these people didn't believe him, they had no choice but to believe. You have your spirit stones. But this is a weighty matter. Please consume this medicinal pill. The old woman lifted her right hand, and a black-colored medicinal pill appeared. When it did, a wind instantly picked up, as if a massive amount of spiritual energy were being gathered up. Slowly, the image of a wicked centipede came to be visible on the surface of the medicinal pill. Meng Hao's expression changed. He looked at the pill cautiously. When Lu Daoyun saw all of this happening, a hideous grin appeared on his face. The Foundation establishment cultivators floating in the air watched on, their faces expressionless, but their eyes sneering at Meng Hao.
As for the core formation eccentrics, none of them batted an eye. If the old woman hadn't produced a pill, they probably would have. Their eyes glittered as they watched. In terms of scheming, Meng Hao was like a child compared to them. If his plots had truly displeased them, then any ideas he came up with would be useless. If you consume the pill, then you can lead the way. If you don't consume it, then we will have to try out our soul search and spirit puppetry arts. The old woman spoke coolly, her expression containing neither happiness nor anger. She flicked her fingers, and the poison pill shot forward to hover in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment in thought. He wasn't sure whether or not the pill really was poisonous. Perhaps it was something else even more nefarious. But he didn't seem to have any other choice. He clenched his jaw, then reached out and grabbed the pill. "Speaking of poison pills, I have one as well," said the red-faced old man with a laugh. He flicked his wide sleeve, and a reddish pill appeared in his hand. It flew to Meng Hao. "Actually, our sect happens to have one as well." It turned out the core formation cultivators from the 3 great sects all had poison pills. The pills transformed into beams of light as they flew toward Meng Hao. The old woman's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She looked around coolly at her fellow eccentrics, saying nothing. They were all circumspect and far-seeing. If Meng Hao swallowed one poison pill, he might as well swallow more. This way, he wouldn't just be under the control of the old woman. This was the most fair method. Seeing the fellow Taoist's actions, I must humbly act to save my own face. Lord Revelation smiled and waved his right hand. A 3-colored medicinal pill appeared and raced toward Meng Hao. Compared to the other medicinal pills, this pill appeared extraordinary. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but when his gaze fell onto this pill, his entire body felt jittery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Kill. "For poison pills," said Meng Hao, his voice grim and his expression unsightly. "I of the younger generation am worried that if I consume this pill, I won't be able to lead you forward. If the poison takes effect, I will die. If it doesn't take effect, then how will the elder generation ensure that I can dispel the poison later? Or have you not even considered that?" "Of course there is a poison dispelling technique," said the red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect, his face expressionless. "Whether or not you chose to believe is up to you." In this, he used Meng Hao's own tactic against him. The complete resolution of all the various matters now rested on Meng Hao. He stood silently for a moment. As the man had said, the choice to believe lay in him alone. Unfortunately, if he chose not to believe, then the current situation would never be resolved. Meng Hao's eyes glanced over the 4 pills. 3 of them he recognized. This is a centipede dragon pill. This one is a frigid corpse pill, and this is a blood-withering pill. As for this one, the 3-colored pill from Lord Revelation was something he had never heard of before. There had been no information about it in the ancient jade slip. Patriarch Reliance's cultivation base is as high as the heavens, Meng Hao muttered to himself. He should be able to figure it out. He clenched his jaw, then lifted his hands and put one of the pills into his mouth. It appeared to contain something alive within it, and sure enough, Meng Hao felt a searing pain as it slid down his throat. And yet, the pain didn't cause him to hesitate. His eyes bloodshot, he forced down all of the pills. As he swallowed the pill given to him by Lord Revelation, he looked the man in the eyes. Lord Revelation smiled the entire time. Meng Hao didn't hesitate at all. He knew that he had to swallow the pills to allay everyone's suspicious. The instant Lord Revelation's pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into an aura which seeped into his flesh and blood. Seeing Meng Hao swallow the 4 pills in succession left Lu Daoyuan feeling quite pleased. The 10 or more Foundation establishment cultivators watched Meng Hao with strange expressions in their eyes. Seeing his resoluteness left them feeling the need to be more vigilant. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His expression grim, he looked up at the eccentrics. He said nothing. "Let's go," said the old woman with a nod. She waved a finger toward Meng Hao, then turned into a prismatic rainbow and shot away. The other cultivators present followed, one by one. Her wave of a finger caused the bag of holding that lay on the ground at Meng Hao's feet to suddenly transform into a hideous mist spirit. Its body flickered as it wrapped around Meng Hao and then shot into the sky. Lu Daoyuan followed along, looking at Meng Hao with a cold smile. "You're dead," he said grimly. Meng Hao didn't reply. He just looked coldly at Lu Daoyuan's twisted face. After you take the patriarchs into the Immortals' cave, just wait until you come back out. You're dead for sure. Even if you dispel the poison, I won't let you go. There's nowhere you can run to in the state of Zhao. By the way, you're a Reliance Inner Sect disciple, yet you have no choice but to lead people to kill your own sect's patriarch. How does that feel? Lu Daoyun's malicious words were filled with ridicule.
You killed Sun Hua over a silver spear.
How does that feel? Said Meng Hao coolly, looking down at Lu Daoyun below him. The earth sped past beneath him. This was a speed Meng Hao had never achieved before. As far as Lu Daoyun went, Meng Hao didn't care about him at all.
But Meng Hao's words hit him like a stick jabbed into a fresh wound.
His eyes were red through and through, and he looked at Meng Hao with a matchless hatred. He wished to rip him into pieces. The incident with Sun Hua was the most humiliating thing that had ever happened in his life. In fact, it had ruined any future prospects within his sect. He had basically been cast aside. Right now, his eyes seemed as if they would shoot flames. He clenched his fists tightly as he glared murderously at Meng Hao. Seeing Meng Hao's lack of expression arose a hard-to-describe feeling that threatened to drive him mad. He punched the air with his fist. Panting, he gritted his teeth for a long moment before saying, "You swallowed 4 poison pills. I'll just wait until the poison takes effect. Your body will rot and your heart will be torn apart. Today, you will die beneath my sword," said Meng Hao coolly, sounding neither happy nor angry. He looked down at the barren mountains whizzing by beneath him, and then at the 4 mountain peaks of the Reliance sect off in the distance. "You sure can talk big," said Lu Daoyun with a cold laugh and a sinister expression. It seemed he didn't take Meng Hao's words seriously at all. "You'll do that all by yourself? I can't wait to see the poison kick in." After he finished speaking, a booming sound rang out. The group of people had arrived at the Reliance sect main square. It was deserted, occupied only by fallen leaves, bird droppings, and a few animals which scattered in fright. A fierce wind accompanied the group's arrival, sweeping clean the outer sect square. Seeing the place, Meng Hao's face flickered with a variety of expressions. "What does it feel like to see your sect become like this, Meng Hao?" said Lu Daoyun with a sneer. As he spoke, Meng Hao turned and looked at him, killing intent springing from his eyes. He had already begun moving. He lifted his hand, and 50 flying swords appeared, flying straight toward Lu Daoyun. "I think this place is the perfect location to bury you in." There had been no indication whatsoever that Meng Hao would attack. Even as his words echoed out, the swords were upon Lu Daoyun. His expression changed. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would dare to attack him in the presence of all the patriarchs. He shot backward quickly, biting down on his tongue and spitting out some blood, along with a pearl. This pearl was different than the treasures he had used before. As soon as it flew out of his mouth, it began to radiate an intense killing aura. It transformed into a hideous, black demonic face, which then slammed into Meng Hao's 50 flying swords. An explosion reverberated out as the demonic face blocked most of the flying swords. However, one flying sword pierced through and continued on toward Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun's face twisted. He knew that he was in a dangerous life-or-death situation, a critical juncture. He let out a howl, throwing up his arm to defend against the sword. The sword stabbed through his right shoulder, sending blood spraying about. A horrified shriek rang out throughout the deserted Reliance sect. Even as the sword stabbed into his shoulder, it suddenly exploded, causing Lu Daoyun's right arm to disappear into a cloud of blood. Blood also sprayed from his mouth, and he retreated backward, face pale and eyes shining with fear and astonishment. Everything happened too quickly, in the space of time it takes for a spark to fly up. His right arm was destroyed, and his horrified screams still echoed through the air. The eccentrics from the 3 great sects looked back one by one, their eyes cold. This was especially so of the people from the Cold Wind sect. Lu Daoyun retreated, shrieking and howling. "Patriarchs, this guy." His expression cold, Meng Hao stepped forward. Even as Lu Daoyun was in the middle of speaking, Meng Hao waved his right hand, and 100 flying swords appeared, covering the entire square in a massive sword rain. It descended upon Lu Daoyun. Lu Daoyun might have been at the 9th level of chi condensation, but so was Meng Hao. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation was based on the sublime spirit scripture, and he had a golden core C. He even has a sliver of spiritual sense in his mind. This was more than enough to crush Lu Daoyun. The sword rain whistled through the air. Lu Daoyun had no more time for speaking. There was a boom, and Lu Daoyun spit up more blood. A glittering light shone in front of him as his crystalline sword defied the might of Meng Hao's 100 flying swords. And yet, this in itself caused more injury to Lu Daoyun, who retreated further, howling. "Patriarchs, save me! Meng Hao, hold your hand!" Came a voice from among the 4 formation establishment experts from the Cold Wind sect.
They frowned, obviously unwilling to allow Meng Hao to slay Lu Daoyun in front of all these people. Their bodies turned into beams of light as they sped forward. "This is between me and him," said Meng Hao, not even looking at the 4 Foundation establishment experts. "Even if the poison takes effect on me right now, I will kill this man." His expression was filled with murder and resolve. The person he wanted to kill was Lu Daoyun of the Cold Wind sect. But there were others present from the 3 great sects other than the Cold Wind sect. They, of course, would not stand by idly and watch Meng Hao be poisoned to death before opening the Immortal's Cave. They would not allow small matters from other sects to interfere with their interests. The others flew forward, blocking the path of the Cold Wind sect Foundation establishment experts. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, there's no need to pay attention to the trifling matters of qi condensation cultivators. Come, we haven't seen each other for years. Why don't we chat a bit about the old days?" "Correct. Brother Chen, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. I have a few questions about cultivation that I was hoping to discuss with you." The 4 Cold Wind sect Foundation establishment cultivators' faces grew livid when they heard all of these words. They were about to speak when suddenly Lu Daoyun let out another horrified scream. Meng Hao's fingers flickered in incantation patterns, and 200 flying swords filled the sky. They descended upon Lu Daoyun with ear-piercing whistling sounds. Meng Hao took another step forward, and flashed an incantation pattern. A flame python emerged, several dozen meters long. Its roars reverberated out across the square. Blood sprayed from Lu Daoyun's mouth as his crystalline sword shattered into pieces. He retreated backward constantly, desperation filling his eyes. On the other hand, Meng Hao's eyes shone with killing intent and determination. He flew forward, and a sword appeared in his right hand. It was the wooden sword, and it sped toward Lu Daoyun with unstoppable force. "Get out of my way." The faces of the 4 Foundation establishment experts changed. They howled and attempted to force their way through to block Meng Hao. "This man tried to kill me many times. This is a personal grudge. If anyone gets in my way, I'll kill myself before opening the Patriarch's Immortal's Cave." As his voice rang out, he completely ignored the 4 Foundation establishment experts. Without a shred of hesitation, he shot toward Lu Daoyun, the wooden sword outstretched, clearly intending to slay him. "Patriarchs, save me!" screamed Lu Daoyun shrilly. It seemed the Foundation establishment experts were about to attack, when a dry cough could be heard. It came from the old woman. Shock filled the hearts of the 4 experts, and they instantly stood stock still, their faces pale. The dry cough had slammed into their hearts like a lightning bolt from the heavens, sending their minds spinning. "This is too much," said the red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect. He snorted, and a cold look appeared in his eye, which shot out toward Meng Hao. Even as this happened, Lord Revelation let out a hearty laugh. He flicked his sleeve, the cold look that had been shooting toward Meng Hao instantly fell apart. "You," said the red-faced old man, his eyes filled with rage. This chapter was sponsored by Crystal Rivas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Meng Hao's scheming. "Fellow Daoist, there's no need to lose your temper," said Lord Revelation, smiling. "As far as these trifling issues amongst the junior generation, why don't we just watch on?" As these words were exchanged between the two of them, Lu Daoyun let out another miserable cry. Meng Hao stepped forward, and with the slice of a sword, sent Lu Daoyun's left arm flying off from his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. More flying swords flew out from Meng Hao's bag of holding. One after another, they stabbed into his opponent. Blood spread out everywhere. In the space of an instant, Lu Daoyun's body was penetrated by a dozen swords. Leaning up toward him, Meng Hao quietly said, "If I say that you will die this day, then die you shall." Despair filled Lu Daoyun's wide eyes. Blood seeped out of his mouth. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators watched in shock as the scene unfolded. They were especially astounded by Meng Hao's vicious expression. "Enough," said one of the core formation eccentrics from the Cold Wind sect, his face extremely unsightly. He waved his finger, and suddenly the spiritual energy in the area seemed to churn into motion and race toward Meng Hao. It wrapped around his body, leaving his own spiritual energy untouched, but pulling him away from Lu Daoyun. As Meng Hao drifted away from him, hope gleamed within Lu Daoyun's eyes, despite his severe wounds. "Boom!" said Meng Hao coolly, the killing intent in his eyes flashing. At the same time as the word left his mouth, the dozen flying swords impaled in Lu Daoyun's body suddenly detonated. A blood-curdling scream echoed out in all directions. Lu Daoyun's body was torn to pieces. Not even his head was left intact as chunks of flesh flew out in all directions. As for the 4 foundation establishment cultivators, the pupils of their eyes shrank to dots. They stared at the gore, and then at Meng Hao, whose face was expressionless. They would never forget this moment for the rest of their lives. Especially memorable was the speed with which Meng Hao attacked, and the decisiveness in his voice. It revealed that his way of thinking was anything but ordinary. He had turned everyone who was not a member of the Cold Wind sect into his assistants. The grisly result revealed how stubborn he truly was. Anyone else might be able to think of such a plan, but few people would have the gall to pull it off. As of this day, they had witnessed Meng Hao's first true kill. "He's dead, you can release me now," said Meng Hao, his voice indifferent. The core formation eccentrics floated in the air, staring down at Meng Hao. His resoluteness to kill left a deep impression in their hearts. Even Lord Revelation took a long look at him. Everything that had happened just now gave him a glimpse of the cruelty Meng Hao was capable of. The core formation patriarch from the Cold Wind sect who currently held Meng Hao bound had a grim look on his face. Meng Hao had killed Lu Daoyun right in front of him, even after he had intervened. He had lost face because of this. With a mere thought, he could rip Meng Hao to pieces in much the same fashion as Lu Daoyun had died. But considering the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, that was not an option. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve, and the invisible bonds around Meng Hao disappeared. But he still hit Meng Hao with an invisible attack, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao looked at him, his face pale, but his eyes shining with a dark look. "Lu Daoyun constantly ridiculed me and swore to kill me," said Meng Hao, looking at the core formation eccentric who had injured him just now. "I of the junior generation had no choice but to attack first. I request that you members of the senior generation preside over manners in an impartial manner. At the moment, I am somewhat worried that the Cold Wind sect will withhold their antidote pill. Could you please produce the pill so that I of the junior generation can rest at ease when I open Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave?" The eyes of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators flashed as they suddenly seemed to comprehend how cruel and treacherous Meng Hao was. The core formation eccentrics had been around a long time, and their eyes flickered upon hearing Meng Hao's words. They instantly understood what he was thinking, and they frowned as they looked toward the 2 Cold Wind sect core formation experts. Their faces were as cold as ice. "With a scheming heart like yours, you will find it hard to stay behind in the state of Zhao," said Lord Revelation. "I have an opening for a servant, Meng Hao. You should consider it." His eyes twinkled as he looked at Meng Hao. His smile seemed as grim and mysterious as the decoration on his long robe, a solitary eye set in the middle of a mystical square. The red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect harumphed. The 3 great sects didn't usually get along, and at the moment, he was well aware that the surrounding cultivators were gazing at him with flashing eyes. He didn't want to cause further complications, but in his heart, he had marked Meng Hao for death. He waved his right hand, and a white-colored medicinal pill appeared and shot toward Meng Hao. It emitted a fragrant aroma. From his study of the ancient jade slip, Meng Hao could tell at a glance that this was the antidote for the frigid corpse pill. He grabbed it. He didn't eat it, though, but put it into his bag of holding. Then he took a breath and headed toward the peak of the East Mountain. As for the experts from the 3 great sects, they watched him closely, ready to make a move in an instant if he tried to do anything out of the ordinary. Lord Revelation floated next to them, eyes glittering as he gazed at the East Mountain. Meng Hao didn't soar directly up to the top of the peak. The eccentrics would just have to be patient. Meng Hao walked the path up to the East Mountain, passing Wang Tengfei's Immortal's Cave. He also caught sight of elder brother Chen's and elder sister Su's caves. Images from the past coalesced in his mind, and he let out a sigh. Finally, he stopped in front of the Immortal's Cave that had belonged to him. He looked at it quietly, then moved on, eventually reaching the peak of the East Mountain, and the Reliance sect's main temple hall. The setting sun shone onto the hall, making it look very dignified. Taking broad steps, Meng Hao strode inside. His gaze swept over the statues inside, coming to rest on the statue of Patriarch Reliance. The day that Patriarch Reliance had frightened off the cultivators from the other sects, he had told Meng Hao of the secret method to open the way to his Immortal's Cave. Now, over a year later, Meng Hao had finally returned. The appointed year had already passed, actually. As Meng Hao approached the statue of Patriarch Reliance, the experts from the state of Zhao watched him from behind. He took a deep breath, then lifted his right hand and pushed his finger against a spot on the statue. Every few seconds, he would push his finger against the same spot. Again and again he pushed, until he had pushed it 179 times. Suddenly, the temple hall began to shudder. The statue shook violently, then shattered, causing the entire hall to collapse into pieces. Then, a brilliant light shined out from the statue of Patriarch Reliance, sweeping away all the debris and rubble, leaving only the statue itself. Underneath the statue was a stone platform. When the surrounding cultivators caught sight of this, their eyes shone with anticipation. The statue radiated an incredible power, and its eyes shone as if they were alive. This caused the cultivators to be even more excited, although none of them dared to approach the statue. Meng Hao took a few steps back, then cupped his hands and bowed deeply.
Disciple Meng Hao wishes to disturb the Patriarch's slumber.
Patriarch, can you please open the door to your immortal's cave? He lifted his head, and his eyes glittered. His back to the state of Zhao experts, his lips moved as he murmured some complicated sounds.
Converge.
The instant the word left his mouth, the statue began to vibrate, and an even more brilliant light shone from its eyes. The light grew intensely bright, and a fierce wind kicked up. Looks of astonishment covered the faces of the state of Zhao experts. Cracks appeared on the surface of the statue, more and more. Within the space of a few breaths, it exploded with a bang, sending pieces flying around in all directions. Now, the stone platform which the statue had stood on began to issue a blinding light. The blinding light issued by the rotating spell caused the state of Zhao experts to breath heavily. Anyone familiar with spells like this could tell that it was a sealing spell which was being unbound. A thunderous roar echoed out, and a wide beam of light shot up into the sky. Then the beam began to twist around until it formed a giant ring. The inside of the ring grew blurry, and then transformed into a vortex, a passageway to another location. As soon as the ring of light formed, Meng Hao leaped into the air and shot forward.
He disappeared into the ring.
Behind him, the experts from the state of Zhao hesitated, their faces twisting. Foundation Establishment disciples, you go first, said Lord Revelation. The 6 core formation cultivators nodded their agreement, and the dozen or so Foundation Establishment cultivators gritted their teeth and flew forward.
They disappeared into the vortex. After the space of 10 or so breaths, Lord Revelation and the core formation eccentrics exchanged glances. One member from each of the 3 great sects went next. After they entered, the remaining eccentrics as well as Lord Revelation followed.
Upon entering the vortex, their minds spun, and they began to breathe hard. Looking around, the first thing they caught sight of was an enormous stone stele. Golden characters were inscribed onto the stele. The characters at the very top instantly sent their eyes shining. Sublime Spirit Scripture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 81. Chapter 81, The Patriarch's Immortal's Cave.
In Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone, all of the cultivators from the state of Zhao were staring at the stone stele which had been left behind by Qin Fanwan.
With great enthusiasm, they copied the text onto jade slips.
This stone stele is the Sublime Spirit Scripture.
I never imagined it would be so simple to get. Ha ha.
Even though I've already established my foundation, with this scripture, I can form a second core C.
With this Qi condensation manual, I can raise the Tao pillars of my foundation from fractured to cracked.
It might even be possible to form a flawless foundation.
Lord Revelation approached, followed by the dignified old woman.
No, she said, only half of the scripture is here. She could tell the truth of it from a single glance. Lord Revelation continued forward a few steps, his eyes shining with a strange light. Suddenly, the stele, as if it couldn't withstand being the subject of so many gazes, began to fracture. Popping sounds could be heard as cracks spread out across it.
Everyone watched on in shock.
As the cracks spread, the golden characters faded, to be replaced by another set of characters, these ones dim and barely readable. These characters were the second half of the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Before everyone could finish reading the text, a boom rang out and the stone stele exploded, fragmenting into 8 pieces.
8 multicolored beams of light could be seen as the pieces flew off in various directions.
The onlookers were shocked, but immediately scattered about. The 7 core formation eccentrics each shot after one of the pieces, as did Lord Revelation. The 8th piece was left to the 10 or so Foundation Establishment experts to deal with.
Within an instant, everything was thrown into chaos.
Upon scattering, the newcomers discovered that Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone was filled with magical items, spirit stones, and medicinal pills. This of course caused quite a sensation among them. Unfortunately, all of the items were protected with restrictive spells.
Unless they could force the spells open, the items were untouchable.
Suddenly, roaring sounds erupted within the meditation zone. Within the gray light appeared multiple figures. With crazed appearances, they charged toward the intruders. As for Meng Hao, as soon as the chaos broke out, he pulled out a vorpal jade blood crystal and stepped off to the side. He had used quite a few blood crystals the last time he was here, but in the end had 2 left over, which he'd stuffed into his bag of holding. After pulling one of them out, the crazed automatons which had suddenly appeared refused to approach him.
I've brought everyone here. Now let's see how Patriarch Reliance deals with them. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. He didn't have any good feelings whatsoever about these people. He watched as they went chasing after the fragments of the stone steel, a cold smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see them dead. Of course, the stone steel was a fake. He'd known that the instant it had appeared, a year ago. Exercising caution, he slowly walked forward, avoiding the other cultivators. He wasn't sure of the exact location where Patriarch Reliance sat in secluded meditation. But he knew that he couldn't leave this place until the Patriarch helped him dispel the poison from his body. Also, there was the reward that the Patriarch had spoken of. Shortly afterwards, Meng Hao stopped and looked around. Booms filled the air and explosions shook the ground. Off in the distance, he could see the dignified old woman, her hair flying about in disarray as she used one magical art after another to batter a glowing shield in front of her. Within the glow of the shield was one of the stone steel fragments. The old woman was of the core formation stage. Her attacks caused everything around her to shake wildly. Her magical art shot out one after another like a silver river, sending out bone-piercing coldness which caused everything around her to freeze into pieces of ice. Within the river, there could be heard what sounded like the shrieks of countless wailing souls from the yellow springs of the underworld. It was as if the river itself had sprung from the 9 hells. She flicked her sleeve, and the murky image of a mountain appeared, bearing down toward the glowing shield. The mountain, which seemed to be composed of stars, solidified into a burning point, which then became black. Despite being black in color, it radiated a bright light. In a spectacular display, the river and mountain began to interlock with each other. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The silver strands which surrounded the old woman made it seem as if she had the power to destroy heaven and earth. She could definitely slay him as easily as stepping on an ant. There wouldn't even be a need for her to use the river from hell or mountain made from stars. So this is core formation. Meng Hao watched closely, at the same time moving a bit further away. He didn't dare to get any closer. The woman let out a howl, and an explosion reverberated out. Despite being some distance away, Meng Hao's body was shaken, and he spit up some blood. He moved back further, watching as the woman spit out a round pill from her mouth. The pill was composed of 3 intertwined colors. As soon as it appeared, Meng Hao felt a sensation as if everything in the world was about to crumble to pieces. In his eyes, this multicolored pill was the beginning and end of everything. Shining brightly, the pill shot toward the shield, whereupon a massive explosion rang out. Meng Hao continued to retreat backward, his face pale. A core formation cultivator could wipe me from existence in the blink of an eye. As he moved backwards, he thought back to the Tao protector Wang Shifan II from the Wang clan. I'm at the 9th level of qi condensation. But even if I could get to the 10th, I would be so weak I couldn't stand up to a single bit of battle magic from a core formation cultivator. He stared at the proceedings, continuing to retreat. All these people are over 100 years of age each. In terms of wisdom and experience, I can't match up to them. It's a good thing my schemes just now all worked, otherwise. When he thought about this, his heart twitched with fear. After the core formation stage is the nascent soul stage. I wonder how truly powerful a nascent soul cultivator is. When he thought of this, his heart began to thump, and he thought about eccentric Song, whom he still had never met. What is the level of Patriarch Reliance's cultivation base again? I remember the sect leader talked about it before. He's at the spirit severing stage. That's even beyond the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao began to pant, and a look of envy appeared in his eyes. Stubbornness filled his heart. He desired to be powerful. He knew that only by being powerful could he avoid being an insect that others could trample upon and crush. Only by being powerful could he achieve his desires and fulfill his dreams. On a more practical level, only by being powerful would he be able to survive in the cultivation world. Meng Hao watched in awe as the power of a core formation cultivator was unleashed. Massive explosions filled Patriarch Reliance's meditation zones. The explosions did not sound out from one location, but from 7. The entire area filled with thunderous roars, and the various protective spells appeared to be rippling. The explosions caused by the 7 core formation eccentrics seemed as if they would cause the entire place to collapse. The Patriarch just said to bring the state of Zhao experts here. He never said what to do after that. Meng Hao hesitated, and he considered making an escape. But then, a massive roaring sound could be heard, and far off in the distance a beam of light shot up. From this distance it didn't look very thick. However, Meng Hao could tell that it must be approximately 30 meters in diameter. It filled the sky of the Immortal's cave with its power. A laugh echoed out from the same direction as the beam of light, and Meng Hao recognized Lord Revelation's voice. He had obviously broken the shield and acquired one of the fragments of the stone steel. Just then, another boom rang out, and another beam of light ascended up. This beam shot up from the direction of the dignified old woman. Her hair flew about wildly as the shield shattered. She stepped forward and took the stone steel fragment. Meanwhile, within the secluded meditation zone, Patriarch Reliance's eyes shined and he breathed rapidly. His body was gaunt and wizened, and he stared fixedly at 7 oil lamps which were spread out in front of him. At first glance, they seemed to be scattered about randomly, but upon closer inspection it was clear that they had been organized in a mystical pattern. Just now, 2 of the lamps had been extinguished. The other 5 flickered weakly. The kid was a few months late. I was starting to get more and more nervous. But in the end, he brought the people here. Excitement filled his eyes as he looked at the oil lamps. Extinguish, damn it. These people are so weak. After all this time, they've only managed to extinguish 2 ceiling lamps. I'm expending power from my own cultivation base to weaken them so that the core formation level people can handle them. But they still haven't succeeded. Damn it. Without my training, these state of Zhao brats don't know how to practice cultivation. Back in the day, I would go beat them up every once in a while. Those people had much better cultivation bases. Thinking back to the old days, Patriarch Reliance let out a sigh. His desire to break out of the secluded meditation zone was even stronger than before. After I absorb these people's cultivation bases and scour their memories, I should be able to achieve enlightenment and succeed in my second severing. Then I can carry out my master plan. Damn it. For every severing, I need to achieve Dao enlightenment. Upon success, the severing can proceed. But afterwards, I will be incredibly weak. Without a bit of good fortune to help me recover, the severing can lead to death, and becoming one with the Dao. Patriarch Reliance ground his teeth. But as he thought of his master plan, a look of hope gleamed in his eyes. It was a look that had existed there for many, many years. About this time, an explosion thundered out, and another of the lamps in front of him went out. The look of anticipation in his eyes grew stronger. As for Meng Hao, he stood outside in the meditation zone, trembling with fear. He wasn't walking around anymore. Instead, he had concealed himself in a distant corner, a look of vigilance on his face. He was waiting for Patriarch Reliance to appear, put an end to these people, then dispel the poison in his body and give him his reward. A short time later, another thunderous roar could be heard. Lord Revelation and the dignified old woman had joined the others in their struggles. The remaining shields soon broke. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th shields broke. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, thunderous explosions rang out constantly. Soon, 7 pillars of light shot up into the air. Finally, the 7 core formation cultivators transformed into beams of light as they converged on the final shield, which was currently surrounded by the Foundation Establishment cultivators. They combined their powers, and within the space of about 10 breaths, a boom shook everything, and an 8th pillar of light climbed upwards. The Holy Mortal's cave seemed on the verge of collapse. At this exact moment, amidst the roaring and shaking, massive cracks appeared in the ground. The roaring grew even more intense. The ground seemed to ripple, as if it were going to collapse into nothing. The experts from the state of Zhao looked shocked at this sudden event. They flew up into the air and looked down at the collapsing earth. Within a moment, the shaking ceased. It was then that they noticed that all of the rubble and cracks had formed into a massive face. The face belonged to none other than Patriarch Reliance. This chapter was sponsored by Patrick LaPlante, Zamil Mejia, and Yago Spencer. 1. Chen Fan left behind the in Chapter 40. 2. If you forgot about what happened between Wang Shifan and Meng Hao, then check out Chapter 35. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, The Great Art of Demonic Life. Upon the forehead of the giant face appeared 7 ancient-looking oil lamps, all of them extinguished. A massive and ancient aura emanated out in all directions. The exquisite aura seemed to contain the essence of heaven and earth. When the giant face appeared, the state of Zhao cultivators all looked shocked, and some of them made to flee. Don't panic, said Lord Revelation, his voice booming out. I knew from the beginning that Patriarch Reliance wasn't dead. He's incredibly weak, and we are of the core formation stage. If we join hands, we can easily wipe him out. Everyone from the state of Zhao stopped moving. A laugh rang out from the giant face, hoarse and potent. Filled with crazed excitement, it pierced the ears and hearts of everyone present. As the laughter echoed out, the faces of the floating cultivators changed. Without saying a word, the dignified old woman turned and shot toward the exit, panting. Even as she attempted to fly away, a massive, indistinct hand popped into being next to her and wrapped itself around her body.
A boom rang out, along with a blood-curdling shriek, as the hand crushed her to death.
Everything shook. Meng Hao looked on in shock. The giant hand opened, and inside could be seen a three-colored mixed core. The hand made a flicking motion, and the core shot toward the first of the 7 lamps below on the ground. The lamp was now alight, burning the core as fuel and emanating flames composed of life force, but flickering firelight emanated out, filling the darkness with light.
"We cannot flee," barked Lord Revelation, his face growing pale. "Kill what is left of Patriarch Reliance, and our spoils of victory will be immense." The other cultivators had looks of astonishment on their faces after watching the miserable fate of the old woman. They clenched their jaws. Suddenly, a booming sound could be heard. The area around the mouth of the giant face suddenly collapsed, and a black, shadowy figure emerged. Laughter accompanied the figure, echoing out in the Immortal's cave. "Patriarch Reliance." The echo of the laughter thundered out, and the Immortal's cave shook. The shocked cultivators coughed up blood. Amidst the blackness, Patriarch Reliance could be seen. His body was gaunt, almost nothing but skin and bones, as if he had just climbed up from the grave. His eyes were dim and dark, yet seemed to be filled with ferocity and power. Up above them, clouds roiled, and around Patriarch Reliance's body, ripples began to emanate out. It seemed as if he were standing on top of the world. His power, arrogance, and thirst for blood struck fear into the hearts of the other cultivators. Patriarch Reliance. The red-faced old man from the Cold Wind sect suddenly looked pale, and his body trembled. He was a core formation cultivator, but facing Patriarch Reliance, he was as powerless as a cricket. The only reason he had dared to come to this place for the sublime spirit scripture was because Lord Revelation had divined that the Patriarch was weak to the point of death. At the moment, however, Patriarch Reliance seemed anything but weak. "Revelation, things aren't settled between us," he said, spinning and rushing toward the exit. The others with him moved to follow, one by one. Their bodies transformed into prismatic beams as they shot away. Meng Hao stood down below staring up at them, his fists clenched. Patriarch Reliance laughed, and it was filled with both excitement and bloodlust. His body flickered, and suddenly he was floating in midair. He moved his hand in a downward motion, and a booming sound filled the air. A massive pressure pushed downwards, and the red-faced old man and his followers spat up blood. They fell down to the ground, their bodies no longer under their own control. Patriarch Reliance's body flickered again, and then he was standing in front of the red-faced old man. The old man's pupils shrank in astonishment as Patriarch Reliance's body suddenly fused with his own. A blood-curdling scream sounded out, causing the scalps of the onlookers to go numb. The red-faced old man's body began to wither. His hair fell out as his flesh and blood dried up. A blackness appeared that seemed capable of consuming all blood and life. In the blink of an eye, it had completely swallowed him up. His skin grew as thin as paper, and his bones began to crumble. Soon, his entire person had turned into a mist of blood, which then coalesced into another figure, Patriarch Reliance. Except now, he was not as gaunt as he had been moments ago. His figure was more fleshed out, and a slight death aura radiated out from him. It seemed as if some of his life force had been restored. In his hand, he held the red-faced old man's three-colored mixed core. He flicked his sleeve, and it shot into the second oil lamp. The Great Art of Demonic Life. It's the legendary Great Art of Demonic Life. Unending life. The Great Art of Demonic Life which can borrow bodies and spirits. A buzz of voices sounded out. When the remaining Core Foundation cultivators and the Trembling Foundation establishment cultivators watched the scene unfold, looks of despair appeared on their faces. This is a demonic magic from the Demon Sealing sect, before the sect's name changed. A strange look flashed through Lord Revelation's eyes. Meng Hao watched in astonishment. This was the second time he had heard of the Demon Sealing sect. The first time had been from the lips of Shangguan Xiao. At the time, Meng Hao hadn't paid it much heed. How could he believe what Shangguan Xiao had said? If Meng Hao truly was connected to such prestigious name, how could he have so many enemies in the state of Zhao? At that time, Meng Hao had committed the name to memory, with the intention of getting further corroboration later. Now, having seen the shocking events of moments ago, he'd heard the name again. Currently, the three words Demon Sealing sect seemed to float in his head. He thought back to the rumors he'd heard when in the sect. It was said that 1,000 years ago, the Reliance sect had gone by a different name. However, no one had ever spoken the original name. Now that he thought about it, it seemed as if the name were taboo within the sect. He thought of the demonic beasts in the Black Mountain outside of the sect. Then he thought of the North Sea, and grew even more confused. When he had encountered the North Sea for the first time, why had it helped him? Even though he didn't completely understand everything, at least now he was gaining a bit more understanding.
Demon Sealing Sect.
Meng Hao took a deep breath, thinking to the demonic magic that Shang Wanxiu had used, and the fearsome power that had erupted out of Mount Daqing.
If Shang Wanxiu reached Foundation establishment, the power of his demonic magic would have been extremely potent.
Meng Hao's heart began to race as he realized that as a member of the Reliance Inner Sect, he was also an Inner Sect disciple of the ancient Demon Sealing Sect.
A new question appeared in Meng Hao's mind. Why did Patriarch Reliance change the name of the sect?
As Meng Hao considered these things, the slaughter above him continued. Patriarch Reliance's body had transformed into a fiery mist that filled the air. From the cries that rang out, it was clear that the Foundation establishment cultivators were completely incapable of escape.
One by one, their bodies spasmed and began to dry up.
Their life force was sucked out of them until they turned into nothing more than bones, which in turn were crumbled into dust.
Every thread of life force shot toward Patriarch Reliance. The remaining 5 core formation cultivators couldn't flee either.
Under the command of Lord Revelation, they produced various magical items and prepared magical techniques, launching them toward Patriarch Reliance in a last-ditch effort to defeat him. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Cold Wind sect had died miserably, their bodies reduced to little more than dust. Their counterparts from the Winding Stream sect and the Upright Evening sect suffered the same fate. These were people who could shake the cultivation world of the state of Zhao by simply stamping a foot. Yet here, they were as weak as children. A partially intact head rolled to a stop in front of Meng Hao's feet. His face grew pale. The bloody slaughter was causing his heart to tremble. Looking down at the head, he recognized the face as that of the Foundation establishment expert who had attempted to kill him a year ago in the Reliance sect.
A white aura emanated off of the head.
Within moments, the head dissolved into blood, which soaked into the ground. Just then, a horrified scream rang out from one of the Winding Stream sect's core formation eccentrics. His body began to rot. He continued to scream as he dried up. Even before he was dead, a third 3-colored mixed core flew out to land in the third lamp, which then began to burn brightly. As of now, Patriarch Reliance's body was no longer gaunt and shriveled. Instead, he was a middle-aged man. His long hair swept about his tall frame. A dignified air emanated out from him, making him seem powerful to the extreme.
And yet, buried deep within that power, was a demonic aura.
However, there were still areas on his chest that were still withered, as well as some parts of his face and the rest of his body. There, the flesh seemed to twitch and writhe, clearly he was not completely recovered yet. I can already use the full power of my nascent soul, he said with a smile. Combined with his partially recovered, writhing skin, the smile was utterly gruesome. 4 people were left to observe this. With the exception of Lord Revelation, their faces drained of blood. One of them lifted up a trembling hand. In it was a jade slip, which he snapped. Instantly, his body began to grow blurry, it seemed he was attempting to teleport away. At the same time, one of the core formation cultivators from the Winding Stream sect retreated rapidly. Suddenly, a burning fire shot out from his feet, which then wrapped around his body, enveloping him. He seemed to turn into a burning pillar of light as he shot away. The other person, a Grand Elder from the Cold Wind sect, suddenly seemed to be growing younger. His face, originally filled with wrinkles, now suddenly appeared to be middle-aged. His aura billowing, he took 3 steps, during which time he transformed into a beam of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Patriarch, what about Disciples' poison?
As he took the first step, blood and chi roiled, and he was no longer middle-aged, but a teenager, and he moved 3 times faster than he had been before. He took a second step, and his body quivered. His robes fell off, as he had turned into an infant. Again his speed tripled. His body was almost entirely transparent at this point, and a 3-colored light began to envelop him. By his third step, his infant's body had shrunken into a spinning core. Again, his speed tripled as he shot toward the vortex exit. These 3 people were all core formation eccentrics. Obviously, they would not come to such a dangerous place without taking certain precautions. As for everyone else who had died already, things had just happened too quickly. As for these 3, if even one escaped, he could spread word to the experts from the great sects in the southern domain, and they would come to slay Patriarch Reliance. All of this took some time to describe, but happened extremely quickly. As the 3 of them attempted to make their escape, Lord Revelation chose to stay put, his eyes flickering. His right hand flashed an incantation sign. The large eye on his robe suddenly seemed to come to life. Light sprang forth from it, shining out to target, not Patriarch Reliance, but the 3 fleeing core formation cultivators.
"You've overstepped your bounds," said Patriarch Reliance in an awe-inspiring voice. He stamped his foot into the ground, whereupon ripples spread out to fill the air. A horrified cry filled the air as the cultivator from the winding stream sect, who was just about to make his escape, was suddenly thrust back down and into the fourth oil lamp. At the same time, Patriarch Reliance's right hand slammed onto the ground. It trembled as a restrictive spell appeared, out from which flew a thin band of black of light that turned into a black skull. The skull circled around Patriarch Reliance, and then shot toward the cultivator who was attempting to escape via teleportation jade slip. As the ripples of teleportation spread out, the black skull cackled evilly, then disappeared. Next, Patriarch Reliance lifted his left hand toward the core which was shooting toward the vortex. Just as it seemed it was about to enter the vortex, a blood-curdling cry sounded out and the core exploded. But the power of the explosion remained contained as it flew back toward Patriarch Reliance. He snatched it out of the air, and within the white glow could be seen the shape of the cultivator's body, struggling wildly. Patriarch Reliance squeezed the white glow and it slowly congealed into a three-colored core. He flicked his sleeve, sending it to light the fifth oil lamp. At the same time, he waved his left hand, slamming into the light that currently shot forth from the Ion Lord Revelation's robe. A boom filled the air, and a large amount of cracks appeared on the restrictive spell that covered the ground. Blood dribbled from the sides of Lord Revelation's mouth, and his face grew pale, but his eyes didn't contain the least bit of panic. Instead, they shone with a strange light as he quickly retreated backward. Massive amounts of life force streamed toward Patriarch Reliance, infusing his body. His face was almost completely recovered. He stood there looking at Lord Revelation, hands clasped behind his back. "Whose nascent soul stage clone are you? You dare to mix with these core formation whelps who plot against me?" "You truly live up to your reputation, Patriarch Reliance," said Lord Revelation with a smile, his voice hoarse. "You could tell with a single look that I'm a clone. However, I'm not here to plot against you. Without me, these core formation cultivators wouldn't have dared to come here. Actually, there is a matter regarding heavenly fortune that I wish to discuss with you." His lips quivered a bit as he finished speaking. Patriarch Reliance frowned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Suddenly, something black flashed up above them. The flying skull reappeared. In its mouth was a three-colored core. It flew to Patriarch Reliance's side. He flicked his sleeve, and the core flew to light the sixth oil lamp. Having seen all this, Meng Hao's heart trembled. He looked at Lord Revelation. It turned out, he was actually just a clone, and yet was at the nascent soul stage. Hearing what he said, Meng Hao realized that the goings-on here were more complicated than he had imagined. If his clone is at the nascent soul stage, then, what stage is his true self at? Meng Hao took a deep breath, thinking of the three-colored poison pill, his face twisting. "Patriarch Reliance," said Lord Revelation with a smile, "the southern domain is doomed to fall into chaos. What are your thoughts on this matter?" "You mean the crap about the Dawn Immortal?" "I couldn't care less. But since you're here with your nascent soul, I might as well take the opportunity to replenish myself a bit more." His eyes glittered as he took a step forward and raised his hand toward Lord Revelation. "Patriarch Reliance, you really should think things through more clearly. You're a simple spirit-severing cultivator, do you really dare to defy the Dawn Immortal?" Lord Revelation's face fell as he watched Patriarch Reliance lifting his finger. A boom resounded out as a powerful mist came into being and began to surround him. Patriarch Reliance let out a cold snort. The mist seethed, and the roaring sound mixed together with the howls of Lord Revelation until it seemed that the Immortal's cave would collapse. At first, it seemed as if the restrictive spells nearby would disintegrate, but they began to repair themselves before that could happen. Meng Hao watched on in shock as the restrictive spells fluctuated between collapse and repair. The mist lifted Lord Revelation higher into the air. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the mist squeezed, causing blood to squirt out of his body and drench his clothes. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Demonic art, wolf smoke." Patriarch Reliance's grim voice rang out into the mist. The mist seemed to devour Lord Revelation. Deep inside, a brilliant light shone out, and the vague image of flames and smoke could be seen. Nothing could be seen clearly, though. Only blood-curdling screams could be heard. "Patriarch Reliance, I can do without this clone, but don't think it will be so easy to consume me." The images and feelings seemed to lash against Meng Hao. This battle could no longer be described in terms of magical techniques. He couldn't even think of any words that would do. Patriarch Reliance's powerful voice and the howls of Lord Revelation made Meng Hao realize how much beyond the core formation stage this battle was. He stared blankly, his mind reeling, as if a new door along the pathway of life had been opened. This was what being a cultivator truly was. This was the true path of defiance against the heavens. This was the true all-powerful might of a cultivator.
A short time passed, during which the booming continued to sound out.
The mist suddenly contracted, then returned to surround Patriarch Reliance.
When he looked closely, Meng Hao was shocked to see that Patriarch Reliance's features now closely resembled Lord Revelation's.
It was almost as if Patriarch Reliance had occupied Lord Revelation's body.
Then the features began to melt down until Lord Revelation was completely gone, fully absorbed. An immeasurable amount of black sealing marks rotated around Patriarch Reliance. As he floated there in the air, he exuded an extremely bizarre air. In his hand he held the small image of a person. Its face was twisted ferociously, but its eyes were shut.
It looked like Lord Revelation.
This was his nascent soul. The mist dispersed, and everything was quiet. No more breakage appeared on the restrictive spells. They seemed to be in the process of restoring themselves rapidly. From the look of it, it wouldn't take very long for them to recover completely.
Patriarch Reliance flicked his sleeve, and Lord Revelation's nascent soul shot into the seventh oil lamp.
The nascent soul acted as oil, and Lord Revelation's life force became flames as the lamp burned.
Lamplight filled the Immortal's cave, illuminating everything with a flickering light that felt both ghastly and horrific.
Patriarch Reliance looked around, and his gaze came to fall on Meng Hao. He gave him a slight nod, and then turned to head back into the large fissure in the ground. Meng Hao strode forward several paces nervously. Clasping hands, he bowed, and in a loud voice said, "Patriarch, in order to bring those people here, Disciple consumed some poison pills."
"Patriarch, can you please dispel the poison?"
"It's just some poison, I can dispel it as easily as taking a breath."
"Just wait a bit.
I need to absorb this nascent soul, as well as this guy's true self. Then I'll dispel the poison for you."
"Don't worry about it."
"Oh, you did pretty well.
I have a reward for you.
Take this. This is your prize." Without so much as looking back, Patriarch Reliance flicked his sleeve, sending a low-grade spirit stone shooting toward Meng Hao. His body had already landed on the ground, and he was beginning to step into the fissure.
Meng Hao stared blankly at the completely ordinary low-grade spirit stone.
He clenched his jaw and then spoke again.
"The reward is a low-grade spirit stone?" "Low-grade spirit stone?"
he said coolly.
"That's right. It's a low-grade spirit stone. But if you look closely, is it really a low-grade spirit stone?"
He jumped toward the fissure. Meng Hao gaped in astonishment, looking back at the spirit stone in his hand. As he watched Patriarch Reliance disappearing into the fissure, he spoke again.
"Patriarch, how long before you can dispel Disciple's poison?" "Not very long.
It'll be soon. I only have 3, maybe 500 years of work to do."
"Okay, well I need to go into secluded meditation now."
He muttered to himself about the difficulty of dispelling poison, and the fact that his cultivation base wasn't completely recovered yet. Based on what it would cost him, it wouldn't be worth it. Furthermore, he had his master plan to think about.
As for the spirit stone, it really was just a common low-grade spirit stone.
He didn't have any qualms about deceiving members of the junior generation. He had done such things many times in the past. He had cheated many cultivators back during the days of the demon sealing sect.
Giving another dry cough to try to gloss everything over, he lowered his head and disappeared into the fissure.
As soon as he entered, it closed up behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Meng Hao, what are you doing?
Patriarch, Disciple went through innumerable trials and tribulations to bring those people here. I don't mind if there's no reward, but this poison. A look of indignation had appeared on Meng Hao's face. But before he could even finish speaking, the fissure in the ground closed up completely. There was no trace that it had even existed.
Patriarch Reliance was nowhere to be seen and didn't speak.
The only things that remained were the 7 burning lamps and the flickering light they cast. The 7 cores and the 1 nascent soul led of thin streams of chi.
The streams didn't emanate up, though.
As soon as they left the lamp, they were sucked into the ground. Patriarch Reliance, I allowed myself to be poisoned because of you.
You're from the senior generation, and you're a powerful expert. How could someone as powerful as you do something like this?
I'm neither an expert nor powerful, replied the Patriarch with a light cough.
I've been like this since I was young.
And that is not an ordinary spirit stone, kid. Your cultivation base just isn't high enough to be able to tell. Wait until you're at the spirit severing stage, then you will know how amazing that treasure is.
You? Patriarch, what's going on?
I went through a lot of trouble.
Why are you doing this?
Meng Hao was furious. But everything around him was completely silent. Patriarch Reliance didn't say anything. In fact, he seemed to be ignoring Meng Hao. Patriarch, I don't need any other rewards. I just need help dispelling this poison. You? Patriarch, Disciple was constantly trying to figure out ways to bring those people here to help you recover your cultivation base. How can you do this to me? Meng Hao shouted out a few more times, but could see that Patriarch Reliance wasn't responding. Even though he was just a simple scholar, he was enraged to the extreme at the moment. He had been deceived, and couldn't help but begin to curse. Patriarch Reliance, you're a bastard. For Meng Hao to say something like this showed that he was exceedingly incensed. Suddenly, Patriarch Reliance's voice could be heard. Kid, who do you think you're cursing? Do you really dare to cuss at me? I'll slap you to death. I'm cursing you, replied Meng Hao angrily. If you're gonna slap me, then go ahead. I'm poisoned, so I'll die soon anyway. Get out here. Patriarch Reliance coughed a couple times. Oh. Never mind, never mind. I've always had a good temper. Hey, you're the sole heir of the Reliance sect. At the moment, we're the only people in the whole sect. I'm not going to get angry at you. Actually, a lot of people have cursed me over the years. It doesn't really matter. Look, you can't really blame me. I can't even go back out. My secluded meditation zone has been sealed. I could only come out if you brought another group of people. I couldn't help you now even if I wanted to. His words became more and more convincing as he spoke. He really had just renewed the seals, and if he wanted to break through, would need to spend several months doing so. You bastard, said Meng Hao, finally understanding the truth of the situation. He could only gnash his teeth and continue to curse. But no matter what he said, Patriarch Reliance didn't respond. In the end, he just started humming a little tune. The happy little tune echoed out, and eventually Meng Hao realized that nothing he did would accomplish anything. Shameless Patriarch Reliance was not going to make an appearance. His face filled with dark anger, he looked around. There were no bags of holding left behind from the core formation experts. Patriarch Reliance was obviously incredibly stingy and had taken them for himself. Meng Hao's gaze fell upon the 7 demonic lamps. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his bag of holding. 10 flying swords appeared and flew straight toward the lamps. Before they could even get close to the lamps, however, the swords began to tremble and glow brightly. Then they shattered into pieces. Meng Hao was livid. Seeing the chi from the oil lamp seeping into the ground, he smacked his bag of holding again and the 2 wooden swords flew out. They didn't meet the slightest resistance, but when they reached the oil lamps, they passed right through them, as if they weren't even there. There wasn't the slightest reaction from them. A nascent soul cultivator and 6 core formation cultivators, said Patriarch Reliance, his voice cheerful. Their spiritual energy is quite abundant. As for your crappy swords, well, my 7 demonic lamps are cut off from all other magical items. Non-sentient items can't affect them. Maybe if you were a bit more skilled, you would have some more options. But sorry, you can't steal things from me. He continued to hum his merry little tune. At the moment, he sat cross-legged in front of a small feng shui compass about the size of a hand. The strands of chi that sank down from above became bright red, and then were absorbed by the compass. Meng Hao's face grew more and more grim as he retrieved the wooden swords. He had never imagined that Patriarch Reliance, being of the senior generation and having such an elevated cultivation base, would treat chi condensation cultivators with such shamelessness. A reward of a simple low-grade spirit stone? What was worse was how he claimed the spirit stone was an extraordinary object. No matter from which angle Meng Hao looked at it, it appeared to be completely ordinary. It was nothing more than a low-grade spirit stone. Before, Meng Hao had thought he cared a lot about spirit stones. But it turned out Patriarch Reliance was as stingy as an iron chicken from which feathers could not be plucked. He was a complete miser. 1 low-grade spirit stone. You bastard, you did this on purpose. Meng Hao clenched his fists. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Not only were his words impolite, but in his heart, any and all good impressions he'd even had of Patriarch Reliance were wiped clean. After a while, he turned, his jaw clenched. He wanted to throw the low-grade spirit stone away, but finally, he put it into his bag of holding. Then, he stalked off angrily. Aya, you're leaving? Okay. Don't forget to come back sometime to hang out with Patriarch. You're my only heir, and the sect only has the 2 of us now. This is your home, you can come back any time. I get lonely sometimes, so make sure to come back and keep me company. He continued to hum his happy tune. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He walked away angrily, Patriarch Reliance's little tune echoing in his ears. AI, it's too bad I'm sealed in here, otherwise I would see you off personally. Patriarch Reliance's voice was incredibly cheerful as he watched Meng Hao from within his secluded meditation chamber. Meng Hao, you're such a good kid. You're just a bit too uptight. Hopefully in the future you can learn to be a bit more like me. You're really not going to come out? Said Meng Hao wrathfully. At the moment, he was walking past an area covered with a gray-colored restrictive spell. Suddenly, he stopped walking. Of course. Listen, I never tell lies. If I say that I can't go out, then I can't. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just, hey. What are you doing? In the middle of his complacent little speech, he suddenly stopped talking and his eyes went wide. Meng Hao had turned and was looking closely at a gray restrictive spell. During the battle between Lord Revelation and Patriarch Reliance, the restrictive spells in the entire area had been damaged. They were slowly recovering, but at the moment, there were still cracks visible. Some of the cracks were large enough to be holes, actually, although they were slowly sealing back up. Within this restrictive spell was a veritable mountain of spirit stones. They had been collected by Patriarch Reliance over the course of his entire life. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones, but more than a few were mid-grade spirit stones, which were far more valuable. Without a word, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding. A wooden sword appeared and stabbed directly into the hole. Immediately, the sword's ability to absorb spiritual energy was manifested. The restrictive spell shook, trying to repair itself, but was unable to. The second wooden sword appeared, and it too was stabbed into the hole. The sword spread apart, and soon the hole was as wide as the hand of a child. Normally, Meng Hao couldn't do something like this. But because of the cracks and holes in the spell, he had a unique chance. What are you doing? Echoed Patriarch Reliance's voice from within the ground. He stared in shock. He had a stingy personality, but enjoyed being able to put his lifetime accumulation of treasures on display. He liked to watch people's eyes turn red when they could look at, but not touch the treasures. He was also supremely confident in his restrictive spells. They were connected to his life force, so unless he died, no one would be able to break through them. However, because of some strange properties that existed in Lord Revelation, some problems had cropped up when Patriarch Reliance absorbed him. Because of that, the restrictive spells were a bit slow in their recovery. This was a bit of a slip-up on his part. Meng Hao, even with that hole there, you won't be able to take all those spirit stones, laughed Patriarch Reliance. There are too many. You won't be able to fit them inside. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm a generous person. Go ahead and take a few, I don't care, but... Meng Hao let out a cold harumph. Now that the wooden swords had opened up a hole, he reached deep into his robe and pulled out the bag of the cosmos and aimed it at the little hole. Meng Hao's cultivation base charged into action like a wild horse. The mountain of spirit stones began to shudder, and then, one by one they began flying out of the hole, sucked into the bag of the cosmos. Faster and faster, the spirit stones flew into the black hole that was the bag of the cosmos. Patriarch Reliance watched the dazzling display, and a horrified shriek rang out from his mouth. A bag of the cosmos. Damn it, how can you have that? It's invisible to spiritual sense, and can contain mountains and rivers. You. My spirit stones. I went through innumerable trials and tribulations throughout my life to accumulate that many spirit stones. Meng Hao, leave some behind for me. His agonized cry continued to echo out, and the ground began to quake. He was obviously releasing some of his power. And yet the seal had just been put in place. Meng Hao laughed coldly as he listened to Patriarch Reliance's miserable cries. Soon the mountain of spirit stones shrank to become a small hill. Meng Hao was truly venting his spleen. You dare to rip me off? Thought Meng Hao, gritting his teeth. Then I'll rip you off even more. I'm going to clear out all of your treasures. Meng Hao, you traitor! This is too excessive. Patriarch Reliance felt as if the organs in his body were going to explode. He wanted to burst out of the seal, but it had just been put in place. It would take months before he could break it. He could never have imagined that Meng Hao would have a bag of the cosmos, nor that he would be able to snatch away his lifetime accumulation of spirit stones. At the moment, Patriarch Reliance felt as if a giant invisible blade were rotating around him, slashing him for every spirit stone that he lost. It was as if he were being hacked to pieces. His heart ached. He had always had a strange personality. In comparison to other cultivators of his generation, he was a true weirdo. His greed and stinginess grew along with his cultivation base and his age. He didn't have even the slightest bit of an aura of a powerful expert. He didn't seem to have a bottom line in anything either. Several hundred years ago, during his first severing, his Tao enlightenment had been regarding greed. You could say that it had been branding onto his spirit, and was a part of his cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Ancient Demon Sealing Jade. Greedy and stingy. A miser to the core, even in terms of cultivation.
This was his Tao. In his enlightenment, treasures were the most important thing. These were the things that led to his first spirit severing. This was why his meditation zone had so many areas protected by restrictive spells. It was his life savings. Accumulating all these items was not just a hobby, it was his version of the Tao. To see it all disappearing before his eyes filled him with grief and indignation. Within the space of 10 breaths, the mountain of spirit stones was gone. There was even a random piece of jade underneath the mountain. It too was sucked into the bag of the cosmos. That was my good luck charm. Damn it, Meng Hao, leave my good luck charm behind. You? Before he could finish speaking, his eyes went wide again. After taking all the spirit stones, Meng Hao looked around, his eyes gleaming. Patriarch Reliance began to tremble. The look in Meng Hao's eyes was like that of a master thief. His gaze fell onto a small courtyard. Behind the cracked restrictive spell could be seen a variety of medicinal plants of many different colors. They were clearly beyond ordinary. Meng Hao recognized some of the plants as ones described in Shang Guanxiu's treasured turtle shell. As he strode forward, his fingers flickered, and the 2 wooden swords appeared. They stabbed into a crack in the shield created by the restrictive spell. The crack slowly widened. Meng Hao, are you really going to steal my treasured items too? I'm your patriarch. I paid a heavy price to steal that medicinal courtyard all those years ago. Patriarch Reliance was growing even more anxious. The rumbling noise from under the ground grew stronger, but Meng Hao didn't even blink. He was happy to finally be able to vent his anger. My divine spirit plants, you're plucking them all out. Patriarch Reliance's anger soared to the heavens. That's my outlander tree. I cared for it for hundreds of years before it sprouted, you can't take it. Amidst Patriarch Reliance's shrill protestations, Meng Hao cleared out the courtyard as cleanly as if he'd used a razor. He sucked everything into the bag of the cosmos. By the time he withdrew the 2 wooden swords, the courtyard looked as if it had been swept by a massive gale. Enough, said Patriarch hastily, looking over the emptiness. Listen, little Patriarch, leave some things behind for old Patriarch here. Don't take anything else. You're not allowed to touch any more of my things. Meng Hao, you listen to Patriarch, okay? As a member of the junior generation, you should have a bit of respect. I've been like this since I was young, said Meng Hao with a cold snort, throwing Patriarch Reliance's words back at him. Looking around, he caught sight of a lone restrictive spell shield. Beneath it were what appeared to be 3 withered little trees. However, on each tree was a leaf that occasionally sparkled with arcs of energy, making them appear extraordinary. Meng Hao had never seen anything like it, but considering this was Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone, and it was protected with a restrictive spell, he figured it must be very valuable. His eyes glittering, he strode over and stabbed the wooden swords into a crack in the still recovering restrictive spell. Those are my thunderclap leaves. It's a lightning-type medicinal plant that's even rare in the southern domain. Patriarch Reliance once again howled fiercely. Completely ignoring him, Meng Hao lifted the bag of the cosmos up to the hole in the restrictive spell. The trees began to shake back and forth. Then, the 3 leaves ripped off of the trees, transforming into 3 arcs of black lightning which shot into the bag of the cosmos. Even more infuriating to Patriarch Reliance was that after the leaves entered his bag, Meng Hao didn't stop. The trees continued to sway back and forth until suddenly they flew up from the ground, roots and all, and were sucked into the bag of the cosmos. Next to the trees was a little purple flag stuck into the ground, which was also sucked into the bag. You ripped the thunderclap trees up by the roots and took them too. You're really pissing me off. Meng Hao, you little bastard, you took the lightning flag as well? It's not very strong. It can only defend against a Foundation establishment attack. But it can absorb lightning bolts. You need it to grow the thunderclap leaves. Patriarch Reliance's heart dripped with blood as he howled and cursed in his subterranean chamber. I've always had a good temper, snorted Meng Hao, throwing more of Patriarch Reliance's words back in his face. You're Patriarch of the Reliance sect. At the moment, we're the only people in the whole sect. I of the junior generation am not going to get angry at you. Actually, a lot of people have cursed me over the years. It doesn't really matter. Once again, he looked around. This caused Patriarch Reliance's heart to seize. When he saw Meng Hao's gaze slide past another area with medicinal plants, he let out a small sigh of relief. His meditation zone contained his life's accumulation of treasures, but even still, the treasures could be categorized into high and low quality items.
Just don't touch my baby, thought Patriarch Reliance. Everything else, they're just trifling worldly possessions.
I can gather more together later if I want. Patriarch Reliance's teeth were clenched, but his heart still continued to drip blood. In actuality, the word trifling had been a bit forced. Within moments, Meng Hao had cleared out a few more courtyards of medicinal plants. Then he moved on to another area.
Patriarch Reliance could only clench his jaw.
He could do nothing more than let loose a torrent of abuse upon Meng Hao. He cursed and cursed, never repeating himself for more than half a sentence. As he cursed, Meng Hao started to hum a little tune. It was a happy little tune, and just so happened to be the one Patriarch Reliance had been humming earlier. When Patriarch Reliance heard it, it made him so mad that he almost coughed up blood. The feeling he experienced was impossible to describe, but suffice to say, he was now experiencing the full repercussions of incurring Meng Hao's wrath. Patriarch Reliance watched as Meng Hao looked around. When his gaze came to fall on a stretch of short wall, Patriarch Reliance's heart began to race, and he furiously said, "You little bastard, you're too cruel. I didn't dispel your poison, that's all. I even gave you a reward. A low-grade spirit stone is still a spirit stone." Meng Hao had inspected almost all of the restrictive spells for cracks. In this area, many of the restrictive spells were completely recovered. He circled the area, his eyes flashing back and forth. Suddenly, he realized that Patriarch Reliance had stopped speaking. He had only taken about 30% of the treasures in the area, and most were medicinal plants. He still wanted to vent some anger, so he decided to make one more circle to check for damaged restrictive spells. When he returned to the place he'd started from, he frowned.
There didn't seem to be anything special in there.
He looked around and noticed a stretch of short wall. When he started to walk toward it, Patriarch Reliance suddenly began talking again.
All right. Meng Hao, you're my only heir."
As Patriarch Reliance watched Meng Hao walking toward the short wall, he grew more and more anxious.
But his anxiety couldn't be detected in his voice.
He sounded somewhat emotional as he said, "I'll dispel your poison. Just wait 3 months.
I'll break out and take care of it for you. Then you can give me my treasures back."
"What do you say?"
"Don't worry, I always keep my word.
This time, I'll swear it in the name of the sect.
I definitely won't deceive you."
Meng Hao stopped walking and looked down at the ground. His eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything. He walked around, seemingly lost in thought, eventually he drawing close to the short wall. "I never said that I wasn't going to dispel the poison," said Patriarch Reliance.
He let out a sigh.
"It's just that dispelling the poison would require quite a sacrifice of my cultivation base. I would have to spend a lot of the energy I had just absorbed." His voice seemed to be deep and profound, but in actuality, as he saw Meng Hao nearing the short wall, his heart was filled with acute nervousness.
Meng Hao was silent.
After the space of several breaths, he suddenly spoke. "Why did you start talking when I began walking toward this wall, Patriarch?
And why did you suddenly mention dispelling my poison? Could it be that there is some special treasure hidden here?"
As the words came out of his mouth, Patriarch Reliance's eyes went wide. He realized he had said the wrong things. He secretly cursed Meng Hao for being so crafty. "I'm just trying to do the right thing," said Patriarch Reliance with a cold harumph. "Look kid, you..." Before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao jumped over the wall.
This filled Patriarch Reliance with fear and trepidation.
His heart began to pound and his face fell. After leaping over the wall, Meng Hao looked around. As it turned out, there was a restrictive spell here. It didn't look very special. Sealed inside was a jade slip. As for the restrictive spell, it was not complete, it still had some cracks in it. Meng Hao had no idea what the jade slip was, but without hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, stabbing the 2 wooden swords into the spell. He pried open a hole, then used the bag of the cosmos to retrieve the jade slip. Seeing the jade slip disappear into Meng Hao's bag caused Patriarch Reliance to emit a shrill shriek. The ground shook so hard it seemed it might crack. Before, Patriarch Reliance had been upset to see Meng Hao taking his treasures, but this fury was much more intense.
"Meng Hao, you cannot take that jade slip away. Even I don't dare to go near it.
It belongs to a friend who left it here for safekeeping.
You do not have the latent talent or the destiny to touch it. Do not remove it."
Paying him no heed, he leaped onto a flying sword and flashed toward the vortex exit. At the same time, he slapped the bag of the cosmos and pulled out the jade slip. Pressing it against his forehead, he cast some spiritual power into it.
His expression changed as three characters appeared in his mind, filled with a demonic aura. Demon Sealing Sect. Meng Hao, you little bastard, get back here.
You wait until I break through the seal.
Then you're finished. Patriarch Reliance let out a furious howl.
As the howl echoed out, Meng Hao's eyes flashed. He stopped at the mouth of the vortex and then looked back down. His eyes began to glitter. When Patriarch Reliance saw this, his heart began to thump again, and a strange premonition filled his heart. In his heart, in his mind, Meng Hao looked like nothing more than out-and-out thief.
This chapter was sponsored by Randall Platt.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Demonic Lamps That Separate Heaven and Earth. Break through the seal?
Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he glanced down at the 7 oil lamps on the ground. He looked at them for a moment, then shot toward them. He ignored the howls of Patriarch Reliance. After pillaging all the previous treasures, he was now certain that the Patriarch wouldn't be coming out.
What are you doing?
In his subterranean chamber, Patriarch Reliance's fury rose to new heights. However, seeing the look on Meng Hao's face, fear blossomed in his heart.
He was starting to regret having let Meng Hao go.
The look in his eyes was even stronger than the look which had appeared when Meng Hao began to steal his treasures. Ignoring Patriarch Reliance, who he now knew was completely unreliable, Meng Hao stared at the 7 lamps. He walked slowly around them, looking contemplative. Every step he took seemed to land directly onto Patriarch Reliance's heart. It doesn't matter, Patriarch Reliance said in an attempt to comfort himself. This little bastard is only at the 9th level of chi condensation.
He can't take any of the spiritual energy from the demonic lamps.
His eyes went wide when he saw Meng Hao, after making a few circles around the lamps, sit down cross-legged to meditate. Meng Hao sat there, his eyes flashing. He seemed hesitant, but before long, determination filled his eyes.
Patriarch Reliance deceived me. Taking a few of his precious treasures isn't enough to calm me down. I'm going to take this spiritual energy as well. Then I will finally be able to relax.
Meng Hao gritted his teeth when he thought about the single low-grade spirit stone the Patriarch had given him. And then there was the matter of the poison. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, not dispelling the poison had shoved him onto a road of hopelessness. Treasured items can't absorb the spiritual energy from the 7 lamps, because they aren't sentient.
Fine, I'll absorb it myself.
He suddenly closed his eyes and rotated his cultivation base, attempting to breathe in the spiritual energy pouring out of the burning oil lamps. But no matter how he tried to absorb the spiritual energy, as soon as it left the oil lamps, it was sucked into the ground. Deep in his subterranean chamber, Patriarch Reliance let out a great sigh of relief.
Meng Hao, you little punk, whatever you try will be useless. Do you really dare to try to steal my spiritual power?
Patriarch Reliance let out a hearty, although somewhat bitter, laugh. When it reached Meng Hao's ears, he frowned for a moment. Then his face became calm again.
No need to get antsy, Patriarch, he said coolly. I've only just begun. Patriarch Reliance stared in shock.
Meng Hao's eyes, which he had just closed, moved about as he recalled the image of his battle with Shangguan Xiu, and Little Tiger's Pearl which had enabled him to reach the 10th level of chi condensation. This was the method he wished to employ. He would return to the 10th level of chi condensation. Even though the incredible power of the 10th level of chi condensation left him cut off from heaven and earth, Meng Hao wanted to see if it could enable him to absorb the spiritual power of the lamps. The legendary 10th level of chi condensation had existed in ancient times, but was now prohibited by the heavens, cut off. But Meng Hao had reached the 10th level once before, he had walked the severed path. As he gathered his thoughts and his breath, his body gradually seemed to grow withered. The slender strand of spiritual sense in his head seemed to fill his thoughts. He sank into a strange and unusual state as he focused his entire being on remembering what it had been like to enter the 10th level of chi condensation.
Time slipped by. A day, 2 days, then 3. Patriarch Reliance was growing more nervous.
He couldn't quite tell what Meng Hao was doing, but could tell that his body was changing in a very strange way.
Just what are you doing?
He asked hesitantly, as he came to realize that he was unable to discern what Meng Hao was up to. On the night of the 3rd day, a tremor shook Meng Hao. His eyes opened, and his body began to tremble violently. Once again he felt power filling his body, he now could employ force strong enough to topple a mountain. At the same time, the powerful gravitational force once again appeared within him, and he was cut off from heaven and earth.
At the moment, he couldn't absorb any of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
His eyes glowing, he slowly stood up, fighting to remain in this state. He knew that without little tiger's pearl, he could only hold on for the space of about 10 breaths, after which he would sink back down. He took a deep breath and then took a step forward. As his foot fell, the spiritual power emanating from the lamps quivered. Then, one tiny strand, instead of being sucked into the ground, drifted toward Meng Hao and was absorbed into his body. When he saw this, Meng Hao's eyes shone even brighter. As for Patriarch Reliance, his body trembled and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Holy crap!" he cried. "This is impossible. That's the 10th level of Qi condensation. Damn it. Wasn't the path to the 10th level severed by the current will of the heavens? You got to the 10th level of Qi condensation?" Patriarch Reliance let out a miserable cry as he watched Meng Hao take 3 more steps forward. About 10% of the spiritual energy from the lamps rushed toward him. As he absorbed it, Patriarch Reliance howled even louder. How is it possible? The damn 10th level of Qi condensation isn't that awesome, but it was prohibited because it has the power to steal good fortune from the heavens. If it's strong enough to do that, then as for my spiritual energy. Damn it. And what about my demon sealing jade? Back then, those old bastards said that it could only be taken and used by someone who had reached the 13th level of Qi condensation. This. After 3 steps, Meng Hao's body began to tremble, and he couldn't go any further. Boundless spiritual energy from the lamps rushed into him. Panting, he sat down and began to meditate, absorbing tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Patriarch Reliance could only howl angrily. The gravitational force inside him was astonishing, like a starving wolf who hadn't eaten for years. Vast quantities of spiritual energy were sucked into him, and as it was, his body began to tremble more and more violently. He felt his physical body growing tougher and more powerful. It seemed as if even his bones were absorbing spiritual energy and becoming stronger. The ancient 10th level of Qi condensation was a stage of refinement for the physical body. Now here, in Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave, he was seizing fortune for himself and entering this ancient state. This level required lots of spiritual energy. Heaven and earth would not give it, but Patriarch Reliance had prepared a nascent soul and 6 cores as fuel, and life force as flame. The spiritual energy pouring out of the demonic lamps was the nutrition that Meng Hao needed. Meng Hao. Stop. Let's discuss things a bit. I need that spiritual energy. I really need it. Do not absorb it. Damn it, cut it out, Meng Hao. That's my spiritual energy. I went to a lot of trouble killing all those people to get it. My seal. Meng Hao, if you don't stop, then I will expel you from the sect. Flustered and exasperated, Patriarch Reliance had already forgotten about the treasures Meng Hao had taken, as well as the demon sealing jade. You could say that all the things taken by Meng Hao before couldn't compare at all with this. Meng Hao ignored him, continuing to absorb the spiritual energy like mad. His body continued to grow stronger. Soon, cracking sounds could be heard as his skin began to split and new flesh and blood grew. More and more cracks spread out, and then the old flesh began to fall off. Meng Hao's hair grew longer, and his eyes brighter. The 10th level of Qi condensation was now completely solidified within his body. He would never lose the 10th level again, it was there permanently. In addition to the power of the 10th level of Qi condensation, Meng Hao realized he had a new ability. If he wished, he could return to the 9th level of Qi condensation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then return back to the 10th level. Some time passed, and Meng Hao's mind began to reel. The remnants of dried up flesh which remained on his body turned into ash and drifted away. His eyes glowed even brighter, and an incredible feeling of power filled Meng Hao. He was completely confident that with the power of the 10th level of Qi condensation, he could use a single fist to crush anyone of the 9th level of Qi condensation. This power was even stronger than what he had experienced when using Little Tiger's Pearl. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He stood up, not to leave, but to take another step forward. He was now only 5 paces away from the 7 oil lamps. Panting furiously, Patriarch Reliance let loose a torrent of intense curses as he watched Meng Hao absorbing an even greater amount of spiritual energy. He had solidified his 10th level of Qi condensation, but instead of leaving, he moved on. Patriarch Reliance's heart pounded. Now, 13% of the spiritual energy emitted by the lamps was rushing toward Meng Hao. As the boundless amount of energy entered his body, a roaring sound filled him. His eyes were filled with determination. He took another step forward. He was now only 4 paces from the oil lamps. The flames flickered as even more spiritual energy flew toward Meng Hao. As of now, he was taking 16%. The gravitational force within me is not dispersing, it's actually growing stronger.
Is it possible that, after the 10th level of chi condensation, there's an 11th level?
Gritting his teeth, he called upon the power of the 10th level of chi condensation to take another step forward.
He was now only 3 paces from the 7 lamps. The flames within the lamps danced wildly as 20% of the spiritual energy they produced was sucked up by Meng Hao. He took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87.
Chapter 87, I shall reach the peak of the 13th level of chi condensation.
Meng Hao. Patriarch Reliance ground his teeth.
He felt quite grieved, and was even more regretful. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have said some nicer things to Meng Hao.
How could he have imagined that Meng Hao would be so cruel? Forget his cruelty, he had a bag of the cosmos.
Forget his bag of the cosmos, he had entered into the 10th level of chi condensation. The scene unfolding before him made him want to weep, except he had no tears to do so. He gnashed his teeth as an even further sense of trepidation filled his heart. He remembered the requirements of the demon sealing jade. It could only be taken away and used by someone who had reached the 13th level of chi condensation. When those old bastards had said that back in the day, his heart had filled with contempt. He believed that he could prevent the legacy of the demon sealing sect from continuing on to future generations. But, now that he saw Meng Hao passing into the 11th level, his trembling heart filled with anxiety. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do other than grit his teeth and continue to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. He needed to get more than Meng Hao did, and be faster at doing so. He needed the feng shui compass in front of him to be completely repaired, and prevent Meng Hao from advancing any further. The spiritual energy being sucked into the ground and absorbed into the feng shui compass was bright red in color. It seemed as if it were sucking something out of the very earth it passed through.
Damn it, Meng Hao.
All I did was give you a low-grade spirit stone and not dispel your poison.
Haven't you gone far enough? Haven't you?
I'm still your patriarch after all.
Patriarch Reliance felt profoundly wronged.
As for Meng Hao, a roaring sound filled his entire body. With 20% of the lamp's spiritual energy being absorbed into him, his body was trembling, and he felt himself changing. The change was occurring to his core C. It grew larger, and as it did, his chi passageways grew thicker. A bang rang out in his head, and he felt the sensation of breaking through to another level. The 11th level of chi condensation. His core C spread out to fill his entire body. This type of core C really was impossible for someone of the chi condensation stage.
Its majesty would ensure unending future growth and fighting power.
It would be more difficult for Meng Hao to reach foundation establishment with such a core C, but, if he succeeded, then he would be twice as powerful as someone of the same stage. The 11th level of chi condensation does not refine the body, but the core C. The extent of his core C caused Meng Hao's body to be filled with a thunderous sound. Spiritual energy as boundless as a sea filled him. The waves of the core C crashed and churned limitlessly.
Meng Hao opened his eyes and took a deep breath.
The sound of the intake of his breath was like a clap of thunder. He stood up, his eyes gleaming with persistence. He took another step forward.
Then 2. Then 3.
He now stood directly next to the 7 oil lamps, close enough to touch them.
He was absorbing 30% of their spiritual energy.
30% might not sound like a lot, but it would be impossible for Meng Hao were it not for the abilities of the 10th level of chi condensation. That was the stage of chi condensation that could steal good fortune from the heavens, after all.
Meng Hao, aren't you finished yet?
Patriarch Reliance watched Meng Hao take his 3 steps forward. His anxiety increased even more. If Meng Hao reached the 12th level, he would be only 1 step away from being able to use the demon sealing jade. Many thanks for your help, Patriarch, said Meng Hao calmly. I'll be finished soon. He closed his eyes and began to absorb more spiritual energy into his body. His body shook as he stepped into the 12th level of chi condensation. Since ancient times, no one had ever entered the 12th level of chi condensation. The instant he did so, Meng Hao felt a severe pain in his mind.
His spiritual sense didn't go anywhere.
But he felt as if his mind were being split in two. Now he felt something like a stream within his mind. This was the sea of perception. In modern times, cultivators who broke through from the chi condensation into foundation establishment would form a sea of perception from nothing. Usually, this type of sea of perception would not be very large. It had nothing to do with latent talent, but rather with the method used. Obviously, the larger the sea of perception, the more power it could wield, and the more boundless the cultivator's spiritual sense would be. In ancient times, cultivators preferred to break through to foundation establishment in the 12th level of chi condensation.
This is because the 12th level is when the sea of perception opens up. By practicing cultivation in this fashion, the sea of perception would be far more powerful than others of the foundation establishment stage. In the modern cultivation world, Meng Hao was the first cultivator to ever enter the 12th level of qi condensation. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire cultivation world. At the moment, Patriarch Reliance was shaken. He stared dumbly at Meng Hao, able to watch unimpeded as Meng Hao's previous 9th level of qi condensation now rose to the 12th. He didn't know what to say. In ancient times, he muttered, the legend said that the great circle of qi condensation could be completed at the 13th level. But even in ancient times, such a thing was rarely seen. It was said that the 13th level of qi condensation was related to the good fortune of heaven, and could change the latent talent of a cultivator. It wouldn't change much. But latent talent is birthed from the heavens, so even the slightest change would definitely be a defiance of the heavens. I don't remember how many years ago it was that the old bastards from the demon sealing sect boasted that I was incredibly lucky, but compared to me, this kid is the lucky one. Damn it, he's too lucky. How could I have possibly provoked this reaction? As Patriarch Reliance spoke, Meng Hao opened his eyes. They shined with a profound light. He felt splitting pain within his head, but within that pain, he also could sense an unprecedented clearness. The world seemed different when he looked at it, although he couldn't quite tell which particular things weren't the same. It was as if everything now shone with radiances that he had never noticed before. At this time, the massive gravitational power seemed on the verge of dissipating, as if his body knew that he was reaching his absorption limit. Soon, the amount of spiritual energy he was absorbing from the oil lamps dropped from 30% to 20%, and then to 10%. This caused Meng Hao to frown. He could tell that his cultivation base had not reached its peak. He could sense that there was another layer beyond his current layer. He could feel the great circle of qi condensation. It was a powerful feeling, but as the gravitational power grew weaker and weaker, it seemed as though that next level would be forever closed off to him. "Ha, it's like I said," laughed Patriarch Reliance, his eyes glittering. The 13th level of qi condensation was even rare in ancient times. It was such a thing of legends that you could basically say it didn't exist. The 12th level is the limit. Meng Hao, there's no need to try any further. Quickly, back away. Don't get in the way of my master plan. If you do, then just wait till I get out of here and see how I mop the floor with you. You need a spanking, you little bastard. Even though Meng Hao had sucked away some of the spiritual energy, it actually wasn't very much. There was still enough left to accomplish his master plan. And if Meng Hao didn't reach the 13th level, then there was no way for him to have the required latent talent to use the demon sealing jade. Seems this kid's good fortune isn't that amazing after all, said Patriarch Reliance complacently. But then, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He had a stubborn personality. Now that he had reached the 12th level of qi condensation and caught a glimpse of the next level, he would do everything possible to break through. The gravitational power is weakening. How can I continue to add spiritual energy? Meng Hao's mind spun with thousands of possibilities until finally his eyes began to glitter and he smacked his bag of holding. The two wooden swords whistled out. He looked at them, then gritted his teeth and caused one of them to fly straight toward himself. Patriarch Reliance watched on in astonishment as the sword slashed Meng Hao. Soon, over 10 gaping wounds covered his body. Meng Hao clenched his jaw as the sword slashed the bloody marks across him. His eyes shone with determination. As the blood splashed from the wounds, Meng Hao felt the spiritual power in his body seeping out as well. This was exactly what he wanted. As the spiritual power leaked out of his body, the gravitational power within him suddenly trembled, then gradually grew stronger. When this happened, Meng Hao's mind was set. Taking control of the second sword, he sent both of them flying around him, slashing his body with wound after wound. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 cuts covered his flesh. The wounds sent the physical power of his body into action, and at the same time caused the gravitational power within him to grow more and more powerful. Patriarch Reliance was simply dumbstruck. He could never in his wildest dreams imagine that Meng Hao would use such a method. When he saw the multitude of bloody wounds, and the determination in Meng Hao's eyes, it gave him a deep sense of how ruthless Meng Hao could be. If he could treat himself with such cruelty, how ruthlessly could he treat others? The more wounds that covered him, the stronger the gravitational force became. The amount of spiritual energy he siphoned from the lamps jumped from 10% to 40%. And yet, even though the spiritual energy poured into his body, he couldn't break through to that next level. After some time passed, Meng Hao laughed. With a cold smile, he raised his right hand, causing one of the wooden swords to whistle around and fly toward his chest. It stabbed through him, sending out fountains of blood. Blood also sprayed out of his mouth.
Instantly, the spiritual power in his body dropped by a huge percentage. This, in turn, caused the gravitational power to climb higher by several percentages. By now, he was absorbing 50% of the spiritual energy coming from the 7 oil lamps.
A booming sound rang out.
Filled with boundless spiritual energy, Meng Hao launched everything at the barrier between the levels. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the wooden swords once again slashed through his body. The spiritual energy from the 7 lamps surged. As of now, Meng Hao was sucking away 70% of it. It was in this way that Meng Hao launched his attack from the 12th level of qi condensation into the 13th.
Time slipped by.
More wounds appeared on his body, a product of Meng Hao's ruthlessness. Soon, his body began to tremble and his vision grew blurry. He was now absorbing 90% of the spiritual energy from the 7 oil lamps. It was as if he were bathing in thick, pure spiritual energy.
You're going to kill yourself. Patriarch Reliance watched the scene, his breathing agitated. Meng Hao's stubbornness left him reeling. I will become powerful. There's no reason. I must become powerful.
Meng Hao began to lose consciousness, but his stubbornness wouldn't allow him. Despite his current condition, he wouldn't even think of giving up. He continued to murmur to himself that he must become powerful. Meng Hao must break through to the 13th level of qi condensation.
This is his Tao. Patriarch Reliance took a deep breath, finally understanding.
This chapter was sponsored by Patrick Nguyen, Nur Arif, Saipuklupti, Subtle Incorporated, and Hein Hogberg. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Lord Revelation's True Self. Boom!
The 2 wooden swords stabbed simultaneously through Meng Hao's body, sending showers of blood flying out. The flame of Meng Hao's life force was growing dimmer. However, the gravitational force within him had grown to an unprecedented height.
It was so strong that it seemed as if it might be able to suck in everything around him.
It was as if regardless of whatever obstacle faced him, regardless of whatever danger he was in, nothing could block his path to becoming a powerful expert.
The gravitational force seemed to be affecting Meng Hao's stupor.
His mind expanded into boundlessness. Patriarch Reliance looked at him and murmured, "This is stealing good fortune from the heavens," but at the moment, Meng Hao's desire to be powerful had fused with his cultivation base, a stubbornness which belonged to the 13th level of qi condensation. He would steal from the heavens, he would defy the heavens to change his life force. A thunderous boom sounded out as the full and complete spectrum of spiritual energy from the 7 oil lamps poured into Meng Hao. As it entered his body, it became his blade with which to attack and break through the level gap. It was the combined power of 6 core formation cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator.
But that was only part of it.
The most important part of his attack, the truest part, was his stubborn desire to become powerful. This desire was completely in line with the 13th level of qi condensation, which had been rejected by the heavens. This was what forged his 13th level of qi condensation.
Amidst the roaring, the level gap disintegrated.
The instant it did, Meng Hao, bathed as he was in inexhaustible spiritual energy, felt his cultivation base soaring up from the 12th level to the 13th level. He had now become the first cultivator since ancient times to complete the great circle of qi condensation. In that instant, the latent talent in Meng Hao which enabled him to practice cultivation suddenly changed. There was no sound or any other indication that it had happened. Even Meng Hao was only vaguely aware of the change. However, if an outsider were to examine his current latent talent, they would see that it was no longer average, as it had been in the past. Although he couldn't be considered chosen, his latent talent was now much higher. From time immemorial, no one had ever been able to change their own latent talent. No heavenly material or earthly treasure had the power to change the destiny appointed by the heavens. And yet today, Meng Hao had done just that. He was the first person since ancient times to complete the great circle of qi condensation, as well as the first person to change his latent talent. This was a new beginning, a fresh start on the path to becoming a powerful expert. The instant he completed the great circle of qi condensation, all of the wounds in his body healed instantly. Immersed in spiritual energy, his body had experienced another rebirth. You could even say that Meng Hao himself had been reborn anew. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's eyes flashed open. The surrounding spiritual energy once again began to surge down into the earth. Now that he had completed the great circle of qi condensation, the gravitational force within him was completely gone. Having witnessed Meng Hao's transformation with his own eyes, Patriarch Reliance was left speechless. Even more astonishing was that after Meng Hao opened his eyes, he reached out with his right hand and picked up one of the 7 oil lamps. This was the lamp which contained Lord Revelation's nascent soul. After picking it up, he turned, and his body turned into a beam of light as he shot toward the vortex exit.
You, aren't you afraid of getting burned to death?
Patriarch Reliance sat in a daze for a moment, and then started cursing again as he watched Meng Hao disappear through the vortex.
You little bastard. You're shameless. You people from the demon ceiling sect are all bastards. Shameless to the extreme.
He paced back and forth furiously, letting out a torrent of howls. As soon as Meng Hao left through the vortex, the Immortal's cave began to seal up behind him. Only a rapidly closing fissure remained, from which emanated the stench of death. Within the southern domain, outside of the state of Zhao, was a bordering nation called the State of Revelation. The land itself wasn't much different from that of the state of Zhao, but its people were somewhat bizarre. Whereas the state of Zhao revered the eastern lands, the State of Revelation did not. They did not pay obeisance to the Great Tang, but rather, the mysteries of the heavens. Therefore, all the sects within the State of Revelation were branches of the Revelation sect. In the mysterious eastern regions of the State of Revelation were 3 mountain ranges which wound back and forth like twisting dragons. One particular mountain peak had the appearance of 2 dragon heads locked in combat. This was the pinnacle of the State of Revelation. Mist curled around the peak, on top of which was a bell. Once per year, the bell would toll, and the echoes would reverberate out for 3 days. Beneath the bell was a forest of ornate buildings. This was none other than the most powerful sect in the nation, the Revelation sect. Atop the main gate of the Revelation sect sat a cultivator who wore black robes. He was very old, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. In the memories of the disciples of the Revelation sect, it had been a very, very long time since he had sat down there in meditation. No matter how the wind and rain buffeted him, no matter how many years passed by, he sat there like a rock, eternally still. Many disciples didn't even know who he was. Considering how he sat cross-legged in meditation underneath the Revelation bell, he was clearly an elder of the sect. However, whenever the powerful experts of the sect looked at him, their eyes would fill with intense looks of veneration. At the moment, the Revelation sect was filled with the uninterrupted sound of disciples chanting scriptures. The sound formed an invisible force which drifted about, then slowly congealed at the top of the mountain, where there seemed to be some type of vortex. The vortex would slowly suck in the power of the chanting. This was something that only cultivators could see. The chanting of the Revelation sect disciples rose up and then merged into the Revelation bell. In fact, the bell seemed to be sucking in, not just the chanting of the cultivators, but the prayers of everyone in the entire nation. At this moment, the old man who had been sitting under the Revelation bell for seemingly an eternity, began to tremble, and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the bell tolled, its sound echoing into the sky and sounding out through the entire state of Revelation. The disciples within the Revelation sect were shocked. The sect elders and powerful experts instantly opened their eyes from meditation. One by one, they turned into prismatic beams which shot toward the Revelation bell. When they arrived, they saw the black-robed old man sitting there, his eyes wide open. Greetings, Patriarch. Patriarch, are you in good health? Dozens of cultivators surrounded him, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed as if with lightning. His left pupil blazed with an intense brightness and looked like the sun, whereas his right pupil exuded darkness and had the appearance of a crescent moon. The 2 pupils were completely different. One look at this man, and you would never be able to forget him. When he opened his eyes, it seemed as if his forehead had split and another eye appeared. However, this was an eye invisible to others. The only thing an observer would see was a blood-red glow. Above him, storm clouds began to gather, and a fierce wind whipped about. Patriarch Reliance. You destroyed my clone and refused my good intentions. You're finished. I'm not the only one with a few tricks up my sleeve. What do you have to fall back on, your trifling spirit severing? You truly dare to arouse the wrath of the Dawn Immortal? The old man's face was grim. He slapped his hand onto the ground, and the mountain peak trembled. Ripples shook the ground, sending the surrounding cultivators retreating in shock. At the same time as the mountain began to shake, the Revelation bell sounded out, then rose up into the air. Surrounding the bell were countless magical symbols which flew and twisted about, glowing brightly. The glow was nearly blinding, and spread out throughout the entire state of Revelation. The demonic forces are descending. It is exactly as our ancestors divined. This shall prove to be a calamity for heaven and earth, but also a chance for Revelation to rise. I shall take back my clone's nascent soul, and then we will see if Patriarch Reliance still dares to be arrogant. Of course, this black-robed man was none other than Lord Revelation. His clone had been consumed by Patriarch Reliance, and this was his true self. As he spoke, he stood and flew up into the sky. He snatched up the enormous revelation bell and then transformed into a multicolored rainbow and shot toward the state of Zhao, radiating killing intent. Meanwhile, within the state of Zhao, a buzzing sound could be heard within the ancestral hall of the Cold Wind sect. With a strange look on his face, the disciple on duty pushed open the door. When he looked inside, his entire body began to shake, and a look of astonishment and intense dread appeared on his face. Within the ancestral hall, the life slips of various sect cultivators were neatly lined up on display. Suddenly, the life slips belonging to the sect's core formation priest as well as Elder Taishang began to crack and crumble. This meant that the core formation priest and Elder Taishang had died. Furthermore, the slips belonging to the foundation establishment elders fell apart. When this happened, the disciple on ancestral hall guard duty shook. A look of disbelief filled his face. When the core formation priest had departed with the others, he'd left behind a foundation establishment elder to guard the sect. When that man learned of the news, his face went pale, and he immediately ordered that no one be told. He knew that if something like this happened to a sect, if its core formation experts were killed, it was nothing other than a catastrophe. It would likely lead to the downfall of the entire sect. For almost all of the foundation establishment cultivators to be wiped out would only hasten the fall. What happened in Patriarch Reliance's meditation zone? The foundation establishment elder immediately gathered a group of chi condensation disciples and sent them in the direction of the Reliance sect. Next, trying to calm his mind, he took hold of a special horn that hadn't been sounded out for hundreds of years. This horn had a name, Horn of the Tao. Sounding the Horn of the Tao would awaken the sect's Tao reserves. Every clan and sect had Tao reserves, which would be passed down from generation to generation. For the three great sects, their Tao reserves would generally consist of a sect patriarch who had failed in reaching the nascent soul stage, but postponed death by resting in suspended animation in a pseudo-nascent soul condition. Only they would be able to suppress the panic that would arise because of the impending catastrophe. When the horn call sounded out in the Cold Wind sect, it reached the ears of an old withered man sitting cross-legged in a top-secret immortal's cave. He looked dead, his body was so emaciated it was little more than skin and bones. But when he heard the call of the horn, his eyes opened. His spiritual sense instantly roared out, enveloping the entire Cold Wind sect. When it entered the body of the foundation establishment cultivator, the man began to tremble, and a look of pain appeared on his face. He was filled with a powerful feeling that seemed as if it could obliterate him. This was spiritual sense, which was being used to rifle through his memories. After a while, the spiritual sense departed, and the foundation establishment cultivator fell to the ground panting, his body limp and his face pale. He knew that if he wasn't of the foundation establishment stage, the memory search that had just been performed on him would have killed him. A profound voice echoed out throughout the Cold Wind sect. Take my freezing jade and seal off all the mountains around the Reliance sect. Do not let anyone out of the region. I will be awake in a few hours. In the meantime, you go search the area for any clues. The foundation establishment cultivator immediately struggled to his feet, then clasped his fists and bowed deeply. An ice-cold piece of blue jade flew into his hand. Similar scenes played out in the Winding Stream sect and the Upright Evening sect. When the life slips belonging to their priests and elders crumbled, they all used their sect's Tao reserves. As of this moment, the cultivation world of the state of Zhao had been thrown into an uproar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Guy Hiding Trirane 1. Patriarch Reliance sat in his sealed meditation zone, the flames of his fury rising to the heavens. He cursed continuously in anger and pain. Regarding Meng Hao, the patriarch had a somewhat helpless feeling. After all, he was the Reliance sect's only heir. That little bastard is just too ruthless. I'm his patriarch. First he steals half my treasures, then takes away my demon sealing jade. After that, he robs me of my spiritual energy, and then shamelessly pillages one of my demonic lamps. He was nearly out of breath from cursing. When he thought of the ancient demonic lamp, he suddenly looked worried. Okay, so I didn't dispel the poison, that's true, but that doesn't mean you can act like this. An upright person should be reasonable. When I stole treasures from people, I discussed things with them reasonably first. He really reached the 13th level of chi condensation. All those years ago those bastards said that the demon sealing jade couldn't be taken away by someone who hadn't reached the 13th level of chi condensation. Originally I thought they were just trying to make it sound mysterious, and was really happy. Obviously, those old bastards tricked me. If the demon sealing jade couldn't be taken away, then even if my plan worked, I wouldn't be able to break the seal. But, wow! He actually reached the 13th level. And the little bastard took it away. I can feel that, the seal is weakening. I might be missing one of the demonic lamps, which reduces the chances of opening the demonic seal, but still, it's been unstable for years now.
And now, it's showing even more signs of weakness. Holy crap, how come the cultivators of the demon sealing sect always deceive me?
Those bastards were like this years ago, and now the little bastard is the same. Patriarch Reliance ground his teeth, but as he thought about all this, he remembered Meng Hao throwing his words back at him. Then he thought of his stubbornness in reaching the 13th level of chi condensation, and couldn't help but sigh. This kid really does things in line with my style. I didn't want to put myself in a bad position that time. You deceived me, I deceived you.
The old bastards from the demon sealing sect didn't tell the truth. They thought that if they ran away, I couldn't get at them.
Well, maybe that was true, but at least I could change the name from demon sealing sect to Reliance sect.
I couldn't deceive them, but I could deceive their descendants.
Damn it, if I'd known Meng Hao would reach the 13th level of chi condensation and then get the required latent talent to take away the demon sealing jade, I would have just dispelled his poison and sent him on his way as fast as possible. Then he would never have had the chance to reach the 13th level.
But if that happened, then I probably would never have the chance to open the seal, right? Patriarch Reliance was somewhat at a loss.
Even though he was upset, he could only sigh and feel torn.
Patriarch Reliance had a very eccentric personality and was not easy to get along with. Meng Hao didn't know that, of course.
In fact, before the sect had been disbanded, no one else had known either. Only the people who were of the same generation as Patriarch Reliance could know of such matters.
To them, the mere mention of Patriarch Reliance would arouse feelings of hatred. But you cannot use normal methods to analyze people with eccentric personalities.
For example, even though Meng Hao robbed his treasures, stole his spiritual energy, took away one of his demonic lamps and angered him to the point of driving him crazy, he actually felt admiration for him.
This type of thing is not something that ordinary people can understand.
Actually, if Meng Hao had just silently left, then Patriarch Reliance would have forgotten about him completely within a couple years.
But acting as he did had left a deep impression on Patriarch Reliance.
He would never be able to forget the complicated, torn feelings he was experiencing. Outside of the Reliance sect, in the state of Zhao, it was a warm and sunny day.
However, storm clouds were brewing on the horizon.
Meng Hao's face was calm as he sat cross-legged on his treasured fan. He soared forward at high speed. He had lowered his cultivation base back to the 9th level of chi condensation.
He wouldn't reveal the great circle of chi condensation unless he needed to.
Even though his achievements were significant, the poisons in his body had not been dispelled. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He sat in silent contemplation, trying to figure how to get rid of the poison.
Of the 4 poisons, I was able to get rid of 1.
Excepting the poison from the 3-colored poison pill, the other poisons will be easy to dispel.
I need to figure out the fastest way to find the poison-dispelling pills.
Regarding everything that had happened with Patriarch Reliance, Meng Hao's hatred and anger had already subsided. He glided along, and before long thunder and lightning filled the sky, big raindrops the size of beans fell down. The land was covered with sheets of rain, making everything look dim and hazy. It was raining now, but the general temperature was as hot as ever.
The heat was stifling enough to make it difficult to breathe. Only within the rain could a bit of coolness be felt.
Amidst the heavy rain, Meng Hao stopped gliding and stood atop a mountaintop. Looking off into the distance, he pushed the rain away so that it wouldn't fall onto him. It was like he was standing in his own land, separate from the rest of the murky world. He looked out at the earth surrounding him and thought of all his experiences over the past years. He had completed the great circle of chi condensation, which seemed like something from a dream. After thinking about everything for a long time, he sighed.
I wonder how elder sister Su is doing now, he said softly as her face appeared in his mind.
He looked off in the direction he supposed was the center of the southern domain. He lifted up his right hand, and a jade slip appeared. The jade slip was carved with mountains and rivers, and was covered with cracks. It looked as if it might crumble at any moment. This was what Patriarch Reliance had called a good luck charm, which he had found at the bottom of the mountain of spirit stones. He looked at it closely, then sent a bit of his spiritual energy into it.
There was no reaction.
Muttering to himself, he put the good luck charm back and then pulled out the palm-sized black flag. There appeared to be a spark of energy moving about inside it. Muttering to himself again, he opened his mouth and blew out some chi from his cultivation base, sending it into the flag.
This item isn't sealed to Patriarch Reliance, so I can use it. I'll need to refine it a bit before I can use its full power, though. He infused it with some more chi before putting it back.
Next, he carefully brought out the burning oil lamp, within which was a tiny figure sitting cross-legged. When Meng Hao pulled out the burning nascent soul, streams of spiritual energy once again roiled out. Flames appeared in front of his eyes, but he didn't feel any heat.
However, he knew that it was powerful. After all, the flame was life force and the nascent soul was the fuel. This item will be extremely useful. I can use it as a life-saving treasure. Eager to the extreme, Meng Hao tucked it back into the bag of the cosmos. At last, he pulled out the ancient jade piece. It carried a sense of profound ancientness, as if it had existed for countless ages. Meng Hao looked at it, heart-thumping. He sent some spiritual energy into it, upon which 3 characters appeared in his head. Demon Sealing Sect. Some mnemonics also appeared, which he couldn't quite see clearly. Only the first 3 characters were legible. He poured a greater amount of spiritual energy into it, whereupon a roaring sound filled his head. He involuntarily took a few steps back and immediately stopped forcing spiritual energy into it. He could tell that someone who hadn't completed the great circle of chi condensation would only be able to see the 3 characters and a bit beyond that. As of now, he was only able to read the first line. Ancient Tao, tenacious desire to seal the heavens, benefaction for all in the mountains, inevitable Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas, perennial will. Meng Hao's body trembled and suddenly his vision cleared. The rain was currently falling on him, soaking him. A strange light filled his eyes. He looked back down silently at the jade slip. In his head, images appeared of the demonic technique used by Patriarch Reliance, and the demonic magic Shangguan Xiu had used to control the aura of Mount Duqing. After contemplating for a long time, he still didn't understand. He sat down cross-legged, again pouring some spiritual energy into the jade slip. Once more, he contemplated the word's deep meaning. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. The rain had come quickly, and it passed quickly. Meng Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Even as a child, he had been very smart. Even though he hadn't succeeded in his life as a scholar, once he entered the Reliance sect, he had been very quick to grasp magical techniques. He didn't need to spend a lot of time practicing. In fact, this was the first time he had ever had trouble utilizing a mnemonic. It was as if the mnemonic was something which required enlightenment to understand. Without enlightenment, it could only be observed from the outside, never entered. The words seem extremely complicated, their true meaning obscure. It's like trying to look at flowers in the midst of fog, or the moon on rippling seawater. He pondered silently for a while, until a bright look appeared in his eyes. He lifted his head and gazed up at the sky, looking a bit hesitant. More time passed. Finally, determination rose in his eyes. He leaped up, and a flying sword appeared beneath his feet as he shot off into the distance. If I can reach Foundation establishment, then I can fly for long periods. That will be much better than this. The wind buffeted his face as he soared forward. After a while, the flying sword's momentum began to fade. Meng Hao dropped to the ground and continued to run. Time passed slowly. The first time he had left these mountains, he had been at the 6th level of chi condensation, and it had taken him 2 days. Now, he was of the great circle of chi condensation, and it only took about an hour. Soon, he was out of the mountains, and had reached the North Sea. 2. He stood once again on the shore, looking out at the lake. He took a deep breath, and then, face filled with sincerity, clasped his hands and bowed deeply 2 times. The first bow was for the North Sea's kindness in demonstrating the Tao and helping him break through his bottleneck. The second bow was for when the North Sea had helped him during his battle with Ding Xin, when it had saved his life and caused him to be reborn. I've already made my promise 2 times, so I won't say it again. It has been imprinted onto my heart. He lifted his head, looking out toward the center of the lake. After some time, he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to meditate. In his mind, the mnemonic from the jade slip appeared. Ancient Tao, tenacious desire to seal the heavens, benefaction for all in the mountains, inevitable Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas, perennial will. A long time passed, and the words continued to reverberate in his mind. And yet, he still did not understand what they meant. More time passed as Meng Hao continued to try to decipher the meaning of the words. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed out from across the lake. Young sir, do you want to cross the sea? Meng Hao lifted his head and saw a boat approaching. On the boat was an old man wearing a woven rush raincoat. Inside was a young girl, 8 or 9 years old, with big eyes. When she looked at Meng Hao, an innocent smile appeared on her face. Meng Hao laughed, clasping hands and bowing to the old man and the girl. Then he leaped up onto a flying sword and shot toward them. He dropped down into the boat. Just like before, there was a bottle of alcohol being warmed. The young girl took it out and poured a cup for Meng Hao, but didn't hand it to him. She put her chin onto her hands and looked at him. Big brother, why did you come back? She said, her voice pure and clear. Did you come to see Guy Iding try rain? Meng Hao stared at her blankly. Guiding Trirane is my name. But, you can't tell anybody, okay, big brother?
She laughed and winked at Meng Hao, looking very charming. Meng Hao smiled and cupped his hands again in a bow, then accepted the cup of alcohol. The old man laughed as the boat continued on toward the center of the lake.
He looked back at Meng Hao.
We haven't seen each other for many days. Young sir, your demeanor is much more refined than in the past.
Are you heading for the other shore this time?
I of the junior generation am not here to cross the lake, Meng Hao said lightly, taking a sip of alcohol.
I'm here to clear up some confusion. This chapter sponsored by Hein Hogberg.
1. In the original release of this chapter, Ergen challenged the audience to figure out the meaning of Guiding Trirane's name.
There was much debate about it. Here is the breakdown of her name. Chinese characters. Transliteration, Gu Yi Ding Sanyu. Characters. Gu, ancient, old.
Yi, second, the second of the heavenly stems, bent, winding. Ding, surname, man, fourth of the heavenly stems.
San, 3. Yu, rain.
2. Previous related chapters about the North Sea, Chapter 44 and Chapter 66. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90.
Chapter 90, The Great Path of Demon Sealing, a concept like a scripture. The old man put down the oar and looked back at Meng Hao. Laughing, he walked over, poured himself some alcohol, and then took a drink.
Clear up what confusion?
Meng Hao held his cup of alcohol and then softly said, I'm confused about something I read.
It said, ancient Tao, tenacious desire to seal the heavens. Shock suddenly covered the face of the old man.
The blood drained from the face of the young girl.
Waves suddenly surged across the North Sea, causing the boat to rock back and forth violently. Stop! Cried the old man.
The cup of alcohol in his hand suddenly disappeared into a dark mist and he stared at Meng Hao.
Meng Hao gaped. Don't say that again.
I can't explain those words to you.
Neither can anyone else in heaven or earth. If you truly seek enlightenment, then enter the heart of the sea.
He closed his mouth and looked at the young girl. Some time passed, and finally her countenance returned to normal.
She gave a slight nod. Meng Hao was silent for a while, before asking, What do you mean by the heart of the sea?
In a tone of voice which carried deep profundity, the old man said, There are things which have been concealed at the bottom of the sea for 1,000 years.
That is the heart of the sea.
If you seek an answer to your questions, perhaps you should also examine your own heart. Meng Hao found himself lost in thought for a long time. When he finally looked up, his eyes widened in shock. There was no trace of the old man or the young girl.
He was alone on the lake. In fact, the boat had disappeared too.
He stared blankly for a while, until his vision came to focus on a spot some distance away. There, on the far bank, a group of people was lowering a brand new boat into the water. It slowly entered the lake, and then laughter rang out. The sounds of the people's celebratory cheers surrounded the boat. The boat slowly approached the center of the lake. Rowing it was a middle-aged man, accompanied by a woman and a child. Meng Hao watched as, day after day, year after year, he rowed back and forth across the lake. Many years passed, and the man grew old.
The man's son grew up, and took over rowing the boat. Years and years passed. Generations and generations.
The boat, once brand new, slowly began to crack and grow old.
It began to age. Eventually it grew so dilapidated that it couldn't be repaired.
Like a life that has reached its limit, it couldn't be forced to go on any further.
It slowly sank to the bottom of the lake.
It had lived its life on the surface, and died at the bottom. Its existence had been on the waters of the lake, accompanying generation after generation of mortals who had created it.
Other than them, the lake was its entire life. In its life, the lake was its companion.
No one could hear the voice of the lake, but it could. When it sank to the bottom, it died, but was also reborn.
At that moment, it awoke.
The moment it awoke, it saw a young girl standing at the bottom of the lake, smiling at him.
Will you accompany me forever?
I don't know how long forever is, but in my past life, I could hear your voice.
Now that I've died, I want to accompany you. I want you to be part of my next life.
At this moment it came to understand that, it was the spirit of the boat. Listening to the voice of the lake over the countless years had caused the boat's spirit to come into being. Before dying, its life had been the waters of the lake. After death, its spirit would protect the lake forever, into eternity. It was then that a boat once again appeared on the surface of the lake. Inside the boat was a young girl warming a bottle of alcohol. Together, they floated to and fro across the lake. Meng Hao's mind shook as he saw all of this transpire in front of him.
Everything grew blurry for a moment, and then came back into focus. He was once again in the boat.
The old man was there in front of him, grinning at him and holding his cup of alcohol. The girl looked up at him, smiling, her chin resting in her hands. The old man took a drink.
This is my heart. Do you understand, successor of the demon-sealing sect? Meng Hao was silent for a moment.
Frustration shined in his eyes.
He did not understand. Don't search too hard for an answer. If you do, the answer you find might be false. At some point in your life, perhaps you will be able to find the answer. Don't give up.
The old man looked at Meng Hao solemnly. Big brother, said the young girl, its aura is beneath your feet.
Don't provoke it.
Remember, the great path of demon sealing. Waves once again surged across the lake in all directions, great, tall waves that seemed to touch the sky.
Everything turned dark amidst the thunderous roar. The boat sank into the water. Meng Hao didn't leap out of the boat.
Instead, he closed his eyes. After some time passed, he opened them and found himself sitting cross-legged on the lakeshore.
The lake was still. There were no waves and no boat.
What that had just happened had been an illusion. The girl had not appeared, nor had the old man. Everything had occurred in a dream.
Its aura is beneath my feet.
Meng Hao's eyes shone with confusion.
He looked down at his feet.
He saw nothing but his shoes. The great path of demon sealing, a concept like a scripture. Meng Hao frowned, still unable to comprehend the meaning of the words. He slowly got to his feet, then clasped his hands and bowed a third time to the lake. He looked out at the waters. I don't understand today, he said softly, but I will achieve enlightenment one day.
Waves suddenly rippled out upon the lake, seemingly in response to Meng Hao. Meng Hao was just about to leave, when suddenly his eyes flickered.
Turning his head, he saw that off in the distance, several beams of light were flying toward him.
Meng Hao! So here you are. The priest sent us searching for you. Grab him, and then everything will be made clear.
There were 3 flashing beams, and 3 cultivators. One of them was at the 9th level of chi condensation, the others were at the 8th.
All 3 of them rode massive jade flutes. The 2 8th level cultivators were known to Meng Hao.
They were Zhou and 2 of the Winding Stream sect, who had attempted to chase and kill Meng Hao before. The person of the 9th level of chi condensation was a young man of about 30 years of age. A cold, indifferent look covered his face as he stared at Meng Hao. They were being followed by 5 more people who sped along on foot.
Meng Hao's expression was calm. He gave the people a glance, then ignored them, bowing once again to the North Sea. As he did, the eyes of Zhou and 2 flashed. Their hands flickered with incantation signs, and dark clouds began to accumulate in the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The young man of the 9th level slapped his bag of holding, and an enormous drum appeared. He beat the drum once. It emitted a thunderous boom which caused surrounding rocks and dirt to leap up into the air and fly toward Meng Hao. At the same time, a lightning bolt shot toward Meng Hao. As it approached, he calmly made a fist and punched the lightning. A boom echoed out as it shattered, transforming into a multitude of sparks which then dissipated into the air. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. Are you looking to die? He shouted. He leaped forward, and a whistling flying sword appeared beneath his feet. He transformed into a multicolored beam of light as he shot toward the 3 people flying above him. At this moment, the mass of flying dirt and rocks was almost upon him. He punched a fist toward it. The power of the 13th level of chi condensation, the great circle of chi condensation, erupted within Meng Hao's body. He was now cut off from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the approaching cloud of sand and stones was smashed into nothing by the power of his fist. A massive wind rose up. His 3 opponents' faces filled with shock as they felt a force like that of a mountain pushing against them. They spat up blood, especially Zhou and Tuesday. Their jade flutes shattered, and they retreated, their faces filled with astonishment. Even as they moved backwards, 2 sword auras shot past them. Their heads flew into the sky, showering blood everywhere. 2 cultivators of the 8th level of chi condensation, dead in an instant. Meng Hao turned and looked at the 9th level Winding Stream sect disciple. His face was pale and his body trembled as he retreated. The people on the ground had stopped moving, astonished expressions on their faces. What is the level of your cultivation base? Said the 9th level Winding Stream sect disciple, his heart trembling, disbelief covering his face. In his mind, someone of the 9th level of chi condensation couldn't simply kill 2 8th level cultivators in one instant. Perhaps he was Foundation establishment? However, although Meng Hao emanated an enigmatic air, it was not the power of foundation establishment. Therefore, the winding stream sect disciple was incredibly surprised and bewildered. Even as the words came out of the man's mouth, Meng Hao moved forward, his face tranquil. Seeing this, the winding stream sect disciple's heart began to race. He turned and fled. Unfortunately for him, he was only of the 9th level of qi condensation. Even if he could go a bit faster, his speed could never come close to matching Meng Hao, who was of the great circle of qi condensation. He had barely begun to flee before Meng Hao was next to him. Meng Hao's fist descended. The 9th level disciple's pupils constricted, and a profound sense of life and death danger encompassed him. With a low shout, he slapped his bag of holding. Several flying swords appeared, as well as a drum and a jade slip covered with mystical carvings. Meng Hao's expression did not change in the least bit. His fist continued to descend. The flying swords shattered into pieces. The drum made a crashing sound as it exploded. Next was the jade slip. This jade slip could withstand an attack from someone of the 9th level of qi condensation. But Meng Hao was of the great circle of qi condensation. The jade slip was incapable of blocking him. It was shattered into tiny pieces. None of these things were even slightly capable of providing a defense. The winding stream sect disciple was now out of magical items. He watched wide-eyed as Meng Hao's fist came closer and closer, until it landed onto his chest. A bang rang out. This winding stream sect disciple was famous in his sect, and was even known throughout the state of Zhao. But now, his chest sank in, and a fountain of blood shot out of his mouth. Like a kite whose string has been severed, he tumbled backwards 20 or 30 meters, dead. From beginning to end, it took the space of a few breaths for Meng Hao to kill 3 people. The rest of the winding stream sect disciples on the ground had looks of profound fear written on their pale faces. It was hard to tell who fled first, because they scattered almost immediately. The only thought in their minds was, run. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but inside he sighed. Because of the incident with Yan Zigua, Meng Hao had learned the importance of leaving behind no witnesses. He knew that killing must be done resolutely. Even though he didn't want to, attacking was a necessity. The old Meng Hao would never have made a move against the fleeing people. But today was different. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. 10 flying swords flew out, infused with the power of the great circle of qi condensation. The quality of the swords was poor, and incapable of containing such power, so they exploded, transforming into countless fragments, which continued to fly forward. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. Each and every one of the fleeing winding stream sect disciples dropped dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, What Goes Around Comes Around. Fire globe after fire globe descended onto the corpses. The reek of blood still filled the air, but it was soon overpowered by the stench of scorched flesh. The disgusting odor emanated out in all directions. Meng Hao collected the bags of holding. He sniffed the air, then with one last silent look at the North Sea, turned and left. I can't stay in the state of Zhao anymore. I need to leave. Meng Hao knew that if the winding stream sect had appeared, then the rest of the 3 great sects must also be aware of the deaths of their priests and elders. Soon, the mountains would be crawling with qi condensation cultivators seeking to determine how they had died. Meng Hao frowned. Looking off into the distance, an image appeared in his mind, a map of the southern domain. On the other side of these mountains was a vast plain which was the border of the state of Zhao. It's not far, but things will get violent here very soon. I can't stay any longer. Meng Hao changed his direction. These mountains belonged to the region of the Reliance sect. He would leave the state of Zhao by a different route. With his mind made up, Meng Hao raced forward. Unfortunately, before he could get far, his eyes narrowed, and he dropped to the ground. Frowning, he looked off into the distance with cold eyes. A few dozen kilometers ahead of him, an enormous glowing shield was descending from the sky. It transformed into countless flakes of flying snow which cut off the Reliance sect outer reaches from the rest of the world. Floating in the sky off in the distance was a middle-aged man wearing a long black robe. His cultivation base was at the foundation establishment stage. In his hand he held a piece of frozen jade. Beams of light twirled around it slowly. This magical item was the source of the flying snow shield that surrounded everything, sealing it off. Surrounding the man were 7 or 8 qi condensation cultivators, with dignified looks on their faces. From their clothing, Meng Hao could tell that they were from the Cold Wind sect. No wonder they're called the 3 great sects. Even with so many foundation establishment elders dead, even more appear.
Meng Hao's heart sank as he realized that this seal had completely cut off his path of escape. He had no way to leave now. Before he had time to examine the situation further, he suddenly shot backward. The flying snow shield had suddenly begun to contract rapidly. As it did, it completely froze the land and trees it passed. It moved rapidly, heading directly toward Meng Hao's position. Of course, it wasn't targeting Meng Hao, this was just a normal function of the sealing spell. The contraction wouldn't last for long, it would move inward a few hundred kilometers, then slowly come to a stop. Meng Hao was not very far away from it. As he retreated, he had no time concealed his movements. As it approached, he hopped onto a flying sword, transforming into a beam of light, which of course attracted the attention of the Cold Wind sect cultivators. That person. It's Meng Hao. I saw his picture. So, it's Meng Hao. The priests and the others are looking for him. Seize him. Then we can finally understand what happened here. The eyes of the Cold Wind sect cultivators glowed with ill intentions. All of you, go capture him, said the Foundation Establishment cultivator. I'm consolidating the sealing spell and still need few moments. Having just activated the seal contraction, he wasn't able to leave his position. However, as far as he was concerned, Meng Hao was incapable of escape. As soon as the words left the man's mouth, the 7 or 8 Cold Wind disciples shot after Meng Hao in pursuit. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He shot forward, the seal contracting behind him, the cultivators right behind it, hot in pursuit. As he raced forward, the Cold Wind shield grew closer and closer, until it was only about 30 meters away. Finally, it slowed down and stopped contracting. It became a thick shield of ice, covering the entire Reliance sect mountainous regions. The seal was actually not completely solidified. If he was only at the 9th level of Qi condensation, he would not have been able to tell. But he was of the great circle of Qi condensation. Looking at the seal, he could tell that it would not last for very long. I can't get out, and I can't kill my way out. I need to get over the mountains as fast as possible. Looking at this seal, I can tell it will start to loosen up soon. Once it does, I can make my escape. Meng Hao gritted his teeth. He knew that this plan was a bit of a stretch, but he didn't have many other options. Finding a way to conceal himself for a bit of time would do, but first he had to take the initiative to get out of his current situation. Eyes gleaming, he ceased his retreat. Instead, he stood there, watching coldly as 8 Cold Wind sect cultivators approached. 8 people in all. 2 of the 9th level of Qi condensation, 4 of the 8th and 2 of the 7th. They all have magical flight items. It seems the 3 sects are quite anxious. They didn't spare any cost at all to get here as quickly as possible. Meng Hao glanced back at the Foundation Establishment cultivator, he was maintaining the spell and couldn't move at the moment. However, as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he was extremely powerful. He floated there, looking coldly at Meng Hao. As their gazes locked onto each other, the 8 other cultivators shot through the flying snow shield. This was one of the strange properties of this particular shield, it could be entered into, but not exited. The 8 people descended onto Meng Hao, their faces twisted with vicious grins. He sprang into action. He clenched his right hand into a fist, stepped forward, and smashed it into the ground. The power of the great circle of Qi condensation exploded out as a gale force wind slammed into the 8 cultivators. They stopped in their tracks, shock written on their faces. At the same time, 2 wooden swords appeared in Meng Hao's hands. They screamed through the air, and the heads of the 2 7th level Qi condensation disciples flew into the air. One breath, said Meng Hao to himself. The Foundation Establishment cultivator had said he only needed a few moments. Meng Hao wasn't sure if that was true or not. Either way, his own requirement was that he wipe out these 8 people within the space of 10 breaths. Amidst the whistling screams of the wooden swords, the remaining 6 disciples scrambled to pull out magical items. Before that could happen, Meng Hao spun, dashing toward one of the 8th level cultivators. He didn't use a magical item, but rather his shoulder. Boom! Meng Hao slammed into him, and blood shot out of his mouth. His body caved in, and as he flew backward, Meng Hao flicked his right hand. A massive flame python appeared, 60 meters long. Roaring, it shot toward another 8th level cultivator. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the flame python consuming him whole. 4 breaths. In 4 breaths, Meng Hao had killed 4 people. The remaining 4 looked on in shock. Meng Hao had attacked with a viciousness they had never before seen. Now that he had revealed the power of his cultivation base, the remaining 4 cultivators trembled, unable to comprehend what was happening. Off in the distance, the Foundation Establishment cultivator looked on in shock. Moments ago, he had seen that Meng Hao was at the 9th level of Qi condensation, but in the space of a few breaths, his cultivation base had suddenly climbed to an incredible height.
6 breaths.
Meng Hao's hand flickered in an incantation, and the sword auras from the 2 wooden swords spilled out. The remaining 2 cultivators of the 8th level of chi condensation tried to defend with magical items as the swords shot forward. Horrified screams rang out as their hearts were stabbed through. Their bodies fell to the ground. Now, only 2 cultivators remained, both of the 9th level of chi condensation. Their faces pale, they had already begun to edge backwards. When Meng Hao's cold gaze fell upon them, they scattered, each one running off in a different direction. With a cold look on his face, Meng Hao raised his right hand, which flickered with an incantation. A massive wind blade appeared, 15 or 20 meters long. It sped forth with a shrill whistling sound. At the same time, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding. The black bow appeared in his hand. He drew back on the bow, and then shot an arrow toward the other person.
8 breaths, said Meng Hao softly. 2 booming sounds rang out.
The wind blade slashed through the first 9th level cultivator, splitting his body in 2 and sending blood and gore splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, a black arrow pierced the other cultivator's head, causing it to explode violently.
8 breaths, 8 kills.
Meng Hao, expressionless, looked out through the flying snow shield at the Foundation Establishment cultivator for a moment.
Then his body transformed into a glittering beam and he shot off into the distance.
He moved about, avoiding quite a few cultivators. But the area covered by the sealing spell was not large. With so many cultivators of the 8th and 9th levels of chi condensation, it wouldn't take them long to search everywhere. As for Foundation Establishment cultivators, they could fly, and would be able to search even faster. Meng Hao continued to evade detection, until finally he approached the Reliance sect itself. It was then that 10 beams of light appeared in the sky, soaring forward at top speed. In the lead of this group of people was a grim-faced old man. Unlike the others who surrounded him, he was not soaring, but actually flying. Cultivators of the chi condensation stage could not do this. This man was clearly a Foundation Establishment cultivator.
The Upright Evening Sect. Catching sight of them, Meng Hao sighed.
He finally came to accept that he would not be able to escape this day. He could try to hide, but he would be found eventually.
Meng Hao.
Upon catching sight of him, the faces of the Upright Evening Sect cultivators twisted. The old man of the Foundation Establishment stage raced toward Meng Hao, his eyes shining.
Meng Hao's eyes grew dark as he watched the Foundation Establishment cultivator approach.
The massive power of the Foundation Establishment stage roiled out from the man. The immensity of this power caused the surrounding chi condensation cultivators to shrink back, their cultivation bases teetering. This was the might of Foundation Establishment. He flew through the air with seemingly no effort, imposing to the extreme. Without even trying, he caused the chi condensation cultivators to tremble. But Meng Hao was not an ordinary chi condensation cultivator. A 13th level cultivator of the Great Circle of Chi Condensation had not been seen since ancient times.
He had spiritual sense.
Although it wasn't very strong, it was there.
His cultivation base was not thrown into chaos like the others.
His physical body was more powerful, his chi vessels tougher, even his bones were stronger. Despite facing up against a powerful Foundation Establishment expert, he refused to retreat back even half a pace. So, the person who created all these waves in the state of Zhao is a cultivator halfway to the Foundation Establishment stage, said the Foundation Establishment cultivator coolly. Today, however, if I say you shall die, then die you shall. Just then, another beam of radiant light appeared from behind Meng Hao. It screamed toward them. This was none other than the Cold Wind Sect's Foundation Establishment expert. He radiated a killing aura. I tread the path of cultivation, and am not ignorant of the rules of life and death, said Meng Hao coolly.
I can kill others, so naturally, others can kill me. But let me ask you a question. You 3 sects permitted Shangguan Xiu to absorb the life force of the mortals of 3 counties.
He even damaged their longevity.
Mortals do not practice cultivation.
Harming a cultivator is one thing, but you, for selfish personal gain, permitted such a horrific act.
This is a violation of the theory of law. What goes around comes around.
He had wanted to say these words for a long time.
Theory of law?
In heaven and earth, the powerful people make the laws.
And if what goes around comes around, then you've got something coming to you, wouldn't you say? Meng Hao said nothing. He simply looked up into the sky. This chapter was sponsored by Robert Moran.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Exterminate Foundation Establishment.
In front of Meng Hao was the old Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Upright Evening sect. Behind him was the enraged Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect. As of this moment, Foundation Establishment cultivators from two of the three great sects of the state of Zhao had appeared. In his heart, Meng Hao knew that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. It would be difficult to escape.
Theoretically, he could lead them into Patriarch Reliance's secluded meditation zone, but to do that would require the cooperation of Patriarch Reliance himself. Considering everything that had happened between the two of them, and also considering the Patriarch's temperament, it was doubtful he would help out. Furthermore, Meng Hao had already used that ruse that once. The chances of tricking more people in the same way was not high. In the end, though, he had little choice but to try. The priests and elders of the three great sects are not dead, he said suddenly, just as the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Upright Evening sect approached with hand raised. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's eyes gleamed. The face of the man from the Cold Wind sect also flickered. They're trapped inside Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave. It's right over there. He lifted his hand to point at the East Mountain. The eyes of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect flashed like lightning as he glanced up at the peak. The group of Qi condensation cultivators from the Upright Evening sect also looked toward the East Mountain. However, the Upright Evening sect Foundation Establishment Cultivator smiled. It was a gruesome smile filled with ridicule. I'm interested to know how you are aware that the priests and elders from the three great sects are dead. Hearing this, Meng Hao's heart flip-flopped, although his expression did not change. It actually doesn't matter what you say. Once I get a hold of you, you'll answer all my questions. He lifted his right hand and stretched it out towards Meng Hao. As he did, the power of his Foundation Establishment cultivation base exploded out, and an enormous hand appeared in the air in front of him. It screamed through the air, heading directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao immediately began to dodge, but even as he did so, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect flicked his sleeve and gave out a cold laugh. A fierce wind shot toward Meng Hao. Both Foundation Establishment cultivators attacked at the same time. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding. A sheet of lightning appeared which coalesced into a lightning flag. This flag was one of the objects he had taken from Patriarch Reliance, and it had the power to defend against attacks from Foundation Establishment cultivators. As soon as it appeared, it grew, transforming into a sheet of mist, within which lightning roiled. The mist expanded out to cover Meng Hao. An explosion rolled out. Inside the mist, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body was shoved backward. The eyes of the old Foundation Establishment cultivator grew wide, and he stared in shock at the mist. The man from the Cold Wind sect gasped loudly. The mist surrounding Meng Hao was about 15 or 20 meters in diameter. Meng Hao's face was pale and his mouth was smeared with blood. His internal organs ached and bled, and only by extorting a huge amount of effort was he able to keep them under control. To employ the full power of the flag would require significant refinement, and Meng Hao hadn't had very much time to practice with it. As such, he could only utilize half of its power. It rotated around him unstably. "This is an excellent treasure," said the old man from the Upright Evening sect. "Too bad you can't use it correctly. Let's see how much of my magic you can withstand." He moved forward, raising his hand again. A field of black dust spread out in front of him. It glittered as it transformed into a multitude of black threads, which then flew toward the mist. A boom rang out, and then the old man himself neared the mist. Every time he waved his hand back and forth, the black dust threads smashed into the mist, causing booms to ring out. With a cold smile, the Cold Wind sect cultivator flashed an incantation sign. His hand instantly transformed into ice, which then shattered and reformed in front of him into a larger hand. The icy hand shot toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it reached him. Thunderous roars filled the air as the black threads and the icy hand caused the mist surrounding Meng Hao to slowly contract. Inside, blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and his body felt as if it were about to be torn to pieces. His mind was in a jumble, and his face as pale as death. A feeling of life and death peril enveloped him. The thread connecting him to the lightning flag could be severed at any moment. When that happened, it wouldn't matter that Meng Hao's cultivation base had completed the great circle of Qi condensation. That was still the Qi condensation stage, and he was facing the Foundation Establishment stage. The gap between the two was too vast. At this critical juncture, Meng Hao, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly slapped his bag of holding. In his hand appeared an oil lamp, from within which emitted an ancient qi. The wick of this lamp was a nascent soul, sitting cross-legged in meditation. It was none other than Lord Revelation. The nascent soul was the fuel, and life force was the fire. The blazing flame cast light onto Meng Hao's face.
A ferocious expression filled his face, and his eyes shined with killing intent. He had thought of the only possible way to get out of this situation. He took a deep breath, and suddenly, popping sounds rang out from his body. His cultivation base began to rotate with the power of the great circle of chi condensation. His core roiled and churned, and spiritual power raced through his chi passageways. He poured the full power of his cultivation base into a single mouthful of chi. He looked out past the mist. Because the mist was covering him, no one could see the oil lamp in his hand. Furthermore, none of the chi from the lamp emanated outwards. Bangs rang out as the mist continued to contract. Currently, it only stretched out about 3 meters. More black dust appeared in the hand of the old Foundation establishment cultivator. "Open up!" he roared, waving his hand toward the mist. Instantly, an explosion could be heard as the mist shattered and dispersed, reforming into the lightning flag, which flew back to Meng Hao. "If I say today is the day you die, then you will die." The old man waved his hand again, and the black dust descended toward Meng Hao. It was then that the old man noticed the oil lamp in the hands of pale-faced Meng Hao. His expression suddenly changed. "Is that Meng Hao's killing intent sword?" Without giving his opponent even the chance to think, he opened his lips and spit out the mouthful of chi. The chi passed through the flame of the oil lamp. As it did, it expanded out into a massive conflagration. The old Foundation establishment cultivator retreated, shocked. But the expanding flames were too fast, and reached him in an instant. Miserable screams filled the air as fire consumed him. The black dust in his hand had already been vaporized. Within seconds, his clothing, and then his flesh, had been reduced to ash. Everything happened too quickly. The surrounding cultivators didn't even have time to react. By the time the blood-curdling screams began to ring out, the old cultivator had already been burned into nothingness. Nothing remained, not even his bag of holding. Meng Hao's face was pale, and his hands trembled. The chi he had just shot out contained all the power of his cultivation base, as well as the fearsome might of the oil lamp's flame. Everything was as silent as death. Wisps of twisting demonic flame still floated about in the spot where the Foundation establishment cultivator had been incinerated. The sounds of his screams still echoed in the air. The 9 or so remaining cultivators from the upright evening sect looked on with expressions of disbelief. Elder Zhang just... What was that fire? This is impossible. Elder Zhang is a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly die under Meng Hao's hand? They didn't dare to believe. A mighty Foundation establishment expert, unexpectedly, burned to death by a flame cast by a chi condensation cultivator. In their minds, this was an impossibility. Foundation establishment cultivators simply could not be killed by chi condensation cultivators. Even a weak Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't be able to die at the hand of a chi condensation cultivator. What they had just witnessed set their minds spinning into chaos. They stared at Meng Hao in astonishment. What they didn't know was that the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Cold Wind sect was even more flabbergasted than they were. He stared at the place where the old Foundation establishment cultivator had just been, his eyes wide, his face pale, and his heart trembling. An indescribable fear gripped his heart. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was in an elite position in the state of Zhao, and rarely had anything to fear. Yet now, he was afraid. In fact, afraid is probably not the appropriate word. He was petrified. He looked at the oil lamp in Meng Hao's hand, his mind reeling. The terror in his heart grew stronger. He didn't know what fire this chi condensation disciple had wielded, but he had an inkling. That must have been nascent soul fire. That's a nascent soul. That fire was kindled with life force to form nascent soul fire. It can burn to death, not only Foundation establishment cultivators, but also core formation stage cultivators. His breathing agitated, he stared at Meng Hao. His scalp grew numb, and he subconsciously retreated a few paces. He did not dare to get any closer. At the moment, he had forgotten completely about his prestigious Foundation establishment status. Meng Hao stood there on his flying sword, the lamp in his hand. He made a beckoning motion with his left hand, and the lightning flag flew back into his bag of holding. He rotated his cultivation base, staring coldly at the Cold Wind sect cultivator. It was at this moment, however, that 3 blurs of light appeared in the air above the Reliance sect, each one over 30 meters wide. Ripples spread out from them as they shot mightily toward Meng Hao and the others. Within the 3 beams were 3 old men who looked as if they had just climbed out of the grave. Their faces were covered with wrinkles, and strong death chi emanated from their bodies. And yet, along with the death chi that circled about them was the chi of their condensation bases. This chi was eminently powerful. It was not quite of the nascent soul stage, but they had definitely completed the great circle of core formation.
Meng Hao's heart sank, and he clasped his oil lamp tightly.
He had just expended roughly 80 to 90% of his cultivation base. It had taken that much to create the terrifying fire he had just utilized. Their speed was incredible as they approached. A relieved expression appeared in the eye of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect. And yet, at that very moment, a chi appeared which surpassed that of the pseudo-nascent soul stage patriarchs. In an instant, the chi enveloped the entire state of Zhao. An enormous bell appeared above the Reliance sect, and a grim voice filled the air.
Patriarch Reliance, get the hell out and face me. The voice crackled like lightning, its power filling the sky. Its might billowed out, shattering the flying snow shield.
As for the 9 or so chi condensation disciples from the Upright Evening sect, blood fountained out of their mouths, and then one by one, they exploded, unable to withstand the power. Meng Hao's body shook, and he spit out blood. He looked up into the sky, his eyes narrowing. The face of the Cold Wind sect's Foundation Establishment Cultivator twisted, and the approaching patriarchs from the 3 great sects looked amazed. They stopped flying and immediately clasped hands and bowed toward an old man in a black robe who stood next to the bell in the sky. His robes whipped about in the wind. Behind him, the clouds spun violently. The pupil of his left eye looked like the sun, and shone with brilliant light.
The right eye was dark, and its pupil looked like a crescent moon.
On his forehead was a strange-looking slit, within which appeared to be another eye.
This eye itself was invisible, but emitted a bloody glow. It was Lord Revelation.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Sever the Tao, Change Heaven and Earth, Demonic Will.
The instant he saw Lord Revelation, Meng Hao's body grew stiff.
In his hands, the nascent soul of Lord Revelation's clone burned in the demonic lamp.
Lord Revelation's shout shook the earth for millions of kilometers in all directions.
Mountains trembled in the sky filled with dark, roiling clouds.
Meng Hao's heart quivered and blood seeped out of his mouth. His body was pushed backwards relentlessly.
He coughed up an entire mouthful of blood.
Everyone in the region of the Reliance sect, including the pseudo-nascent soul patriarchs and the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect, were as frightened as cicadas in cold weather.
They didn't dare to make even the slightest sound.
They stared up into the sky, astonished, their eyes filled with dread. And yet, despite the quaking of the earth, the area around Patriarch Reliance's secluded meditation zone was completely quiet. Not a sound could be heard from Patriarch Reliance. Lord Revelation hovered in the air next to his bell. His eyes shone with the splendor of the sun and moon. The darkness and light seemed to interlock and then combine with the crimson bloody glow which emanated from the slit on his forehead. He lifted his right hand up, and then waved it downward. As he did, the dark glow, the bright light and the bloody essence combined to form the image of a hand. It began to descend toward the earth. It takes some time to describe, but happened in an instant. A roar filled the air as the hand fell downward toward the east mountain of the Reliance sect. As the hand descended onto the east mountain, it began to crumble, layer after layer crashing down and disintegrating into dust.
By the time the hand had finished its descent, the east mountain was gone.
The earth shook, and a fierce wind kicked up.
After destroying the east mountain, the hand didn't stop.
It continued to pierce down into the ground, as if Lord Revelation knew exactly where Patriarch Reliance's secluded meditation chamber was located. A boom resonated outward, filling nearly half of the state of Zhao. The earth rippled outwards. It seemed that the hand had pierced down and actually destroyed Patriarch Reliance's secluded meditation zone.
After the hand finally disappeared, the onlookers saw a massive hole.
Within it were numerous incomplete restrictive spells.
The place really was Patriarch Reliance's secluded meditation zone.
Stone steels and altars lay about in ruins. The massive image of Patriarch Reliance's face was shattered into pieces, and the secluded meditation chamber had been knocked open.
But Patriarch Reliance was nowhere to be seen. Patriarch Reliance, get the hell out here.
When Lord Revelation saw that Patriarch Reliance was not in the meditation chamber, he raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. The roar vibrated the heavens, rippling outward until it filled the entire state of Zhao. You get the hell out here. Get the hell out here. Get the hell out. Get the hell, innumerable echoes could be heard, swirling together to form a mighty sound of incomprehensible might.
Meng Hao's body trembled as he looked out at the scene.
In the place where the East Mountain had once stood, was a giant hole. Patriarch Reliance had been there just a few hours ago, but now he wasn't. Where is he? Thought Meng Hao, his face growing pale.
At the moment, he literally couldn't move. The power of Lord Revelation's voice suppressed everything.
Anyone whose cultivation base was lower than Lord Revelation's could do nothing more than struggle to stand up against it.
The power seemed to contain elements of the heavens, as if Lord Revelation's will controlled everything. This is not nascent soul stage, this is spirit severing stage. It's definitely spirit severing, otherwise this will could not be present. The three pseudo-nascent core patriarchs of the three great sects appeared even more shocked. Patriarch Reliance, you won't show your face?
I'll destroy your only inner sect disciple and wipe out the bloodline of your sect forever. I'll level all of these mountains and melt the entire state of Zhao until you appear. He had already swept the state of Zhao with his spiritual sense, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find Patriarch Reliance. And yet on his way here, he had clearly divined that Patriarch Reliance was within the state of Zhao. A cold look glowed in Lord Revelation's eyes. This was his true self, here to battle with Patriarch Reliance.
And yet, Patriarch Reliance was hiding. Powerful killing intent emanated from Lord Revelation.
There was a wealth of methods he could use to force Patriarch Reliance to show himself, including killing his inner sect disciple and leveling the mountains. If exterminating the state of Zhao didn't draw him out, he could literally melt the entire nation. Lord Revelation had long since caught sight of the oil lamp in Meng Hao's hands. He looked down, his gaze sweeping the land once again. He lifted his hand, then waved it downward a second time. This time light poured from his eyes, and the slit on his forehead opened up to the width of a finger. The blood-red light poured out, and as his hand descended, the mountains for tens of thousands of miles in all directions began to rock and sway. In the sky above the quaking mountains, appeared an enormous hand. At first it didn't seem very large, but amidst thunderous rumblings, it grew larger and larger, until it seemed as if it covered the mountains for tens of thousands of kilometers in all directions. The earth trembled, and the faces of the three pseudo-nascent soul patriarchs were filled with shock. They fled at the fastest speed they could muster. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cold Wind sect looked pale. He bit the tip of his tongue, sacrificing some of his cultivation base as he transforming into a prismatic beam of light and fled off into the distance. As for Meng Hao, his cultivation base was the weakest. He couldn't even move. The oil lamp flew out of his hands, racing toward the giant palm. The cross-legged nascent soul inside opened its eyes, and then radiated a glow similar to that emitted by Lord Revelation. Meng Hao could only watch wide-eyed as the hand in the sky grew bigger and bigger. It covered everything, until it was the only thing visible in the entire sky. Everything for tens of thousands of kilometers grew black. The hand covered everything. And then, it began to descend. The earth began to quake. Mountains buckled and collapsed. As the hand fell toward him, Meng Hao felt as if doomsday had arrived. A bitter look appeared on his face as he stood there silently. There was no fear or dread in his eyes. He let out a soft sigh. Is everything going to end? I can't accept it. Stubbornness filled his eyes, a flicker which turned into a roaring flame. In the cultivation world, the weak are the prey of the strong. The cultivation base is everything. Only by becoming powerful can you continue on living. Only by increasing your strength can you prevent yourself from being crushed beneath the feet of others. Only then can you stand high in the sky. Meng Hao suddenly smiled. His smile was filled with deep understanding. His will carried the deep desire to become powerful. Now, in the face of such imminent danger, he truly understood himself. The sages said, learning is the most important thing in the life. But in the cultivation world, only the powerful can remain undefeated. Meng Hao stared up at the descending hand. He would watch as it landed onto his body, crushing him into the ground. He would not close his eyes. He would watch everything. He would imprint this vision onto his spirit. When he was reincarnated, it would still be there. If there really was a next life, he would become powerful and invincible then. As the hand continued to plummet, the mountains around him crumbled. Everything started to grow blurry, and blackness filled Meng Hao's eyes. It was as if at this moment, heaven and earth viewed him as nothing more than a bug. He didn't struggle in the least bit. If there is an afterlife, I will never allow something like this to happen again. Amidst the deafening roaring, Meng Hao stood there, trembling. Blood seeped out of his orifices, and his bones made cracking sounds. Within moments, he would be reduced to nothing more than a pool of blood. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, a dark red light appeared. Glowing brightly, it shot toward the hand at high speed, speeding out from a location far away from Meng Hao's vision. The blood-red glow seemed to be formed from the dregs of blood refined over innumerable years. A powerful demonic aura poured out, filling the heavens. The demonic aura was so thick that it seemed to be able to change the color of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, everything turned the color of blood. The bloody glow approached, speeding toward the massive hand that Lord Revelation had summoned.
And then it severed it. The severing sent a bloody glow high into the heavens.
This severing was powerful enough to rend all creation.
This severing seemed strong enough to split heaven and earth into two. And even if it wasn't actually that powerful, it had the will to attempt to sever the Tao, change heaven and earth, demonic will.
This person was not Patriarch Reliance.
This chapter was sponsored by Joseph Halbudi.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94. Chapter 94, You really want me to come out?
An incredible roaring boom sounded out from the massive hand as the glowing red beam sliced through it. Starting in the space between the middle and ring finger of the hand, a massive gash appeared, cutting it completely in half. One slash, and the hand was severed.
You! Cried Lord Revelation.
His face flickered, and he lifted his head, his eyes flashing. A thunderous boom rolled across the land. The giant hand, tens of thousands of kilometers wide, had moments ago blotted out Meng Hao's vision, covering the entire land. But in the blink of an eye, a gap appeared, and Meng Hao could suddenly see the sky. The hand split apart into two halves, each of which slammed into the ground on either side of Meng Hao. The ground trembled and began to sink down. The mountains were crushed. All the wild creatures in the area, unable to flee, were instantly transformed to ash. The Cold Wind Sect Foundation establishment Cultivator, despite having spared no effort in his attempt to flee, could not possibly escape in such a short time. He was smashed to death into the ground.
The cultivation bases of the three pseudo-nascent soul patriarchs were anything but ordinary.
Furthermore, Lord Revelation was not targeting them with his attack. They also sacrificed elements of their cultivation bases to flee. Coughing up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood each, they just managed to reach the edge of the giant hand. Behind them, the earth seemed to have turned into a violently churning sea. As the hand disappeared, they mutely looked back at the scene. Previously, the Reliance sect had been surrounded by endless mountain chains. As of now, the only thing that remained was a massive recess in the ground. Its shape was that of a giant hand.
However, the handprint was not complete. Splitting it down the middle was a jagged section of earth jutting up into the sky like a mountain. On top of the mountain stood Meng Hao.
Beneath him was a stretch of earth about 300 meters wide. It created a jagged path, on either side of which was a massive hole that sunk down deep into the earth. Originally, this mountain should not have been here, but there it was, the only thing left. A strange expression filled Meng Hao's eyes as he looked up into the sky. He didn't know who had saved him, and he didn't stop to think about it. Immediately, a flying sword appeared under his feet, and he sped off into the distance, his body turning into a multicolored beam of light as he shot toward the edge of the massive handprint.
I never thought the illustrious demon lord of the southern domain would show up in the tiny state of Zhao.
Lord Revelation's face was dark as he flicked his sleeve. His voice echoed out like thunder in all directions.
But you're only a clone.
Your true self is suppressed and incapable of coming here to stop me from exterminating Patriarch Reliance. There was no response.
It was almost as if the blood-red severing blow hadn't appeared at all. Patriarch Reliance, get the hell out here. Get the hell out here, dot. Get the hell out here.
As his voice boomed out, Lord Revelation lifted his right hand and slapped the revelation bell.
Its booming filled the sky, echoing out across the land, sweeping Lord Revelation's voice along with it.
Countless tall mountains throughout the state of Zhao began to crack and crumble as a voice filled with profound ancientness filled the air. It was impossible to tell where the voice came from, but it filled the entire nation.
You really want me to come out?
As soon as he heard the voice, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. It was Patriarch Reliance's voice. And yet, something about it sounded different.
It seemed less unreasonable and more dignified. More ancient.
So, you finally speak, said Lord Revelation, his eyes glittering.
Patriarch Reliance, quit hiding.
We have a score to settle from 1,000 years ago. Even if you succeeded in your spirit severing, you should not have dared to take my clone's nascent soul. Today, we battle, and in the end, I will remain, and you will not. He flicked the revelation bell, and it sounded out with a boom and began to emit a blinding light.
The light enveloped Lord Revelation, and he began to glow brightly. As for this battle, it must be won.
He had already determined Patriarch Reliance's true level. Lord Revelation had already completed the second spirit severing, and with that power, he could exterminate Patriarch Reliance. As for this battle, he had complete confidence. He had thrown caution to the wind and come here as his true self. A demon lord had appeared and used a bit of remarkable magic, but that didn't scare him in the least. As for this battle, there was not the slightest chance he could lose. He had brought the revelation bell, which had absorbed countless prayers and sacrifices from the state of revelation. It was sentient already, his most valuable treasure. With this bell, even if he faced someone of the third severing, he would still be able to achieve victory. In addition to this, the Dawn Immortal had gifted him with a portion of his spiritual sense. Everything was quiet for a long moment. Then, Patriarch Reliance's voice could be heard again, filled with profound ancientness. Back then, I only cared about the Milky Way Sea. The voice was filled with a strange tone. It echoed out, seemingly filled with the ability to last through the ages. It echoed out across the entirety of the state of Zhao. The land began to quake. This quaking filled the entire state of Zhao. Even the mortals could feel it. Meng Hao ducked his head and shot forward even faster. I don't know how many years passed, nor how many times I slumbered and awoke. Finally, a day arrived in which I woke up to find myself facing a through and through bastard who should have died 1,000, no, 10,000 deaths. From his tone of voice, he seemed to be getting upset. The last few words were spoken as if through clenched teeth. As he spoke, the trembling across the state of Zhao grew more intense. Mountains and boulders trembled, tall buildings rocked back and forth. Within the three great sects, the remaining cultivators looked around in shock. The situation was the same in Milky Way City. Meng Hao's mind spun. He was wondering which bastard Patriarch Reliance was referring to. That damned bastard couldn't possibly defeat me. He brought a bunch of other bastards with him, and we fought back and forth for years. In the end, they deceived me. They made a lot of promises to me, convinced me to leave the Milky Way Sea and come to the southern domain. Patriarch Reliance seemed to be growing angrier and angrier. As he spoke, the land of the state of Zhao shook even harder. In the northern part of the nation, a thunderous roar sounded up into the heavens. A massive crack appeared in the land, millions of miles long, and growing longer. If you could stand far up in the sky and look down, you would be able to see that this massive crack was not a straight line, but a curving arc. When I got to the southern domain, the bastards tricked me. They fed me a bunch of random things that ended up placing me underneath an invisible seal. They promised me that a few years later, they would give me some kind of special blessing of good fortune. But later, the damned bastards all died or disappeared. Finally, there was only the original one left. When I was asleep, he sneaked off to another planet. He left me with a demon sealing jade, which I was supposed to give to a successor. In reality, those bastards were just afraid of heavenly tribulation, and wanted to use me to fight against it. Patriarch Reliance seemed to be gnashing his teeth. The sound reverberated across the land. A huge crack appeared in the eastern region of the state of Zhao, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The shape of the crack was a massive semicircle. Seeing all of this happen, Lord Revelation's face changed. He appeared to be growing a bit apprehensive. Meng Hao took in a breath, thinking of the demon sealing jade that he had. The bastards didn't keep their promise. They tricked me. I was enraged, and even though I slumbered, I still managed to squeeze out a bit of spiritual will. It was weak, and constrained by the laws of the Tao of the heavens, so it was incarnated into the body of a mortal. It started from scratch, practicing cultivation. Because they tricked me, I decided to sever their legacy. I changed the name of the demon sealing sect to the Reliance sect. From then on, my spiritual will called itself Patriarch Reliance. As his voice boomed out, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly grew wide. He looked back at the land of the state of Zhao behind him. It seethed like an ocean, under the echoes of Patriarch Reliance's words. When Lord Revelation heard the words, his expression changed to one of shock. Without even thinking about it, he began to move backwards. Another crashing boom rolled out across the state of Zhao, and a massive crack appeared in the south. At the same time, in the east, a fourth arcing crack appeared, accompanied by a thunderous bang. The four massive cracks split out to meet each other, surrounding the entire state of Zhao in a massive circle. The entirety of the state of Zhao was contained in this enormous circle, which suddenly began to rise into the air. Black soil was revealed, and a fierce gale wind blew in all directions. Massive amounts of soil crumbled off the edges. As it rose up, the land quaked and clouds roiled in the sky. Lord Revelation's face was pale, his eyes filled with shock. The ground rumbled as it rose higher and higher into the air. 3,000 meters, 15,000, 30,000. It rose so high that it was impossible to describe. The land rose up, and Meng Hao was still on it. He felt as if he were approaching the heavens. The land contained the cities of the mortals, the three great sects, Milky Way City, and countless lives. The entire state of Zhao was being lifted up, rising away from the earth, away from the southern domain. Beneath it was a massive, enormous hole in the ground. The hole was, of course, the same size as the entire state of Zhao. Standing above the hole was a vicious-looking turtle, as large as the entire state of Zhao, its body covered with countless black spikes. It looked just like the mythical Xian Wu black turtle. Earth covered the turtle's massive shell, as if the shell were being held in place by the land. The earth was none other than the state of Zhao. A colossal head slowly emerged from the turtle's shell. The head was roughly 1/10 the size of the entire state of Zhao. Its skin was black and covered with creases. Earth crumbled off from the head as it raised up. Its massive eyes turned to look down on Lord Revelation, who stood there panting, as tiny as an insect, his face pale, his body quivering, a look of disbelief on his face.
You called me out. Shall we fight?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95. Chapter 95, A Rain Shower, a Cold Spell.
Meng Hao stared dumbly, his mind reeling. All the fantastic and bizarre things he had seen in his life couldn't compare to the shocking sight in front of him. His mind was blank, as if he had lost his ability to even think. He could only stand there and look numbly. Patriarch Reliance was actually a mind-bogglingly enormous black turtle.
And the state of Zhao existed on the earth upon his back.
He himself had lived on Patriarch Reliance's back for these 20 years. No wonder he was called Patriarch Reliance. He was relied upon not just by a single person, but by an entire nation. Cultivators and mortals alike relied on him. After Patriarch Reliance had been sealed, he began to slumber. Yet he still managed to force out a tiny bit of his will, which then attempted to destroy the legacy of the Demon Sealing Sect. Now it made sense why the Reliance Sect had formerly been called the Demon Sealing Sect, although few people even knew that nowadays. And no wonder the Reliance Sect was called an evil sect and had such brutal, internecine struggles. The body containing the sliver of his will practiced cultivation until reaching the spirit-severing stage, but as for his actual body, how powerful was it, exactly? There were still many things Meng Hao didn't understand. For example, if Patriarch Reliance was so powerful, why hadn't he been able to save himself from the very beginning? If Meng Hao hadn't appeared, would he have died? Considering how powerful his actual body was, why did he need to absorb the power of those cultivators? Lifted up along with the land containing the state of Zhao, the three pseudo-nascent soul cultivators stared in shock as all of this happened. Their minds spun and expressions of astonishment covered their faces. They were even incapable of feeling fear. They could only stare blankly. They could scarcely even believe what they saw. Lord Revelation was also struck speechless as he looked up at the massive head. It was immeasurably larger than he himself. In fact, it was so large that you couldn't even see from one end of it to another. Fear began to shine out from his eyes. How could he possibly have imagined that the Patriarch Reliance he had cursed and challenged to fight would be like this? As Patriarch Reliance's voice echoed out, his words stabbed into Lord Revelation's ears, causing his body to tremble and his scalp to go numb. He was sapped of any and all will to fight. Patriarch Reliance didn't need to strike out. Now that he had truly appeared, he casually exuded a bit of pressure onto Lord Revelation, causing his body to tremble. Lord Revelation's blood seemed as if it would stop flowing. The Tao enlightenment he had acquired with his spirit severing collapsed. He was as weak as a bug. Patriarch Reliance could crush him with a single breath. The terrifying pressure exuded by the head caused Lord Revelation's mouth to go dry. Despite his extraordinary cultivation base, cold sweat broke out across his body. The revelation bell next to him didn't give him the slightest sense of comfort. Even the spiritual sense imparted by the Dawn Immortal didn't give him the slightest sense of safety. Now he understood why Patriarch Reliance hadn't paid the slightest bit attention when he mentioned the Dawn Immortal. Of course he wouldn't, considering his extraordinary actual body. And now he knew why Patriarch Reliance didn't fear the Dawn Immortal. Even more astonishing was that in his recollection, according to all of the ancient texts he had studied, the state of Zhao had existed for a very, very long time. This made him even more frightened. Which had existed first? Patriarch Reliance, or the state of Zhao? If it were the latter, that would be easier to accept. If it were the former. Thinking of this, Lord Revelation began to tremble so violently he felt as if his skin might explode. Well, shall we fight? The words echoed out Patriarch Reliance, each one of them rumbling like thunder. The thunderous booming caused Lord Revelation to be hurled backwards several thousand meters. Blood showered from his mouth. The bell seemed completely ordinary now. It was covered with vast amounts of cracks and fractures. No, there's no need to fight, said Lord Revelation hastily, his face pale. Just now, I of the junior generation was simply joking. Patriarch. Sir, please don't take offense.
Patriarch Reliance's two enormous eyes stared directly at him, and he trembled. Without your two palm strikes, I wouldn't have been able to come out. Those damned bastards sealed me many years ago. The seal has been growing weaker recently. But to break through it, I needed to recover my cultivation base a bit more. But then in the midst of it all, someone released the power of the spirit severing stage. That knocked the seal even looser, and finally I was able to break out. His voice boomed out in all directions. When Meng Hao heard the words, his body trembled. Originally, I planned to use my sliver of will to break the seal. But mortal cultivation and I don't quite agree. Even with my knowledge of the sublime spirit scripture, I couldn't break through to the next level of spirit severing. Just when I was about to make the final breakthrough, I got cheated by a hateful little bastard. Damn it, everyone from the demon sealing sect is a bastard. Stealing the spiritual energy I needed to break the seal, robbing me of my demonic lamp. He let out a roar. Meng Hao wanted to flee. He knew exactly who Patriarch Reliance was talking about. You did well, very well. Luckily you attacked, helping break my seal. I need to repay you. Hearing Patriarch Reliance's words, Lord Revelation gaped in shock. Then his expression changed to one of wild joy. How could he have imagined that he would score a lucky break? He had gotten lucky after all. Even as he clasped his hands in respect, Patriarch Reliance opened his mouth, and with blinding speed, snapped him up. Lord Revelation and his revelation bell were swallowed down in an instant. Crunching sounds emanated from Patriarch Reliance's mouth, but no blood-curdling scream. When Meng Hao saw this, he began to breathe harder. He was all too familiar with Patriarch Reliance's unreasonableness. He unconsciously retreated backward. Suddenly, Patriarch Reliance's head swung around to face Meng Hao. It came to stop several hundred meters in front of him, staring at him. Meng Hao squeezed out a smile. He didn't necessarily believe everything that Patriarch Reliance had said to Lord Revelation, but neither did he disbelieve. From his experience, most of what the Patriarch said wasn't true. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion, Patriarch. Your might is all-encompassing. Now that you know the truth, are you frightened? Patriarch Reliance's voice rolled out like thunder, and he glared at Meng Hao. The sound of his voice was so loud it was almost deafening. He coughed up some blood. You demon-sealing sect people are all bastards, said Patriarch Reliance slowly, staring at Meng Hao. Those old bastards were like this, and you're the same, kid. You all cheated me. Oh well, forget it. You're a member of the Reliance sect, after all. Allow me to bless you with, as Patriarch Reliance spoke, Meng Hao's scalp began to grow numb. He thought of what had just happened with Lord Revelation, and his mind began to race as he tried to think of what to do. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him as he remembered something. He remembered what the young girl guiding Trirane had said to him at the North Sea. Big brother, its aura is beneath your feet. Don't provoke it. Remember, the great path of demon sealing, a concept like a scripture. At that time, Meng Hao hadn't understood her words, but all of a sudden, now he did. The it beneath his feet was none other than Patriarch Reliance. Don't provoke it. Remember, the great path of demon sealing, a concept like a scripture. The great path of demon sealing, a concept like a scripture. Don't provoke it. Meng Hao's mind flashed like lightning. Even as this happened, Patriarch Reliance finished speaking. Bless you with some good fortune. I need to repay you. The instant he finished speaking, Meng Hao lifted his hand and slapped his bag of holding. Instantly, the demon sealing jade appeared in his hand. When it appeared, a strong wind buffeted his face. The wind faded, and when it did, Patriarch Reliance's head was less than 9 meters away from him. The ends of the colossal head couldn't even be seen. The only thing Meng Hao could see was black skin and a massive eye the size of a huge city. The eye seemed to be struggling. Ancient Tao, said Meng Hao hurriedly, reciting the first line from the demon sealing jade. Tenacious desire to seal the heavens, benefaction for all in the mountains, inevitable Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas, perennial will. As the words left Meng Hao's mouth, Patriarch Reliance lifted his colossal head up and let out a massive roar. As it billowed out, ripples appeared in the air to accompany it. A 9-sided mystical symbol suddenly appeared on Patriarch Reliance's forehead. It appeared to be ancient and archaic, and deeply embedded into his forehead. It flickered, and his body shook. Stop. Damned demon sealing scripture and damned demon sealing sect. A ferocious expression appeared on his face and he let out another heaven-shaking roar, then stared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's heart pounded as he looked back at Patriarch Reliance. Those bastards were too malignant, thought Patriarch Reliance. The seal is broken, but the sealing mark is still branded onto my spirit,
forcing me to be the Tao protector of the ninth demon sealer.
This cannot be.
The demon sealing sect has committed crimes against the heavens, and was plagued by misfortune. They understood that the number 9 is a preeminent, sacred number according to the Tao of the heavens. They knew that the greatest opposition from the heavens would come upon the ninth demon sealer. Therefore, they took precautions.
They wanted me to be the Tao protector for the ninth demon sealer.
But this trifling kid is of the chi condensation stage.
How could he possibly act as my master? Those damned bastards. I changed the name from Demon Sealing Sect to Reliance Sect and created rules to pit all the disciples against each other, all in the hopes of preventing someone like Meng Hao from appearing. But a mist began to seep out from the North Sea, which of course was part of the lands of the state of Zhao that rested on Patriarch Reliance's back. Within the mist, a boat magically appeared. An old man and a young girl stood at the prow of the boat, looking up at Patriarch Reliance. They clasped hands and bowed to him with utmost respect. Guiding Tri-Rain pays respects to Patriarch, said the young girl.
Her voice, clear and melodious, echoed out with a light and spiritual tone.
Ah, you're the sentient rain that fell in the 3rd month of the Yiding year of the ancient Gu calendar. You fell onto my back, and became a lake.
The young girl smiled and nodded. Then she looked toward Meng Hao and winked.
Meng Hao took a deep breath.
Now he finally understood the meaning of the girl's strange name.
Patriarch Reliance let out a cold snort.
He looked at the little girl and then stared off into the sky. Meng Hao followed his gaze and caught sight of what appeared to be an indistinct blood-colored figure. The figure clasped hands and bowed in respect to Patriarch Reliance, then disappeared.
Patriarch Reliance lowered his head once more and looked at Meng Hao.
Very well, Meng Hao.
In the future, keep your distance from me.
He blew a breath out of his mouth, causing Meng Hao to fly up into the air. Buffeted by a glowing black wind, Meng Hao was tossed out of the state of Zhao to land on the edge of the massive hole in the earth.
Son of a bitch. I can't even look at him.
In my life, I'll never recognize him as my master.
I'm out of here. The further away the better. He'll never find me.
As for the treasures of mine that he took, fine, consider them payment. All of our debts are settled. In this way, my heart can rest at ease and I can continue to practice cultivation. His eyes flickered, and then his body turned. Meng Hao watched as the colossal turtle, carrying the state of Zhao on his back, transformed into a massive beam of prismatic light, and then disappeared over the horizon.
He appeared to be heading in the direction of the Milky Way Sea.
Perhaps this was why legends arose of an island of immortals. If one searched for it, it could never be found. But when it appeared, anyone who stepped foot on it would find that it was a nation inhabited by mortals. It was, of course, the state of Zhao. Some time passed, and eventually the skies grew calm once again. Meng Hao stood there looking down at the deep, gaping hole. Then he looked off silently in the direction in which Patriarch Reliance had disappeared. Time passed, and rain began to fall.
It fell with urgency, slowly flowing down into the massive pit left by the state of Zhao. Many years later, this area would turn into a sea.
Standing amidst the sheets of falling rain, Meng Hao let out a long sigh. Images from the past several days flashed through his mind.
It all seemed virtually inconceivable.
Thinking upon it all, it seemed a dreamlike fantasy.
The state of Zhao was gone.
Meng Hao looked around at the rain, then up into the hazy sky. He contemplated his life during the past 4 years.
I started out as a scholar, he murmured. My life is like snow. I can only exist in winter. I can yearn for the summer of the mortal world, but that is not my life anymore.
After a long time passed, he turned. Surrounded by the falling rain, he once again began to trot a road which led away from his roots. He struck a lonely figure amidst the rain. Eventually, he seemed to merge into it. Even if a hot wind blew over him, it would do nothing to disperse him. Because this was his life. Life is comprised of one experience after another. Or, you could say that life is comprised of many experiences. Different experiences lead to different lives. If you experience a cold, bitter wind, you will become snow. If you experience scorching heat, you will become rain. Whatever you experience in life will shape the person you are. That is what makes life wonderful.
Southern Domain, here I come.
Although, before I get there, I must reach Foundation Establishment. As he walked through the rain, he lifted up his head, and his eyes glittered brilliantly. He would never forget the stubborn desire to achieve power that he had experienced underneath the descent of Lord Revelation's palm attack. In this world, only the powerful can be invincible. Wait a minute, where did that blood-colored glow come from?
With questions circling in his mind, Meng Hao disappeared into the distance. This chapter was sponsored by Deathblade. This is the end of Book 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. Book 2, Cutting into the Southern Domain. Chapter 96, Demonic Jade in a Mountain Valley. There's no need to explain what foundation establishment means to cultivators. It is a world-shaking transformation which includes an extension of longevity. Of course, longevity means life, and the lives of foundation establishment cultivators are much more fulfilling than those of the chi condensation stage. There are injuries which will kill someone of the chi condensation stage, but can only hurt a powerful foundation establishment expert. Meng Hao walked through the verdant mountains outside the edge of what had once been the state of Zhao, leaving behind the land that had once been his home. He headed toward the southern domain. Even though the state of Zhao had technically been part of the southern domain, it was very remote, far, far away from the southern domain center. Given his current cultivation base, if he went on foot, it could take years to get there. However, Meng Hao wasn't in a rush. Though he headed in the direction of the southern domain, what he was most concerned about at the moment was how to break through to foundation establishment and become a powerful expert. Thinking about how previously, there had only been a few dozen foundation establishment cultivators in the entire state of Zhao, Meng Hao itched with anticipation. He longed to reach foundation establishment and then be able to fly through the sky. Who knows what dangers I will face in the southern domain? Plus, I still have to dispel this poison. I can only do that if I have a more powerful cultivation base. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He knew that with the Qi cultivation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, he could establish a flawless foundation. That was rare enough in itself, but Meng Hao also possessed Shangwan Shou's secret formula to create a perfect foundation pill. He already had most of the ingredients. With the items he'd obtained from Patriarch Reliance's Immortal's Cave, as well as the Copper Mirror, he was confident that he could gather together everything necessary to concoct the pill. If he succeeded, he would have a perfect foundation which currently only existed in legends in the cultivation world. I wonder, how powerful is a perfect foundation? His eyes shined as he sped forward. 3 months later, Meng Hao was far from where the state of Zhao had previously existed. He had passed through another nation of mortals and was now within a vast wilderness. He hadn't seen signs of life for quite some time. Lonely mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see. They seemed endless. During the day, the sounds of various wild animals could be heard, and the deep blue sky stretched boundlessly. At night, the sky was filled with the soft light of the multitudinous stars and gentle moon, the sight of which enchanted the heart. Meng Hao stood on a mountain peak, looking out at the world. Its beauty filled his heart, causing it to swell. He started to walk down the mountain. Reading 10,000 books, traveling 10,000 roads. It's hard to say how many tens of thousands of kilometers I've traveled so far. Mountains fill the horizon. Everything I've seen and heard fills my heart like an ever-growing sea. His eyes shone brightly. In selecting the location for foundation establishment, the best thing to do is pick a place with outstanding spiritual energy. That will improve my chances of success. Meng Hao knew that establishing his foundation would be difficult. Currently, he sped about attempting to find a suitable location. Time passed, another 3 months. Meng Hao had now been wandering for 6 months. During that period of time, he did not practice cultivation. Having completed the great circle of Qi condensation, he didn't need to. His heart was calm. Deep inside, he knew that he could begin to establish his foundation at any time he wished. For the highest probability of succeeding in establishing my foundation, I must select a location with dense spiritual energy, muttered Meng Hao. That will reduce the chances of making any mistakes. As he traveled, he would avoid any wild beasts he saw and didn't instigate any bloody slaughters. The poison in his body had already flared up twice in the past half year. Each time it did, his body was racked with intense pain, as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at his innards. The first time it had happened, he'd tumbled out of the sky, a 3-colored mist seeping out of his body. He had sat with clenched teeth for 3 days before the pain subsided. Both times the poison had flared up, large amounts of stinking black liquid had oozed out of his body. Any vegetation it touched instantly decayed. Upon further research, he came to the determination that most of the poison had actually been expelled by his body during the flare-ups. Only the poison from the 3-colored poison pill remained. During the half-year, Meng Hao took time to practice with the treasures he had acquired from Patriarch Reliance, for example the lightning flag. As of now, he could use it much more effectively than the 6 months before. Now, he could use it to create a mist 30 meters in diameter. If any creatures approached it, it would shoot lightning bolts at it. Its power was greater than that of foundation establishment. He had gotten into the habit of using it to protect himself whenever he rested. As for the good luck charm, Meng Hao couldn't find any apparent use for the item.
Another month passed. In front of Meng Hao, a series of mountainous valleys appeared. They were filled with suspension bridges. People wearing rough hemp garments and headgear walked to and fro upon the bridges carrying large wicker baskets on their backs. Seeing this, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. This place was a wilderness, with no signs of habitation anywhere. And yet, suddenly some mortals had appeared. Their clothing looked different from that worn in the state of Zhao. Meng Hao looked them over, muttering to himself, and was about to leave when suddenly his eyes flickered. He turned to look at one of the 7 valleys. After a moment, the flying sword he was standing on flashed, carrying him directly toward the valley. As he approached, a thick wave of spiritual energy billowed out and hit him in the face. His eyes gleamed. This was the most dense accumulation of spiritual energy that he had seen in the past 6 months. The valley was extremely deep and long. Looking down at it from midair, Meng Hao couldn't even see its bottom. The only thing he could see was the dense spiritual energy, which roiled out from the deep within the valley. The spiritual energy caused all the living things nearby to grow abundantly and gave the place an otherworldly look. There's even more spiritual energy here than there was on the east mountain of the Reliance sect. Meng Hao looked down at the misty valley in amazement. It was at this moment that the mist in the valley suddenly roiled. Within Meng Hao's bag of holding, the demon sealing jade quivered. His eyes flickering, he took out the jade slip. As soon as he pulled it out, a roaring sound filled his head, and a text appeared in his mind. An understanding from ancient times, the smelting of a demon, severed by the hand of the demon sealer. Such a pity, an inch of jawsash upon which descendants can prostrate. The text appeared suddenly, and then disappeared just as quickly, fading into Meng Hao's mind. Everything returned to normal, but Meng Hao's eyes shined brightly. He gazed down at the mist within the valley, then back at the demon sealing jade. Severed by the hand of a demon sealer. The demon sealing sect. The ancient jade. A demon. What secrets does this demon sealing jade contain? Meng Hao lifted his head up and looked around. It turned out that many of the mortals on the suspension bridges had caught sight of him. Looks of terror appeared on their faces. One by one, they dropped to their knees and began to kowtow to him. Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound emerged from one of the other valleys. 2 beams of colorful light appeared. 2 enormous condors flew out, upon the back of each stood a person. Each person looked to be about 40 years old. They wore robes of complexly interlaced blue and green fabric. Their faces were somewhat dark, and they were very skinny. One of the men had a dark greenish-blue snake coiled around his arm. The little snake's eyes were ghastly, and when it flicked its forked tongue out, a thin mist blew out of his mouth. The other man had a centipede on his shoulder, slowly rocking back and forth. It was about a foot long, and very colorful, obviously extremely poisonous. Of the 2 men, one was of the 9th level of chi condensation, the other was at the peak of the 8th level. They did not look very friendly. They came to a stop about 900 meters away from Meng Hao, looking him over with cold eyes. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever. He put away the demon sealing jade and looked at them. He had seen more than one cultivator in the state of Zhao with cultivation bases similar to these people. As they looked him over, another piercing whistle sounded out. From another of the valleys, a winged, purple toad flew out. It carried a mist along with it as it flew. It seemed this toad had a cultivation base of the chi condensation stage. Sitting cross-legged on its back was an old man. The old man wore a garment of interlaced red and yellow. His face was painted with totemic symbols that formed a sort of mask. He looked very fierce as he flew out to join the other 2 in measuring up Meng Hao. The old man's cultivation base was extraordinary. He was at the peak of the 9th level of chi condensation. Seeing him, the expressions on the faces of the other 2 changed. The old man gazed at Meng Hao, frowning as he tried to assess his cultivation base. "I am the chief of Spirit Toad Village," he said. "If you're just passing through, fellow Taoist, please continue onward. Outside cultivators are not welcome here." Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever. The thick spiritual energy here was what he had been searching out for the past half year. If he left, it was impossible to say how long he would have to search to find another similar location. Normally, he would just forget it and move on, but the strange reaction of the demon sealing jade had piqued his interest. He had no desire to leave. He said nothing. His right hand flickered in an incantation gesture, and one flying sword after another flew out, instantly forming a sword rain of over 100 flying swords. They spun around, creating a vortex that began to expand outward in all directions. The expressions of the old man on the toad, as well as the others, instantly changed. Meng Hao pointed down toward one of the valleys, and the swords shot forth.
Banging sounds rang out as they slammed into a cliff face and carved out a simple immortal's cave.
Please allow me to hole up here for a few months, said Meng Hao coolly.
Not giving them another look, he shot toward the immortal's cave.
The frightening image of the 100 or more flying swords caused the toad geezer frown.
The other two cultivators looked hesitant.
The man with the snake coiled around his arm glared at Meng Hao as he made to enter the immortal's cave. He lifted his arm up, and the spirit snake turned into a black blur as it flew toward Meng Hao. As it approached, a dark, cold look appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97. Chapter 97, Cultivation Breakthrough in a Mountain Valley.
Before Meng Hao could even make a move, the dark bluish-green spirit snake was already about 30 meters away from him. Suddenly, it stopped in midair and let out a shrill shriek, as if it could sense something terrible on Meng Hao's person.
It began to tremble, then shot backward in retreat, not daring to come even a bit closer.
Suddenly, a three-colored mist emerged from the top of Meng Hao's head.
It transformed into a demonic face with an enigmatic expression of both weeping and laughter.
It spun around Meng Hao's head, then let out an intangible shriek which shot toward the spirit snake.
The spirit snake let out a miserable cry when the intangible shriek slammed into it. Its body instantly began to rot. It transformed into a coagulation of blood which then splashed to the ground.
Upon seeing this, the old man's expression changed. The two other cultivators gasped, looks of astonishment on their faces. Meng Hao also looked on in astonishment, his heart thumping. The three-colored mist was the poison in his body. It had flared up twice in the past half year, but this was the first time it had taken on a magical form and emerged from his body of its own volition. The poison was clearly incredibly mysterious. It could sense other poisons and wouldn't permit them near, as if this host belonged to it alone. Over the past months, Meng Hao had come to be convinced that during the previous two outbreaks of poison, the other two poisons from the three great sects had been completely expelled. It seemed they were not as powerful as the three-colored poison, and had been forced out of his body by it. Seeing the death of the spirit snake enabled Meng Hao to finally understand how powerful Lord Revelation's three-colored poison really was.
Of course, the three people he faced didn't know anything about that.
They looked down at Meng Hao, fear written on their faces. The cultivator who had just lost his spirit snake shot backward at high speed, blood seeping out of his mouth. He looked at Meng Hao with astonished fear. So, the fellow Daoist also practices poison cultivation. The old man on the toad, who was at the 9th level of chi condensation, stood and saluted Meng Hao respectfully. Since that is the case, please feel free to stay here. But, there is something strange about this valley. It has thick spiritual energy, and every full moon, the mist erupts and fills the entire valley. His eyes flashed as he spoke. Thanks for the warning, said Meng Hao, his face expressionless. His body flickered, and he entered the immortal's cave. A large stone he had carved out fell in place to seal the cave shut. Outside, everything was quiet. The toad geezer's eyes flashed as he looked at the other two men. They were all silent for a moment. Then, they patted their respective spirit beasts and flew off toward another of the valleys. There, 4 more cultivators were gathered. All of them were at the 8th level of chi condensation and wore long gowns of interlaced green and blue. They sat on an enormous black boulder, which pulsed with a dim light. When the light appeared, the boulder seemed to become somewhat transparent. Inside could be glimpsed the skeleton of a 2-headed bird. When the toad geezer and the others arrived, the 4 men opened their eyes. That outsider is a poison cultivator, said the man who had lost the spirit snake, his voice filled with hatred. Venomous rage radiated from his eyes. I'm not sure how much he saw, but he refused to leave. This complicates things, said one of the 4 men sitting cross-legged, frowning. He was a pale-faced middle-aged man. What is the level of his cultivation base? The peak of the 9th level of chi condensation, said the toad geezer calmly. He wasn't mistaken, although Meng Hao could easily pass into the 13th level of chi condensation. When he did, he was cut off from heaven and earth. Therefore, he usually remained at the peak of the 9th level. His cultivation base is very refined, but if we attack together, he'll be dead for sure, said the cultivator who had lost his spirit snake. If we let him stay here, he'll figure out what's going on. He might not have any suspicions now, but the next full moon is in half a month. When it comes time to pull out the red rope, he'll definitely know what's happening. He's a poison cultivator, how could he not be interested? I say, let's attack together and exterminate him. Some of the others seemed to hesitate. After all, Meng Hao was at the peak of the 9th level. At the moment, only the toad geezer was strong enough to stand up to him. None of the others were powerful enough. If they all fought together, they might be able to win, but some of them would most likely die.
Hesitating, they looked at the toad geezer. "We don't need to do anything."
I told him that strange things happen in the valley on the full moon.
Most likely he will go to see for himself. We won't need to attack. The miasma that accompanies the red rope will kill him. If he doesn't come out, well, the miasma covers everything anyway. Either way, he's dead. Our ancestral spirit mountain 3 villages cannot be looked upon by outsiders. Any who do so must die.
His eyes gleamed as he spoke. The other 6 people nodded their heads.
Meanwhile, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged in the immortal's cave.
The dense spiritual energy surrounding him caused his cultivation base to thrum. As he began doing breathing exercises, his boundless core seemed to begin to consolidate. He breathed deeply, lifting his head and looking at the large stone which he'd used to seal the immortal's cave.
His eyes flashed, and the 2 wooden swords appeared, hovering at his side. He lifted his right hand and waved it in the air.
A talisman appeared, floating in front of him. He sent it to hang on the large rock. This talisman had been acquired from Wang Tingfei. He wasn't sure how powerful it was, and had never used it. But considering that he'd taken it from Wang Tingfei, it couldn't be a common item.
It seems these people have some secrets they don't want outsiders to know about. If they leave me alone, then I'll leave them alone.
But if they disturb my cultivation?
Meng Hao's eyes gleamed.
His expression was calm as he pulled Shang Wanxiu's turtle shell out of his bag of holding, the one that contained the details about the perfect foundation. He looked at it, frowning. To concoct a perfect foundation pill, I need a pill furnace, murmured Meng Hao to himself.
I got that from Shang Wanxiu.
But it also requires a bit of skill in alchemy.
Without such skill, the chances of a misstep are much higher. These medicinal plants are extremely valuable.
If I made a mistake, I could duplicate more plants, but the cost would be exorbitant. He had no skill in alchemy, which was somewhat frustrating. After some time passed, Meng Hao pulled out the various plants required to make the minor pills which were part of the ingredient list. Then he produced the copper mirror and began to duplicate some of them. A few hours later, he had spent a huge amount of spirit stones. Despite having a mountain of spirit stones, if he kept going at this pace, he would once again be destitute.
These are just minor pills. Concocting the perfect foundation pill has 2 major steps.
The first step is to concoct 7 different minor pills, each of which has a unique function. The second step is to take those 7 pills and melt them together to concoct the perfect foundation pill.
If I'm missing even one minor pill, I have no way to succeed. Of the 7 minor pills, Shang Wanxiu had concocted 2. Now 5 remain. I've never concocted pills before. What happens if I have to try dozens of times to succeed? If that happens, then I definitely won't have enough spirit stones.
That could even affect my ability to reach foundation establishment.
Alchemy. If I can develop enough skill in alchemy, then I shouldn't have any problems.
Meng Hao frowned as he studied some basic Milky Way City alchemy techniques. Unfortunately, trying to teach yourself such techniques is not easy, and can take a very long time. Furthermore, some of the techniques were not common.
Many master alchemists had secret techniques that weren't told to outsiders. Such techniques were often closely guarded sect secrets. The best method would be to concoct the perfect foundation pill first, then establish the foundation.
In that way, there would be no need for haste in concocting the pill.
That was the route taken by Shang Wanxiu.
But, his eyes glittered.
That method seems suitable, but if I don't reach foundation establishment, I would have to face too many dangers. That is why Shang Wanxiu ended up dying. Otherwise, I would never have been able to kill him. Therefore this method cannot be used.
He was silent for a moment, and then his eyes filled with determination.
Regardless of anything, I must first reach foundation establishment. If I can concoct the perfect foundation pill later, then it won't be too late.
The perfect foundation pill can repair the cracks in the Tao pillars made by the heavens.
Therefore, a flawless foundation is fine.
Meng Hao gritted his teeth. Despite his intense desire to concoct the perfect foundation pill, it was not practical to do so right now. I can only enter the southern domain if I have first reached foundation establishment.
Then I can figure out a way to dispel this poison.
As a chi condensation cultivator, that is virtually impossible. Having made up his mind, he didn't waste any more time thinking. He put away the turtle shell and the medicinal plants, then pulled out a foundation establishment pill and began to duplicate it. He was of the great circle of chi condensation, and was feeling very confident in his ability to break through to foundation establishment. However, to play it safe, he decided to use the power of the foundation establishment pill. Looking down at the 5 foundation establishment pills in front of him, he took a breath and slapped his bag of holding.
A small flag flew out.
Lightning curled around it as it flew through the air. Meng Hao flickered some incantation gestures, and the flag stabbed into the ground without any assistance from Meng Hao's cultivation base. It sucked in some of the surrounding spiritual energy, then transformed into a fog which enveloped the immortal's cave. It spread out 30 meters in all directions, surrounding Meng Hao. After consuming a foundation establishment pill, my body will turn stiff and I won't be able to move. He eyed the mist created by the little flag. With the lightning flag here, though, I will be protected. No one will be able to disturb me. Considering the current level of my cultivation base, the paralysis will be relatively short in duration. Of the treasures he had acquired from Patriarch Reliance, the demon sealing jade was the most mysterious. But his favorite, other than the mountain of spirit stones, was this little flag. As for the good luck charm, he still hadn't been able to figure out anything about it. He would study it further after he reached foundation establishment. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a pill and put it into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and boundless spiritual energy shook his body. He trembled. It was not his first time consuming a foundation establishment pill. But every time he did, he felt as if he was a tiny boat floating amidst massive, crashing waves. A roaring sound filled his head. He continued to rotate his cultivation base. Boundless spiritual energy flowed through Meng Hao, pouring into his core C, causing it to roar in churn. The demonic core within him suddenly seemed as if it were about to turn into a Tao pillar. Once the Tao pillar appeared, Meng Hao would have broken through from qi condensation and crossed the threshold into the true realm of cultivation. Foundation establishment. Once in the foundation establishment stage, he would never again be mortal. He would truly be upon the path of cultivation, and would never again be a part of the mortal world. To fall back would indicate that he didn't deserve to exist in the cultivation world. He would be a boat sailing against the current. It can be summed up by the phrase, move forward, or you'll fall behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, Valley of the Red Rope. Time slowly went on. Soon half a month passed. On one particular night, the full moon was especially bright, outshining most of the stars. It hung up in the sky, filling the land with gentle silvery light. It seemed to shine especially brightly upon the group of valleys, especially the valley where Meng Hao was located. As it shined down onto the mist, it began to seethe, slowly spinning into what looked like a vortex. Outside the valley, the 7 cultivators were waiting, their eyes shining. They stared at the mist within the valley, expressions of anticipation on their faces. "The hour has arrived," said the toad geezer, his voice low. Even as his words issued out from his mouth, a gurgling sound could be heard from within the mist. The sound was indistinct, but when it reached the ears, it stabbed to the heart. Cracking sounds echoed out, and the mist within the valley roiled. Time passed. The gurgling sound became clearer. Amidst further cracking sounds, the mist turned and turned until it appeared to be a giant whirlpool. The edges of the whirlpool of mist seemed to be able to pierce into the surrounding cliff walls, causing them to melt. Liquefied rock poured down the cliff faces. At the same, a red rope appeared from within the vortex. It was as thick as a person's arm, and was as red as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless people. A droning sound filled the air as the vortex and the rope both spun. As soon as the rope appeared, the 7 men seemed vitalized. The toad geezer's eyes gleamed. He bit down on his tongue and spit out some blood, at the same time flickering an incantation and producing a black metal fragment from within his bag of holding. The other 6 men did the same thing, spitting out blood and producing fragmented pieces of black metal. They seemed familiar with the process, as if they had done this before. The blood entered the vortex, and apparently because of this, the vortex suddenly stopped rotating. The rope, however, did not. The black chips from the 7 men spun about in the air and then formed together into a black broadsword. The sword floated above the valley, pointing down toward the red rope, which then ceased rotating. With a low shout, the toad geezer flew forward to grab the red rope with both hands. He gripped it without hesitation, despite the fact that it felt wet, as if it was coated with blood. The 6 other men appeared behind him, pooling their strength together to pull on the rope. A thunderous roar filled the area as they did. The rope slowly emerged 30 meters from within the vortex. As it did, a black-colored qi poured out to fill the area. Eventually it reached the point where Meng Hao's cave was located, submerging it. At 300 meters we got the Jade Spirit Stone. 600 meters in we got the Toxic Miasma. Last time we pulled out 900 meters and got the Stone-Sealed Beast. Today, we will go all out and reach 1500 meters. Right. According to the ancient records of our clan, if we can pull out 1500 meters, it will open the first seal, and the clan's ancestral spirit will awaken. It will form into a poison foundation, and our cultivation bases can ascend another level. The eyes of the 7 men gleamed, and they heaved on the rope. The bottom of the vortex couldn't be seen, there was nothing but blackness, making it seem as if the red rope had no end. Every tug on the rope caused the surrounding valley to quake. The ground rippled, as if the end of the rope were plugged into the very core of the earth. Shocking booms sounded out as they continued to pull. More toxic miasma billowed out as 900 meters of rope appeared. Suddenly, a stench like that of rotten fish poured out from the depths of the vortex. It seemed the stench had never appeared before. The 7 men's faces changed. However, the area immediately around the rope seemed to naturally be protected from the stench and miasma. Their faces pale, the 7 men gritted their teeth and heaved once again on the rope. 1,350 meters. 1,380 meters. 1,400 meters. The men panted. They had expended 70 to 80% of the power of their cultivation bases. Without hesitation, they popped medicinal pills into their mouths and tugged once again on the rope. 5 of the 7 men coughed up blood. Soon, only the toad geezer, and the other man who was at the 9th level of chi condensation, held out. They gritted their teeth, unable to stop their bodies from trembling. "I'm at my limit," said the toad geezer with a roar. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some more blood. As he did, a black beam of light shot out from the edge of the valley. It transformed into an enormous toad, which clamped its mouth down onto the red rope. As it bit down, its body began to wither, but it held fast and pulled. Next, a centipede shot out, along with several human-sized spiders, summoned by the men to pull the rope. Even the huge boulder with the bird skeleton inside flew out. Its glow seemed to aid in pulling the red rope. 1,430 meters. 1,460 meters. 1,490 meters. The rotten stench grew stronger, seemingly carrying the stink of a corpse as it filled the valley. It seemed the rope would soon be pulled out 1,500 meters. A shrill shriek came out of the whirlpool, piercing the air with wickedness. The shriek grew more and more intense, seemingly filled with hope. Except, there were still 10 meters to go before the 1,500-meter mark was reached. The poison beasts summoned by the 7 men exploded one by one, unable to keep going. As they died, the faces of the 7 men grew pale. The rope suddenly slipped out of their hands and was sucked back into the whirlpool. Had they not released it, they would have been pulled along with it into the vortex. The men watched silently as the rope was pulled back inside. "Forget it. We'll try again next month." "Yes. The day will come when we will pull out 1,500 meters of rope. I will be making a breakthrough in my cultivation base soon. Once I reach the 9th level of chi condensation, we will definitely be able to succeed." "That outsider is of the 9th level," said one of the men suddenly. "We don't need to make things more complicated. That outsider is probably dead already, killed by the miasma. Even if he was at the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't withstand it unless he was of our bloodline." The 7 discussed the matter a bit further, then dispersed. The mist continued to roil in the valley for 3 days before finally settling down. The spiritual energy in the area gradually grew thick again, and the miasma dissipated. Within the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao watched with cold eyes. Surrounded by the arcing field of electricity, he had seen clearly everything that had happened during the 3 days. As for the miasma, the lightning flag made short work of, and Meng Hao remained safe from any harm. "They think I'm dead. That's good." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. "I'm not sure if it's because of the Sublime Spirit scripture or perhaps the demonic core. Establishing my foundation is turning out to be very difficult." He lowered his head and picked up another foundation establishment pill. He frowned. As of now, he was a bit suspicious. Was the cultivation method in the Sublime Spirit scripture the real method? Or had Patriarch Reliance changed it in according with his own demonic cultivation practices? There was no way to know. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination as he popped the foundation establishment pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to meditate. His corsi roared violently, seething and churning as it coagulated. It seemed to be forming a Tao pillar. But to do so was incredibly difficult. Even with the foundation establishment pill, he wasn't able to succeed. It can be said that foundation establishment is the first true hurdle that must be crossed on the path to real cultivation. A foundation establishment pill can only increase the probability of success by about 10%. Even though he had reached the great circle of chi condensation, and his latent talent had been increased, it still was not an easy matter. Time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Each full moon during that time, the 7 men again made attempts at pulling out the red rope. More than a few times, they came to Meng Hao's immortal's cave to try to get his corpse. But the cave was being protected by Patriarch Reliance's lightning flag. A few insignificant chi condensation cultivators didn't have the slightest chance of getting inside. They started to wonder whether or not Meng Hao was actually dead. Another 3 months passed, half a year of hard work. They hadn't even seen a trace of Meng Hao. At this point, they were mostly certain that he was dead. As for Meng Hao, even he wasn't sure how many Foundation establishment pills he consumed during the half year. Every time he failed, he would take another pill. Toward the end, he even tried consuming 2 pills at one time. The poison flared up twice during the half year. Thankfully, Meng Hao was prepared. He dealt with it, then continued on in his attempts to break through to Foundation establishment. In this excruciating fashion, another month passed. One night, Meng Hao sat there, a roaring sound rising in his mind. Only Meng Hao could sense this roaring sound. It sounded like claps of thunder in his mind. Within his body, his golden corsi let out an unprecedented roaring sound, and a gold light filled his body. It seemed as if he himself were made of gold. He sat there meditating, his eyes closed. As his corsi emitted its thunderous roar, he focused everything on forming the Tao pillar and breaking through into Foundation establishment. Within the corsi, the demonic core rotated rapidly. It looked as if it might melt. During the past year, this had happened frequently. Meng Hao had come to understand clearly that if he didn't have this demonic core inside of him, it would be much easier to reach Foundation establishment. It was the demonic core that was making things so difficult. Coupled with the fact that he had completed the great circle of chi condensation, it meant that achieving Foundation establishment was much harder for him than anyone else in the world. Every time the Tao pillar was beginning to form, it would be disturbed by the demonic core, and wouldn't coalesce. At the moment, golden light shined out from Meng Hao's corsi. The waters began to congeal, slowly solidifying into a massive Tao pillar. But then, the demonic core began spinning, causing the corsi, which had just moments before been calm, to seethe. The Tao pillar once again began to fall apart. Again! Meng Hao's eyes burned. Without hesitation, he lifted up his hand and swallowed 3 Foundation establishment pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, Foundation Establishment. The demonic core just keeps moving, and that prevents the corsi from entering Foundation establishment. It just can't form the Tao pillar. I must form the Tao pillar. I must reach Foundation establishment. I must stop the demonic core from moving. And that requires more spiritual energy. The 3 Foundation establishment pills dissolved in his mouth, and a shocking amount of spiritual power erupted. It poured into Meng Hao's corsi, which moments ago had been in the midst of condensing, but was then interrupted by the demonic core. The lashing power caused the corsi to shine with blinding golden light. The demonic core, which seemed as if it would never stop spinning, suddenly began to slow. The spiritual energy within the corsi seemed endless. A roaring sound could be heard which suppressed any indication that the demonic core would begin to spin furiously again. It stopped, unmoving. Popping sounds rang out from within the corsi and echoed throughout Meng Hao's body. His entire corsi seemed as if it were freezing over. In the space of a few breaths, it suddenly became completely solid. At that moment, it seemed almost as if Meng Hao's life had ended. His breathing slowed, and his body began to shake. His eyes shined, and he took a deep breath as the chi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture appeared in his mind. The solidified corsi began to slowly shrink. It grew smaller and smaller, changing into a diamond-shaped crystalline rock which contained the demonic core. More spiritual energy from the Foundation establishment pills poured down, and slowly the corsi emerged again. Even as it replenished itself, it began to shrink again upon itself to form an additional diamond-shaped lump of crystalline rock. Then, more spiritual energy poured in, and the process began again. Meng Hao knew the process would take a long time, and would require a lot of spiritual energy, which was why he had selected this valley. He smacked his bag of holding and began to consume more medicinal pills. Over and over again, his corsi replenished itself and then solidified into the diamond-shaped crystalline rock. Meng Hao lost track of time. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months, 6 months. Spring passed and autumn arrived, then the cold of winter. A year had passed since Meng Hao entered the Immortal's cave to practice secluded meditation. Every full moon during that year, the 7 cultivators would come to pull on the red rope. Their best effort resulted in pulling out 1,499 meters. They were never able to pull out the final 1 meter. As time passed, the 7 men noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the area seemed to have been reduced. Of course, it was being absorbed by Meng Hao, but they didn't know that, and couldn't figure out why it was happening. They searched the area, but came up with nothing. They didn't even think to connect the phenomenon to Meng Hao. A year had passed, which in their minds was evidence that he had died. The man who had lost his spirit snake that year would often look toward Meng Hao's immortal's cave with a cold sneer. The death of his spirit snake had left him with a deep hatred of Meng Hao. He tried several times to break into the cave to collect Meng Hao's treasures from his corpse. But he was never able to succeed. Time passed, another half-year. Meng Hao had now been in secluded meditation for a year and a half. One late night, his corsi was again solidifying into a diamond-shaped crystalline rock. This was the 100th piece. A roaring could be heard, and the 100 diamond-shaped rocks suddenly began to fuse together. Slowly, they formed into a transparent, crystalline Tao pillar. Foundation Establishment Tao Pillar. As soon as the Tao pillar appeared, Meng Hao's agitated breathing calmed down. His eyes grew dim, and the functioning of his internal organs slowed. He was motionless, even his blood seemed to stop circulating. His entire person seemed to be in a state of suspended animation. Everything was completely still. Meng Hao knew that this was the second phase in the process of reaching foundation establishment. This was recuperation. He sat there cross-legged, his mind echoing with the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit Scripture. He sank into a very strange state. Even though his blood and flesh did not seem to be undergoing any change, in actuality, they were. They were changing in a way that made it much easier to absorb spiritual power. His Qi passageways enlarged. No spiritual power circulated through them. However, they grew tougher, firmer, and smoother. His bones were different as well, even crystalline in some places. He was transforming, becoming something other than mortal. These changes shook his entire body. His hair grew much longer and he became taller than before. There was no corsi within him anymore, but rather, a golden Tao pillar. It was a flat, circular platform that did not shine, but rather seemed dark and somewhat lonely. It floated in the place where the corsi had once existed. If you looked closely, you could see Meng Hao's demonic core, right in the center of the Tao pillar. It sat there motionless, completely and perfectly fused with the Tao pillar. His heart did not beat, his blood did not flow. His Qi passageways were motionless, and his Qi had disappeared. Meng Hao sat there looking withered up. His Tao pillar was in a similar state. All of his Qi had been sucked away. He sat that way for another half of a year. Breaking through into foundation establishment had taken him 2 full years. Others would be shocked if they knew of this. Generally speaking, the longest amount of time a cultivator needs to reach foundation establishment is half a year, often it will take only a few months. The amount of spiritual energy required was not immense either, nothing close to what Meng Hao had needed. The amount of time and spiritual energy wasted by Meng Hao was far and above the norm. Toward the end of the last half year, Meng Hao's Tao pillar began to tremble and vibrate. This was the first thing that began to move within his body. Next, his heart began to beat. All of his systems kicked into motion. His blood began to flow, his Qi passageways began to operate, and his Qi filled with signs of life force. Slowly, he began to awaken as if from sleep. Soon, the Tao pillar began to shine brightly with golden light, which grew more and more intense. His heart thumped so wildly it seemed as if it might burst out of his body. Its sound filled the immortal's cave. Every beat of his heart sent blood flowing throughout his body. His Qi billowed out, and it seemed he would soon be filled with power and would be able to open his eyes at any moment. This power was not to be used simply to open the eyes, but rather to awaken his body. It moved about within him, growing stronger, imbuing his body with strength. It was at this moment that the Tao pillar within him emitted a thunderous roar. A powerful spiritual power burst out from it, blasting out into Meng Hao's Qi passageways, flesh, blood, and bones. Like the life of spring which causes a withered tree to sprout, his body awakened. His Qi grew stronger, and massive amounts of filth exuded from his pores, replaced by a fragrant aroma which arose from him. His long hair floated around him. He looked completely different than he had half a year ago. As the spiritual power emanated out, his Qi passageways filled with power, and his blood flowed faster. His heartbeat caused the immortal's cave to tremble, and his eyes, it was at this moment that his eyes flashed open. A blinding light shot out from within them. If a Qi condensation cultivator saw it, their mind would reel and their cultivation base would be damaged. The moment he opened his eyes, the spiritual energy in the valley was swept up. It was as if Meng Hao had become a black hole, swallowing up all of the spiritual energy in sight. It was absorbed through his pores and into the Tao pillar, which grew brighter and brighter.
Meng Hao's qi grew even more powerful.
His heart thumped as the feeling of power blossomed in his mind. He knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that by simply lifting his hand, he could cause the entire Immortal's cave to collapse. This was a confidence based on his physical body, his mind, and his cultivation base. The spiritual sense in his mind grew larger. Because of what he had experienced in completing the great circle of qi condensation, his spiritual sense leapt up to a higher level. At the moment it was far more powerful than that of the average foundation establishment stage cultivator. In fact, his spiritual sense completely exceeded that which a cultivator should have at the early foundation establishment stage. It was actually equal to that of the middle foundation establishment stage. And to foundation establishment cultivators, spiritual sense was everything.
Meng Hao's breathing echoed out.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into him, and the Tao pillar grew more and more bright. Soon, his entire body shined with golden light. The power of foundation establishment cultivators far exceeds that of qi condensation cultivators. By moving his mind, he could see everything within 1500 meters as if it were within his own heart.
This was spiritual sense.
A cultivator at the beginning foundation establishment stage could normally only cast spiritual sense 600 meters ahead. The beginning foundation establishment stage, said Meng Hao slowly. As his voice echoed out, his face shone with vigor. His eyes glowed, and he breathed deeply, feeling the power of the spiritual energy emitted by the Tao pillar. His was 100 times stronger than the power he could utilize half a year ago when at the peak of the 13th level of qi condensation. Of course, that difference of 100 times was not in comparison to the 9th level of qi condensation, but rather the 13th. To Meng Hao, this was a complete and utter change. This was why foundation establishment cultivators could so easily wipe the ground with qi condensation cultivators. The core C of qi condensation is congealed 100 times to form the foundation establishment Tao pillar. The change that Meng Hao had experienced this night sent his power leaping upward. It was without comparison. This chapter was sponsored by Michelle Blanco, Sai Puklupti, Tandre Johannes, Tu Ha, and Hein Hogberg.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Blade Against Flawlessness.
When Meng Hao sent out his spiritual sense, he started to get the feeling that he was cut off from heaven and earth. He was familiar with this sensation. It was the same type of feeling he got when he was in the 10th level of qi condensation, or the 13th. Although now, the feeling was even stronger, as if the heavens did not tolerate his cultivation at all. And yet, along with the disapproval, he felt the strength of a different state. It seemed as if despite the fact that the heavens did not tolerate it, and this state was rejected by all creation, it fought back, and because of that, was even more powerful. That resistance came, not from Meng Hao, but from the Tao pillar and the spiritual energy inside of him. After feeling the resistance of the heavens, Meng Hao quickly determined its source. Not a bit of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he had absorbed into his body escaped back out.
Furthermore, none could be absorbed in.
No cycle could be created with heaven and earth, which was not permitted. At the same time, because the spiritual energy was not emitting from him, he was able to vaguely make out some strange, immaterial vestiges. Were he able to grab a hold of them, he would instantly become even more powerful. These vestiges were not permitted by the heavens, so only cultivators who were rejected could see them and gain enlightenment regarding them. Although Meng Hao wasn't aware of it, in the cultivation world, these vestiges were called Tao taboos. Every cultivator who reached the foundation establishment stage could sense them. At the same moment as Meng Hao began to sense the Tao taboos, something shook his body. A cracking sound rang out as a fissure appeared on his Tao pillar. When this happened, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he was ripped out of that special state. Vast amounts of spiritual energy poured out of the crack in the Tao pillar. Meng Hao was powerless to stop it from happening. His body was once again connected to heaven and earth. Although the spiritual energy rushing out of him could not really compare to the amount he had absorbed, he was now back in a cycle with heaven and earth. The strange vestiges he had just been able to sense were no longer there. He was no longer rejected by the heaven and earth, but had been accepted, and was now part of them. A flash of weakness appeared in his heart. Meng Hao lifted his head, his vision piercing through to the outside of the Immortal's cave. As he looked at the sky outside, his eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness. This was a flawless foundation with one crack. In this aspect, Meng Hao was actually better than most. With a cracked foundation, he would be much weaker, and with a fractured foundation, there would be even more cracks, and he would be significantly less powerful. As long as there is a crack, murmured Meng Hao, it is not perfect, and thus, the heavens can accept it. His eyes shined brightly.
Because the Tao pillars have cracks, no matter what level I reach in my cultivation, there will always be absorption and diffusion. Do I cultivate in this way for myself, or for the heavens? Meng Hao was silent for a while. The question was really too profound for a foundation establishment cultivator to be able to contemplate. However, since Meng Hao had studied the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture, and because he knew of the method to achieve a perfect foundation, he contemplated matters that normally only someone of the spirit severing stage could comprehend. The moment that Meng Hao reached the foundation establishment stage, it was late at night outside. The 7 cultivators outside watched the spiritual energy churning back and forth, and then looked toward where Meng Hao was within the valley. What happened? Why is all the spiritual energy being sucked in that direction? Muttering like this, the 7 of them rushed forward. However, as they approached, they were forced to come to a halt, their bodies trembling. Their spiritual energy felt unstable, as if it might be ripped out of their body at any moment. They stood there in shock, uncertain of what exactly was happening. To these people, foundation establishment was something very remote. They couldn't possibly imagine that someone had reached that stage in this very valley. In their shock, they didn't dare to proceed further. They stood there, making various speculations, eventually coming to the conclusion that something strange was happening because of the valley itself. Because they couldn't approach, guessing was the best thing they could do. There was no way to prove or disprove anything. I can sense that there is some immense power in the valley, said the toad geezer, taking in a deep breath and narrowing his eyes. It's something that far, far exceeds us. Too bad we can't get any closer. Just what happened, exactly? I feel like if I approach any further, the spiritual energy within my body will get sucked out. There have been a lot of strange things happening to the spiritual energy over the past 2 years. Now another thing is happening. The 7 of them exchanged glances, then grew silent, their hearts filled with various speculations. Meanwhile, within the cave, Meng Hao lifted his head up, his eyes shining. If he hadn't been able to glimpse the perfect foundation at all, then it wouldn't have mattered. But, having felt it briefly, only to have it taken away and his power reduced, made him desire it even more intensely. The perfect foundation. His eyes flickered and he stood up. He flicked his sleeve, and the mist in front of him rippled, then coalesced into a small flag, which came to rest in his hand. He glanced at it, spat out some spiritual energy, which covered over it, turning it into a black beam of light which entered his mouth. During Qi condensation, Meng Hao could only passively use the flag. But now that he was in foundation establishment, he could refine and wield it in even more ways. Looking pleased, Meng Hao took a moment to feel himself out. His eyes glittered. With the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture, a second corsi can be formed. When the second corsi moves from Qi condensation to foundation establishment, it can improve the quality of one's foundation establishment. For me, though, it won't really make much of a difference. However, I might as well do it, just in case. His eyes shining, he sat back down cross-legged and visualized the Qi condensation manual of the Sublime Spirit scripture. Several hours later, his eyes snapped open. A roaring sound filled his body. Looking inside of himself, he saw that outside of his Tao pillar was a new area, a vast golden sea. This was Meng Hao's second corsi. Having completed this task, he raised hand. The large rock which had sealed his immortal's cave exploded into pieces, which then turned into ash. Meng Hao shot outside, turning into a blur of light that shot into the air. He came to a stop, floating in mid-air. He looked back at the immortal's cave, a smile on his face. Back when he was in the Qi condensation stage, if he lifted his finger the way he had just now, it would have been incapable of shattering rock. But as of now, it was a simple matter to do so. The gap between Qi condensation and foundation establishment is like the difference between the sky and the land, said Meng Hao to himself. It really is true. However, I should be even more powerful. Sadly, my Tao pillar was cracked by an invisible blade, that is the life of a cultivator. There is nothing to be done about it. However, if I can repair the Tao pillar, then I can establish a perfect foundation. To do that, I must first concoct a perfect foundation pill. My biggest question, though, is, what is this symbol? His gaze had fallen onto his right hand. There, on the back of his hand, was a strange, glowing magical symbol which was slowly fading. It didn't exist on his skin, but rather, inside of him. Looking at it, Meng Hao got the feeling that it had existed in there for a very long time. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had no idea why it had appeared along with foundation establishment. The symbol faded away, and Meng Hao frowned. It didn't give him any feeling of danger. In fact, it seemed somewhat familiar. He thought about it for a while, but couldn't come up with any clues as to its nature. He put it aside in his mind and then looked around.
He was surrounded by mist, which completely covered his body and would completely conceal him from any onlookers. At the moment, he hovered in midair, but he knew that if he wished, he could fly by simply moving forward. Having completely set aside the matter of the strange symbol, Meng Hao began to consider why flight is not possible in the qi condensation stage. True flight is not possible during qi condensation because the body doesn't contain enough spiritual energy. Therefore, the body cannot be supported in the air. Flight is only capable with assistance from magical items. However, the spiritual energy within the body during the foundation establishment stage is more than 100 times that of the qi condensation stage. Because so much spiritual energy has been coalesced into a Dao pillar, the body can be supported in the air, and can actually fly. There are a total of 9 Dao pillars which appear throughout the foundation establishment stage. 3 pillars signify the peak of the beginning level, 6 pillars are the peak of the middle level, and 9 pillars complete the circle. Right now, I have 1 pillar. Meng Hao looked at the mist filling the area, and his eyes flickered. His body turned into a prismatic beam as he shot further downward into the valley. This place provoked a reaction from the demon sealing jade all those years ago. Back then, my cultivation base wasn't powerful enough to make it safe to search for some answers. But now, I need to be careful, but I think my latent talent and power are enough to go look for some clues. Eyes shining, he shot through the mist. The 2 wooden swords appeared, whistling as they circled about around him. Now that he was at foundation establishment, the 2 swords felt somewhat different. However, he didn't take the time to examine them closely. Instead, he shot down through the mist, intent on determining what this place really was. After Meng Hao had proceeded about 300 meters down the valley, the demon sealing jade within his bag of holding started to glow. Meng Hao took it out and held it in his hand. He slowed down a bit, but continued to move downward. As he descended, the mist grew thicker and colder. It seemed somewhat sinister in nature, but Meng Hao was no longer of the qi condensation stage. If he was, his body may not have been able to withstand temperature. After moving along for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, it grew painfully cold, so much so that it felt like blades on his skin. Finally, he made out what appeared to be the bottom of the valley. There was no vegetation here, only endless mist. Strewn about on the valley floor were the bones of various birds and beasts. Everything was quiet. Meng Hao looked around cautiously. He would not act rashly, but instead take the time to examine his surroundings. Finally, his eyes glittered as they fell upon the only part of the valley that didn't seem to have any mist in it. It was the mouth of a cave, roughly 9 meters wide. The edges of the cave mouth were formed of thick earth which seemed to be frozen over. It was impossible to tell how deep the cave was, it stretched back into inky blackness. Icy coldness poured out from the cave, which then turned into mist. Stretching back into the cave, off to the edge, was a dark red rope. Other than this, there was nothing else. At this point, the demon sealing jade in Meng Hao's hand glowed even more brightly. It seemed as if something was calling for it to enter the mysterious, endless cave. Who knew what was hiding inside? Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, looking at the cave. After a moment, he smacked his bag of holding. A flying sword appeared. It turned into a beam of light as it shot toward the cave and then disappeared inside. Meng Hao concentrated, listening carefully. Soon, a sound rang out like that of metal hitting stone. Meng Hao's expression changed. This ancient cave appears to be about 2,500 meters deep. He walked forward, stopping at the mouth of the cave. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the brightly glowing jade slip in his hand. Determination appeared on his face. He slapped his bag of holding, causing several items to appear. The black net flew out, along with 7 or 8 feathers. Even with the wooden sword circulating around him, though, he felt a bit nervous. He bit his tongue, and the lightning flag flew out, turning into a flickering, lightning-filled mist that surrounded his body. Surrounded by his various magical items, Meng Hao entered the cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.